Li Zuoyou was seething with anger. The old radio crackled. Ziz, the anomalies cannot be killed. The anomalies cannot be killed. Abandon all attacks that are meaningless against them. The radio hissed on. Ziz, to avoid the anomalies' killing patterns. Ziz can effectively is. Li Zuoyou slapped the worn-out radio hard with both hands, and only then did the static gradually fade away. Day 28 of the Cataclysm. The above information was provided by Professor Lu. Is. Solid fuel burned with a ghostly blue flame beneath the cassette stove, covering the bottom of the pot as steam billowed from the boiling water. Li Zuoyou tore open his last remaining packet of instant noodles, tossed the dry noodle block into the pot, then poured in all the seasoning. This was the first dilemma he had encountered since crossing over into this parallel world. Both his food and water had run almost completely dry. As the aroma slowly began to diffuse, his stomach kept growling in mournful protest. For a sophomore college boy, a single packet of instant noodles was obviously far from enough. Taking advantage of the 2 minutes it would take for the noodles to cook, Li Zuoyou continued to sift through the original owner's memories. The original owner had joined a convoy called Sunset 5 days ago. The convoy moved in fits and starts, avoiding towns and seemingly also sidestepping all anomalies, yet by now most survivors' food supplies had nearly been exhausted. This problem was as serious and as deadly as the threat of the anomalies themselves. The entire Sunset convoy was composed of 3 parts. At the head were a modified off-road vehicle and an RV carrying the convoy's governor and his accompanying staff, 5 people in all. The route the convoy took was determined by the governor. In the middle were a signal vehicle, a tanker truck, and a bus with around 30 people, awakened individuals, or those with professional skills such as doctors, nurses, and auto mechanics. At the tail end was a jumble of all kinds of vehicles and a motley crowd of ordinary survivors, more than 200 in total. Li Zuoyou was one of those ordinary survivors. When the noodles were done, Li Zuoyou stirred them twice with practiced speed and began to wolf them down. He was starving. In just a few mouthfuls he finished all the noodles, then lifted the pot and drained every last drop of broth. Ha! 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 A burly man wearing leather gloves clapped as he strode into the crowd at the rear of the convoy. Everyone gather up, there's something to announce. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying almost to every ear. This man was called Ji Fei, the leader of the convoy's rear section and the only awakened individual among them. At his waist hung 2 small cloth pouches, one red and one white, swaying at his hips. It was said they contained salt, presumably tied to his awakened ability. Seeing that the crowd had mostly gathered, Ji Fei raised his voice. Tomorrow at noon, at 12 sharp, the convoy will reach Lishui town. You'll have 4 hours to enter the town and gather supplies. At his words, the crowd instantly boiled over. Great. We can finally go gather some supplies. I'm about to run out of food, someone exclaimed. You're still talking? I've already gone 2 days without eating. I feel like I could eat a whole cow right now. In the crowd, a scrawny young man with dyed, yellow hair shook his head disdainfully. Hey, that's nothing. I just drank my own urine today. The 2 people beside him immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're the fierce one. The yellow-haired youth crossed his arms over his chest. Humph, a little hardship, that's all. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes, looking over at the yellow-haired youth. No matter the world, any kid with dyed yellow hair seemed to possess a frighteningly strong capacity to adapt. Ji Fei lifted his hand to quiet them and continued, according to the usual rules, 30% of whatever supplies each person finds must be handed over to the convoy. His words instantly provoked a fierce reaction from those who had only recently joined. Why should we? We risk our lives to search for supplies, and then we have to hand over 30% to the convoy. Someone shouted. What kind of convoy is this? You might as well just rob us outright. Naturally, the yellow-haired youth was among them, practically bouncing as he yelled, come on then, Onion. If you've got the guts, fight me. I'll let you chop my hand off. Ji Fei clasped his hands behind his back, his broad shoulders straight as a spear. He listened impassively to their outburst, his face devoid of emotion, as though he had experienced this scene many times before. After a long silence, when the noise had begun to subside, he finally spoke slowly. First, while you've been with the convoy, have you ever suffered an attack from the anomalies? Second, if you leave the convoy, how long do you think you can survive? With those 2 questions thrown out, the crowd fell silent at once. The newcomers who had been shouting looked at one another at a loss. The yellow-haired youth scratched the back of his head, the soles of his shoes rubbing awkwardly against the gravel. Without exception, all of them had only found a brief respite after joining the convoy, yet the horrific memories of the anomalies still clung to them and would not fade. Sweeping his gaze over them, Ji Fei said in a low voice, the convoy never forces anyone to stay. If you disagree, you can leave right now. As a newcomer to the convoy himself, Li Zuoyou silently nodded. In an apocalyptic world, there was no room to keep idlers. The convoy had no obligation to shelter survivors for nothing. Value exchange was the foundation of everything. If Li Zuoyou were the governor of this convoy, he would do the same. If there are no objections, then hurry and get some rest. At first light, we still have some distance to travel, Ji Fei said, then turned and strode away. After he left, everyone returned to their original spots, the sound of discussion buzzing on without pause. Sigh. Who knows what kind of anomalies will be lurking in that Lishui town? Someone murmured. You're overthinking it. Without food and water, aren't we just waiting to die anyway? Another replied. When is this kind of life ever going to end? Someone sighed. Listening to the chatter around him, Zuoyou sat back down on his original stone seat and took out a wet wipe to roughly clean the pot he had used to cook the noodles. Stinging pain kept pricking the soles of his feet. From the original owner's memories, he knew that over the past 5 days he had relied solely on his own 2 feet to keep up with the convoy. As for why the original owner had no vehicle, it was simply because he had been an ordinary sophomore college student. When the cataclysm erupted, he had been completely stunned, running only under the blind urge to survive. Of course, his luck had been good during that entire time. He had somehow managed to avoid triggering any anomaly's killing pattern. Zuoyou could not help but sigh. One moment he had been at home eating hot pot and singing songs. And with a bang he had crossed over into this damned world. He instinctively reached for a cigarette only to find his fingers grasping at nothing. He froze for a moment, then twisted his mouth into a bitter smile. The original owner hadn't smoked. Hell, what an idiot. In any case, when he entered that Lishui town tomorrow, he could not afford to miss out on a vehicle, food, water, or cigarettes. But then again, shouldn't a transmigrator like him at least get some kind of system? Failing that, a talent or a third eye. He had been here for quite a while already, yet there had been no sign of anything. Did they really think he was that easy to push around? On a whim, Zuoyou called out within his mind. System. Hey, I am here. A cold voice suddenly rang out inside his head. You've got to be kidding me. The host receives 100 survival points every day at midnight, which can be used to exchange for items or upgrade them. As the system levels up, the range of exchangeable items will increase accordingly. After the host contains an anomaly, he may release it to his system in battle. As the system's 2 prompts echoed, Zuoyou sprang up from the rock in a rush. The god of this world had descended. Yet the system's next sentence made him sink back down onto the rock. Anomalies can only be contained when they are completely suppressed. Hiss, completely suppressed. Wasn't this utter nonsense? With what was he supposed to suppress an anomaly? Wait. Zuoyou rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Didn't this convoy have awakened among them? Perhaps he could trail behind those awakened and pick up the scraps they left. Whenever the host encounters or contains an anomaly, he will obtain corresponding survival points. The system provided the next line of information. Claim the newbie gift pack. Zuoyou shouted the phrase directly in his mind without the slightest hesitation. By now he more or less understood the system's temperament. If he did not speak up, the system would simply act as though he knew nothing. Ding. Newbie gift pack successfully claimed. A spark of delight flickered in Zuoyou's heart. It really existed. You have obtained a silver gray revolver, medium low stability, 6 regular bullets, and 6 dark gold bullets capable of temporarily disabling anomalies, but not truly suppressing them. The next instant his hands suddenly grew heavy as several objects appeared out of thin air within his grasp. Because he was sitting alone in a secluded spot, the surrounding survivors failed to notice the strange items that had appeared in his hand. Silently, Zuoyou flicked open the cylinder, loading 3 regular bullets and 3 dark gold bullets. His purpose in doing so was that if something happened, he could at any time flick open the cylinder and adjust which type of bullet would be fired next. In the apocalypse, beyond guarding against anomalies, one had to guard even more vigilantly against other people. After stowing away the revolver and the remaining bullets, Zuoyou opened the system shop. At present, the shop contained only 2 lonely items: the silver gray revolver, 200 points, and regular bullets, 100 points. Upgrading the revolver required 300 points, while upgrading regular bullets into dark gold bullets required 400 points. Converted, the cost of a single dark gold bullet was 500 points. If he wished to upgrade the dark gold bullets further, he would first have to unlock a more advanced tier of the system shop. At the moment, aside from the fixed daily 100 survival points, his only way to gain more was to encounter as many anomalies as possible, or contain them. But for now, containing anomalies was no simple task. There were too many uncontrollable variables in between. So he would have to be both cowardly and brave, would he? Zuoyou exhaled a long breath. At this point, all his conjectures were nothing but speculation. For now, the wisest course was to rest and restore his strength as quickly as possible. After all, there would be quite a lot to do tomorrow in Lishui town. The night passed without incident, and 100 points were credited to his account right on time. The next day, after the convoy had been driving for about 2 hours, the outline of Lishui town gradually emerged in the distance. Damn, buildings. We can actually see Lishui town. Everyone push a little harder. We're finally going to have food. The survivors at the rear of the convoy instantly seemed injected with chicken blood, straining to catch up to the front. Yet the front of the convoy came to a halt roughly 1 kilometer away from Lishui town. From this distance, they looked toward the town. The entire town was deathly silent. Not even a single circling bird could be seen overhead. Barely over 20 days into the cataclysm, this place already felt as though it had been forgotten for a very long time. After the convoy finished regrouping, Ji Fei glanced at his watch. 1042 a.m. A bit earlier than planned. He began assigning the survivors at the rear to prepare to enter the town and search, repeating over and over. Everyone remember. The convoy will depart at 4 in the afternoon sharp. Oh, all of you must return to the convoy before 4. Li Zuoyou tightened the straps of his backpack, ready to set out when a round-faced girl with glasses pushed through the crowd to stand before him. Li Zuoyou, I'm Su Jia. You remember me, right? Li Zuoyou thought back. She had been the original host senior in college and president of the student union. He belonged to always ordering him around back then. What is it? Follow me. You're a guy, you can carry more supplies. Su Jia's tone carried a faint note. Li Zuoyou almost found it amusing. Just what status did this fool think she had to speak to him like this? Get lost. That single simple phrase left Su Jia slightly stunned. Oh, she had never expected the once meek junior to seem like a different person now. Seeing Li Zuoyou about to leave, she grabbed his sleeve in one swift motion. Is this how you talk to the president of the student union? Say that again if you dare. Li Zuoyou slowly turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the hand, clutching his sleeve, before lifting to Su Jia. Enunciating each word, he said, get lost, far away. If not for his limited ammunition, he would not have minded feeding the girl a bullet first. Su Jia was clearly cowed by the look in his eyes. Her fingers instantly released their grip on his sleeve. She shot Li Zuoyou a fierce glare, then turned away with a dark expression, disappearing back into the crowd. Not far away, Ji Fei stood beside a bus positioned in the middle section of the convoy, murmuring in a low voice to a pregnant woman. The pregnant woman was named Lu Mei, Ji Fei's wife. Many people called her Sister Mei, as she was the convoy sign language instructor. Every person who joined the convoy would be taught some simple sign language by Lu Mei. The reason was simple: some anomalies killed according to rules triggered specifically by the spoken words of survivors. With sign language, survivors could communicate through gestures while gathering supplies in town, thereby avoiding certain dangers to some extent. It was precisely by relying on this specialty, combined with Ji Fei serving as captain of the convoy's rearguard, that Lu Mei had secured a place on the bus. Li Zuoyou's impression of her was good. According to his memories, on the second day after the original host joined the convoy, Lu Mei had taken the initiative to teach him some sign language, showing great patience throughout. On the third day, worried he might forget, she had come again to reinforce the lesson. As the two of them were talking, a slender girl with twin ponytails jumped down from the communications vehicle. The girl wore an Ultraman mask and walked straight toward the pair. Her fair fingers danced in the air. Captain Ji, I want to join this search operation as well. In sign language. Ji Fei's expression was solemn. Instead of replying in sign language, he answered directly aloud. No. Without the governor's permission, personnel from the front and middle sections of the convoy do not participate in supply collection. The twin-tailed girl continued, signing. If I go myself, at least I can reduce survivors' casualties. Before she could finish, Ji Fei shook his head, cutting her off. Go ask the governor. If he agrees, then you can go. This is the iron rule of the convoy, and don't make things difficult for me. The girl's hands froze in midair for a moment, then dropped limply to her sides. Ji Fei turned towards Sister Mei, smiling as he nodded. I'm off. Sister Mei smiled back, slipping an arm around the girls and murmuring soft words of comfort. The crowd flowed into the town. Li Zuoyou deliberately watched to see where Ji Fei was headed. The man and a portion of the survivors entered a large supermarket. Li Zuoyou, however, quickened his pace toward another direction. A small shop converted from the ground floor of a residential building awaited him there. A tricycle with a cargo bed was parked at the entrance of the small shop. Li Zuoyou was specifically heading towards this tricycle, as it could carry more supplies and save considerable energy while keeping up with the convoy. Through the glass door of the shop, Li Zuoyou scanned the situation inside. Most of the shelves were already empty, likely taken by the shop owner during their escape. Perhaps due to the hasty departure, even the roll-up door had not been lowered. Since he was already there, he held on to the mindset that any little bit he could search for would be worthwhile. Li Zuoyou began to break the door. He aimed the metal cargo bed of the tricycle at the glass door. With a violent impact, half of the glass door shattered. Li Zuoyou waved his arm to sweep the glass shards from the door frame and leaned in. The smoke rack closest to the door was lined with various brands of cigarettes, totaling about 30 packs. Li Zuoyou stuffed them all into his backpack and then grabbed a handful of lighters to shove inside as well. Continuing deeper into the shop, he found only some sweet snacks and drinks left on the shelves. These were not Li Zuoyou's top priorities. Canned goods, compressed rations, instant noodles, ham sausages, and mineral water were the real essentials. Thus, he added 4 bottles of beer to his pack. The saying goes, cigarettes and alcohol go hand in hand. Since he had already taken the cigarettes, it wouldn't do to leave without some alcohol. In the high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, alleviating mental stress was also essential. As he reached the last shelf, Li Zuoyou's eyes brightened. There were still a few cans of peach slices and canned black bean fish on the shelf. One was a true god of fruit cans, and the other was a standout among meat cans. He had to take them all. At the bottom of the shelf there were only some individually packaged marinated eggs, and 2 large barrels of mineral water left. Zuoyou scratched his head. Clearly it wouldn't do without staple food, and it seemed necessary to visit that large supermarket. Shifting his gaze, he spotted a wooden door deep inside the shop. Scattered in front of the wooden door were some empty bottles and jars along with many torn food packaging bags. A thought flashed quickly through Zuoyou's mind. This definitely wasn't food that had gone bad. Could there be survivors in this shop? However, there had been no noise from inside the house despite the loud sound of the door crashing. It might be worth checking if perhaps there were useful supplies inside that house. To be cautious, Zuoyou drew out his revolver and rotated the chamber towards 3 dark gold bullets. Arriving at the wooden door, he slowly pushed it open with one hand while holding the gun with the other. It was a small storage room piled with goods connected to a restroom. As the wooden door fully opened, light flooded into the entire room. A foul stench wafted out simultaneously. A thin woman was curled up in the corner. The woman seemed to sense something, struggling to lift her head and look in this direction. Under her swollen, slightly darkened eye sockets was a cracked, peeling mouth. The woman trembled as she held the baby in her arms, her throat choking out a few words intermittently. Save my child, please. You. Zuoyou slightly turned to the side, letting the light from outside illuminate the woman. At that moment, he noticed that the woman's 2 small legs had been replaced by strands of black hair. The black hair was connected to the ground beneath her, as if it were rooted there. Or rather, the black hair was extending from the ground, rooting itself into the woman's legs. Ding. Discovered number 03277, eerie hair, earned 1,000 survival points. The system's prompt made Zuoyou take a step back. Seeing Zuoyou about to leave, the woman used all her strength to lift the baby a short distance forward, her lips trembling incessantly. Please. I beg you. Zuoyou remained unmoved. Firstly, he wondered if getting close would trigger this eerie hair's deadly pattern, leading to a fate like that of this woman. Moreover, while it would be easy to take the baby from the woman's hands, the infant was too small and required constant care. Taking him along would mean neither of them could travel far. Zuoyou wasn't willing to take that risk. He shook his head slightly at the woman, indicating he wouldn't help. Crack. Crack. The sound of shoes crushing glass echoed twice. A young couple leaned into the shop. Their gazes shifted from Zuoyou to the woman in the back room. The girl suddenly clutched her boyfriend's sleeve tightly. Wugo, look. We have to help her. At least save that baby. The boy lightly patted her hand. Don't worry, baby, I'm here. Then he nodded towards Zuoyou. Brother, let's lend a hand together. Zuoyou ignored the boy, picked up the 2 large barrels of mineral water from the ground, and walked out of the shop. He placed the water and his backpack on the cargo bed just as he was about to pedal off on the tricycle. The boy rushed out from the glass door frame, pressing a large hand on the handlebars, shouting, Hey, if you want safer, then leave the tricycle. We need it to transport the injured. Zuoyou drew his revolver, pointing the muzzle at the boy's forehead, his voice low. I don't want to kill here, step aside. The boy smirked. You think a broken gun can scare me? His words carried a hint of mockery. The girl also came out of the shop, wrapping her arms around the boy, speaking urgently. Wugo. Wugo. We don't need to argue with someone selfish like him. Time is limited, and we still have to save people and search for supplies. The boy released the handlebars and glared at Zuoyou. Kid, wait until we get back to the convoy, and he'll settle the score with you. Zuoyou scoffed. If you want to die, I can oblige you anytime. With that, he pedaled the tricycle towards the large supermarket in the distance. As for the couple behind him, if they ever crossed him again, Zuoyou would not give them a second chance. At the entrance of the large supermarket, there were scattered damaged goods, and dozens of shopping carts from within were randomly left on the roadside. It was evident that this place had been looted multiple times since the disaster struck. At this point, there was no time to think too much. Zuoyou had to go in and try his luck, as the supplies he had gathered were certainly insufficient. Arriving at the floor directory, the first floor sold digital products, jewelry, and other items. The second and third floors had clothing for men and women. The fourth floor featured sports goods, and the fifth floor had a food court and a cinema, while the basement was a supermarket for main and secondary food items. Due to widespread power outages shortly after the disaster, only some natural light filtered into the building. Although food could be found on the basement and fifth floors, it was clear that many people had already gone to the fifth floor. It would likely be difficult to find any food now. After much consideration, Zuoyou decided to go to the basement. Aiming low, he just hoped to bring back a bag of rice and a box of instant noodles. Zuoyou did not hasten to descend to the basement level. Instead, he searched the first floor of the building. Finally, he found a flashlight in the storage cabinet beneath the cashier's counter. He turned on the switch, and the flashlight emitted a blinding light, fortunately, still having power. Standing at the stairs leading to the basement, Zuoyou lit a cigarette. Taking a puff helped alleviate some of his tense emotions. It's just a bit dark, nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Li Zuoyou reassured himself as he stepped onto the stairs. Thud, 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 the echo of his footsteps resonated. The light emitted by the flashlight seemed to be swallowed by the darkness below. Upon entering the basement, Li Zuoyou's most immediate sensation was the drastic narrowing of his field of vision. Aside from the area illuminated by the light, he could see absolutely nothing. After walking a short distance, he still heard no sounds on this level, which puzzled him, as he had seen Ji Fei and some survivors head towards the supermarket. Why was there not a single sound in the basement? Had everyone chosen to go upstairs? No. That seemed unlikely. The basement clearly had a lot more resources to scavenge, especially essential food. There would definitely be people teaming up to take risks. Under such quiet circumstances, it was highly likely that something sinister existed here, and those who had come down were already dead. Thinking of this, Li Zuoyou pulled out his revolver, holding the flashlight in one hand and the gun in the other, ensuring that the gun's muzzle remained aligned with the beam of light. While the cold ammunition could not suppress the supernatural, it could at least incapacitate it temporarily, serving as a means of self-preservation at critical moments. A sign suspended in midair reflected a faint glow under the flashlight's beam. The main food area required turning another corner. Looking at the information on the sign, Li Zuoyou could not help but twitch his lips, slowing his pace as he walked deeper. After approximately 30 meters, he discerned some faint light around the corner. Survivors were here. Li Zuoyou's eyes brightened, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon turning the corner, he saw a few survivors holding supplies and shining flashlights. He had taken a few steps forward when he immediately sensed something was off. The group stood frozen and placed their flashlights collectively aimed at the ceiling behind Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou directed the light towards their faces, and he gasped in shock. Without exception, all of them had their eyes wide open, silently staring at the direction illuminated by the flashlight. In the next moment, a chill surged from above Li Zuoyou's back. Goo! Thud! 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 Came a series of dull, crushing sounds from the ceiling. It seemed that something had already moved to the top of his head. Instinctively, Li Zuoyou wanted to look up, but reason pulled him back from this action. These people had most likely turned into this state after locking eyes with that thing. Cannot look. Cannot look. Cannot look. Li Zuoyou decisively fired a shot at the ceiling, the gunfire instantly resonating throughout the entire floor. A cold system prompt chimed simultaneously. Ding. Discovered ID 01631. Stare gained 1,000 survival points. Without a moment's thought, Li Zuoyou sprinted forward, seizing a bag of rice from a person in front of him. The inertia caused that person to fall backward, and when they hit the ground they fell apart, like a disassembled puppet, their head and limbs severing in succession. Li Zuoyou had no time to process this. He just kept running. He knew that the structure of such supermarkets was designed in a return shape. As long as he made a loop to the cashier's exit, he could return to the staircase leading upstairs. The flickering lights, accompanied by rapid breathing, made Li Zuoyou pause slightly as he turned a corner. The corridor and the shelves were filled with survivors who were gazing upward. A quick glance showed there were at least 100 of them. These people were likely survivors who had come down to search for supplies after the disaster, but unfortunately none had managed to leave. From afar, he heard the sound of metal squeezing from the ceiling again. Li Zuoyou had no time to think. He began to weave through the crowd, staying alert at all times. He did not choose to rush in recklessly. After all, who knew if there was something sinister hidden among this crowd that could surprise him? The light illuminated the pale faces, mingled with a faint stench of decay. This caused Li Zuoyou significant mental pressure. Simply passing through these people felt exhausting. Fortunately, the entire process was fraught with danger, but no disaster. However, the sounds behind him were getting closer, prompting him to dash towards the cashier's exit. Just 10 meters away from the cashier's exit, the flashlight beam illuminated a figure standing in front of one of the cash registers. Li Zuoyou initially thought this person was like the other survivors, but as he got closer, he realized the woman was standing sideways, dressed in a supermarket uniform, one pale hand holding a scanner raised in the air, her head maintaining a level gaze. An indescribable sense of eeriness made him halt in his tracks. This was a primal instinctive warning. Suddenly, the woman's profile stiffly turned towards him. At the same time, the flashlight's beam dimmed and began to flicker continuously. The dim light once again cloaked the woman in darkness, leaving only a vague outline. Ding. 04162 cashier gained 1,000 survival points. The system's cold prompt echoed, and after flickering twice, the flashlight completely extinguished. Darkness, chill, and the sounds slowly emanating from not far behind. A bead of sweat slid down Li Zuoyou's forehead. He bent down and quickly fished a lighter out of his pocket. Click. The crisp sound rang out. The lighter failed to ignite on the first attempt. Click. On the second attempt, an orange flame flickered to life. The weak glow spread out, revealing 2 pale legs. There was no doubt that the cashier had already approached Li. The distance was very close, so close that he could reach out and touch her. Li Zuoyou froze in place, maintaining a kneeling position. This was bad. He was being targeted by this thing. He held his breath and tightened his grip on the revolver. At that moment, a woman's upside-down face dropped down from above. The cold aura emanating from her forehead was nearly pressed against Li Zuoyou's forehead. He could distinctly feel that the fine sweat on his forehead had crystallized at this moment. "Sir, do you have a membership with our store?" Fragmented and mechanical words echoed like viscous ice slurry pouring down from above, causing Li Zuoyou's consciousness to begin separating from his body. At this moment, a drowsy sensation enveloped his entire body. The fingers pressing the lighter gradually relaxed, and the flame grew ever fainter. "As long as I stay here, I can become a member. This supermarket will also become mine. I can make more people come down to accompany me." Hee. Li Zuoyou twitched all over, murmuring with the corners of his mouth slowly lifting into a strange arc. The flame on the lighter flickered twice before it was completely extinguished. Darkness and silence engulfed the surroundings once more. Li Zuoyou could feel that his consciousness was connected to his flesh by only the thinnest of threads. If this thread were to snap, he would fall into a deep sleep, or rather be completely assimilated. He clung to the last shred of reason, feeling the position of his right hand. Bang! The sparks that burst from the gun's muzzle instantly dispelled the darkness. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the flames flared up again. The staircase connecting the first floor of the building to the basement was divided into light and dark segments by sunlight streaming in from outside. A figure darted out from the shadows, awkwardly crawling up the stairs using hands and feet. After climbing the last step, Li Zuoyou fell backward, gasping for air. Looking at the 5-kilogram bag of rice beside him, he felt that being a beast of burden in his original world wasn't so bad after all. At least he wouldn't risk his life for a bag of rice. Not daring to linger, Li Zuoyou adjusted himself and crawled up, carrying the rice toward the exit. God knows whether that thing in the basement would come after him. Hiss. "Oh, that feels good." A skinny man was taking deep puffs from a cigarette beside a tricycle, his messy hair blowing together in the gentle breeze. "Tiger brother, this load has saved us quite a bit of effort." "Huh. That's the way it is." The muscular man named Tiger Brother grinned, raising an eyebrow in response. "Ah Chong, trust me. Let's just guard this spot and wait for those collecting supplies to come by. Oh, why risk going in?" Isn't that the truth?" Ah Chong chuckled, awkwardly glancing at the father and son lying in it. Just minutes ago, the two had killed a father and son who had come out from the building searching for supplies. The child had almost no combat ability and was lifeless after Ah Chong struck him in the neck. The man quickly fell into a pool of blood under the combined assault of the two. Unfortunately, the father and son's mountaineering bag contained only some sportswear and shoes with no food. They must have searched the 4th floor sports supply section, hoping to return to their group with new clothes and shoes to trade for food. Then Ah Chong's keen eyes spotted the tricycle that Li Zuoyou had hidden against the side of the building. The two rushed to the tricycle, and upon opening Li Zuoyou's backpack, were instantly overjoyed. Ah Chong pulled out 2 bottles of beer from the backpack and handed one to Tiger Brother. The two clinked their bottles together and took a hefty swig. "Oh, nice." The two exchanged smiles, but Tiger Brother suddenly looked to the side, prompting Ah Chong to turn his head as well. A young man stood not far away, holding a bag of rice and looking in their direction. The two assessed Li Zuoyou briefly before their gazes fell on the bag of rice in his hands. Ah Chong beamed. "Hey brother, come over for a drink." He raised one hand with the beer bottle while secretly gripping the handle of a knife behind him. Tiger Brother instantly understood Ah Chong's intention to lure the young man over to kill him. He slightly turned to block the axe at his waist and added, "We're all from the same convoy. Let's team up so we can look out for each other in the future." Seeing Li Zuoyou step this way, Tiger Brother exchanged a glance with Ah Chong, then pulled out the pack of cigarettes he had just opened and approached. "Here brother, have a smoke." Li Zuoyou smiled and nodded, quickening his pace toward Tiger Brother. When they were 4 or 5 steps apart, Li Zuoyou suddenly reached behind him and drew out a revolver. Tiger Brother's pupils constricted, unable to react in time. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a large patch of red appeared on his chest. He staggered back 2 steps and fell straight to the ground. On the other side, Ah Chong was startled, causing him to fumble the beer bottle, which fell to the ground and shattered into shards. Seeing the gun now aimed at him, Ah Chong turned and ran. Bang! Li Zuoyou's eyes narrowed slightly, and he actually missed. He adjusted his breathing, switched to using both hands to hold the gun, and aimed at Ah Chong's back. He then let out a wail. Li Zuoyou holstered his revolver, pulled the axe from Tiger Brother's body, and walked over. Ah Chong struggled on the ground. He then let out a wail. Li Zuoyou holstered his revolver, pulled the axe from Tiger Brother's body, and walked over. Ah Chong struggled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. A shadow slowly loomed over from behind. Ah Chong flipped over, flailing his arms and shouting, Brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me. The tricycle is yours. You can take whatever you want." The glaring sunlight made it impossible for him to see Li Zuoyou's expression. Despite this, he still made an effort to widen his eyes, hoping to see a glimmer of hope. What awaited him, however, was the cleaving of an axe. The axe struck Ah Chang's forehead, and his pleas for mercy were abruptly cut off. Li Zuoyou yanked, but the blade got stuck in the skull and couldn't be pulled out. He stepped on Ah Chang's corpse and shook the axe handle from side to side before successfully pulling it out. A shriek echoed. Li Zuoyou turned to look. At the entrance of the building, the student council president, Su Jie, and a boy were staring at him in terror. Seeing Li Zuoyou turn his gaze, the boy hurriedly grabbed Su Jie by one arm, pulling her to flee toward the outskirts of the town. Li Zuoyou paid no mind, wiping the blood from the axe with Ah Chang's clothes, then pulling out his machete and heading toward the tricycle. At this moment, he noticed an additional mountaineering bag in the truck bed. Upon opening it, he found it filled with new clothes and shoes with a digital sports watch resting on top. Li Zuoyou put on the watch, which displayed the time as 1527. If he remembered correctly, Ji Fei had informed them to return to the convoy before 4 p.m. It seems he needed to get back to the convoy. Li Zuoyou flicked the revolver, causing the 6 empty shells in the cylinder to slide out in succession. Then he loaded the remaining 3 ordinary bullets and a dark gold bullet into the cylinder, tidied up a bit, and pedaled the tricycle towards the outskirts of the town. Upon returning to the convoy, Li Zuoyou saw Su Jie and the boy standing beside Ji Fei talking about something, and the 3 of them turned to look in his direction. Li Zuoyou continued pedaling toward the back of the line while the survivors he passed intentionally avoided him. Soon after, Ji Fei came over with the 2. Li Zuoyou, I heard from Su Jie that she saw you kill the survivors of the convoy. Is that true? Ji Fei stopped in front of Li Zuoyou and asked in a deep voice. Li Zuoyou, while organizing the supplies in the truck bed, without even lifting his head, replied, No. I killed them. Ji Fei frowned slightly, evidently taken aback by Li Zuoyou's candor, and pressed further, Why did you kill them? Li Zuoyou paused his movements, turned to Ji Fei, and retorted, Do I need to explain myself to you? As his words fell, Su Jie, who had been hiding behind Ji Fei, suddenly spoke up. Captain Ji, the Li Zuoyou I knew before wasn't like this. I have reason to suspect that the current Li Zuoyou might be possessed by a demon. The short-haired young man beside her chimed in, That's right. How could a college student kill someone without even flinching? Captain Ji, you didn't see his eyes at that moment. They were utterly devoid of humanity. Ji Fei snapped back sternly, Both of you stop spreading panic. There are awakened ones in the convoy responsible for this. If an anomaly had infiltrated the convoy, the alarm would have sounded. With that, he stepped forward and tapped Li Zuoyou's collar twice with his finger. Kid, I don't meddle in what happens outside the convoy, nor do I have the energy for it. But in warning you once back, in the convoy, robbery, theft, coercion, intimidation, or harming any survivor is strictly forbidden. These are the convoy's ironclad rules. If you break them, I won't let you off. Li Zuoyou remained silent, staring calmly at Ji Fei. They locked eyes for a few seconds before Ji Fei turned and left. Li Zuoyou's gaze then shifted to Su Jie and the short-haired young man, his expression carrying a faint, ambiguous smile. Su Jie and the short-haired young man didn't dare linger. They hurriedly followed Ji Fei and whispered anxiously, Captain Ji, now that Li Zuoyou knows we reported him, what if he deliberately retaliates against us during the next supply run? Ji Fei glanced at them and said, I've already warned him. At the very least, he won't dare to do anything to you inside the convoy. As for the supply runs, just steer clear of him. I'm not your babysitter. Su Jie and the other watched Ji Fei stride away, momentarily speechless. They could only silently return to the group. It was nearing 4 p.m. Survivors carrying supplies began trickling back from the town. Among them were the young man and woman who had encountered Li Zuoyou earlier. The woman still held the rescued infant in her arms. A blonde-haired man carrying 2 large urea bags stood out conspicuously in the crowd. He strode like a victorious general, loading the 2 urea bags onto the footboard of his electric scooter before beckoning a young girl to sit on the back seat. Li Zuoyou squinted slightly. How did that blonde scavenge so much? At the stroke of 4 p.m., the lead modified off-road vehicle started its engine and the convoy slowly began to move. Some women whose husbands or children had yet to return grew frantic, shouting loudly, Wait. Please wait, there are still people who haven't come out. A few elderly individuals even lay down on the ground, hoping to force the convoy to stop. A child of 7 or 8, gazing toward the town, wiped away tears in desperation. But the convoy did not slow down, moving forward like a train steadily departing. They traveled onward and stopped by a river at dusk. 10 people disembarked from a bus in the middle of the convoy, each carrying several empty bags. Once everyone at the rear had gathered, the 10 dispersed to collect 30% of the supplies. Ji Fei stood nearby with a pen and paper, making records. Those who failed to hand over supplies this time would be forcibly sent out on the next supply run, and upon return, they would have to make up for the missing quota. But all of this presupposed that those people would survive until then. A tall woman in a white coat approached Li Zuoyou. Her long hair was casually tied up. She appeared to be in her 30s with delicate features and an air of scholarly grace. "Hello, I'm Yu Ming, the convoy's doctor. I'm here to collect the supplies." Yu Ming extended a fair hand intending to shake Li Zuoyou's. Li Zuoyou merely tilted his chin toward the truck bed. 33 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of beer, 6 cans of dace with fermented black beans, 4 cans of yellow peach, 12 marinated eggs, 5 kilograms of rice, 2 5-liter bottles of water, 3 windbreakers, 3 pairs of sweatpants, 2 pairs of sneakers, and 1 set of children's clothing. Yu Ming softly acknowledged with an "N.M., opened the bags one by one, and took 2 cans of dace, 2 cans of yellow peach, 4 marinated eggs, and 1 kilogram of rice from Li Zuoyou. Finally, she hesitated, staring at the beer in the truck bed, as if wrestling with an inner decision. Li Zuoyou simply picked up a bottle of beer and placed it into her bag. "Is that enough?" Yu Ming slightly bowed, her voice soft as she murmured, "Thank you," twice. After she left, Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, set up a pot over a fire, poured in water and rice, and began to cook. Soon the aroma of steamed rice wafted through the air. He then opened a can of dace with fermented black beans and spooned it over the rice. The combined fragrance grew even more enticing. Survivors not far from Li Zuoyou turned their heads, swallowing repeatedly. The blonde-haired man, clutching something unknown in his arms, took a deep breath of the rice scent and scurried over to Li Zuoyou. Brother, can I trade you for a can of dace with fermented black beans?" "Sure, what do you have to trade?" Li Zuoyou flicked the ash from his cigarette. The blonde pulled out a tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush from his chest. Li Zuoyou shook his head slightly. "No deal." As if anticipating that toothpaste and a toothbrush wouldn't sway Li Zuoyou, the blonde then produced a bag of dried vegetables from his pocket. "Brother, this is a real gem. Dried vegetables, packed with vitamins." Seeing Li Zuoyou unmoved, the blonde gritted his teeth and furrowed his brow, wrestling with a painful decision. Slap. He slammed his last item onto the ground, a pack of awaken nuts. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but smirk. So the blonde's most prized possession was this pack of betel nuts. He handed a can of dace to the blonde, completing the exchange. Though Li Zuoyou didn't chew betel nuts, keeping this pack might come in handy later when the blonde was truly desperate, allowing him to barter for more goods. At the same time, a dwarf in his 30s stepped out of the RV at the head of the convoy. He stretched lazily, took the cigarette tucked behind his ear, lit it, and took a couple of puffs. Then he walked to the lead modified off-road vehicle, knocked twice on the passenger door, and called out, "Uncle Lai." The door slowly opened, and a man in his 50s leaned out halfway, saying gently, "Let me see." The dwarf handed him a folded piece of paper. Uncle Lai unfolded the paper, scanned it briefly, and immediately furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, "Jian camping ground. What? Are we going there? Did the governor say why we need to go there?" The dwarf spread his hands, saying, "The governor never explains anything to me, even though he is my own brother." He looked around, resting one hand on the car door, and lowered his voice. "I can sense that the place we are heading to this time will be very dangerous." Uncle Lai's eyes widened slightly. "Tell me, what are you thinking?" The dwarf merely smiled and turned back, saying, "I have the governor's orders to deliver to Ji Fei. I'm leaving now." Uncle Lai reached out, wanting to stop the dwarf, but could only helplessly point at his back and shout, "You really need to change your habit of leaving half the sentence unfinished." Uncle Lai closed the car door again, looking at the paper in his hand. "Departure at 0517 sharp. Arrive at the Jian camp base before 1600. In between was a route map showing the path the convoy would take. The dwarf walked among the convoy, and everyone in the middle section respectfully greeted him, saying, "Brother Minghong." The dwarf nodded slightly in response. Finally, he stopped beside the bus in front of a simple table. Ji Fei and Lu Mei were preparing to eat, and Ji Fei poured a bag of warm milk into a bowl softly, saying, "Wife, drink it while it's hot." Lu Mei smiled like a blooming flower, cradling the bowl filled with hot milk in her hands, the warmth seeping into her palms, momentarily alleviating some of the pressure brought by the apocalypse. Seeing the suddenly arriving dwarf, both of them instinctively wanted to stand up to greet him. The dwarf raised his hand to signal, "It's fine. It's fine." He indicated that they need not rise. Ji Fei warmly invited, "Brother Minghong, would you like to eat with us? Your rations are limited, and Amei is pregnant now, so don't be polite with me." As he spoke, the dwarf reached for a cigarette, but withdrew his hand upon seeing Lu Mei's belly. Ji Fei seemed to realize something and softly asked, "Is there a command from the governor?" The dwarf did not answer directly, instead pressing a folded note under the cup. "We'll look at it after we finish eating." During the waiting period, he opened the system. Current points, 4,000. To upgrade the system to level 2, 10,000 points are needed. Clearly, upgrading the system was not an option at the moment. Considering this practical operation, the instability of the revolver and his poor shooting skills resulted in a very low hit rate for medium to long-range targets. So should he spend 3,000 points to upgrade the revolver? After much thought, Li Zuoyou decided against it. He currently only had 3 ordinary bullets and a dark gold bullet, and his ammunition was not plentiful. If he pursued precision and upgraded the revolver, the remaining 1,000 points could only exchange for 2 dark gold bullets, which would be too risky. At present, after resolving the issues of food and water, Zuoyou only considered 2 matters. First, to quickly gather 10,000 points to upgrade the system and unlock new items. Second, to leverage the power of the awakened ones in the convoy to subdue the anomalies and complete the first containment of the anomaly. With that thought, Zuoyou's homemade rice bowl was also cooked. After a day of travel, he was now both tired and hungry. Without caring about the hot food, Zuoyou began to eat heartily. In the distance, some survivors, without supplies, chose to wade into the river to catch fish. In a short while, some people came ashore with the fish they caught, while others were swept away by the seemingly calm. In the apocalypse, everyone was doing their utmost to survive, and at this moment, the phrase survival of the fittest became even more tangible. After finishing his meal, Ji Fei opened the note left by the dwarf, Shi Minghong, and his expression gradually darkened. Lu Mei noticed and gently placed a hand on his arm, saying, "Husband." Ji Fei forced a smile. "Wife, I need to talk to Rongjing." Lu Mei nodded with a smile. "Go ahead, I'll clean up here." Ji Fei stood up and found the girl with twin ponytails wearing an Ultraman mask in the convoy. The two went to a secluded place. "This is the order just given by the governor. Take a look." Ji Fei handed the note to Rongjing. Rongjing stared at the note, her eyes widened beneath the mask, and she gestured with her fingers. "Are we supposed to take 10 to 15 survivors to search for the Jian camp base? Does that mean the survivors we take could all die?" Sign language. Ji Fei nodded solemnly. "It clearly states that the survival probability for ordinary survivors is only 10. Rongjing continued gesturing to find Dr. Chin's access card. "Sacrificing these people isn't fair, and who would be willing to go to their deaths?" Sign language. Rongjing. Ji Fei took a deep breath. "The governor's decisions at this moment are the optimal solutions. We should not question them, nor do we have the ability to do so. That access card must be found. How do we choose those 10 to 15? How many survivors are left at the back of the convoy?" Rongjing. "Before dinner I took note. We lost 37 people searching for supplies in Lishui town today, and we currently have 169 survivors left. I will prioritize those who haven't contributed supplies. Considering search efficiency, I mean to gather 15 people." Ji Fei replied. Rongjing pondered for a moment and signed. "No. 10 is enough. Oh, I am confident in finding the access card. Trust me." Ji Fei knew well this girl's temper and finally compromised helplessly. "All right. Then let's choose 10. After the two separated, Ji Fei returned to the back of the convoy. Upon hearing that 5 more had been swept away by the river while trying to catch fish, a sense of helplessness engulfed him. He sighed lightly, took out the survivor roster, crossed out several names, and then glanced around. After a moment of silence, Ji Fei slowly called out the names of 10 people. Those called appeared before Ji Fei, some looking bewildered. Ji Fei spoke in a deep voice. "Tomorrow there will be a mission led by me and Rongjing. Upon completion, each person will receive a unified ration from the convoy, and any debts will be cleared. Furthermore, if you unfortunately perish during the mission, your rations will be given to your family or companions." A boy who looked like he was still in high school weakly raised his hand. "Our report, Captain. I am the only one left in my family." Ji Fei looked at the boy, the roster in his hand slowly tapping against his pants, seemingly contemplating something. "Then you should step out and make room for someone else." A cold voice came from not far away. The crowd turned to look. A teenager leaned against a rock with a beer bottle in hand, wearing a nonchalant expression. In an instant, the crowd around began to whisper. "This Zuoyou just killed someone today, and now he's volunteering for a mission. He has supplies too. Oh, I really don't know what he's after. I think he's just looking for chances to kill someone like him. Must have a twisted mind. Shoo, keep it down, don't let him hear. It's better to stay away from someone like that." Ji Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly pacing in front of Zuoyou. "Why, oi?" In response to Ji Fei's question, Zuoyou nonchalantly took a sip of beer and replied, "I want to acquire more resources. Is that reason sufficient?" Ji Fei stared at Zuoyou for a few seconds. This young man, who looked to be only around 20, had killed someone during the day over a dispute regarding resources. Now he was requesting to participate in tomorrow's mission, and given the resources he possessed, there was no need for him to take such a risk. What could possibly be motivating this decision? Clearly, Ji Fei did not trust Zuoyou's reasoning. He found it hard to believe that Zuoyou was acting out of goodwill to save this high school student. Originally, Ji Fei thought that with his years of life experience, he could gauge a person's thoughts with just a glance, but at that moment he found it impossible to see through Zuoyou. Finally, he gave up trying to fathom Zuoyou's intentions and said softly, "Once I write your name down, you will have no chance to regret it. Now I ask you once more, are you certain you want to take his place?" Zuoyou gestured as if to raise a toast, and said, "Go ahead and write it down." Ji Fei nodded and wrote Zuoyou's name. As he finished the last character, a flicker of curiosity arose within him. Would Zuoyou survive this mission? But on second thought, an ordinary person facing the bazaar was like a moth colliding with a truck with no means of defense. The path was chosen by him, so he had no one to blame. Ji Fei waved his hand and called out, "We set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone should rest well and recharge their spirits." The group dispersed. The high school student who had been replaced by Li Zuoyou ran up and knelt before him, bowing his head and saying, "Thank you, big brother, thank you." "There's no need to thank me. I never intended to save you." Li Zuoyou did not stop walking and passed right by the high school student. From a distance, Rong Jing witnessed everything that had just transpired. Her gaze lingered on Li Zuoyou's back for a moment before she turned and boarded the bus. After finishing his beer, Li Zuoyou came to the riverside with the toothpaste and toothbrush he had obtained. He wanted to wash himself thoroughly with the river water as he had started to emit a sour odor. At the riverbank, the blonde guy had been washing for a while now, and in the moonlight one could see the not-so-attractive tattoo on his back. Seeing Li Zuoyou approach, the blonde guy cheerfully handed him a bottle of shampoo, saying, "Brother, this is freshly looted from today. It's a brand-name product and works great." Li Zuoyou said nothing further, took the shampoo, and poured some onto his head. To be honest, his scalp was indeed. The blonde guy noticed that Li Zuoyou was being casual with him, and moved closer, asking, "Brother, I heard you killed someone today. Are you also in this line of work?" Li Zuoyou thought for a moment, and replied seriously, "Yeah, I used to hang around Temple Street." The blonde guy scratched his head, saying, "Temple Street? Where is that? Do you know Causeway Bay?" Li Zuoyou glanced at the blonde guy. The blonde guy shook his head repeatedly, saying, "No, I don't know." He smiled awkwardly and added, "Actually, I've never left my town. I only managed to escape when the Calamity broke out." Upon hearing this, Li Zuoyou thought he would have to enlighten this blonde guy today. So he said, "Causeway Bay is a gathering place for various gangs and export. Back in the day, my brothers and I had ambitions and opened a stall, but shortly after starting we were rated an average of 4 times a day, and within a year 6 brothers died." Wow. The blonde guy somehow produced a bath towel and began scrubbing Li Zuoyou's back, asking eagerly, "What happened next? What happened next?" Li Zuoyou smirked and said, "A fortune teller once told me that my success would come at the cost of countless bones, but I disagree. I believe that whether one lives or dies in this world is entirely up to oneself." The blonde guy agreed, saying, "Right on, brother, that's the way it is." Li Zuoyou raised his hands and continued, "One night, I armed myself with twin blades and hacked my way from Saigon Street all the way to Public Square Street, swinging my blades relentlessly without even blinking an eye." The blonde guy swallowed hard and asked, "So, brother, how many people did you hack? Who has the time to count?" Li Zuoyou waved his hand dismissively. "After it was done, I just let the cops come wash the streets." The blonde guy's eyes widened as he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Awesome, brother. Hey, it's all in the past. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have bothered to mention it." After feeling he was sufficiently clean, Li Zuoyou casually replied and stepped out of the river. The blonde guy hurriedly asked, "Brother, how should I address you?" Li Zuoyou did not turn back and said, "Li Zuoyou. Friends in the underworld call me Twin Blades Li." The blonde guy nodded with a slight bow, saying, "Li Zuoyou, you can call me Xiao Xie or Huang Mao." Li Zuoyou raised his hand to indicate that he understood. His previous clothes were already worn out and his shoes were in tatters. Li Zuoyou simply discarded them and changed into new clothes and shoes. After bathing in the river, he instantly felt much lighter. Li Zuoyou pushed his tricycle to a less crowded spot, preparing to rest there for the night. Just then a sexy woman with wet hair approached him after finishing her bath. The woman, partially wrapped in her clothes, revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin and was unbothered by the risk of exposure as she directly sat down opposite him. Li Zuoyou vaguely remembered her. She seemed to be a female internet celebrity known as Mao Mao Luo Li. Despite having Loli in her name, she was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and with her hot figure she was anything but a lowly. "Hey, can I take a minute of your time, handsome?" Mao Mao Luo Li said softly. "No, I need to sleep. Go find someone else." Li Zuoyou laid back with his hands behind his head, not bothering to look at the woman again. Mao Mao Luo Li bit her lip, seemingly a bit surprised by Li Zuoyou's response. She stood up, unwilling to give up, and said softly, "I noticed you've always been alone. Can I be your girl?" Li Zuoyou couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Huh?" Mao Mao Luo Li looked a bit annoyed and asked, "What's so funny? Is it that hilarious?" Li Zuoyou looked at her teasingly, saying, "I remember I've been in the convoy for 5 days now, right? Why didn't I see you trying to date me before? Now that I have resources, and if I don't return from the mission tomorrow, my family and companions can claim their rations, you suddenly show up." Mao Mao Luo Li hurriedly explained, I was a bit shy before. So Li Zuoyou raised his hand to interrupt her, saying, Enough. Put away your little thoughts. If you think you can benefit from me, forget it for this life and the next. Go away." Li Zuoyou's words made the cat-like Lola's face turn red with anger. She took a deep breath, turned around to leave, and after a few steps glared fiercely at Li Zuoyou. "You're just an ordinary person with a bit of supplies, so what are you pretending for? What's so great about it?" Li Zuoyou, let me tell you, never provoke women, especially beautiful ones. In response, Li Zuoyou completely ignored her. Seeing this, the cat-like lowly gripped the corners of her clothes tighter and stomped her foot as she hurried away. However, even in the apocalypse, sycophants had not gone extinct. Upon seeing the angry expression of the cat-like lowly, a few men quickly surrounded her, asking if she was being bullied. With a look of grievance, the cat-like lowly pointed in the direction of Li Zuoyou, and the originally indignant men suddenly lost their confidence. Now the news of Li Zuoyou killing people for supplies had spread among the survivors at the back of the convoy, with Su Jia playing a significant role in this, as she made sure to tell everyone. Thus the men began to persuade the cat-like lowly not to stoop to the level of such a person. Naturally, Li Zuoyou wasn't interested in dealing with these insignificant people. What mattered most was to maintain his spirit for the important mission the next day. The next day the convoy set off on time. The system's survival points had reached 5,000. Huang Mao immediately rode over on his electric scooter to Li Zuoyou's side. Brother Li, if you ride my little electric scooter, you'll save a lot of effort, and he'll ride your tricycle. Li Zuoyou thought for a moment, but still rejected Huang Mao. He didn't want any mishaps with his supplies at such a critical time. Huang Mao didn't say much more, and smiled, replying, "Then brother, just let me know when you want to switch." The convoy continued on its way, stopping at 1540 in the afternoon, 2 kilometers away from the Jian camping base. Li Zuoyou jumped off the tricycle, raised a large bottle of mineral water, and gulped down several mouthfuls. After riding all the way, his legs were now feeling a persistent soreness. Ji Fei distributed a bottle of mineral water and a piece of compressed food to each of the 10 people designated yesterday to replenish their energy. After resting for half an hour, Rong Jing found Ji Fei signaling that it was time to set off. The 9 people were bidding farewell to their family or companions. This was the first time the convoy was sending out 2 awakeners at once, and the danger was self-evident. For ordinary people, this journey likely meant there would be no chance of survival. Lu Mei, pregnant, urged Ji Fei and Rong Jing to be sure to pay attention to their safety. At some point, the dwarf Shi Minghong stood on the roof of the RV, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking this way, as the smoke he exhaled slowly dissipated in the breeze. Ji Fei noticed the dwarf's gaze and nodded at him. The dwarf expressionlessly nodded back. Set off. With Ji Fei's command, he and Rong Jing officially led the 10 people towards the Jian camping base. Along the way, everyone was silent, seemingly lost in their own thoughts. As they approached the camping base, Ji Fei spoke up, reminding them, "Once we enter the camping base, everyone spread out. The only task is to find a security access card for Dr. Chun. Once we find it, we will immediately withdraw, and no matter how enticing the supplies we see, keep your hands to yourselves to avoid triggering the bizarre killing patterns." Understood. Understood, everyone responded in unison. Shortly after the group arrived at the entrance of the Jian camping, the entire perimeter of the entrance was surrounded by caution tape, some of which was damaged and had broken, with one end fluttering in the wind. Firstly, this caution tape was definitely not put up after the disaster. By that time, order had already collapsed, and putting up caution tape would have been meaningless. Moreover, the degree of damage to the tape indicated that it had been there for at least a month. This meant that something had indeed happened here before the disaster. Upon entering the camping base, Ji Fei gestured for everyone to spread out and search. The base was large, with various camping tents distributed throughout. Some tents even had telescopes set up for astronomy enthusiasts. In the center of the base was a giant bonfire pit, presumably for the base visitors to gather around at night. Li Zuoyou searched while observing his surroundings. Soon he discovered something very unusual. Throughout the tents, he searched both inside and out. The items were logically speaking, if an accident had occurred here, the crowd would have panicked, knocking things over or scattering items, which would leave some signs of disorder. But Li Zuoyou saw none of that. Moreover, up to this point, he had not seen a single corpse. If it was said that the relevant authorities had sealed off the area and prohibited visitors from entering, how could there be so many visitor tents? Furthermore, if the authorities had dealt with the situation after the accident, there would at least be marks on the ground. However, Li Zuoyou saw no such marks. Wait. Li Zuoyou suddenly stopped in his tracks. Where would the relevant departments set up tents for their investigation? Thinking of this, Li Zuoyou stopped searching the surrounding tents and headed straight towards the outer perimeter. Sure enough, at the edge of the tent area, in a place with a better view, Li Zuoyou spotted a larger rectangular. This black tent was completely different in style from those of the visitor tents. Li Zuoyou took out his revolver and cautiously approached the black tent. After not finding anything unusual, he slightly lifted the corner of the door curtain with the gun muzzle. Inside the tent was a simple office desk, and one side of the tent was lined with uniforms, all bearing the insignia of the Supernatural Bureau. This had to be it. Li Zuoyou didn't immediately notify the others, but instead entered the tent alone. In Li Zuoyou's memory, he had never heard of any reports or information related to the Supernatural Bureau, clearly indicating that this department did not exist in the public's view. So what secrets were they hiding? What could possibly lead a convoy to search for a security access card after the disaster? Li Zuoyou searched around the tent, but found nothing useful, let alone that access card. On the office desk, there were only some documents and an ashtray with a few cigarette butts left inside. The top document recorded 362 missing visitors and their related information. Li Zuoyou glanced around, and then slowly crouched down to look at the bottom of the desk. There he spotted a small black. For Li Zuoyou, who had loved hiding things since childhood, this unfamiliar Dr. Chen felt like a kindred spirit. Li Zuoyou took the small black box and opened the lid. Inside lay a red access card and a recording pen made of a material resembling gold. A recording pen made of gold. This couldn't just be for looks, it must have been made of gold for some specific reason. This reminded Li Zuoyou of his dark gold bullets. The content recorded in this recording pen immediately piqued his interest. With the press of the recording pen's play button, a slightly weary, yet magnetic voice emanated. March 7, 2026, Dr. Chen's record. On March 3rd, all tourists at the Jian camping base went missing. On March 4th, my unit dispatched me to investigate with Military Commissioner Xiang as my assistant. We investigated for 3 days and deployed helicopters to search the surrounding area, yet we found no clues about the missing tourists. Without a doubt, this is a supernatural incident. Hearing this, Li Zuoyou checked the time. The disaster broke out on April 5, 2026, meaning that supernatural events had already occurred before the disaster. From the existence of the Supernatural Bureau, it can be inferred that supernatural incidents had been happening even before the disaster. The response from various places was to suppress the matter as much as possible, creating a facade of peace. As a result, on April 5, when the disaster fully erupted, the vast majority of people were completely unprepared and lost their lives. On that day, the original host was just attending class at the university when the apocalypse struck. Based on my speculation, it is highly likely that the anomaly is still within the camping base, judging from the 2 previous supernatural cases I handled. There was no evidence of an anomaly that could Based on my speculation, it is highly likely that the anomaly is still within the camping base, judging from the 2 previous supernatural cases I handled. There was no evidence of an anomaly that could simultaneously kill many people and wander around. Therefore, I requested Military Commissioner Xiang to use the powers of an awaken to investigate the camping base, but he refused, claiming that his body had reached its limits. I understand that using awakened powers can cause irreversible damage to the body, but Military Commissioner Xiang's physical condition is not as he described. What then prompted him to act this way? Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that awakened individuals did not only appear after the disaster. The interesting question is, which came first, the awakened or the supernatural phenomena? After tonight, this investigation will conclude. To be honest, I feel somewhat reluctant. There are still many things we haven't clarified. The recording abruptly ended here. Li Zuoyou looked at the recording pen and the memory card in his hand. Did Dr. Chen and his team leave and intentionally hide the recording pen and memory card here? This was clearly impossible. There was only one explanation left. That night, Dr. Chen and his team had encountered a strange attack. Li Zuoyou considered for a moment, then tucked the recording pen into his belongings, carefully recovering the small black box that held the memory card, and stepped out of the black tent. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. Li Zuoyou scanned the area and quickly spotted Ji Fei and Rong Jing. He then strode towards them. As he passed by the giant bonfire again, a faint blue flame had quietly risen within the bonfire. The memory card has been found. Li Zuoyou shook the small black box in his hand. Ji Fei took the box, confirmed it was correct, and then he patted Li Zuoyou's shoulder heavily. Well done, I'll tell the convoy to reward you with some extra supplies later. A pair of eyes behind a mask had been fixed on Li Zuoyou since he arrived. This made Li Zuoyou feel somewhat uncomfortable, and he couldn't understand why the girl with the ponytail was staring at him. Li Zuoyou simply looked back at the girl, the two maintaining eye contact, seemingly trying to glean more information from each other's eyes. Ji Fei glanced at the two and interrupted. All right, since the mission is complete, let's hurry and call the others to retreat. After saying this, he scanned the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing. Earlier they could still see the figures of other survivors, but now not a single shadow was in sight. Something seems off. Ji Fei whispered, reaching for the white salt pouch at his waist. Li Zuoyou and Rong Jing ceased their gazes at each other, each looking in a different direction. Wherever they looked, not a single figure could be seen. Boom! The large bonfire in the center of the camping base suddenly flared up. The eerie blue flames instantly shot into the sky, dyeing the surroundings in the same color. Almost simultaneously, Ji Fei grabbed a handful of white salt and sprinkled it on himself and Rong Jing. Black blood began to slowly drip from Ji Fei's nostrils and eyes. It was evident that this was Ji Fei suffering a backlash after using his awakened powers. Meanwhile, the unprotected Li Zuoyou vanished before their eyes. Rong Jing, hurry. This anomaly temporarily can't affect us. Ji Fei, not caring to wipe the blood from his face, shouted anxiously, reaching out to grab Rong Jing's arm. Rong Jing, however, sidestepped, leaving his hand empty. You take the memory card and leave first. Oh, I have to go save people. Rong Jing sighed. What? Ji Fei was taken aback, his brow furrowing tightly. Have you forgotten what our mission is? You can't put yourself in danger for a few survivors. That's irresponsible to the convoy. But as he spoke, one of Rong Jing's hands had already pressed upon the mask. As the mask was removed, a delicate young girl's face was revealed. On both sides of the girl's cheeks, black veins gradually bulged, contrasting sharply with her fair complexion. This made her appear both stunning and terrifying, or rather possessing an alternative sense of beauty. Captain, the governor has not granted you the authority to command me during this operation, so I will take responsibility for my own actions. The sound was like ice striking, and a chilling aura seeped from Rong Jing's mouth as she spoke. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Rong Jing, Ji Fei let out a heavy sigh. Don't waste too much time. I don't know how long the governor will keep the convoy waiting. Rong Jing said nothing, nodding at Ji Fei. Thus the two turned and left in opposite directions. Rong Jing walked step by step towards the burning bonfire. Pop, pop, pop. The salt grains attached to her body began to fall off one by one like exploding pop. At this moment, Li Zuoyou felt as if he had entered another space. The surrounding tents had all disappeared. The area became open and dark, with only the bonfire nearby flickering with eerie blue flames. By the bonfire sat a solitary figure with a pile of bones not far from him. Although the man's clothes were dirty, Li Zuoyou could recognize the style. It was the work uniform of the Supernatural Bureau that he had seen in the tent. Li Zuoyou pressed his hand on the gun handle and cautiously approached the bonfire. The man seemed to sense the movement and turned his head to look. His gaunt face had deeply sunken eye sockets and somewhat pale lips. All of this suggested that this man had been here for a long time and was quite weak. Upon seeing Li Zuoyou, a flicker of surprise first crossed his face, followed by a hint of subtle joy in his eyes. Who are you? How long did it take you to reach this level? The man stared intently at Li Zuoyou, filled with a pressing urgency to know the answer. Li Zuoyou hesitated for a moment and replied, My name is Xiefu. Then how long did it take you to reach this layer? The man inquired. I've answered one of your questions already. During this period of fairness, you should answer me as well. Li Zuoyou replied with a smile. After hearing this, the man sized him up and nodded, saying, Go ahead and ask. What is this bizarre killing pattern? As soon as Li Zuoyou spoke, a barely perceptible smile appeared on the man's lips. He murmured, Based on the cleanliness of your clothes and your current good mental state, I guess you are not someone who has come down layer by layer, but rather someone who has just been drawn in. Li Zuoyou had to admit that the man before him, despite being in such a weak state, still possessed a clear mind and analytical ability. Fortunately, he managed to extract a useful piece of information from the man's words. This strange space should be divided into multiple levels, but how many layers there are in total remains unknown. The man continued, Since you know that there are killing rules in this bizarre phenomenon, and that it has a strong 8 characters attribute, having been drawn into this bizarre situation, you directly appeared in the bottom layer. I want to know which bureau you belong to, and why it took so long for you to take over here. Li Zuoyou analyzed the information in the man's words, noting the strong 8 characters attribute, hence his appearance in the bottom layer. Although he did not know what the 8 characters attribute was, based on what the man had said before, he had come down layer by layer from above, which meant his 8 characters attribute was significantly higher than the man's. As for the man's question about which bureau he belonged to and why it took so long to take over here, it was very likely. Clearly, the bizarre phenomenon encountered this time was vastly different from the previous ones, possessing its own strange space. At this moment, the only way to proceed was to get through this man and extract more information from him to find a way to escape. You still haven't answered my question. The man fell silent for 2 seconds, then said in a deep voice, This bizarre space is divided into 7 layers, with each layer opening the entrance to the next layer within 7 to 14 days, during which the bizarre space cleanses each layer once a day. According to the 2 of them being in the first layer, now the man had at least been here for 42 days. Based on the timeline, Li Zuoyou roughly concluded that this man was part of the group of Dr. Chun and Xiangjun. Then what is the cleansing pattern? Upon hearing this, the man gestured for him to speak. Li Zuoyou took a few steps forward and slowly said, I am not from the Supernatural Bureau. I come from Bureau 749. Bureau 749. The man looked puzzled. I have never heard of this department. Well, that's normal. The confidentiality level of Bureau 749 is much higher than that of the Supernatural Bureau, so it is understandable that you wouldn't know. Li Zuoyou positioned himself with a seasoned demeanor. After hesitating for a few seconds, the man stood up and extended his hand, saying, I haven't introduced myself, yet I am Chun GDR. Chun from the Supernatural Bureau. Damn. So the Supernatural Bureau indeed has no sub-bureaus. Li Zuoyou stepped forward and shook hands with Dr. Chun. Dr. Chun beckoned Li Zuoyou to sit beside him, saying, Thank you, Commissioner. The cleansing pattern for each layer is actually not complicated, but mastering these patterns comes at the cost of human lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally bluish flames of the bonfire suddenly turned green. Dr. Chen's expression darkened. They are coming. Ding. Found number 01001. Bizarre bonfire gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 6,000 points. The system prompted in his mind. At the same time, shadows emerged from the darkness surrounding the green bonfire from all directions. When the firelight illuminated these shadows, Zuoyou discovered that they were all corpses patched together with pieces of flesh. These highly incongruous corpses huddled tightly together, leaving only a tiny bit of space for Zuoyou and Dr. Chen to move. A foul smell of decay wafted around, and a sense of suffocation surged to the forefront. Zuoyou had no choice but to start breathing through his mouth. "Commissioner, you must follow my movements from now on," Dr. Chen whispered. In the next moment, the previously silent corpses all raised their heads simultaneously, their throats producing a peculiar melody. This melody constantly stimulated the nerves, giving one an impulse to flee immediately. Then different voices, men, women, the elderly, and children, sounded together mechanically, singing a line of lyrics. "If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands." Zuoyou followed Dr. Chen's lead, raising his hands and clapping his palms together. This reminded Zuoyou of what he had heard from the elders in his world, that the bizarre cannot bring their hands together, hence they cannot clap. Dr. Chen was doing this for one purpose: to confuse the bizarre. But under normal circumstances, who would think of such a movement? As the corpses sang the first line of lyrics, most people either stood frozen or instinctively performed the actions they had done before. What awaited them was direct cleansing. "If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet." Zuoyou followed Dr. Chen, straightening his legs and performing 2 zombie jumps. "If you're happy and you know it, pat your shoulders." The two crossed their hands and patted their ribs twice. "If you're happy and you know it, you." At this point, the song abruptly stopped. Zuoyou followed Dr. Chen, performing the previous actions in reverse. After finishing, all the corpses retreated back into the darkness like a tide. The green flames of the bonfire turned back to bluish once more. Dr. Chen let out a long sigh of relief. "It's finally over." "By the way," Dr. Chen spoke, "I have been here for 8 days. According to the timeline, the exit should appear within the next few days." Zuoyou raised his chin, saying, "If that's the case, Dr. Chen has been in this bizarre space for at least over 50 days. How have you managed to survive until now?" Dr. Chen's expression shifted slightly. He understood Zuoyou's implication. For an ordinary person, the source of food was equally important. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed. "I relied on those sacrificed companions to survive until now. This makes me live each day in deep guilt." His voice grew quieter, his hands tugging at his hair as he buried his face in his knees. Zuoyou nodded, slightly tossing the cigarette, but to the ground and stamping it out. At that moment, a crack appeared in the darkness ahead. White light emanated from the crack, symbolizing hope. Dr. Chen suddenly lifted his head, exclaiming, "It appeared. The exit has appeared. We are saved." He sprang up from the ground, grabbing Zuoyou's arm. "Thank you, Commissioner, let's go." Dr. Chen shouted excitedly as he pulled Zuoyou toward the crack quickly. Just as they were about to step into the crack, Dr. Chen abruptly stopped, using his legs, waist, and arms to push Zuoyou into the crack. But Zuoyou, already prepared, exerted force and broke free from Dr. Chen's grip. The two immediately created distance. Zuoyou drew out his revolver, aiming it directly at the man's chest. "Our game is about to end, don't you think, Commissioner Xiong?" The man was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and said, "If I call you foolish, you actually guessed my identity. If I call you smart, you threaten and awaken one with a gun. It seems you're not a commissioner at all, and this 749 bureau is just something you pulled out of thin air." "Is the gun ineffective against him?" Zuoyou squinted slightly and immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet left a bloody hole on Xiang Jun's body, but soon that hole healed rapidly, as if he had never... "Young man." Xiang Jun spread his hands. "Do you want to try a few more shots?" Zuoyou glanced at the nearby crack, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, there's a prerequisite to open the exit, which is to sacrifice one person. Each time you descended a layer before, you sacrificed your own colleagues. But when you reached the bottom layer, you ran out of people. When you fell into despair, I appeared. That's why you showed a glimmer of joy upon seeing me. Your ability should be to perceive the bizarre killing patterns, which explains why you know so much information. Tisk, not bad. I must say I'm starting to appreciate you, young man. I'm curious, how did you know I'm not Dr. Zuoyou replied, "I saw an ashtray on Dr. Chen's desk. When I offered you a cigarette, you said you don't smoke." So that's how it is." He. Xiang Jun nodded with a smile and continued, "Why would an ordinary person come to investigate here?" Zuoyou shrugged, saying, "To be honest, I don't know either." "Oh, since that's the case." Xiang Jun reached into his pocket, slowly drawing out 2 claw knives. "I have important matters to attend to outside, so please cooperate." Bang! Bang! Li Zuoyou fired twice, hitting Xiang Jun in the head and chest. Unsurprisingly, the wounds healed again. Xiang Jun twirled the claw knives, walking toward Li Zuoyou while smiling. People always try every means to survive. When facing death, even if it's futile, they are willing to give it a try. Bang! With the fourth gunshot, a dark golden bullet struck Xiang Jun. His body stiffened, as if frozen, stopping at the crack. To be safe, Li Zuoyou fired another shot. Wah! What? Xiang Jun's pupils suddenly dilated, his eyes showing fear for the first time. Why? Can't I move? Li Zuoyou approached Xiang Jun, smiling as he said, Commissioner Xiang, safe travels. With that, he shoved Xiang Jun into the crack. In the next moment, the crack began to devour like a giant mouth. The sound of cracking bones mixed with falling chunks of flesh. A gold coin the size of a 1 yuan coin rolled to his feet. Li Zuoyou picked up the coin, which was engraved with 8 triangular patterns, while the reverse side had the words, Gongxin Society. Gongxin Society. It looks like some kind of organization. Is Xiang Jun's lack of cooperation with Dr. Chen's work related to this Gongxin Society? On the other side, another crack appeared. Through the crack, Li Zuoyou could see some tents in a camping base. It seems the real exit has appeared. There's no need to worry about so much for now. Getting out comes first. Li Zuoyou put away the revolver and the gold coin, striding toward the crack. Just then, a system prompt appeared above the bonfire. Number 01001, strange bonfire suppression progress. 10. The next second, the information changed. Number 01001, strange bonfire suppression progress. 15. Li Zuoyou frowned, staring at the constantly changing information. A question inevitably arose in his mind: who is suppressing the strange bonfire? Could it be that Ji Fei and Rong Jing were also caught up in this? The two were assigned to other levels due to their elemental attributes. This was the only explanation that made sense. Then perhaps it's worth waiting. If the two completely suppressed the strange bonfire, he would be able to successfully contain it. Li Zuoyou fixed his gaze on the fluctuating numbers on the information. Soon the suppression progress reached 85. A tear was forcibly ripped open above the bonfire. A slender figure plummeted, spewing forth a large amount of white cold air toward the bonfire. The bluish flames of the bonfire began to show signs of being extinguished. Li Zuoyou noticed that one of Rong Jing's ponytails had already turned partially white from the tips. Moreover, as she continued to exhale cold air, that white hair was slowly spreading upward. Dr. Chen's recording mentioned that awakened ones suffer irreversible damage to themselves when using their powers. Does that mean that when Rong Jing's hair turns completely white, she will die? In no time, the bonfire was frozen, and the blue flames were completely extinguished. Number 01001, strange bonfire suppression progress. 100. Li Zuoyou concentrated his thoughts. Contain. The frozen bonfire instantly vanished before the two. Number 01001, strange bonfire containment successful, earned 5,000 survival points, current survival points 11,000 points. The darkness around slowly dissipated as the two returned to the center of the camp. Rong Jing's body went limp as she knelt on the ground, supporting herself with her hands trembling from a violent cough, resembling a patient tormented by illness. Li Zuoyou glanced around, but did not see Ji Fei's figure. Where is Ji Fei? He wouldn't have perished at the hands of this strange phenomenon, would he? He took the magnetic card and left first. I stayed behind to find a way to rescue some survivors. At the very least, I had to save you. Rong Jing replied, her voice as cold as the chill at her lips. Li Zuoyou tilted his head. So you're not mute? Rong Jing said nothing, attempting to rise, but failing. Why do you insist on saving me? Li Zuoyou, can you help me up first? I don't know how long the convoy will wait for us. I'll explain on the way. Rong Jing seemed a bit irritated, perhaps from kneeling in front of Li Zuoyou for too long. Although she had not saved him directly, she had indeed helped him by providing shelter from the eerie bonfire, which could be considered a favor. All right, fine. Li Zuoyou stepped forward and helped Rong Jing to her feet. Uncertain if it was from excessive exertion, she felt as if all her strength had been drained, unable to walk. To save time, Li Zuoyou simply carried her on his back. At that moment, he had two impressions. First, Rong Jing was heavier than she appeared. Second, there was no warmth on his back, as if he were carrying a corpse. Li Zuoyou, I saw you substitute for that high school student in this mission. You really didn't have to take this risk, yet you did. So I can tell you are a person with a strong sense of justice. Rong Jing's voice came from behind. Li Zuoyou almost laughed, but managed to suppress it, nodding seriously. I didn't expect you to notice. Now that the apocalypse has descended, people like you will only become fewer. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you survive. Rong Jing's tone became incredibly firm. Rong Jing. Li Zuoyou slowly began, please stop talking. Whenever you speak, my back and neck feel very... Rong Jing's eyes twitched as she immediately felt her warm face pressed against a cold backside, angrily putting on her mask. Inside the convoy, Ji Fei glanced at his watch from time to time. The governor issued an order for the convoy to depart at 2:00, heading to a large service area overnight. It was now 1947, yet Rong Jing was still nowhere to be seen. Ji Fei clenched his fists slightly. He should have returned to submit the magnetic card and rushed to assist Rong Jing immediately. Now he could only blame himself for not being decisive enough at the time. In the group, an elderly woman rushed toward Li Zuo's tricycle, wanting to claim the vehicle and its supplies for herself. This action immediately drew the attention of several others nearby. A bearded man stepped forward and pressed down on the handlebars. The vehicle belongs to you. The supplies on it are what we're taking. The elderly woman glared at him. Why should I? I was the first to take the vehicle. Logically, everything belongs to me. Are you trying to rob me? The bearded man laughed angrily. Are you trying to profit off the dead while talking to me like that? You old hag, don't get cheeky. At that moment, the elderly woman's son and husband also rushed over shouting, what are you doing? Bullying an old lady, are you? Don't you care about the convoy's rules? As they spoke, the two protected the elderly woman on either side, determined to claim the tricycle and supply. This operation thoroughly angered the men, and both sides immediately began to argue. A blond man pushed through the crowd, jumping onto the tricycle. Which of you saw my brother Zuoyou die? Get the hell away from me. The elderly woman looked askance at the blond man. What? Do you also want a piece of the pie? Without a word, the blond man pulled out a machete from the tricycle. Come on. Anyone who dares to touch my brother Zuo's things today will have their hand chopped off. Instantly, both groups turned their attention towards the blond man. He shouted back while brandishing the knife as if to strike. The commotion immediately caught Ji Fei's attention. He strode into the crowd, and the shouting ceased abruptly. Ji Fei pointed at the blond man, his voice deep. Who told you to draw your weapon? The blond man froze for a moment, hurriedly explaining, they were trying to rob my brother Zuo's things. Ji Fei still stared at him. I asked you who told you to draw your weapon. Faced with Ji Fei's questioning, the blond man's breathing grew heavier, his fingers gripping the knife, turning slightly pale. He couldn't understand why Ji Fei was fixated on him when he wasn't the one who initiated trouble. The more the blond man thought about it, the angrier he got, nearly reaching the edge of explosion. Captain Ji, I went out on a mission and my brother helped me watch the supplies. Is there a problem with that? A voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Li Zuoyou walking slowly, carrying Rong Jing. The blond man's face lit up with joy, thinking to himself, as expected of my brother Zuoyou, he actually survived and even got involved with the awakened one Rong Jing from the convoy. Truly impressive. Li Zuoyou did not stop, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. Reaching the front of the vehicle, he raised his eyes and scanned over the people gathered by the tricycle, slowly curling his lips into a smirk. You want to take my things? Do it right in front of me now. Everyone smiled awkwardly and waved their hands repeatedly. We thought you had an accident. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Li Zuo's smile gradually faded as he said lightly, I remember what all of you look like. Be more careful in the future. The bearded men dared not speak, lowering their heads. The elderly woman's family was instantly at a loss, looking at Ji Fei with pleading eyes. Li Zuoyou also turned his gaze towards Ji Fei. Ji Fei crossed his arms, and the two locked eyes, the air around them seeming to freeze in that moment. Are you blind? Can't you see these people are trying to rob my supplies? And you asked me why my brother drew a knife? Li Zuoyou was the first to break the silence. Ji Fei said in a deep voice, when I came over I only saw Xia Fu threatening others with a knife. Is this how you handle things? I've learned my lesson today. Li Zuoyou mocked with a smile, I see how it is. Ji Fei narrowed his eyes. Li Zuoyou, watch your attitude when you talk to me. What about it? Li Zuoyou looked at Ji Fei. Do you want to use your position as captain to pressure me? Ji Fei glanced at his watch and turned to wave his hand. Everyone disperse. Disperse. Time's up, prepare to depart. Rong Jing patted Li Zuo's shoulder. Please take me to the bus. Sign language. As Li Zuoyou passed by the tricycle, he tossed the bag of beetle nuts from the cargo to the blond man, who caught it with a grin that stretched to his ears, giving a thumbs up. Brother Zuoyou is tough. Li Zuoyou carried Rong Jing to the front of the bus. Dr. Yu Ming proactively approached and gently said, You've worked hard, you'll take care of the rest. As she spoke, she took Rong Jing down from Li Zuoyou. Before leaving, Rong Jing gestured a few signs to Li Zuoyou. Try not to conflict with Captain Ji Fei, he can decide whether you can stay in the convoy. Li Zuoyou remained silent and turned to leave. After a whole day of exhaustion, he was in no condition to keep up with the convoy and urgently needed to think of a way. At the rear of the convoy, Li Zuoyou found a middle-aged man with a pickup truck. The man wore a worn-out t-shirt and work pants, and his slightly receding hairline made him look somewhat fierce. Li Zuoyou had some impression of this man, who had always been solitary in the convoy and appeared somewhat out of place. 3 packs of cigarettes or a set of clothes to take me and my tricycle to the next destination, how about it? Li Zuoyou got straight to the point. The man showed a cold expression and held up 4 fingers for packs. Deal. Li Zuoyou turned and pushed the tricycle beside the pickup. The two of them loaded the tricycle onto the truck bed. Li Zuoyou took out 4 packs of cigarettes and handed them to the man. The convoy moved slowly forward in the glow of the setting sun. Li Zuoyou sat in the passenger seat and offered a cigarette to the man. The man shook his head and coldly replied, "Once I take your 4 packs of cigarettes, I won't take anything else from you." Quite principled. Li Zuoyou took back the cigarette and lit it. While he had the free moment, he opened the system and entered the containment interface. Number 01001 Mysterious Campfire Containment Progress 1A pop-up window titled Mysterious Usage Rules appeared. After entering the information section, the usage rules slowly appeared. When a mysterious entity is released for combat, the host's body temperature will drop accordingly. For example, if the host's body temperature is 37, releasing a mysterious entity and using its ability will drop the temperature by 5, leaving the host at 32, and so forth. The host's body temperature will recover over time. The higher the system level, the faster the recovery. When the host's body temperature drops to 0, the host faces death. The containment of mysterious entities will increase the progress over time, and the speed is influenced by the strength of the entity. Upgrading the system level can accelerate the containment progress. Releasing a mysterious entity with less than 100 containment progress carries a risk of losing control. For example, releasing a mysterious entity with 30 containment progress has a 70% chance of losing control and escaping. Current number of contained mysterious entities 1, with a maximum capacity of 3. Upgrading the system level can increase the count. It seems that the system level is quite important, as both the containment progress temperature recovery and containment limit are all linked to it. Li Zuoyou thought for a moment and went to the system upgrade interface. Current survival points 11,000 points, spend 10,000 points to upgrade the system. The system level instantly jumped from 1 to 2. Current survival points 1,000 points, current containment limit 5. A new item has been unlocked in the shop. Li Zuoyou transitioned to the shop interface. Sure enough, a new item appeared. Peace Charm effectively resists 1 attack from a mysterious entity awaken being priced at 1,000 survival points. Such life-saving items must be kept on hand. After spending his last 1,000 survival points, Li Zuoyou had become completely broke. Now, apart from the 1,000 survival points that arrived on time, every day the only way to earn survival points was to encounter mysterious entities. Traversing into this world is really quite a headache. There is only one goal: survive. Li Zuoyou glanced at the bullets that could be upgraded. Due to the system level upgrade, the dark gold bullets could now be upgraded to enhanced dark gold bullets, costing 500 survival points to upgrade, which would provide a certain suppressive effect. The cost of dark gold bullets is 500 survival points, while the cost of enhanced dark gold bullets directly increased to 1,000 survival points. Li Zuoyou pinched his brow. Now there was only one dark gold bullet left in the revolver, so he had to use it sparingly. Speaking of dark gold bullets, Li Zuoyou recalled his previous confrontation with Xiang Jun. When 3 ordinary bullets hit Xiang Jun, the recovery ability displayed by the other party combined with the special powers possessed by awakened beings was somewhat similar to mysterious entities. Thus, Li Zuoyou speculated that dark gold bullets might also have an effect on awakened beings. Sure enough, the dark gold bullet struck Xiang Jun, rendering him immobile. Although there was a gambling element to Li Zuoyou's action, the fact proved that his gamble was correct. So are awakened beings actually a different form of mysterious entities? Or are they mysterious entities that possess the consciousness of living beings? This seems to have a subtle connection with Li Zuoyou's previous question of whether awakened beings or mysterious entities appeared first. Currently, there is too little information to draw a conclusion. However, Li Zuoyou can confirm that the governor has obtained Dr. Chen's access card and is likely heading to the Supernatural Bureau. Once he arrives at the Supernatural Bureau, these mysteries should be unraveled. The sky darkened, and the pickup truck slowly followed the convoy. The middle-aged man driving remained silent, occasionally smoking a cigarette he had taken from Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou leaned back in his seat and casually spoke while looking out the window. "Uncle, you seem to always look rather unhappy." After a few seconds, the middle-aged man finally replied, "What can make me happy in this damn world?" Li Zuoyou turned to look at the middle-aged man. "Is there any story to tell?" The middle-aged man slightly shook his head and replied with 2 words, "None." Li Zuoyou was not annoyed by this somewhat indifferent middle-aged man. Anyone who dared to stand alone in the apocalypse deserved some respect. After sitting in the car for a long time, the fatigue from a day of labor gradually overtook him. Li Zuoyou slowly closed his eyes, intending to rest, but soon fell asleep. Uncertain how much time had passed. Screech. With the sound of the brakes, Li Zuoyou woke from his dream bleary-eyed and glanced at his watch. The time was 0306. Outside, Ji Fei's voice rang out. "Everyone gather around, there's something to announce." Li Zuoyou opened the car door and followed the crowd. Ji Fei stood in the center of the crowd and shouted loudly, "Everyone rest in place for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the convoy will enter a large service area for refueling. All survivors should try to collect supplies that can last more than 5 days within the service area. For the next 5 days, the convoy will not enter any towns or villages." As Ji Fei's words fell, the crowd immediately became agitated. We need to prepare supplies for 5 days. I don't want to starve again. With so many people, who knows if we can grab the supplies. Rely on your own abilities. After entering the service area, we will no longer be under the protection of the convoy's iron rules. Whoever can bring out supplies will have the qualification to survive. Some frail survivors turned pale upon hearing this. In terms of strength and aggression, they were no match for the younger and stronger individuals. Let alone if they encountered something bizarre, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape or plead for mercy. In the crowd, a woman in her 30s raised her hand and shouted, "Captain G, is that large service area safe?" Ji Fei shook his head and said solemnly, "Don't harbor any illusions, there are no safe places anymore." At once the discussions erupted again. "All right, everyone eat something and take the time to rest a bit," Ji Fei said, unwilling to linger longer before leaving the crowd. "Everyone don't panic. If anyone wants to join the Mutual Aid Society, come find me. We already have a group of over 10 people. A familiar yet annoying voice rang out. Li Zuoyou glanced over. The speaker was Sujia. Mutual Aid Society. It might as well be called the Waste Alliance. Li Zuoyou curled his lips and left the crowd, retrieving his tricycle to find a spot to start a fire and cook. After midnight, a new 1,000 survival points were credited. Li Zuoyou stared at these 1,000 points, contemplating what to purchase. After some thought, he ultimately exchanged for a reinforced dark gold bullet. His idea was that if he could capture a bizarre entity in the service area, he could at least earn 6,000 survival points. If he couldn't capture the bizarre entity, he could keep the reinforced dark gold bullet for later, allowing him to gradually accumulate enough to capture bizarre entities without external help. At that moment, a figure slowly approached Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou looked up and saw a slightly plump man with a mustache smiling at him. "He am Gu Jiping, the warehouse manager of the convoy, here to distribute your rations for completing the task." The man held a large bag in both hands, his face radiating shrewdness. As he spoke, he pulled out 5 bags of instant noodles, 3 compressed biscuits, 2 packs of pickled vegetables, and 3 bottles of purified water, placing them in front of Li Zuoyou. "Handsome guy, you're really impressive. Among 10 survivors, you are the only one who returned alive." Just as Gu Jiping was about to leave with the bag, he was called back by Li Zuoyou. "Wait. When I found the magnetic card, I remembered Ji Fei promised to give me extra supplies." Gu Jiping slapped his forehead and said, "Oh no. Look at my memory. I completely forgot about this. I'm really sorry. Truly sorry." He rummaged through the bag for a while, taking out a roll of disinfectant gauze, a small bottle of alcohol, and a flashlight, respectfully handing them to Li Zuoyou. "Handsome guy, these things are hard to come by. You must keep them well." Li Zuoyou did not take them, instead standing up and patting Gu Jiping's chubby face. "If you forget things again, next time I'll make sure you regret it. Yes? Don't worry." Gu Jiping nodded repeatedly, setting the items aside, grabbing his bag, and hurriedly leaving as if fleeing. After running a distance, Gu Jiping spat on the ground and muttered, "Tsh. What do you think you are? You think you can make me regret it? If you have the ability, make me regret it now." The next moment, a figure darted out of the darkness. Gu Jiping was startled, nearly collapsing. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a catgirl Loli, and he finally exhaled the breath he had been holding. "Catgirl, do you want to scare your brother Jiping to death?" The catgirl Loli eagerly leaned and wrapping her arm. "Brother Jiping, did you bring me something to eat? How could I forget you, right?" Gu Jiping scratched the chin of the catgirl Loli and pulled out a vacuum-sealed braised chicken leg from the bag. The catgirl Loli took the braised chicken leg, rubbing her body against his arm, saying, "I'm growing. I can't get enough to eat. I really can't do anything about you." Gu Jiping lowered his head and took out another compressed biscuit from the bag, handing it over. "I knew Brother Jiping treats me the best." The catgirl Loli smiled as she accepted the items. Gu Jiping seized the moment and said, "Catgirl, wait a moment. After I finish delivering, will you accompany me for a while? By the way, why did you get scared like that earlier, Brother Jiping?" The catgirl Loli skillfully changed the topic. It's because of that murderer, Li Zuoyou. It feels like everyone owes him something." Gu Jiping rolled his eyes. "Oh, I see." The catgirl Loli pondered for a moment and whispered something into Gu Jiping's ear. Listening to her, Gu Jiping's eyes widened, and he finally asked in a low voice, "Will this work?" "You can rest assured, Brother Jiping, this matter is on me. If someone offends you, I will make sure he has a hard time." The catgirl Loli posed confidently. It's good to have my little catgirl. I didn't spoil you for nothing." Gu Jiping grinned with a wicked smile and gave her a thumbs up. "Brother Jiping, just wait for my news." The catgirl Loli turned and trotted away. The water boiled. Li Zuoyou added a bag of instant noodles and 2 braised eggs into the pot, then opened a can of peach. While cooking the noodles, he counted the available edible supplies. 2 cans of fermented black bean fish, 1 can of peach, 6 braised eggs, over 2 kilograms of rice, a 5L bottle of mineral water, 4 bags of instant noodles, 3 compressed biscuits, 2 packs of pickled vegetables, and 3 bottles of purified water. There was also a bucket with 1/3 of the 5L mineral water remaining. These food supplies should be enough for him to last 5 days without any problems. Currently his solid alcohol was used up, and starting a fire later might be a problem. During this trip to the service area, he needed to search for such supplies. If he couldn't find any, he could also get a box of gasoline from the gas station as an alternative. That wouldn't be him. Li Zuoyou glanced at his tricycle. In the best case scenario, it would be even better if he could get another vehicle. Not having to pedal the tricycle would save him a lot of effort. Li Zuoyou didn't know much about cars. Before the modified off-road vehicle, Uncle Lai was holding a telescope, gazing towards the service area. Soon he spotted a faint glow of fire on the roof of a 7-story hotel. Uncle Lai, everyone has arrived, Shi Minghong said as he approached with 2 others. One of them was the team leader Ji Fei, and the other was Liao Liang, the senior electrician of the team, a tall and thin man. Fei, take a look at that hotel roof. There seems to be survivors. Uncle Lai handed the telescope to Ji. Ji Fei took the telescope and observed for a moment, replying, There is indeed a possibility of survivors. Although our team needs to replenish personnel, we cannot specifically search for survivors. Uncle Lai smiled. If there are survivors there, doesn't that mean the danger level of that service area isn't very high? That would be good news for our upcoming actions. Ji Fei nodded. That's right. So Uncle Lai, you were considering this factor. Then let's discuss the plan. Shi Minghong began. Ji Fei, you need to select a few people from the survivors to go with Liao Gong to the generator room at the gas station to start the emergency generator and ensure the oil pump at the gas station is functioning properly. Uncle Lai, after seeing Ji Fei's signal, lead the team into the service area and start refueling the vehicles. As he spoke, Shi Minghong glanced around, and upon receiving nods from the other 3, continued. The governor has given the latest time to leave the service area as 1205. If things go smoothly on Liao Gong's side, we should have enough time. How many people do you need, Liao Gong? Liao Liang replied immediately. Considering the troubleshooting of the emergency generator, 3 to 5 people will suffice. To ensure your safety, I will accompany you on this mission. Ji Fei remarked from the side. Liao Liang nodded. Then I'll trouble you, team leader Ji. Ji Fei, go arrange it, a leave in an hour. Shi Minghong said. Okay, Minghong Gu, I will arrange it now, Ji Fei replied before quickly leaving with Liao Liang. After the 2 left, Uncle Lai quietly asked, How is Rong Jing doing? Shi Minghong silently lit a cigarette and slowly replied, Currently she is not in critical condition, but she overexerted herself during the last mission and still cannot move. Uncle Lai sighed deeply. Given the current situation of the team, losing Rong Jing would be an unbearable cost. What can we do? Shi Minghong took a deep drag from his cigarette. The governor said that Rong Jing does not have to follow anyone's orders during the mission. Meanwhile, on the roof of the hotel in the service area, a girl with short hair was gazing at the convoy in the distance on the mountain. Brother, that convoy has stopped on the mountain. Do you think they saw the bonfire we lit? Behind the girl, a pale-skinned man sat in front of the bonfire, draped in a military coat, his long black hair adding to his gloomy aura. The man said lightly, If they are observing the service area, they will definitely be able to see it. The girl turned, squatting by the bonfire, resting her chin on her hands, tilting her head. Brother, do you think they will come to the service area? Cough. Cough. The man coughed twice and replied, They haven't left directly, but have chosen to stop at a distance. Most likely they will enter the service area to search for supplies. Hearing this, the girl immediately raised the corners of her mouth, but the man's next words made her lose her smile again. However, don't expect them to come looking for us. We must find a way to break out of the hotel. The girl's white eyes trembled slightly as she whispered, The creature on the first floor is too fierce. If we try to break out, there might not be many of the 100 survivors in the hotel who can make it out. The man gently stroked the girl's head. Bai Lu, wait for the convoy to enter the service area, then you take the survivors in the hotel to join them. As for the creature on the first floor, I will hold it off. Brother, I don't want to be separated from you. Bai Lu grasped the man's hand. I would rather abandon these 100 survivors and break out with you. The man shook his head slightly. You should know better than anyone who I won't live much longer. As a human, or as an awakened one, must do something before dying rather than waiting quietly for death. Bai Lu gently pressed her cheek against the back of the man's hand, murmuring, In this world you are my only family left. Even if it's just for one more day with you, I am willing. Bai Lu, you are already an adult. Some things must be considered for their consequences. If we keep wasting time, when I die in the hotel, everyone will be trapped here. As he spoke, the man's tone grew heavier. Bai Lu stood up quietly, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, sniffling. I understand. I will go notify everyone to prepare in advance. The man smiled and nodded. Go ahead, I'll leave it to my smart, adorable, and beautiful sister. Ji Fei brought Liao Liang to the back of the convoy, starting to select candidates for the advance team. The condition given was that the supplies found this time would not require a 30 cut for the convoy. Last time only Li Zuoyou returned, who would dare to go. Li Zuoyou added a bag of instant noodles and 2 braised eggs into the pot, then opened a can of peach. If Rong Jing were here, she would still value our lives, but the other awakened. Don't even mention it. Right, these awakened ones won't care about the lives of ordinary people. Anyway, I'm not going. I'd rather hand over 30 of the supplies. Then I won't go either. I'd rather pay the 30 of the supplies. After all, one only has one life. Ji-Fei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly listening to the murmurs of the crowd. Then I won't go either. I'd rather pay the 30 of the supplies. After all, one only has one life. Ji-Fei stood with his hands behind his. He could understand the concerns of these ordinary survivors, and he indeed would not consider these ordinary people. The primary goal of this operation was to ensure the normal operation of the gas station, allowing the convoy to refuel smoothly, and secondarily, to ensure the survival of the technician Liao Gong. Ji-Fei would not waver in this order of priority. No need to hand over supplies. Then I'll go alone. Li Zuoyou stepped out from the crowd once more. The arrival of Li Zuoyou ignited another round of discussions among the crowd. Is this guy going again? He really has no fear of death, or is he just seeking thrills? How many people with normal psychology can be so violent at the slightest disagreement? I bet this person has already taken several lives before the great catastrophe. While the crowd was debating, the middle-aged man who drove the pickup also stepped forward. Count me in. Huang Mao leaned close to Li Zuoyou and whispered, Brother Zuoyou, do you think I'm suitable for this action? Li Zuoyou shook his head slightly. I'm not sure if we will encounter danger, and if something strange happens I won't be able to help you. Huang Mao swallowed nervously. Since Brother Zuoyou said so, I won't interfere anymore. Ji-Fei scanned the area, and seeing no one else step up, turned to Liao Liang and said, Liao, are 4 of us enough? If not enough, I will pick people at random. Liao Liang hesitated for a moment and replied, there shouldn't be any problems. Let me grab the tool bag from the bus, and we can set off. At 5:37 a.m. the sky was slightly brightening. Ji-Fei rode his motorcycle carrying Liao Liang. Li Zuoyou loaded the tricycle onto the middle-aged man's pickup and sat in the passenger seat. The two vehicles drove slowly towards the service area, one behind the other. Wang Chuanda, you can call me Old Wang, the middle-aged man said, gripping the steering wheel with one hand and extending the other towards Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou shook hands with Wang Chuanda. Li Zuoyou, just don't call me Little Li. After a simple acknowledgement from Wang Chuanda, he fell silent. Li Zuoyou had no intention of chatting. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. In the time it took to smoke one, the two vehicles arrived at the gas station on the outskirts of the service area. The group turned off their engines and looked around. Liao Liang pointed to a building about 30 meters away from the gas station. It should be there. The other 3 followed his finger to see that one side of the building was replaced with large metal shutters, and there was a black curved exhaust pipe on the roof. The 4 of them quickly approached the building, where the red double iron doors bore 8 large characters painted in restricted area: unauthorized personnel keep out. One of the iron doors was ajar, and there was a dried blood stain on the ground in front of the door extending into the building. The group exchanged glances, and Ji-Fei took a handful of salt from a red salt bag, tightly gripping it in one hand, while the other slowly rested on the door. Creak. As the iron door was pulled open, little by little light streamed into the room. Ugh. From behind a machine came the sound of a man groaning in pain. Ji-Fei held his breath, cautiously stepping inside. At that moment the groaning suddenly ceased. The room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. A pair of pale hands clawed over the top of the machine, straining, as if trying to pull itself up. Gradually a man's face bearing a troubled expression rose from behind the machine. Though his features resembled those of a human, his skin was a sickly purple, a color no living person should possess. His grayish-white murky eyes scanned over the group outside, revealing no emotion. Despite the eerie distance of 4 or 5 meters, the group felt a chilling aura enveloping them. Liao Liang trembled all over, nearly unable to stand. In contrast, Wang Chuanda appeared much calmer, gripping a large wrench tightly. Ji-Fei stood still, his gaze locked onto the anomaly, seemingly calculating the distance. Li Zuoyou positioned himself in front of the 3, one hand resting on the grip of his gun hidden in his clothing. In the next moment, the strange figure suddenly dashed forward, breaking through a metal shutter with immense power, and quickly scurried towards a building across from them. At that moment, the group finally got a clear look at the bizarre creature. It was a man with only half a body. Despite crawling with just his hands, he moved at an astonishing speed. His speed was no less than that of a human running. The strange man reached the front of the building in a few swift motions, leaped up, violently shattered the glass, and disappeared into the darkness. Ding. Detected number 07325. Alone gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 1,000 points. The system issued a notification. Liao Liang, with disbelief written all over his face, stammered it. It ran away. Ji-Fei shook his head with a serious expression. I'm not sure what just happened. Let's first check the situation inside. With that, he stepped inside, followed closely by Li Zuoyou and the others. The 4 of them turned to the back of the machine, discovering a corpse that had been gnawed down to the skeleton. It seems that the earlier anomaly had malicious intent, We just haven't triggered its killing pattern yet, Ji Fei said, frowning. What if it comes back later? Liao Liang asked, trembling. Li Zuoyou rested his chin on his hand and spoke slowly. Perhaps this anomaly only attacks solitary individuals, which would explain why there's only one corpse on the floor and why it didn't attack us after seeing us. Ji Fei looked at Li Zuoyou, nodding twice. That analysis makes some sense. Wang Chuandai, you stay behind to assist Liao Liang in starting the generator. Li Zuoyou, you and I will go outside to observe the situation. The two stood back to back outside, vigilant in different directions, while Li Zuoyou casually lit a cigarette. Ji Fei gazed into the distance and casually asked, Li Zuoyou, what were you doing before the great catastrophe? Li Zuoyou exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, I was a university student. Given your performance in the last task, and this one, you might not have to wait long before you can find a spot on the bus. Li Zuoyou merely smiled faintly at this, really. But aren't only professionals and awakened individuals qualified to sit there? Ji Fei replied solemnly, those who can complete the convoy's tasks are also considered professionals. Li Zuoyou smirked, thinking that he was being fed false hope. About half an hour later, boom, boom, rumble. The sound of the generator roared from the machine room, and thick black smoke poured out from the exhaust pipe, wafting into the sky. Liao Liang and Wang Chuanda emerged from the building, beaming with joy. The emergency generator has started, and the oil pump is working fine. The four of them drove their vehicles into the gas station, and indeed the fuel nozzle was functional. Ji Fei pulled out a red cloth and waved it vigorously towards the convoy on the mountain. Soon the convoy slowly approached the service area. Wang Chuanda filled his pickup's gas tank, and then came to Li Zuoyou's side. Since we can't go alone, how about we search for supplies together? Li Zuoyou nodded. Let's not drive the car in to avoid attracting anomalies, and let's take my tricycle instead. Brother, the convoy has already entered the service area. Should we take action? Bailu asked. The long-haired man gazed into the distance, gently shaking his head. Not yet. Those vehicles are refueling at the gas station, and I can only hold off that entity for about 5 minutes. I'm worried that if it breaks free, it will turn its attention to the convoy, putting you all in danger. As soon as the man finished speaking, he coughed heavily twice. Bailu moved to his side, gently patting his back to help him regulate his breathing. Bailu, the gas station should be about 1,000 meters away. Make sure to prioritize getting the elderly, women, and children who are slower out of the hotel first. Cough. 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 Bailu felt a pang of concern. All right, brother, stop speaking. Your coughing has worsened. I will do as you say. Survivors from the convoy began flooding into the various convenience stores and supermarkets in the service area. Some others opted to take a different route towards restaurants and dining establishments. Ji Fei stood at the front of the vehicle, loudly reminding everyone there is an entity in the service area that will attack lone survivors. Try to ensure that you travel in pairs or more. Li Zuoyou and Wang Chuan were the first to move ahead, occupying a convenience store in advance. They smashed open the store's door and quickly scanned the interior, finding a decent variety of items, though the quantities were limited. Li Zuoyou first located the solid alcohol he needed, then spotted some canned luncheon meat on the shelves. Without hesitation, he loaded everything into the vehicle. At that moment, he noticed that Wang Chuan was loading the vehicle with cigarettes and alcohol. Li Zuoyou's eyes twitched. Old Wang, aren't you going to bring some food? Old Wang replied casually, these are essential. Let's load these first. Li Zuoyou remained silent, thinking to himself, are you the ultimate smoker and drinker? Understood. Just as everyone was busy, a thick fog appeared on the horizon, slowly drifting toward. In the center of the hotel lobby stood an entity over 2 meters tall, slender, seemingly made of white porcelain, resembling a statue. The entity had its arms crossed, and at the ends of its arms were 2 bone blades extending from its wrists instead of hands. Its head, devoid of hair, bore 2 faces, one of a man and one of a woman, positioned one in front and one behind. Both faces were closed-eyed, seemingly in a state of silence. Meanwhile, a group of survivors had already filled the stairwell, just a door away. Everyone was silent, gazing at Bailu and the long-haired man in front of the door. The long-haired man gently stroked Bailu's head, then took out a small knife and repeatedly cut open the palms of his hands. In no time, bright red blood stained his palms. As the man slowly peeled away a layer of blood from the entity in the hotel lobby, then opened its eyes, raising its crossed arms to the sides, resembling a human. Bang! The door to the stairwell was pushed open. The long-haired man rushed out, and the entity met him at the same. The 2 bone blades swept in from the left and right, aiming directly at the man's head. Suddenly, he exerted force with his legs, performed a sideways flip to evade the bone blades, and leapt above the entity's head. His bloodied palms pressed against the faces of the entity. The entity froze, its arms drooping completely, losing its ability to move. Bailu, take everyone and go. The man shouted in agony, his palms pressed against the entity's faces, releasing white smoke, a burning sensation spreading from his hands throughout his body. Bailu led some women and children towards the hotel entrance as quickly as possible. As the hotel door was pushed open, the crowd surged forth as if reborn, not daring to linger, and rushing towards the convoy at the gas station. The crowd continued to pour out, while Bailu looked through the hotel door at the center of the lobby, her white eyes trembling. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her right hand towards the interior of the hotel, the nails of her index and middle fingers splitting down the center, two streams of blood energy seeping out from the cracks, forming a gigantic blood hand in the air. The blood hand shattered the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window and yanked the long-haired man out of the lobby. Bailu, the long-haired man's face was filled with shock. The entity, released from its suppression, regained its ability to move in an instant, targeting the few remaining individuals who had yet to escape the hotel. The bone blades swept horizontally, and two heads flew high into the air, blood gushing from their necks straight to the ceiling. In an instant, screams, curses, roars, and pleas for mercy filled the entire hotel lobby, along with the splattered blood. Bailu carried the weakened long-haired man as she ran, continuously saying, "Brother, I can't do it. I won't let you die here. They can all die, but not you. The convoy must have a way to heal you, it has to." Cough. Cough. The man in white lowered his eyelids, having no strength left to speak. Blood coughed from his mouth, dripping down Bailu's collar. Bailu turned the corner and exchanged glances with Li Zuoyou, who was loading a box of milk into the vehicle. Li Zuoyou squinted slightly. White pupils. A cataract patient shouldn't be able to run this fast. That means she is an awaken, but it seems the convoy has never seen these two. Just then a group of women and children rushed around the corner, also heading towards the convoy. Li Zuoyou sensed something was off and approached the corner to look in the direction those people were coming from. Not far away at the hotel, several people were fearfully climbing out of a second-floor window and jumping down as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Bang! A tall, slender shadow burst through the glass, then elegantly decapitated two of the individuals. Ding! Identified no. 00444. Plain face, gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 2,000 points. Damn, such an ominous number. Without any hesitation, Li Zuoyou turned and ran towards the tricycle. Old Wang, stop loading things. There's a great disaster approaching. Old Wang dropped what he was holding and immediately began pushing the cart. Li Zuoyou hopped onto the tricycle and found that it was overloaded, moving like a snail. Old Wang tossed some stuff out, were too slow. Wang Chuan simply threw off the top 2 bottles of water, and only then did the speed of the cart gradually pick up. Li Zuoyou occasionally looked back. At the corner, a slender entity over 2 meters tall slowly emerged, its bone blades still dripping with blood. In the next moment, the slender entity slightly bent forward and then dashed towards them at incredible speed. Li Zuoyou's pupils contracted, and he exerted force in his legs once more. If he can't outrun the entity, he must outrun the group ahead to survive. Wang Chuan also spotted the entity, and seeing Li Zuoyou's expression, his adrenaline surged. Bailu sprinted forward with all her might, always at the forefront of the crowd. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a tricycle darted out from behind. The rider was the same boy she had seen at the convenience store, with a middle-aged man pushing a cart behind him. Bailu's eyelid twitched. How could these two ordinary people catch up to her, the awakened one? And they intended to use her as a shield. A wave of shame and anger surged within her. However, the screams coming from behind confirmed that the creature had caught up. Li Zuoyou stood up, pedaling the tricycle vigorously, while Wang Chuanda was equally supportive, creating a sense of imminent breakthrough. At that moment, the right rear wheel of the tricycle rolled over a raised section of ground. The tricycle tipped over and skidded a distance. Li Zuoyou was thrown several meters away, and Wang Chuanda was also knocked down hard by inertia. Hiss! Li Zuoyou gritted his teeth, propping himself up in pain. Bailu ran past him, still carrying the man, and even had time to give him a thumbs up. Help! A piercing scream echoed. Li Zuoyou's pupils dilated instantly, alerting him as he looked around. The creature was crazily harvesting the fleeing crowd only a dozen meters away from him and Old Wang. Looking at the scattered supplies, Li Zuoyou's mind raced. Even if he abandoned the supplies and fled now, it would be hard to survive the next 5 days. What to do? Should he use the dark gold bullets to hold off the creature and reload the supplies onto the tricycle? No, it was too late. Now there was still over 100 meters to the convoy, and the creature was too fast. The chances of success were... Li Zuoyou fixed his gaze on the creature, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. A woman holding a child twisted her ankle, kneeling on the ground, silently sobbing, as if she had given up. However, when the creature passed by this mother and child, it showed no signs of stopping, and continued to chase the... Wang Chuanda saw the creature drawing closer, and noticed Li Zuoyou still sitting on the ground in a daze, making him run. What are you waiting for? He hurriedly approached Li Zuoyou to pull him up. Unexpectedly, Li Zuoyou yanked him down to the ground, speaking in a deep voice. If you want to live, don't move. The creature swung its bone knife precisely and brutally, beheading one person after another. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Right beside the two of them, the creature beheaded another. The severed head rolled between them, spinning as blood continued to ooze from the neck. The stench of blood filled their nostrils. The creature flicked its bone knife, splattering blood onto Wang Chuanda's face. The two remained completely still, like two people frozen in fear. As expected, the creature moved on, chasing after the fleeing individuals, completely ignoring the two of them. Has it left? Li Zuoyou asked softly. It's gone, Wang Chuanda replied in a hushed tone. Then why are you still sitting? Li Zuoyou asked. You told me to stay still. Wang Chuanda exclaimed, looking bewildered. Li Zuoyou slowly turned to glance behind him, then shouted, Quick. Load the supplies. The two scrambled to their feet, starting to load the supplies back onto the vehicle. By the modified off-road vehicle, Uncle Lai looked at the creature killing not far away, slightly furrowing his. That thing will be drawn to the convoy by those survivors. Beside him, Shi Minghong silently extinguished his cigarette, but he'll go take a look. Uncle Lai held out a hand to stop Shi Minghong. You have only one task: protect the governor well. With his other hand, he slowly unzipped his jacket. Underneath the zipper was a chest, missing patches of skin, the bright red muscle tissue fully exposed to the. Uncle Lai ripped off a piece of skin from his own belly, folding it into the shape of a paper airplane. As the skin airplane was thrown out, it traced an arc in the air and flew straight towards the creature. The crisis caused by the creature was temporarily averted. The survivors who had escaped from the hotel were now. Bailu arrived at the front of the convoy, glanced over the entire convoy, and then directly ran to Shi Minghong and Uncle Lai while carrying the long-haired man. 9th Assault Team member Bailu Baiqiu requesting to join the convoy. As she spoke, she took out 2 arm badges inscribed with the 9th Assault Team emblem. Uncle Lai and Shi Minghong sized up the pair of siblings before them. 9th Assault Team, one of the awakened squads that launched a full-scale attack on the creature a week after the disaster. Uncle Lai asked, I have injected your brother with the BO2A treatment serum, which can temporarily delay the deterioration. In my opinion, your brother must have previously injected a combat enhancement serum, which caused the current level of deterioration. At that time, I was surrounded by several strange creatures, and my brother injected the serum to save me. Yumeng sat next to Bailu and comforted her, saying, he is a good brother. Bailu looked up at Yumeng and asked Dr. Yu, is there any way to cure my brother? I am willing to do anything for the convoy. Yumeng's eyes dimmed as she replied, you should know that once an awaken uses their power, the damage to their body is irreversible. Your brother's condition is worsening due to the side effects of the combat enhancement serum. To completely stop the deterioration, he must be injected with the BO's treatment serum, but I'm sorry, the convoy does not have this serum. Bailu hurriedly asked then, where can I find this serum? I'm sorry. I don't know, Yumeng said, casting her gaze out of the window. The sun sank beneath the horizon, making one last struggle. The blood-red sunlight streamed through the car window, slicing through the entire compartment like a line. The convoy slowly came to a stop in an open area. Jifei immediately jumped off his motorcycle and began to take notes on the list of new arrivals. Li Zuoyou and Wang Chuanda moved to a less crowded area. We'll split the supplies we found this time evenly so no one takes advantage of the other, Li Zuoyou said as he spread the supplies from the truck on the ground. Wang Chuanda organized and categorized them one by one. After distributing the supplies, Li Zuoyou counted what he had obtained this time: a case of mineral water, 24 bottles, a case of beer, 6 bottles, half a box of milk, 10 bags, 5 cans of pork, 7 cans of luncheon meat, 20 packs of instant noodles, 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 15 packs of cigarettes, 20 blocks of solid alcohol, 5 packs of tissues, 3 packs of wet wipes, and a box of 12 chocolate pies. Looking at these supplies, Li Zuoyou couldn't help but smile widely. Abundant, simply abundant. By the way, Wang Chuanda seemed to remember something and said, I added 2 barrels of oil to the pickup truck earlier, and there should be 1 barrel for you inside. If you need it, just come find me. Li Zuoyou gave Wang Chuanda an okay gesture. After the two parted ways, Li Zuoyou started a fire to cook. What should he eat today? Li Zuoyou first cooked a pot of rice, then opened a box of self-heating hot pot and poured a can of luncheon meat into it. After finishing, he lit a cigarette and waited for the food to cook. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away, with a group of women crying out that they were looking for Bailu to demand an explanation. Bailu, is that the short-haired, white-eyed girl? That scoundrel showed off earlier, now he's in trouble. Li Zuoyou suddenly became interested and opened a beer to watch the drama. Before long, Bailu got off the bus and walked up to the group of women. Bailu, you killed my husband, what do you have to say? A middle-aged woman spoke first. Next to her, a girl was crying and shouting, you owe me my parents. An old woman simply sat on the ground, repeatedly slapping the ground with her hands. My son, oh, my son died so tragically. The other women joined in bombarding Bailu with a torrent of accusations. Bailu calmly looked at them, then took a deep breath and shouted, shut up. The voice was powerful and resonant. Even Uncle Lai at the front of the vehicle opened the door to look over. If it weren't for my brother setting up a blood membrane on the first floor of the hotel, that creature would have already rushed up and killed you all. What are you shouting about? Bai Lu said coldly. Your brother is certainly a good person, but you are not. We saw with our own eyes that it was you who dragged your brother away, causing this tragedy. The middle-aged woman spoke again. That's right. Your brother meant to sacrifice himself to save us all, but because you caused trouble, so many people died tragically. That's right. You're a sinner who needs to atone. Shouts of agreement rang out. Huh. Ha ha. Bai Lu let out a sneer, surveying the crowd. On what grounds should my brother sacrifice himself to save you? Do you think you are worthy of that? Without waiting for the crowd to respond, Bai Lu continued, let me tell you, I intend to use you as bait to hold that creature back. What can you do to me? The leading woman gritted her teeth and cursed. All right. You shameless hussy. Not even pretending anymore, huh? Me? A shameless hussy? Huh? Bai Lu pointed at the woman and said, you are cheating on your husband with the muscle guy on the same floor as the hotel. Do you think I haven't seen it? The woman's face turned beet red at Bai Lu's words. You have no evidence, don't slander me. A girl with purple hair stood up from the crowd. Evidence is it? You went to room 407 the day before yesterday and room 503 yesterday. Does that count as evidence? Bai Lu's gaze was sharp, directly forcing the purple-haired girl back. You killed my son, and that's a fact. He was my only son. The old woman shouted. That's right. He was your only son. Why didn't you go back to the hotel to find him? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow in retort. The old woman clutched her chest and collapsed on the ground. The other women pointed at Bai Lu and cursed. The scene was filled with foul language unbearable to witness. Ji Fei pinched the bridge of his nose and turned to flee the battlefield. Bai Lu countered each of their accusations one by one, her logic clear, holding her ground against 10. For a moment, Zuoyou even felt that Bai Lu's awakened ability was to argue. About half an hour passed. In this magical exchange, Bai Lu won decisively. It was truly entertaining. Zuoyou cleaned up the pots and bowls when he saw someone slowly walking toward him. The newcomer was none other than Bai Lu. I saw it, Bai Lu's voice rang out. Saw what? Zuoyou asked in confusion. Bai Lu leaned down and said, I saw you avoid the creature's attack. How did you deduce its killing patterns? Zuoyou, too lazy to explain, casually replied, just got lucky. Oh, I see. Bai Lu nodded gently. For an ordinary person, your mental quality is quite rare. Zuoyou frowned and asked, did you come just to tell me this? Bai Lu's eyes flickered and she smiled. Perhaps in the future we will have opportunities to cooperate. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Ji Fei appeared behind her without anyone noticing. Hello, I am Ji Fei, a former member of the 5th Assault Team, now responsible for the rear of the convoy. I have a few questions for you. Hello, I am Bai Lu, a former member of the 9th Assault Team. Bai Lu clearly acknowledged Ji Fei's identity and took the initiative to shake his hand. What does Captain Ji want to know? Ji Fei did not beat around the bush and said, regarding the full-scale attack a week after the disaster, what did your assault team encounter? Zuoyou had some memories of that full-scale attack. At that time, there was a large-scale counteroffensive against the anomalies worldwide, a battle that gambled on the fate of humanity. Yet the fighting lasted only 2 weeks before a complete collapse ensued and no news reports about recapturing cities were broadcast. Now, seizing this opportunity, Zuoyou also wanted to know what these two, who had once participated in the battles, had experienced. Bai Lu took a deep breath, saying, all right, I can tell you, but in exchange you also need to tell me about your situation. Ji Fei nodded earnestly, of course. During the first week after the general offensive, our advance went quite smoothly, and we even believed we had eliminated many anomalies. But everything changed in the second week. Bai Lu slowly closed his eyes as if lost in some painful memory. The entire assault team seemed to have been drawn into a massive pocket. We were completely surrounded and cut off from all contact with the outside world, with no reinforcements and no hope. If it weren't for my brother fighting to rescue me, I would have died there as well. Ji Fei pondered for a moment and said, our situation is worse than yours. On the second day of the full assault, several superiors were killed by the anomalies. The team lost its command and was quickly devoured like headless flies. In my opinion, this was more like a precise decapitation operation. Bai Lu looked at Ji Fei and asked, so your conclusion is, there are intelligent individuals among the anomalies? The two spoke in unison. Ji Fei nodded at Bai Lu and continued, just a few days ago, Professor Lu issued a notice through the broadcast that anomalies cannot be killed. I heard that notice too. Bai Lu sighed. Doesn't that mean we have no hope left? Bai Lu's words did not carry a questioning tone, but seemed more like a statement to himself. The governor of the convoy will think of a way. He knows far more than we do. What we need to do is to do our best. As Ji Fei spoke, his gaze became incredibly resolute. Zuoyou glanced at the RV parked at a distance. Since joining the convoy, he had never seen what the governor looked like. It seemed he had never come out of the RV, with only a dwarf named Minghong coming in and out. It was said this dwarf was the governor's younger brother. Could it be that the governor is also a dwarf and feels ashamed to show himself? Can I meet the governor? Bai Lu asked. This question resonated with Zuoyou. Ji Fei shook his head without hesitation. No one is allowed to enter the RV. Even getting close will result in reprimand from Brother Minghong. I understand gets to ensure the governor's safety. Bai Lu expressed his understanding. Gentlemen, I would like to ask, what is the 8-character strength? Li Zuoyou had always wanted to clarify this matter, and now that he had the opportunity, he took the chance to ask these 2 former assault team members, hoping they might know the answer. Ji Fei clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a deep voice. The so-called 8 characters represent a person's year, pillar, month, pillar, day, pillar, and hour, pillar at birth. These will accompany you throughout your life and cannot be changed even for awakeners. And the 8-character strength refers to your resistance against spiritual erosion when affected by the anomalies. He continued, importantly, the 8-character strength cannot be enhanced by external forces. Its strength was determined at your birth. Li Zuoyou nodded slightly. No wonder Xiang Jun appeared on the 7th layer when he was drawn into the eerie campfire. It indicated that his 8-character strength was quite weak. Bai Lu added, for awakeners it is especially troublesome when facing spiritually eroding anomalies. Spirit-eroding anomalies that essentially bypass the awakener's defense system and attack the essence. Li Zuoyou provided his understanding. Bai Lu and Ji Fei both nodded. That's about the gist of it. Alright, I have learned what I wanted to know. My wife is teaching the new survivor sign language. I'm going to see if I can help, so I'll take my leave. Ji Fei bid farewell to the 2 and turned to leave. Li Zuoyou noticed Bai Lu had no intention of leaving and asked, is there anything else? Bai Lu nodded. I need to consider collaborating with you after this. What are the benefits? Li Zuoyou frowned and asked. Bai Lu took out a thumb-sized bottle from his pocket, filled with a glowing blue liquid. This is a catalyst agent that has a chance of turning ordinary people into awakeners. Li Zuoyou replied with a smile. As far as I know, using awakening powers causes irreversible damage to the awakener itself. It doesn't sound very appealing, and that doesn't persuade me. Is that so? Bai Lu tilted his head, a slight smile on his lips. Then do you know that conventional weapons cannot harm awakeners? Li Zuoyou squinted his eyes. Bai Lu's words reminded him that when he faced Xiang Jun earlier, his 3 ordinary bullets hitting the other person had no effect. Although he currently possessed a system fundamentally, he was still an ordinary person. If someone were to hit him from a distance with a sniper rifle, stab him from behind with a knife targeting vital organs, or if he were caught in a sudden explosion, these could all cost him his life. Thus the question of whether to become an awakener is indeed worthy of consideration. What kind of cooperation do you need? Li Zuoyou asked. I need to find a treatment agent called the Bios type, which is used to treat my brother, but I haven't gathered any relevant. Why not ask an awakener for help? Li Zuoyou inquired again. Bai Lu chuckled and shook his head. Awakeners are far more realistic than you think. I have nothing of equivalent exchange. Bai Lu's answer was quite honest, and Li Zuoyou pondered for a moment. Perhaps they could first collaborate to obtain the catalyst agent, and later he could consider whether to use it. If luck was on his side, he could leverage Bai Lu's power to contain another anomaly in their cooperation, which would be a significant gain. Thinking of this, Li Zuoyou responded, alright, it's settled then. Bai Lu gazed at Li Zuoyou for a few seconds, and turned to leave with a final remark. I will come to find you as soon as I have news. In the following 5 days, the convoy moved in an irregular manner, stopping and starting at unexpected intervals. Sometimes they would circle around the same area before hastily departing. At times they would linger or travel for nearly 20 hours. To Li Zuoyou, it felt as if the convoy was deliberately avoiding something. This sensation was not unique to Li Zuoyou. Even the others in the convoy felt something amiss. Uncle Lai, who was leading the convoy, was particularly confused. He initially thought the 5-day journey was destined for a very remote location. However, he never expected the convoy to behave like guerrilla fighters, a situation that had never occurred before. Upon reaching the location designated by the governor, Uncle Lai quickly found Shi Minghong. Before Lai could speak, Shi Minghong, with a cigarette in his mouth, said, Uncle Lai, there's no need to ask me, and my brother hasn't said a word to me. Uncle Lai was momentarily speechless, his brows knitting together. What do you think then? What can I think? The governor's choice cannot be wrong. As he spoke, Shi Minghong lowered his voice. My brother hasn't slept well these past few days. Uncle Lai sighed, the wrinkles on his face becoming more pronounced. Sigh. Has a new route been issued? Shi Minghong handed over a folded piece of paper. Uncle Lai glanced at it and said, departure at 6:20 a.m. tomorrow. It looks like we'll be staying the night here. Shi Minghong pulled out another note and waved it, saying, because there's a mission here and it states that Bai Lu is in charge. What? Can I take a look? Uncle Lai asked, puzzled. The two walked toward the bus, one in front of the other. Meanwhile, Li Zuoyou was eating while checking the system. After 5 days, his survival points increased by 5,000. Current survival points 7,000. ID 01001. Mysterious campfire. Containment progress 74. Given the current situation, it should take another 2 to 3 days to reach 100 containment. Once this mysterious campfire was released, it would ensure absolute safety. Li Zuoyou felt a surge of excitement and opened another bottle of beer to celebrate. On the other side, Uncle Lai, Ming-hong, Bai Lu, and Ji Fei gathered together, examining the note. Target Songsher Sanatorium. Mission: a section of text crossed out followed by a note instructing to search the entire sanatorium. Leader: Bai Lu. Number of ordinary survivors: fewer than 10. The survival probability for ordinary survivors is unknown. Uncle Lai furrowed his brows, staring at the crossed-out text for a long time, but could not discern anything. He then took out a map, compared it for a while, and pointed toward the forest in the diagonal rear. The Songsher Sanatorium is built on that mountain. Just follow the winding road up, it's about 5 kilometers away. He then took out a map, compared it for a while, and pointed toward the forest in the diagonal rear. The Songsher, as they were about to leave, Ming-hong reminded them the convoy will depart at 6:20 a.m. tomorrow. You have all night to complete the mission, but you must return before 6:20. Before long, Bai Lu had selected the individuals for the mission. They included the middle-aged woman who had quarreled with Bai Lu that day, a curly-haired girl, a girl with purple hair, and Zuoyou. The 3 women looked ashen. Although those selected would receive supplies from the convoy, they needed to be alive to. However, there was no room for refusal. Ji Fei's reason was that if they declined, they would be kicked out of the convoy. Zuoyou glanced at the 3 women beside him, and then leaned closer to Bai Lu, whispering, "I suspect you are sending us to our deaths." Bai Lu whispered back, "They are, but you aren't. Keep your spirits up. Besides, there are material rewards to be had." Zuoyou smirked. "Ha. I appreciate it." Ji Fei cleared his throat upon seeing the arrangement, saying, Bai Lu, isn't there only one man in the team? Wouldn't that be a bit lacking in numbers?" Bai Lu, hearing this, turned to the crowd and asked, "Is there anyone willing to volunteer? We need one more man in the team." Everyone looked at one another, and no one stepped forward. Just as Bai Lu was about to randomly select someone, a large hand was raised in the crowd. "I can go, but I have one request." The speaker was the young man who had saved a baby in the store known as Wu Gu. At this moment, the girl was standing beside him holding the baby. This surprised Zuoyou. Although they both looked quite disheveled now, he hadn't expected this couple to survive until now, which showed they had some resilience. Ji Fei nodded. "Speak, what's your request?" Wu Gu replied, "I also need an extra can of milk powder." Ji Fei glanced at the baby in the girl's arms and replied, "Personally, I can give you a can." Those milk powders were prepared by him for the Suntoba-born child, and there were enough supplies, so giving away one can was inconsequential for Ji Fei. Wu Gu nodded and straightforwardly joined the team. Bai Lu stepped in front of the group, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "Get ready, we depart in 5 minutes. If anyone dares to run away, I will kill them." At her last words, Bai Lu stared fiercely at the 3 women. The 3 lowered their heads, not daring to meet Bai Lu's gaze, completely losing the spirit they had when quarreling with her before. Zuoyou returned to the tricycle, emptied his backpack, and put it on his back. Previously, Ji Fei had mentioned losing something at the Songsher Sanatorium, where they might still find some supplies. He then took a flashlight and an axe. He opened the revolver cylinder, finding 1 dark gold bullet and 1 enhanced dark gold bullet remaining. Considering the poor personnel configuration for this mission and the unknown strength of Bai Lu, Zuoyou ultimately decided to purchase 2 dark gold bullets and 2 enhanced dark gold bullets, loading them all into the cylinder. In total, he spent 3,000 survival points. Current survival points, 4,000. 5 minutes later, this team of 2 men and 4 women departed the convoy and began heading up the mountain. After a few people left, someone quietly started a betting pool among the crowd, allowing bets on how many ordinary survivors would return alive, with even higher odds for betting on a specific ordinary survivor returning. Huang Mao also joined in the excitement. Currently, the most bets were on Bai Lu returning alone, with all ordinary survivors perishing. Some people also had faith in the strong-built Wu Gu, believing he would return alongside Bai Lu, but they still didn't dare to bet on Wu Gu himself, instead betting on one survivor's survival. Damn, doesn't anyone think Zuoyou will survive? He's the only one who has lived through 2 missions, yet no one is betting on him. Huang Mao shouted, frowning. The man beside coldly snorted, counting on his fingers, and said, "Why don't you keep an eye on Zuoyou? Let me analyze it for you." For the first task, was Zuoyou not rescued by Rong Jing? The yellow-haired one was momentarily unable to retort, impatiently tossing his head back. For his second trip to the gas station task, no one died. That means he didn't encounter any danger. What does that signify? He was just lucky, but you know luck runs out eventually, don't you all agree? The man said while glancing around. The people around nodded in agreement with his statement. How do you know that Brother Zuoyou will run out of luck this time? The yellow-haired one retorted. Just then the man with a bushy beard who had previously clashed with the yellow-haired one appeared in the crowd with a hint of a smile on his face. "Oh, is this Zuoyou's lackey? Is your master in danger so the house dog is getting anxious? He'll chop off your hand." The yellow-haired one's cheeks turned red, immediately wanting to rush at the bushy beard, but his slender body was pushed back by a few companions behind the bushy beard, making him stagger back several steps. "Don't rely on numbers. If you have the ability, fight me, unknown." The yellow-haired one shouted at the bushy. The bushy beard chuckled and shook his head. "No rush, I won't touch you now. Once Li Zuoyou is dead, it'll let you know what it's like to be a stray dog. The bald, muscular man who set up the betting frowned and said, "Are you betting or not? If not, stop shouting. I bet Brother Zuoyou will survive." In a fit of anger, the yellow-haired one placed the remaining half-bottle of mineral water and a bag of instant noodles on Li Zuoyou's name. Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. "What are you all doing?" The few women who went to carry out the task this time were already a vulnerable group. It's one thing not to help them, but now you're betting on them. That's disrespectful to women. Everyone turned to look. Su Jia, accompanied by several members of the Mutual Aid Society, stood not far away, glaring angrily at them. "What are you doing? You're here to fight, either place a bet or scram." The bald, muscular man didn't speak, but a triangular-eyed man next to him rolled up his sleeves and angrily said, "If you want to look for trouble, just say so. You care so much about them you can still catch up and help now. Why are you barking here?" The crowd jeered along. Su Jia and the others were pushed back by these people, unable to defend themselves for a moment. Afterwards, she hurriedly found Ji Fei, informing him about the betting situation. After hearing this, Ji Fei simply waved his hand and casually replied, "As long as it doesn't violate the iron rules of the convoy, I can't interfere with that. Let's leave it at that." Su Jia returned to her resting place, having been dismissed by Ji Fei, muttering curses under her breath. A mother and child seemed to have been waiting here for a while. Seeing Su Jia return, they stepped forward eagerly, saying, "My husband didn't come back during the last supply search. Can my child and I join your mutual aid society?" The woman looked to be around 30, accompanied by a small boy of 7 or 8 years. Su Jia glanced at the two of them, their clothes dirty and tattered with worn-out holes at the joints, clearly at the end of their rope. Thus she replied, "Of course the Mutual Aid Society is meant for everyone to gather together, mutually assisting each other to survive." The woman's face instantly brightened with a smile, and she hurriedly said, "We mother and son will join the society right now. We haven't eaten anything for a day. Can you give us some food first?" Su Jia rolled her eyes and replied, curtly, "The Mutual Aid Society is not a charity station. It's for everyone to search for supplies together and help each other to avoid being bullied. If you want food, I'm sorry, but we don't have any." You won't give us anything? Then we'll reconsider." The woman's smile faded instantly as she turned to leave, pulling the child along, who looked back and gave Su Jia the middle finger. Su Jia put her hands on her hips and scolded, "You come here to scam food and drink, and with this attitude, you no longer qualify to join the Mutual Aid Society." Who cares about joining your Mutual Aid Society? What is it?" The woman retorted without backing down. After walking a distance, a busty lowly cat appeared ahead, smiling brightly as she walked over. The woman had no good feelings towards this internet celebrity, often surrounded by a group of sycophants. Given that the other party approached voluntarily, it didn't seem to be anything good. "What do you want, big internet celebrity?" The woman glanced sideways at the lowly cat. The lowly cat smiled and said, "I saw you looking around and couldn't find food. It's fine for adults to go hungry for a few meals, but children are growing, and it's not good for them to be so hungry." The woman glanced at the empty-handed lowly cat, clearly realizing that the other party wasn't here to deliver food, and replied, "Nonsense. If I could find food, would I let my child go hungry? I know where there's food." Despite the woman's unfriendly tone, the lowly cat remained calm and cheerful, looking into the distance as she spoke. The woman followed her gaze to a tricycle in the distance. That tricycle belonged to Li Zuoyou, loaded with all. The woman's gaze lingered on the tricycle for a few seconds, her eyes flickering, seemingly tempted. The lowly cat observed all this attentively. "The convoy has iron rules against stealing." The woman turned and frowned, her voice weak, more like she was speaking to herself. The lowly cat stepped forward with a smile, gently patting the little boy's head, and softly said, "Li Zuoyou will likely not return from his mission tonight. When night falls and it's quiet, what's wrong with a little child taking some food to fill his stomach?" If anyone were to argue with a 7 or 80-year-old, I believe everyone would support the child. After all, not many in the convoy like Li Zuoyou. The woman placed her hands on the little boy's shoulders, lowering her head and saying nothing, her eyes darting around. The lowly cat pressed on, continuing, "Moreover, Li Zuoyou is just an ordinary survivor. Whether he can survive this mission is still in question." At this moment, the little boy chimed in, raising his head and shouting, "Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. I want to eat something." The woman didn't respond to the lowly cat's words, taking the little boy's hand and walking straight away. The lowly cat watched the two retreating figures, a slight smile curving her lips. She knew the seeds she had planted in the woman's heart were about to sprout. As night fell, Li Zuoyou and his party of 6 walked along the dark mountain path, relying only on the faint light of their flashlights. The mountain wind whistled through the pine forests on either side, emitting a sound now and then like a wail. Several beams of flashlight dispelled the darkness around. The curly-haired girl shivered as she swept her flashlight over the surrounding pine forest, always feeling as if she were being watched, yet afraid to voice it for fear of being ridiculed. The middle-aged woman sneaking in a fair leaned closer to the muscular man Wu Go and asked with a smile, "Is the child your partner is holding yours?" Wu Go shook his head. "That's a child we rescued in Li Shui town." "Oh, I see." The middle-aged woman nodded, then sighed, and complained, "I've always wanted a child, but my husband is useless, and we never managed to have one. Now that he's gone, I don't know if I can fulfill this wish." Wu Gu remained silent, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the middle-aged woman, thinking to himself that at such a time she was still pondering this. At the front of the group, Bai Lu noticed out of the corner of her eye that Li Zuoyou was always keeping a distance of 2 or 3 body lengths behind her. Initially she thought this was an unintentional act from Li Zuoyou. However, to confirm her suspicion, Bai Lu tried to slightly slow her pace and took 2 steps to the right, but Li Zuoyou followed suit, also slowing down and moving right. Bai Lu let out a scoff, then turned to Li Zuoyou and said, "Are you worried that if we encounter danger, I might push you to—" Li Zuoyou feigned surprise, countering with, "What do you mean?" Bai Lu shot him a glare and coldly replied, "Then come over here and walk beside me." Li Zuoyou completely ignored Bai Lu's words, pulling out a cigarette box from his pocket, turning away to light a cigarette for himself. Bai Lu curled her lip, not bothering to say anything more to this fool, and continued striding forward. Li Zuoyou was certainly wary of Bai Lu. For one, he wasn't clear on her style of behavior, but from the content of their last argument, it was evident that she was no pushover. Moreover, he was indeed cautious, fearing that if danger arose, Bai Lu might push him forward to act as a shield. In any case, being a bit more cautious could never be a mistake. Since his own strength had yet to reach a level where he could face any threat, he had to consider every situation in the worst possible light. After walking for a while, the group discovered a faint glimmer of light halfway up the mountain. They looked towards the source of the light and observed for a moment, realizing that the light actually belonged to a lamp. Most places are out of power. Why is there still electricity there? The middle-aged woman sneaking in a fair said, instinctively moving closer to Wu Go. For a sanatorium in the mountains like this, it wouldn't have a unified power supply. They must have their own system. Wu Gu replied in a deep voice. If there are lights on there, it must mean there are survivors. The curly-haired girl said with a look of delight. The purple-haired girl twisted her body and said, if that's the case, we can ask them to take us in, we won't have to flee with the convoy anymore. Li Zuoyou remained silent, glancing at Bai Lu, who also said nothing. Bai Lu crossed her arms, staring at the distant light, her face showing no signs of joy, but rather a hint of confusion. The group quickened their pace, continuing towards the light on the mountain. As they walked, Li Zuoyou pondered whether there were any places in the world that had not been eroded by the supernatural. From the information currently available, there were none, and he had never heard any broadcasts about a refuge. Furthermore, the setting sun convoy had never stayed in one place for more than 24 hours, and they had not encountered any bizarre phenomena while on the move. This suggested that perhaps there were one or more terrifying anomalies that were wandering, and the governor's awakening ability was likely meant to avoid these risks. No, Li Zuoyou suddenly realized. When an awakened individual uses their power, their body continually deteriorates. This means that if one day the governor dies from overusing their abilities, the entire convoy will lose its capacity to evade risks. Like a candle burned out, it would extinguish. If that day were destined to arrive, he needed to accumulate enough strength to ensure his survival. We've arrived at Pinestone Sanatorium. The curly-haired girl pointed excitedly at the gilded letters on the nearby arched gate. Li Zuoyou snapped back to reality and glanced at the massive stone beside the gate. The light illuminated the 8 large characters carved into the stone. Rejuvenation, eternal youth. The group quickly reached the gate, peering towards the courtyard through the iron railing. The entire yard was eerily quiet, not a single shadow in sight. Not far away, a 3-story building was still lit up. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? The purple-haired girl called out sweetly towards the door. Shut up, you idiot. Bai Lu snapped. The purple-haired girl immediately fell silent, pouting. Bai Lu pushed the iron gate, which surprisingly opened easily as it was not locked. This deepened her doubts. If there were survivors, closing the gate would provide some psychological comfort regardless of whether it was effective against the supernatural. She didn't believe that anyone living here would leave the gate unlocked. But if there were no survivors, why were the lights still on? Li Zuoyou observed the entire building, noting that its architectural style was predominantly European, with all the windows made of stained glass resembling those in a church. From the outside, it was impossible to see inside the windows. Let's go in and take a look. Bai Lu heightened her alertness and stepped inside the courtyard first. The others followed closely behind. They traversed a garden that appeared somewhat untidy due to long-term neglect. The fountain in the garden was still functioning, with a few fallen leaves and some insect corpses floating in the pool. Upon reaching the front of the 3-story building, they found the door tightly shut. Scattered in front were various high-end shoes for both men and women. Li Zuoyou could determine from the dust accumulation on the shoes that they had likely been left here for about a month. Bai Lu pulled open the heavy brass-bound door. The sight inside instantly made several of them gasp. With a nearly 7-meter-high vaulted ceiling, a giant crystal chandelier hung down its light, casting a luxurious glow on the black and gold marble floor. Directly opposite the door was a full-length portrait of a woman standing over 2 meters tall. In the portrait, the woman appeared to be in her late 20s, wearing a perfectly timed smile draped in mink fur and standing gracefully in a luxurious qipao with bright red high heels. On one side of the portrait wall hung numerous photographs of the woman, with others completely covering one wall. While they are all celebrities, the middle-aged woman sneaking an affair remarked, pointing at the photo wall. A few people followed the finger of the woman having an affair and looked at the photo wall, which was filled with recognizable celebrities, hosts, and business tycoons. There were also before and after comparison photos of the treatments. Some individuals before treatment were either in wheelchairs or needed assistance, but after treatment they could stand straight, exuding a completely different spirit. Their appearances looked significantly younger than before, echoing the 8 large characters carved on the stone: return to youth, eternal vitality. I remember watching an interview before and wondering why these people seemed to be getting younger. To her surprise, it was all thanks to this wellness center. The curly-haired woman gazed intently at the photos on the wall, constantly expressing her amazement. The girl with purple hair glanced around and said, "Let's search here, maybe we can discover some secret formula. Let's find it. I want to become younger too." The middle-aged woman having an affair suddenly seemed energized. The 3 of them excitedly began searching the room, even forgetting the potential dangers that might exist in this building. Bai Lu did not intervene to stop them in this situation. She welcomed the foolishness of others exploring. Li Zuoyou and Brother Wu remained silent, choosing to follow behind the group. The group arrived at a side hall. The decor here was exquisite, with a delicate bar counter on one side, showcasing various fine wines in glass cabinets, and crystal wine glasses hanging upside down, all shining brightly. In the center there was a lounge area formed by several high-end velvet sofas and genuine leather armchairs, surrounded by a walnut-edged coffee table. Next to it stood an antique record player with a black vinyl record still spinning. Just as the few were exploring the room, the record player automatically started playing music. "Who is knocking on my window? Who is plucking the strings?" Just as everyone was captivated by the beautiful singing, they turned their heads in unison. The record player seemed to malfunction, repeatedly playing the first 2 words of the song. "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" The record player seemed to malfunction, repeatedly playing the first 2 words of the song. "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" On people. Except for Bai Lu, the 3 women instantly huddled together, terrified as they stared at the record player. The record player on the table was kicked over by Brother Wu, and the extremely uncomfortable sound abruptly ceased. "What a spooky thing." Brother Wu spat on the ground. Li Zuoyou could see that Brother Wu was using this behavior to mask his inner fear. Bai Lu glanced at the group and coldly said, "Let's go upstairs." After that she walked straight upstairs. The 3 women dared not linger in the room, choosing to follow Bai Lu immediately. Brother Wu and Li Zuoyou followed behind and ascended the stairs. Just before going upstairs, Li Zuoyou felt that something was off and deliberately scanned the entire first floor. It turned out that the front door of the building had been closed at some point. Since Li Zuoyou was the last to enter, he had deliberately left the door open to ensure an escape route. During that time, no one had approached the door. Now that it was closed, attempting to open it again might trigger some kind of danger. However, this speculation needed someone to verify it. Arriving at the second floor, a wide sound-absorbing carpet spanned the entire corridor, with symmetrical treatment rooms on both sides, totaling around 10 rooms. A nurse's cart was blocking the door of the outermost room, with a life signs monitor with a lit screen resting on top. 1 person per room. Search quickly and report any anomalies immediately. Bai Lu said this and strode toward the innermost room in the corridor. The 3 women and Brother Wu chose to approach the 4 rooms near the staircase. Li Zuoyou, on the other hand, followed Bai Lu deeper into the corridor. The quality of the sound-absorbing carpet was excellent, as there was not a sound when walking on it. Bai Lu looked back at Li Zuoyou and smiled. "Aren't you afraid that I will block you in front of me by following me?" Li Zuoyou replied lightly, "I'm more afraid of clustering with those few people." The 2 reached the end, and each chose a room to enter. Li Zuoyou held the gun handle with one hand and slowly pushed open the door with the other. All the lights in the room were on, featuring a separate living area, dining room, master and secondary bedrooms, and a bathroom. The luxury was comparable to a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, truly befitting a place that hosted celebrities. Li Zuoyou searched the room and found some valuable personal items and a suitcase. Clearly the person who originally stayed in this room must not have had time to leave, which means they most likely met. On the other side, the middle-aged woman having an affair hurried back to the corridor after a brief glance around the room. However, the others were still searching the rooms. The middle-aged woman did not want to search the next room alone, so she crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame to wait for the others. The next moment, the tightly closed door diagonally across from her slowly opened by itself. By the time she noticed, the door was already halfway open. The woman's heart raced as she stared at the door. Suddenly a dark blue hand rested on the door frame, and she could not see what was behind that hand from her angle. The woman's pupils dilated suddenly, as she wanted to escape, but her entire body was frozen. She dared not look away, yet she had to keep her gaze on that hand, paying attention to whether something more terrifying would emerge from the room. Beep. The device on the nurse's cart next to her emitted a sound indicating cardiac arrest. The woman screamed, sliding down the door frame to the ground as a large amount of yellow liquid seeped from her pants. What happened? Brother Wu, who was in the room opposite the woman having an affair, rushed to the door and asked. The curly-haired girl and the purple-haired girl also ran out of their rooms. The three anxiously looked at the woman, unsure of what had happened. The woman trembled all over, struggling to raise her finger and point towards the direction diagonally across at the dark blue hand resting on the door frame. The three glanced in the direction where the woman was pointing, then turned their heads in confusion and asked, I don't see any. The woman struggled to squeeze out a few words from her throat. The door frame. There's a hand. The three approached where the woman was and observed for a moment. They exchanged glances, indicating they still saw. It must be this thing that scared her, the curly-haired girl said as she turned off the device on the nurse's cart. And what's going on? At the other end of the corridor, Zuoyou and Bailu also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The curly-haired girl briefly explained the recent events to Zuoyou and Bailu. After hearing this, the two looked towards the door frame she mentioned, but just like her, they saw nothing. Bailu said to the others, wait here, and then walked alone towards the room. At that moment, the woman involved noticed that the dark blue hand, which had originally been resting on the door frame, slowly retracted back into the room as Bailu approached. She felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as these phenomena were visible only to her, and no one else could validate her claims. She wished that all of this was merely a figment of her imagination or a hallucination, but that was just self-deception. Bailu stepped cautiously into the room, her white eyes subtly scanning each corner. After finding nothing unusual, she carefully checked under the bed and inside the wardrobe, still failing to see the dark blue hand the woman had mentioned. The only thing worth noting was that there were items left behind by guests in this room. Bailu left the room, calling others to search through the remaining 3 rooms. Afterwards, they tallied up their findings. 4 out of the 10 rooms had guests residing in them, but the whereabouts of those guests remained unknown. Bailu did not linger and said, continue searching the 3rd floor before heading straight up the stairs. The curly-haired girl and the purple-haired girl helped the woman involved to her feet. Can you walk by yourself? The woman steadied herself and nodded, saying, I can. I can. She followed closely behind the others as they ascended the stairs. Yet in a daze, the woman felt as if something was trying to emerge from either side of her eyes. She hurriedly glanced around, but saw nothing. The woman quickly took a couple of steps, trying to stay closer to Wu Gu. Seeing the woman come near, Wu Gu assumed she was scared and said nothing further. The woman's unusual behavior was noticed by Zuoyou, who was walking behind. He was now certain that this woman had encountered some issues, so he decided to keep his distance during the next actions to avoid being affected. The group ascended to the 3rd floor. There were only 2 rooms on the entire floor. The decor style of this floor was starkly different from the opulence of the other 2, exuding a private and serious sense of oppression. They walked on the red carpet and pushed open the door to the 1st room. In the center of the room stood a massive, deep red wooden desk. On the desk, there was only an old-fashioned desk lamp, a metal pen holder, and a leather-bound notebook. The high-backed leather chair behind the desk resembled an empty throne. Zuoyou approached the desk and opened the notebook. It contained records of the 15th day of each month, followed by a number. The numbers generally ranged from a few to a dozen. Zuoyou flipped to the last page. The last recorded date was February 15th, 2026, with a number of 17. Zuoyou slowly closed the notebook, deep in thought. Did these numbers represent the guests who stayed at the sanatorium? If so, the last group of guests numbered 17, while there were only 4 treatment rooms in use downstairs. The numbers did not correspond to the occupancy of the rooms. Therefore, the figures likely referred to something other than guests. Look, this director is a biologist. Wow, she has received so many awards. The purple-haired girl pointed at a row of trophies on the shelf. This director is named Ning Hong, but I don't think I've heard of her. Have any of you come across related reports? The girl with the clips scanned the crowd, and their silence indicated that no one had heard of this person just like her. Zuoyou looked around and was attracted by something else on the shelf. He stepped forward and took down a picture frame. The photo showed Ning Hong with several staff members in front of the building. The photo noted the official opening date of the Songsher Sanatorium, December 22, 2012. Zuoyou put down the frame and approached a row of metal cabinets beside the bookshelf. Each drawer of the cabinet had a label. The classifications were meticulous, with records such as admission assessment, post-injection behavioral observation log, and therapeutic effect tracking. Click. Buzz. Bailu found a switch and pressed it, causing a wall to slowly rise. Behind the wall was a monitoring wall composed of dozens of small black and white screens, displaying real-time footage of the entire sanatorium inside and out, including the solar panels in the backyard and covering all the rooms on the first and second floors. At that moment, all the screens showed nothing but emptiness with only occasional static resembling snowflakes flashing by. Everyone was drawn to this monitoring wall. Wuge looked at the monitors and couldn't help but curse. This Ning Hong is probably a pervert. This is too terrifying. The people who come here have almost no privacy at all. The purple-haired girl frowned. The curly-haired girl clicked her tongue twice and said this director must hold quite a few secrets of those celebrities. The woman involved clutched her arms and trembled, saying, Do you all feel that? It's cold here. Cold. The purple-haired girl and the curly-haired girl exchanged glances and shook their heads. Wuge took off his coat and handed it over, saying, If you're cold, just wear my clothes first. Thank you. The woman took the coat and draped it over herself, but still curled up into a ball. Bai Lu, seeing Li Zuoyou staring intently at a particular screen, without saying anything, asked, What's wrong? Have you noticed something? Li Zuoyou raised his hand and pointed at the screen, saying, Don't you think the location of this monitor is a bit strange? Bai Lu turned to the screen he pointed at and found that it was just a monitor facing the bar counter from the side hall on the first floor with nothing particularly strange about it. Li Zuoyou explained, All the monitors except for the third floor also lack footage of the basement, unless you can prove to me that this building has no basement at all. Bai Lu looked deeply at Li Zuoyou and nodded. Continue speaking. And this monitor is actually facing the wine rack behind the bar. I doubt our director Ning Hong would be keeping an eye on whether anyone is stealing liquor. Li Zuoyou crossed his arms and smiled at the crowd. Wu Ge's eyes widened as he said, Are you suggesting that there might be an entrance to the basement behind the wine rack? Wow, you're really impressive to analyze all this. The purple-haired girl said with a starry-eyed expression, wanting to get closer to Li Zuoyou. Wu Ge, you four go check that wine rack. They'll finish searching the last room with Li Zuoyou and then join you downstairs. Bai Lu clapped her hands to interrupt and positioned herself between Li Zuoyou and the purple-haired girl. The four of us. What if we encounter danger? The curly-haired woman asked in a low voice. Bai Lu shot her a glance and said sternly, Even if you're by my side, I won't protect you if danger comes. Your only task now is to search this place quickly and leave as soon as possible. You. The curly-haired woman was left speechless by Bai Lu's retort. Brother Wu patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. Bai Lu is right. With that, he led the three of them downstairs. After they left, Bai Lu warned, Li Zuoyou, stay away from that purple-haired one. You might catch something. Li Zuoyou didn't reply. He pushed open the door to the adjacent room and stepped inside. Bai Lu followed, frowning. I'm talking to you. Li Zuoyou turned his head and replied indifferently, I don't think we're that familiar with each other. Fine. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and nodded twice before turning to search the other end of the suite. This suite likely belonged to the director Ning Hong. Its scale rivaled that of 6 or 7 convalescent rooms downstairs. Besides multiple functional rooms, it also featured a semi-open private pool. Li Zuoyou searched several rooms in succession, finding mostly expensive luxury items, but no useful clues. Li Zuoyou, come here. Bai Lu's voice came from the other end of the suite. Li Zuoyou twitched the corner of his mouth and followed the sound into a storage room. The moment he entered, the dazzling gleam of jewels nearly blinded him. The entire storage room was adorned with various jewelry and ornaments enough to host a jewelry exhibition. Bai Lu was crouched beside a combination safe, waving him over. Help me find any clues to the safe's password, Li Zuoyou asked. Can't you use your power to force it open? Bai Lu shook her head slightly. These safes have self-destruct mechanisms inside. If forced open or if the password is entered incorrectly 3 times, the contents will be destroyed. How many digits is the password? Li Zuoyou asked again. 8 digits, Bai Lu replied. After hearing this, Li Zuoyou glanced around and spotted a record made of gold. Engraved on the golden record was 1977. 08. 20. It seemed like a special anniversary. Try the numbers on that record. Li Zuoyou pointed at the golden record. Bai Lu was silent for a few seconds before replying. I tried that just now. It didn't work. Then I tried the numbers in reverse. Still no luck. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, and she lowered her head. Li Zuoyou squinted, tilting his head to see the expression on Bai Lu's face. But she buried her head even lower, eventually turning her back to him. Huh. Li Zuoyou shook his head with a wry smile. So that means we only have one chance left, genius. Bai Lu remained silent, nodding in shame. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs, pondering to himself. If the safe's password were set as a birthday, it would be too obvious. What other special date might serve as the password? That's right. The official opening date of this sanatorium would hold great significance for Ning Hong. In any case, it was worth a shot. After all, the mission was to search the sanatorium, not necessarily to retrieve anything. So Li Zuoyou entered the 8 digits 20121222 on the safe. Click. A crisp sound was heard as the safe door swung open. Bila's eyes lit up and she quickly turned around to ask, "How did you know the password?" Zuoyou couldn't be bothered to explain and casually replied, "Just a guess." The safe was nearly empty, containing only 2 documents. Zuoyou took out the 2 documents and skimmed through them. One was the experimental data for the BOA-type therapeutic agent conducted at Jianghan City's Chifu Private Hospital dated April 13, 2020. The other document was the experimental data for the BOS-type therapeutic agent also conducted at Jianghan City's Chifu Private Hospital dated July 7, 2025. "Quick, let me see that file on the BOS-type therapeutic agent," Bailu urged. Zuoyou tossed the file to her while flipping through the remaining one. However, the numbers and symbols in the document seemed to be encrypted, making them incomprehensible. Bailu was equally baffled, but her face still lit up with joy. "Does that mean there might be BOS-type therapeutic agents here?" Zuoyou nodded. "It's possible." Meanwhile, Brother Wu and the others had examined the wine rack, but found no button or mechanism resembling a switch. Brother Wu simply positioned himself beside the wine rack, leaned his back against it, and pushed hard with his legs. Rumble. The wine rack slowly moved aside. A metal door appeared. "There really is a hidden door." The purple-haired girl and the curly-haired woman hurried over. The adulteress was tightly wrapped in Brother Wu's coat and was about to follow. Suddenly, a pair of dark blue hands reached out from behind her head, instantly covering her eyes. An icy sensation seeped from her eyeballs into her entire body. The adulteress froze in place like a robot whose power had been switched off. Her hands, which had been clutching the coat, fell limply to her sides, and the coat slipped from her shoulders, sliding slowly to the floor. A few seconds later, the hands slowly withdrew. The adulteress' pupils had turned ink black with no white visible in her eyes. The other 3, still unaware of the anomaly, were discussing whether to open the metal door first. "I suggest we wait for Bailu and Zuoyou to come down before opening it." "What if there's danger?" the purple-haired girl pouted. "We've been in this building for so long. If there were any weirdness, it would have shown up by now. What's there to fear in opening the door?" Brother Wu retorted. "Besides, the sooner we finish searching, the sooner we're done, right?" The curly-haired woman sided with the purple-haired girl, trying to persuade him. "Brother Wu, don't be impatient. They'll be down soon. We can open the door together then. It won't take much time, right?" Brother Wu curled his lip and caught sight of the adulteress standing not far away. "Sis, what do you think?" He turned to ask, only to find her standing motionless with her head down, his coat scattered at her feet. "Sis, say." Brother Wu tried calling again. Still there was no response from the adulteress. The purple-haired girl and the curly-haired woman noticed this, and both took a few steps back. Brother Wu tensed his muscles and slowly moved forward 1 step. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify, and everyone held their breath. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard throughout the entire first floor, just as Wu Gu bent down to glimpse the face of the woman in the act. The woman suddenly lunged at Wu Gu, her speed far beyond what she could normally muster. Wu Gu reacted swiftly, throwing her over his shoulder. Crack! The woman was slammed onto the marble floor, the sound of her bones breaking echoing through the air. In the next moment, as if she felt no pain at all, she stood back up, her posture becoming exceedingly strange. The woman stood on her lower half, but her upper half remained slumped on the ground, resembling an inverted U. Upon seeing this, the purple-haired girl and the curly-haired woman immediately embraced each other, letting out piercing screams. The woman lunged at Wu Gu once more. Wu Gu was pushed back several steps by the immense impact. The woman's fingers like iron hooks dug into his flesh as she opened her mouth to bite at his neck. The woman's strength suddenly surged, and Wu Gu gritted his teeth, barely managing to restrain her head with both hands. Both sides fell into a stalemate. On the 3rd floor, Zuoyou and Bailu heard the screams from downstairs and exchanged a glance. "Let's go check it out," Bailu said, stepping out of the suite, followed closely by Zuoyou. Just as Zuoyou took a few steps out of the suite, a chill ran down his back, as if someone had covered him with a damp quilt in the winter. Zuoyou suddenly turned around and saw 2 dark blue hands clawing at the door frame not far away. Detected ID 05182, Phantom Veil. Gained 1,000 survival points along with the 1,000 points earned after midnight. Current survival points, 6,000. The cold notification echoed, reminding Zuoyou that he was being targeted. Just as described by the woman, the hands were dark blue. It seemed that only those who were ensnared could see them. Zuoyou did not hesitate to draw his revolver and aimed at the hands. But in the next moment, the hands seemed to realize something and retreated back into the room. Zuoyou had no intention of searching for them. He wanted to check the situation with the woman first. Putting away his revolver, Zuoyou caught up with Bailu and they descended the stairs together. At this moment, Wu Gu was pinned to the ground by the woman, but he still clung tightly to her head. On the other side, the purple-haired girl and the curly-haired woman huddled in a corner, trembling, without an ounce of courage to help. Bailu smirked, bringing her fingers together as she pointed at the woman, then suddenly spread her fingers apart. The woman pinned beneath Wu Gu seemed to be torn apart by some monstrous force in an instant. Intestines and organs mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. Wu Gu felt as if all his strength had been drained, and despite having blood splattered all over his face, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The purple-haired girl was stunned by Lu's method, her eyes wide as she covered her mouth. The curly-haired woman screamed again. Shut up. If you scream again, you'll meet the same fate. Lu coldly stated, not sparing a glance at the three before heading straight towards the metal door behind the bar. Zuoyou gazed at the corpse of the woman on the floor, deep in thought. The pattern of the Phantom Veil's killings seemed to silently erode a person's will over time until it was fully controlled. Moreover, only those ensnared could see its true form. Given this, it appeared unlikely that Lu's power could suppress this anomaly. Perhaps leaving this building could rid him of the influence of this anomaly. Zuoyou opened the system and glanced at the containment progress of the Phantom Campfire. ID 01001, Phantom Campfire Containment Progress 75. If it were to confront this anomaly directly, using the power of the Phantom Campfire would entail a quarter risk of losing control. Right now he had to be prepared for both outcomes. Lu opened the metal door, revealing a steel staircase lead. Are you coming? Lu turned to Zuoyou. Zuoyou nodded and entered the door with her. The other three, not daring to linger in the room, also chose to follow. As the group stepped onto the steel staircase, a series of clang 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 echoes followed. They walked to the end of the staircase and passed through a sterilization door. The scene inside made everyone's nerves tense. Rows of tall glass containers were filled with black liquid. Within the liquid, one could vaguely see shapes resembling children. Wu Gu stared hard at those containers, his fists slowly clenching. Damn it! What the hell have these beasts? Nearby, several operating tables still bore traces of blood, while scattered surgical instruments lay on the carts around. Zuoyou approached a central computer, its multiple screens still lit. The central computer was connected to some precise medical equipment, all functioning normally. Zuoyou clicked the mouse and opened a file named Drug Synthesis Records. The first group of data displayed BO1, A-type treatment drug, requires 5 healthy children under 14 years old. Successfully synthesized 393 doses. Effect can enhance human functions, improve signs of aging, no noticeable effect on awakeners. Side effects: injectors may exhibit childlike behavior. Ordinary humans can only inject half a dose. Zuoyou continued scrolling down. The second group of data appeared. BO2, A-type treatment drug, requires 10 healthy children under 10 years old. Successfully synthesized 71 doses. Effect: rejuvenates severed limbs, repairs, and reorganizes various human functions, delays deterioration caused by overexertion in awakeners. Side effects: mild rejection reactions. Ordinary humans can only inject 1 dose, awakeners can inject up to 3 doses. Zuoyou moved to the last group of data. BO1, S-type treatment drug, requires 15 healthy newborns within a month. Successfully synthesized 0 doses. Effect: unknown. Side effects: unknown. Lu had unknowingly come to Zuoyou's side, silently staring at the data on the computer screen. Even if Dean Ning Hong obtained the experimental data for the BO's-type treatment drug, they still couldn't manufacture it. Zuoyou slowly spoke. Lu took a deep breath and replied, "It's not here. That Shifu private hospital in Jianghan City must have it. After all, the data originated from there." Zuoyou smiled and shook his head. "Well, it depends on the governor's decision. If the convoy doesn't go to Jianghan City, you won't reach that hospital at all." As soon as the words left his mouth, a conjecture emerged in Zuoyou's mind. Could it be that the governor also needs that BO's-type treatment drug? As night fell, Zuoyou and his party of 6 walked along the dark mountain path, relying only on the faint light of their flashlights. The mountain, the curly-haired girl cautiously asked Lu. "What's the hurry?" Lu glanced at her, causing the curly-haired girl to immediately lower her head, too afraid to meet her gaze. Wu Gu and the purple-haired girl also refrained from mentioning leaving. Lu walked to the medical equipment connected to the central computer. She observed that there were still 2 constant temperature black boxes in the equipment chamber. Opening the chamber door, she took out the 2 black boxes. Through the glass on the box lids, she could see that each box contained a BO2, A-type healing potion. Joy immediately spread across Lu's face. "Excellent. 2 BO2, A-type healing potions are quite precious items for awakened ones." Just as she was glad about the unexpected gain of 2 healing potions, a voice from beside her interrupted, "I also deserve a share of those 2 healing potions." "What?" Lu turned her head, disbelief written all over her face. She never expected Zuoyou would dare to reach out and ask her for something. Zuoyou raised his hand and pointed at the box in Lu's hand. "1 potion for each of us, that's fair." "What do you need the potion for?" Lu raised an eyebrow and asked. "I don't know what I'll use it for." Zuoyou shrugged. "But for now, having 1 less potion could mean a lot later on. Who knows what good things it could trade for." Lu looked at Zuoyou with a half smile and said slowly, "Aren't you afraid I might kill you here?" Then Li Zuoyou replied expressionlessly, his tone calm. The atmosphere around them instantly dropped to freezing point. There's no need for us to create conflict here. The earlier situation had already indicated that there was something strange about this building. If they made too much noise and attracted the anomalies, it would be disastrous. The curly-haired girl glanced at her companions, trying to smooth things over. The purple-haired girl chimed in exactly. Let's discuss it after we return to the convoy. Li Zuoyou, stand down. You're no match for Bai Lu, Wu Gu said with a frown. The two of them stared at each other silently, and Bai Lu couldn't see any fear in Li Zuoyou's eyes. How infuriating. This guy? Why is he acting so tough when he's just an ordinary person? Bai Lu pondered whether she should teach, but her sixth sense felt oddly strong. It gave her the feeling that if she fought him she might die here. And this feeling continued to grow. Bai Lu's eyes shifted slightly. After thinking for a few seconds, she tightly closed her eyes and extended a box here. Take it. This action left the three nearby stunned. Countless question marks flashed through the minds of the three. Why? This is not Bai Lu's usual style. Why did she suddenly become so accommodating? Why would an awakened one compromise with an ordinary person? All questions ultimately converged into one point. The only reasonable explanation was that Bai Lu might have taken a liking to Li Zuoyou. The curly-haired girl Wu Gu and the purple-haired girl exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's. Li Zuoyou didn't say anything and calmly stepped forward to take the constant temperature box from Bai Lu, placing it into his backpack. Back to the convoy. Bai Lu's voice still carried a hint of resentment as she walked toward the stairs alone with the other three, hurriedly following behind. Li Zuoyou deliberately slowed his pace, walking at the back. Just moments ago he had clearly felt the chill intensifying behind him. The anomaly seemed to be lurking in his blind spot, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It seemed this anomaly did not intend to let him leave. The group passed through the disinfection door one by one. Just as Li Zuoyou was about to step into the door, a pair of dark blue hands shot out swiftly from the sides of his head, trying to cover his eyes. Here it comes. A completely dark blue female corpse was in a position as if to cover its eyes, but Li Zuoyou was nowhere to be seen. The surroundings changed the moment Li Zuoyou disappeared. It was empty all around, without any place for the anomaly to hide. Not far away, a pile of firewood burned with a ghostly blue flame emitting a faint glow. Click, a gun barrel pressed against the back of its head. The neck of the female corpse turned 180 degrees by itself. Its hollow gray-white eyes looked at Li Zuoyou, who was holding a revolver. Bang! A reinforced dark gold bullet pierced through the female corpse's head. The female corpse staggered a few steps, and a system prompt appeared above its head. Number 05182, anomaly, I cover suppression progress, 35. Bang. The second reinforced dark gold bullet hit the female corpse's chest. Number 05182, anomaly, I cover suppression progress, 70. The female corpse fell heavily to the ground. Li Zuoyou stepped forward, placing his foot on the corpse's back, and aimed for its head to fire a third shot. Number 05182, anomaly, I cover suppression progress, 100. Contain. Li Zuoyou snapped his fingers, the surroundings changed, and he found himself back in front of the disinfection door. In the brief few seconds, the people in front didn't even notice that Li Zuoyou had disappeared for a while. The system prompt sounded. Number 05182, anomaly, I cover containment successful, gained 5,000 survival points, current survival points 11,000 points. Li Zuoyou did some quick calculations. 3 reinforced dark gold bullets cost 3,000 points. He gained 6,000 points from this anomaly, so after this back and forth he still made a profit of 3,000 points. Li Zuoyou stopped in front of the wine rack and picked a few expensive bottles to stuff into his backpack. Hey, you still have the leisure to pick wine? Oh, let's hurry up and go. Li Zuoyou stopped in front of the wine rack and picked a few expensive bottles to stuff into his backpack. Hey, you still have the leisure to pick wine? Oh, let's hurry up and go. Wu Gu urged. Bai Lu glanced back at Li Zuoyou, said nothing, and led the curly-haired girl and the purple-haired girl toward the main door. Pushing open the door, the fragrant scent of grass and trees wafted in. The curly-haired girl and the purple-haired girl let out long sighs of relief, as if they had been reborn. Finally, we can return to the convoy. It's great to be alive. There are still supplies to pick up when we get back. That's wonderful. The two women chattered nonstop. Wu Gu stretched his shoulders. The place where he was scratched by the seductive woman still ached faintly. He muttered to himself, damn it. Finally over. As the group walked a few steps out of the courtyard, they suddenly heard the curly-haired girl let out another scream. Bai Lu frowned, intending to curse, but turned around to see. Under the shadow of the curly-haired girl, a pair of red high heels stood there, having appeared out of nowhere. The curly-haired girl froze in place, her lips trembling. I can't move. What's happening? The curly-haired woman stammered, her face pale with terror, as she kept repeating her condition. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of red high heels stood upright on her own shadow. Witnessing this, the others immediately distanced themselves from the curly-haired woman. Sis, your shadow. The purple-haired girl with the hair clips stammered, her pupils trembling as she pointed at the curly-haired woman's shadow. Unable to move and see behind her, the curly-haired woman cried out with a sobbing voice, "What's wrong with my shadow?" The next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, she pleaded desperately, "I don't want to die. Save me. Bai Lu, I beg you, save me." Bai Lu's eyes flickered with hesitation. After a brief pause, she slowly raised her right hand. The nail of her ring finger split open, and a surge of blood energy emerged from the crack, rushing toward the red high heels. In the blink of an eye, the red high heels were enveloped by Bai Lu's blood energy. But it lasted only a second before the blood energy burst apart, transforming into a mist of crimson. From beneath the blood mist, the owner of the red high heels slowly emerged. A female specter in a qipao, every inch of her exposed skin bore a red scalded appearance. Her face was a ghastly sight, as if melted by intense heat, and then solidified. Her nose, eyes, and mouth were barely distinguishable. Judging solely by her attire, she was identical to the portrait of Ning Hong in the hall. Ding. Discovered entity No. 00977, Lady Red, awarded 100 survival points. Current survival points, 12000. The system notification chimed. Simultaneously, a line of information appeared above Lady Red's head. Entity No. 00977, Lady Red, suppression progress 5. Li Zuoyou squinted, deducing inwardly. Bai Lu's attack seemed more like a probe into the specter's strength, a gauge to determine her next move. Given the outcome, suppressing this specter would be no easy feat. It seemed she would not forcefully subdue it, nor would she risk a life-and-death struggle. Thus, Bai Lu's next course of action would likely be to abandon everyone and flee. Li Zuoyou realized he had to find a way to save himself. He had no intention of summoning the ghost bonfire again, as it came with a 1-in-4 risk of losing control. His previous gamble had been a desperate risk. Li Zuoyou doubted his luck would hold out again. Meanwhile, the curly-haired woman began to vaporize. In mere seconds, she turned into a plume of blood-red smoke, which Lady Red slowly inhaled, leaving only a pair of shoes on the ground. As expected, seizing the moment, Bai Lu shrouded herself in blood energy and dashed toward the courtyard gate. Seeing Bai Lu flee, the purple-haired girl and Brother Wu, disregarding all else, also bolted for the gate. Li Zuoyou quickly calculated the distance to the courtyard gate, nearly 100 meters. To escape the yard would take at least 15 seconds with street lamps spaced along the way. Outrunning this specter was improbable. He decisively moved to the nearest spot directly beneath a street lamp. From his earlier observations, this specter triggered its killing pattern through people's shadows. By standing directly under the lamp, his shadow would condense into a single point at his feet, potentially evading Lady Red's assault. The next instant, Lady Red vanished and reappeared, stepping onto the purple-haired girl's shadow. The girl froze just like the curly-haired woman before her, immobilized in place. "Save me! Save me! Don't abandon me!" The girl screamed, her voice no longer affected, filled with a raw, desperate hunger for life. Hearing the wails behind him, Brother Wu slowed slightly. He glanced back at the girl with a helpless expression before continuing his sprint toward the gate. Bai Lu, leading the pack, didn't even turn her head. Li Zuoyou seized this chance to dash forward while observing the girl's predicament. As the girl began to vaporize, Li Zuoyou immediately positioned himself under another street lamp. 10 meters. 7 meters. 5 meters. Just as Bai Lu was about to reach the courtyard gate, Lady Red materialized out of thin air and stepped directly onto her shadow. The blood energy enveloping Bai Lu instantly coalesced into a massive blood hand, which seized Lady Red from behind. Yet Bai Lu herself remained paralyzed. They were locked in a stalemate, each exerting force against the other. Seeing this, Brother Wu abruptly halted. He hesitated, uncertain if he could slip safely past the woman and the specter. In that moment of indecision, a figure darted out from behind him, charging straight toward the gate. Brother Wu's pupils dilated. This. Li Zuoyou had escaped so effortlessly. He had assumed Li Zuoyou, lagging behind, was doomed. But to his surprise, the man had overtaken them all and was the first to flee the courtyard. Bai Lu's brow furrowed as she watched Li Zuoyou's retreating figure, cursing inwardly. Damn it! How could that guy be so lucky? Then Brother Wu cautiously passed by her, a trace of apology on his face. "I'm sorry, Bai Lu. I can't help you." With that, he too bolted out of the yard. Silence returned. One woman and one specter stood motionless. Damn it. To think that she who had been in the lead would become the specter's target. She had to think of something. Prolonging this standoff would only allow the specter to wear her down. Bai Lu steadied her nerves, pondering how to break the deadlock. Her power was insufficient to suppress the specter, merely achieving a balance. But as time passed, her condition would deteriorate. Once that balance tipped, she would be utterly at its mercy. Should she unleash her full strength against it? No, that wouldn't do. Exerting all her power would leave her severely weakened, making it impossible to return to the convoy. Bai Lu's eyes flickered, landing on the nearby street lamp. Of course, The specter triggered its killing pattern through shadows which were cast by these very lamps. Bailu bit down hard on her lower lip, cutting it open. A stream of blood flowed from the wound, floating upward and coalescing into a thread of blood. The next moment, that blood thread darted back and forth like lightning, piercing through every light source in the vicinity. In an instant, darkness engulfed the area. Bailu's shadow merged into the void. She stumbled forward as if freed from some invisible shackle and collapsed onto the ground. Turning back, she could only make out a pair of faintly glowing red high heels standing still in the darkness. Bailu swallowed hard, fixating on the indistinct silhouette standing in the darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The peculiar ant remained motionless, as if trapped in a state of silent contemplation. After determining that the anomaly posed no threat, Bailu hurriedly got to her feet, stumbling as she rushed out of the courtyard gate. The sky was on the verge of dawn, a gentle breeze rustling through the pine forest creating a soft rustle sound. Li Zuoyou sprinted to the foot of the mountain, panting heavily. With a pop, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up, the nicotine blending with the fresh scent of the surrounding flora as he inhaled slowly. The overwhelming fatigue temporarily subsided. Before he could finish the cigarette, Wu Gu caught up from behind. The two exchanged glances and Wu Gu cleared his throat. When I left, Bailu was still trapped in place by that anomaly. Should we wait for her here? Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. There was still an hour until the convoy departed. If you want to wait, then wait. I still need to go back and prepare. With that, Li Zuoyou stubbed out his cigarette and continued towards the direction of the convoy. Wu Gu turned back to look, still no sign of Bailu, and shook his head as he followed. The participants in the betting pool were already awake, eagerly waiting. Soon 2 figures slowly appeared in the distance. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. So what's the verdict? I told you Bailu could only bring back 1 ordinary survivor at most. Ha, I bet on just 1 survivor's survival, and now I've made a profit, ha ha ha. Does anyone have binoculars? Can we see who the survivors are? Uncle Lai has those. Do you dare to borrow them? Why are you making a fuss? Just wait 2 minutes, and we'll see clearly what's the rush. The yellow-haired guy stood on tiptoe, hands on his brow, straining to see, internally chanting Li Gu, Li Gu, Li Gu, Li Gu. The commotion drew the attention of other survivors who hadn't participated in the betting. Wang Chuanda leaned against a pickup truck, gazing into the distance, silently lighting a cigarette, his furrowed brow forming the character Chuan. Among them was a mother and child. The woman closed her eyes in a prayer-like pose, internally wishing for Li Zuoyou to perish on this mission. The 7 or 8-year-old boy gazed longingly at Li Zuoyou's tricycle, then tugged at the woman's sleeve. Mom, if Li Zuoyou dies, can we go take his things again? The woman suddenly opened her eyes, covering the boy's mouth with her hand and instinctively glancing around. Seeing no one nearby, she finally relaxed slightly. She bent down, gripping the boy's shoulders, and said sternly, "What did I tell you before? We absolutely cannot talk about taking things. We can't say a word no matter who asks. Do you understand?" The boy impatiently nodded, sulking. "Our family is so rich, I never even looked at his things before." The woman patted the boy's head. All right, things are different now. We can't act like we used to." Uncle Lai, Shi Minghong, and Ji Fei gathered together. Uncle Lai took off his binoculars. Bailu hasn't returned. Shi Minghong remained silent, taking the binoculars to continue observing. Ji Fei frowned. The convoy just received 2 new awakened ones, strengthening their power, and now we've lost 1. Moreover, Bai Qiu is still unconscious. The convoy's strength has essentially reset. That young man has survived 3 missions. Is it just luck? Shi Minghong spoke slowly while holding the What you're saying is? Ji Fei took the binoculars to confirm, nodding. That young man is Li Zuoyou. Among the ordinary survivors at the back of the convoy, his reputation isn't great, but I've done 2 missions with him, and his performance has been quite good, making him stand out among ordinary survivors. Uncle Lai said solemnly, "For people like him, if there's ever a chance to obtain awakening serum, we should consider administering it. If successful, his strength could surpass us natural awakeners." Exactly. My interactions with Li Zuoyou haven't been extensive, but from what I know of him, he wouldn't take that, Ji Fei added from the side. Uncle Lai smiled at the two. When a person is pushed to the brink, don't mention a 1 in 1,000 chance. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance would prompt them to gamble. We must consider the context when evaluating such issues. Uncle Lai's words elicited silent nods from Shi Minghong and Ji Fei. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Once the convoy saw that it was Li Zuoyou and Wu Gu, the crowd erupted again. What the hell? Bailu didn't come back, but 2 ordinary survivors did. Could it be that Bailu sacrificed herself to save these 2? Heh. Are you still asleep? Do you really think Bailu is the type to sacrifice herself for others? Exactly how could Bailu compare to my goddess Rong Jing? Then explain to me why Bailu didn't return, but 2 survivors did. Does this really need explaining? The peculiar killer doesn't just target ordinary people. Surely she was the one being hunted. What's there to question? At this moment, the happiest was the yellow-haired guy. Yeah, brothers was why I knew you could do it. He rushed over to the group that had set up the betting pool. I bet that my brother's would survive, and with 10-to-1 odds, now give me 5 bottles of mineral water and 10 packs of instant noodles. The bald-headed muscular man smoking a cigarette didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and replied got it. You go wait for now, after we finish calculating we'll give it to you all at once. Yellow-haired guy frowned saying, but I don't have any water or food left. I've bet everything. Can't you settle up with me first? The triangular-eyed guy lifted his head slightly. Who do you think you are? Why should we settle up with you first? Are you a member or VIP? The others burst into laughter. Then give me a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles first. I'm really hungry and need to fill my stomach. The yellow-haired guy took a deep breath and replied. The bald-headed muscular man flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, slowly rising and exhaling smoke into the yellow-haired guy's face. I said, can't you understand human language? I'll count to 3, get out of my sight immediately. Several of the bald man's companions closed in at that moment. 3, 2. You won't leave until you give me what I want. The yellow-haired man glanced at the few people surrounding him and spoke again. The bald, muscular man scoffed, showing no intention to respond to that, and simply waved his hand. Several accomplices suddenly surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the yellow-haired man. Ignoring how others were attacking him, he focused on beating up one person with slanted eyes. But ultimately his fists could not match a dozen hands, and soon the yellow-haired man was pulled down to the ground. With a rain of fists and feet descending upon him, he could only curl up on the ground, protecting his head. Stop! A thunderous shout rang out. Everyone halted their fists and turned to look. Ji Fei slowly walked to the bald, muscular man and said in a deep voice, Lu Kaichuan, can't you control your men? Captain Ji, you've misunderstood this. Yellow-haired man started at first. Lu Kaichun said with a forced smile, putting on a very aggrieved expression. He then pulled the slanted-eyed man with a bleeding nose in front of Ji Fei, saying, Captain Ji, look, the yellow-haired man started it and hurt my brother like this. Ji Fei raised his hand and pointed at Lu Kaichuan, saying, if I see you or your people causing trouble in the convoy again, you'll all have to leave, understand? Lu Kaichun maintained his smile, repeatedly assuring, don't worry, Captain Ji, we're not troublemakers. All right, everyone disperse and get ready to depart soon. Ji Fei dispersed the crowd and glanced at the yellow-haired man on the ground, asking, can you still leave? The yellow-haired man, bloodied and barely able to sit up with his hands braced on the ground, muttered they lost and won't admit it, bullying the few with the many. You participated in a gamble. Well, I don't have time to manage your affairs. Just be more careful. Ji Fei said this and turned to blend into the crowd. Li Zuoyou and Brother Wu returned to the convoy, and Brother Wu's girlfriend rushed over, diving into his embrace. I'm so glad. I knew you would come back safely. She hugged Brother Wu tightly, her fingers brushing against the wound on his back. Ouch! Brother Wu grimaced in pain. Brother Wu, you're injured. The girl bit her lip, looking heartbroken. It's nothing, Xiao Tong, just a superficial injury. Brother Wu reassured. Suddenly someone in the crowd pointed and shouted, look over there. Look, there seems to be someone else over there. This shout attracted the attention of those nearby. They saw a figure staggering toward them from a distance, looking somewhat weak. Brother Wu, holding his girlfriend, looked into the distance and whispered, it must be Bai Lu. I can't believe she came back alive. Xiao Tong raised her face and asked, was the strange encounter you faced really severe? Brother Wu smiled bitterly, the fact that I survived is purely due to luck. Xiao Tong tightened her grip around Brother Wu and softly said, let's go. I'll bandage your wounds first. Ji Fei furrowed his brows as he gazed into the distance. After a few seconds, he mounted his motorcycle and rode toward the figure. Li Zuoyou merely glanced back and didn't linger, heading straight toward where the tricycle was parked. After walking a few steps, his gaze swept over the yellow-haired man sitting on the ground covered in dirt. The yellow-haired man seemed dazed, with aches shooting through his body when a figure slowly approached. The yellow-haired man looked up and his eyes lit up. Zuoyou, brother. He then lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Li Zuoyou squatted down and lit a cigarette for both the yellow-haired man and himself. So what happened? Luga, we've made quite a bit this time. A group of men and women surrounded the supplies, and a girl in a leather skirt looked up at the distance, then gently patted Lu Kaichun on the shoulder. What's wrong, babe? Lu Kaichun asked with a smile. The girl tilted her chin toward the other side. They saw the yellow-haired man following Li Zuoyou, slowly walking toward them. Lu Kaichun raised an eyebrow. What? Haven't you had enough? Want to fight again? The slanted-eyed man chuckled. We even recruited external help. This is quite a show. Huh? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Li Zuoyou raised his hand and began counting heads. 1, 2, 3, 4. He counted up to 9. What are you doing? The slanted-eyed man scratched his head, counting how many parents there are. If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't just stand there. Li Zuoyou smirked slightly. There are a total of 7 men and 2 women. I've noted your appearances. Once you leave the convoy, none of you will survive. The slanted-eyed man was about to speak, but Lu Kaichun pressed him down, whispering, Li Zuoyou, right. The next time we go out for supplies, you and that yellow-haired man better bring the same momentum as today. Li Zuoyou said nothing and turned to leave with the yellow-haired man. After the two left, the girl in the leather skirt reminded Lu Gu, I heard that Li Zuoyou killed 2 survivors last time, so he might be difficult to deal with. A slightly plump woman crossed her arms and laughed. So what if he killed 2 survivors? Does that intimidate you? How can you follow Lu Gu like this? Lu Kaichun pulled the girl in the leather skirt onto his lap and glared at the plump woman. How can you talk to my... The plump woman immediately lightly slapped herself on the face. Look at my mouth. I just can't help myself. My babe can say whatever she wants. Lu Kaichun burst into laughter and then turned to the slanted-eyed man, saying, sharpen our weapons for the next outing. Those 2 must die. The slanted-eyed man nodded with a smile. Lu Gu, don't worry, I'll handle this. Come to my vehicle, I'll get you something to patch up. Just remember to return it later. Li Zuoyou brought the yellow-haired man to his tricycle, looking at the disheveled supplies in the cargo area, his brows furrowing deeply. What's wrong, Zuoyou brother? The yellow-haired man looked at Li Zuoyou, who remained silent. Due to the consumption over the past 5 days, there weren't many supplies left, and Li Zuoyou quickly noticed what was missing. 1 can of canned pork, 1 can of fermented black bean fish, 4 packs of instant noodles, 4 bottles of mineral water, and a few remaining chocolate pies. Li Zuoyou chuckled instead of getting angry, saying, hee interesting, my things have been stolen. Huh. The yellow-haired man's eyes widened. Isn't it against the convoy's iron law to steal? Li Zuoyou replied, some people have run out of supplies, so they've started to think of crooked ideas. Li Zuoyou handed the bandages and disinfectant to the yellow-haired man, also getting him some food. You don't need to worry about this, go treat your wounds. Zuoyou brother. The yellow-haired man cradled the supplies in his arms, his voice somewhat choked. I'll return it to you immediately when I find supplies next time. Li Zuoyou waved his hand. Got it, let's go. As the yellow-haired man left, Li Zuoyou's gaze fell upon Ji Fei, who was returning with Bai Lu. Ji Fei parked the motorcycle in front of Shi Minghong. Bai Lu, have you found any useful clues for this mission? Shi Minghong asked directly without any pleasantries. Bai Lu handed over 2 documents from the safe. Shi Minghong glanced at the documents and asked, are there any other clues? The Songshi Sanatorium hides a research room in the basement where the BO1A and BO2A treatment agents were synthesized. As for the BO's treatment agent, it was not successfully synthesized due to certain reasons. Bailu's voice carried a hint of fatigue. You did an excellent job on this mission. Shi Minghong nodded in agreement. As he was leaving, he looked at Ji Fei and said, help her back to the bus to rest. After Shi Minghong left, Ji Fei was about to step forward to assist, but Bai Lu waved her hand, saying, no need, I can walk myself. Captain Ji, my belongings were stolen while I was on a mission. What should we do about this? A familiar voice rang out. The two turned their heads to see Li Zuoyou. What was stolen? Ji Fei. Li Zuoyou listed the stolen items. All right, I'll handle this matter. Ji Fei pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly a bit annoyed by the events of the morning. How long? Li Zuoyou pressed, not wanting to be brushed off. Ji Fei looked at Li Zuoyou, and after a few seconds of eye contact, he countered, how long do you want for a result? Do you want me to say it? Li Zuoyou smiled and nodded. All right, I'll give you 1 day. They'll find a way to quickly track down the person who stole your belongings, but I can't guarantee it will be done in a day. Ji Fei shook his head. Bai Lu stood by with her arms crossed, watching the two converse without any intent. If you don't find the person in a day, I'll find a way myself. Of course I'll deal with whoever I find in my way, Li Zuoyou replied lightly. Ji Fei frowned, his tone growing heavier. The team has its own iron rules. You can't arbitrarily deal with survivors within the team. So these iron rules are meant to restrain those who follow the rules. I have already calmly stood here talking to you. Within a day, if you find the person, we will follow the team's rules. If I find the person after a day, I will do it my way. Li Zuoyou took a deep breath, speaking clearly and deliberately, obviously running out of patience in this conversation. Ji Fei did not respond, seemingly suppressing his anger as he turned to leave. Li Zuoyou was about to leave when Bai Lu called out to him from the side. Li Zuoyou, you run pretty fast, huh? Fast? Li Zuoyou smiled slightly. Aren't you the one running at the front? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Don't you think your attitude when talking to Captain Ji is a bit too harsh? Don't you think Captain Ji's approach to handling matters is quite disappointing? Li Zuoyou retorted. Just then Rong Jing, with her twin ponytails, walked down from the bus. Li Zuoyou noticed that 1/3 of Rong Jing's ponytail had turned white. Did this signify the deterioration of her condition? Rong Jing's eyes moved beneath the mask, scanning Bai Lu, and Li Zuoyou, finally resting on Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou, you don't need to participate in every mission. Oh, it's too dangerous. Rong Jing communicated in sign language. Before Li Zuoyou could respond, Bai Lu interjected, he was called by me and he gained benefits from me. As she spoke, Bai Lu wore a faint smile, seemingly gazing at Rong Jing with a victorious demeanor. Rong Jing ignored Bai Lu and continued signing. I just heard on the bus that your supplies were stolen. If you have nothing to eat, I can bring you some. Bai Lu's eyes twitched, biting her lip. No need, I still have supplies. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. The team is about to depart. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. After Li Zuoyou walked away, Rong Jing slowly turned to Bailu. What benefits did Li Zuoyou gain from you? Sign language. Bailu leaned against the car, scrutinizing Rong Jing in front of her, smiling as she asked, what? Are you concerned? Are you jealous? Rong Jing was taken aback for 2 seconds before flipping her ponytail and heading straight back to the bus. Bailu watched Rong Jing's retreating figure, her lips involuntarily curling up. He serves you right for ignoring me just now. Li Zuoyou arrived at Wang Chuanda's pickup truck on his tricycle. Old Wang, give me a ride. Oh, I need to catch up on some sleep in the car. I still have things to handle later. Wang Chuanda said nothing more and opened the truck bed. Put the tricycle in the truck bed. By the way, do you still have cigarettes? Li Zuoyou asked out of curiosity. Didn't you divide quite a bit of cigarettes last time? Have you finished them all? Wang Chuanda awkwardly nodded. I can skip meals, but I must have cigarettes. Li Zuoyou handed him 4 more packs of cigarettes. Make them last. Who knows when the next time for searching supplies will be. Didn't the team say they were preparing supplies for 5 days, eh? This is already the 6th day. Wang Chuanda complained. Don't you think the team's route has been a bit strange these past few days? Li Zuoyou said as he climbed into the passenger seat of the pickup. Wang Chuanda hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat and asked, what? Is it a bit strange? What did you notice? Li Zuoyou closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. I feel like they are avoiding something. Wang Chuanda tore open a pack of cigarettes, lit one, took a deep breath, and said slowly, something that even the whole team is wary of. When he looked at Li Zuoyou again, he had already fallen asleep. It's quite strange that you can survive every time you come back. Wang Chuanda said to himself. The team departed on time, and after about 4 or 5 hours the originally clear sky suddenly turned overcast. The surrounding temperature also dropped to freezing point. Tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Hail began to fall, hitting the roof and windshield of the car, making a crackling sound like a dense drumbeat. The road quickly froze, and all vehicles began to skid to varying degrees. The entire convoy was forced to stop. Survivors without vehicle shelter were struck by hail, suffering in pain, and hurriedly hid under the large trees on both sides of the road. The RV door opened, and Shi Minghong stepped out, ignoring the hail, hitting his head and face, striding towards the bus. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked 3 times on the bus door, appearing somewhat anxious, and shouted, You blind fool. Hurry up and get to work. Coming, brother Minghong, no need to be so angry. A slightly effeminate voice came out. A chubby man in his late 20s or early 30s wearing sunglasses slowly opened the door. Though the fatty was called Blind Man and wore a pair of sunglasses, he was not truly blind. It was just his cyan robe paired with the shades that earned him the nickname from Uncle Lai. Ouch, ouch. Blind Man stuck his head out, got hit by a few hailstones, let out a girlish gasp, and scrambled back into the vehicle. Shi Minghong, who had been standing in the hail all along, twitched at the corner of his eye and bellowed, Blind Man, get the hell out here. Blind Man stepped out of the car carrying a pink umbrella. I was just grabbing an umbrella, brother Minghong. Can't you see the convoy is stuck here? Set up the defensive net immediately. Shi Minghong was trembling with rage. Coming right away, coming right away. Blind Man shuffled with mincing steps toward the rear of the convoy, his long robe swaying to reveal a pair of white socks pulled up high. He first arrived at the southeast corner of the convoy, sniffed the air, and this is the spot. Then he pulled out from his sleeve what appeared to be a sparkler made of grease. Blind Man lit one end, and the sparkler emitted tiny red sparks. Astonishingly, the burning sparkler was completely unaffected by the hail, after being stuck into the ground the sparks remained steady. Next, Blind Man planted lit sparklers at the northeast, northwest, and southwest corners in turn. By the time Blind Man returned to the vehicle, Shi Minghong had already called Uncle Lai and Ji Fei to convene a meeting on the bus. Blind Man, you take charge of the arrangements, Shi Minghong said. Without hesitation, Blind Man raised his little finger. Rong Jing, you handle the southeast corner. Captain Ji, you take the northwest corner. He turned to look at Bailu, who still seemed somewhat weak, and said softly, Sister, can you manage? Bailu struggled to suppress a laugh and nodded. All right, then you're in charge of the northeast corner. Blind Man rested his chin on his hand. As for the southwest corner, either Uncle Lai or Brother Minghong needs to go. He'll go. Uncle Lai looked at Shi Minghong. You need to ensure the governor's safety. Then everyone hurry to your designated spots. Oh, by the way. Blind Man pointed at Ji Fei. Captain Ji, inform everyone in the convoy that no one is allowed to speak during this time. Everyone must communicate only through sign language. Ji Fei nodded. All right, I'll go notify them now. After the crowd dispersed, Blind Man sat cross-legged inside the carriage and seemed to enter a meditative state. Li Zuoyou, awakened by the noise of the hail, helplessly lit a cigarette. Soon after, he received Ji Fei's order-forbidding speech. Bored out of his mind in the car, Li Zuoyou suddenly remembered the expensive foreign liquor in his backpack. He pulled out a bottle of Balvenie 50-year-old and waved it in front of Wang Chuanda. Wang Chuanda's eyes went wide, his hands trembling. He took the bottle and then gestured with sign language. This whiskey has only 88 bottles globally, each priced around 7,000. Who knew old Wang was so knowledgeable? Li Zuoyou raised his chin, signaling to open it and have a taste. Wang Chuanda handed the bottle back to Li Zuoyou, then ran to the back seat, rummaged around, and brought out a small wooden box. Opening the box, it contained all sorts of finely crafted glasses. Wang Chuanda took out 2 snifter glasses and gently clinked them, producing a crisp ding. As the cork was pulled out, a luxurious aura worth 7,000 spread through the air. The bronze-colored liquor flowed into the cups. The two raised their glasses, first gently sniffing the rim. The fragrance of toasted oak mingled with a hint of fruity aroma. Li Zuoyou took a sip, feeling as if velvet were wrapping around his tongue, smooth, lingering, and dense. Wang Chuanda exchanged a glance with Li Zuoyou, and both nodded in a gentlemanly manner. It felt as though they were not sitting in a pickup truck, but aboard a multi-million-dollar luxury yacht. This entire scene was observed by Bai Lu, who stood under an umbrella beside the sparkler. Sensing a sharp gaze from somewhere, Li Zuoyou swept his eyes around and met Bai Lu's stare heat. He slowly poured a glass of wine and then made a toasting gesture toward Bai Lu. How infuriating! Bai Lu gritted her teeth. That guy was sitting in the car drinking the expensive liquor Head brought from the sanatorium while she stood outside like a security guard. If only she had brought a bottle out too. Forget it. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Lu simply turned sideways, pulled a sausage from her pocket, tore open the wrapper with her teeth, and took big bites. Halfway through eating, she stealthily glanced toward the pickup truck again. Inside the cabin, Li Zuoyou had opened 2 cans of food, and along with the middle-aged man was putting on an air of refined elegance. Bai Lu turned away, staring at the half-eaten sausage in her hand. Why did 2 ordinary people get to live so much better than her and awakened? She gulped down the sausage in one bite, chewing vigorously, silently reciting, Bai Lu, you can't get angry. Getting angry means you lose. Keep a calm mind. Keep a calm mind. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other gently patting her chest. The hail gradually weakened and soon stopped, but the road remained icy. Bai Lu's mood had mostly calmed down. She silently put away her umbrella and stared at the sparklers glowing with red sparks on the ground. Sigh. She had no idea when the road would thaw. She didn't want to stay here another minute, especially having to face Li Zuoyou and the other man. Suddenly a scent drifted past her nose. Bai Lu frowned and slowly turned her head. Li Zuoyou and the middle-aged man were right now cooking a self-heating hot pot on the hood of the pickup truck. The two leaned on the pickup on one foot, each holding a glass. Bai Lu's eyes widened sharply, her chest heaved violently, and she no longer suppressed any emotion. Her gaze was like that of a demon, glaring at the two with venomous intensity. If not for the ban on speaking, she would have unleashed the most vicious words in the world upon them. The next moment, Li Zuoyou set down his glass, scooped some food from the cooked hot pot, and walked over with a bowl and chopsticks. Bai Lu's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her eyes, thinking to herself, so you do have some conscience, Li Zuoyou. But after a few seconds, the bowl and chopsticks still hadn't been offered. She looked up to see Li Zuoyou standing just 3 or 4 meters away, eating from the bowl. As he ate, he signed to her, "Are you hungry?" Bai Lu suppressed the urge to swallow, giving no response. Li Zuoyou exhaled a puff of warm air and gestured again, "Want some?" Bai Lu bit her lip, still ignoring Li Zuoyou. Gurgle. Her stomach traitorously growled first. A wave of shame surged over her, and the knuckles of her hand gripping the umbrella began to turn white. Li Zuoyou grinned, finished the food in his bowl in 2 or 3 bites, turned back to the front of the car, grabbed a clean bowl and chopsticks, and started scooping food from the hot pot. Each time he fished out an item, he showed it to Bai Lu as if asking if she wanted to eat. Bai Lu kept staring at Li Zuoyou, making no response. Li Zuoyou paused again, standing about 4 to 5 meters away from Bai Lu, holding a bowl and chopsticks. "Do you want to eat some?" Sign language. Bai Lu remained expressionless, but her mouth was slightly puffed due to the accumulation of saliva. Seeing Bai Lu's lack of response, Li Zuoyou picked up a piece of beef from the bowl and popped it into his mouth, nodding as he savored it. Then he signed, "This is the last bowl. If you don't eat it, it will be gone." Bai Lu stared at the steaming bowl in Li Zuoyou's hand, and after a moment her mental defenses completely crumbled. She swallowed her saliva and nodded twice towards Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou handed the bowl and chopsticks to Bai Lu with a mischievous smile on his face, as if to say, "Are you still pretending?" Bai Lu, disregarding the chopsticks Li Zuoyou had used, turned her back and started eating heartily. The long-awaited hot pot was finally in hand, but tears were welling up in her eyes. She had lost. She felt utterly spineless. How infuriating. How detestable. But the hot pot was truly delicious. As Bai Lu ate from the bowl, a look of shame and anger began to emerge on her face. She had already lost to this man twice. Li Zuoyou, just wait. 3rd time's the charm. If I compromise with you again, I won't be surnamed Bai anymore. He'll take your surname, Li. Bai Lu silently vowed. Suddenly a piece of white paper money fell from the sky. Soon after, the 2nd and 3rd pieces followed. In an instant, more and more paper money rained down like an unexpected snowfall. At the same time, the fairy wand beside her, which was emitting red sparks, turned into green sparks. Bai Lu's nerves tightened as something was amiss. When she turned her head again, Zuoyou and that man had already hidden back in the pickup truck. Meanwhile, the other 3 fairy wands in the corners exhibited the same phenomenon. Rong Jing, Uncle Lai, and Ji Fei all warily glanced around. The blind man's soft voice echoed in the minds of the 4 awakened ones. If any unusual attack on the fairy wands is detected, it must be stopped. If even one wand goes out, we're done for. I can sense that more than one anomaly is approaching. Upon receiving the blind man's message, the expressions of the 4 became extremely grim. Li Zuoyou sat in the car, rolling down the window to smoke a cigarette. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He was curious about what kind of anomaly lurked outside. Assuming this anomaly was exceptionally powerful, with his current 100 points, he could exchange them for 12 safety talismans. Adding the one he had, he would have a total of 13 talismans that should allow him to escape. He didn't believe a single anomaly could attack him 13 times in a row. At that moment, all the survivors in the convoy remained in their positions, eerily quiet, as if awaiting the judgment of fate. Some people closed their eyes tightly, hands clasped in prayer, while others knelt on the ground, hands together, begging for the Buddha's protection. But more were staring intently at their surroundings, hoping to react in time when danger approached. The entire convoy suddenly fell into silence. The next moment, a strong stench of decay enveloped them, as if a multitude of rotting corpses were piled up beside the convoy. The smell of decay is a warning of danger etched into humanity's genes. Many survivors began to tremble, feeling an overwhelming urge to scream and flee. A sharp sound of a swona echoed from afar, akin to a hoarse wail. The sound reverberated in their ears, tormenting their spirits, causing everyone to clench their jaws and furrow their brows. Dong dong dong. The drum beats came as if each strike was pounding against their hearts, causing some ordinary survivors' lips to turn pale. As the drum beats subsided, a gong sounded like the snapping of the final taut nerve. Several survivors suddenly spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this scene, the already fearful mentality of those around them instantly reached the brink of collapse. Rong Jing removed her mask. Ji Fei clutched 2 handfuls of salt from his red salt bag. Bai Lu slowly raised her hands, while Uncle Lai pressed his hand against a piece of skin. The 4 awakened ones sensed that the impending anomaly was extraordinarily powerful. In the distance, a white team appeared in the forest, slowly drawing closer. They are coming this way. A middle-aged woman fixed her gaze on the group of anomalies in the distance, bracing her trembling body. I don't want to die here, I want to run. I need to get out of here quickly. The woman staggered and ran in another direction. A nearby college student attempted to stop the woman, but was held back by a companion. The companion hurriedly signed, "Don't mind her in her current state, she can't be saved and might endanger others." The college student understood his companion's meaning, and in the end helplessly watched as the woman gradually left. Rong Jing saw the middle-aged woman about to run out of the fairy wand's range, and shook her head vigorously at her. But at that moment, the middle-aged woman could see nothing else. Her only thought was to escape as quickly as possible. Her unusual behavior attracted the attention of everyone. Just as the middle-aged woman ran out of the fairy wand's range, her clothes, skin, and hair began to fall off, followed by her muscles, blood vessels, and meridians. In the end, only her skeleton remained as she staggered forward a few steps before collapsing into a heap. The entire process lasted only 2 to 3 seconds, as if some force effortlessly peeled her apart. The crowd's pupils contracted and they gasped in horror. This was simply too terrifying. Several girls' eyes turned red as they couldn't help but cover their mouths and sob quietly. This scene completely extinguished any thoughts of escape in some individuals, and a sense of despair began to quietly rise in everyone's hearts. Wu Gu and his partner Xiaotong huddled together, and he cast a worried glance at the baby in Xiaotong's arms. As the white team drew closer, Li Zuoyou gradually saw clearly that it was a funeral procession composed of anomalies. All the anomalies were dressed in identical hemp, clothing their exposed limbs and faces covered in corpse spots. In the center of the procession was a pitch-black coffin being carried. Unlike usual, the coffin was twice the size of a regular coffin. Ding. Detected no. 03513. Guide gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 13,000 points. Ding. Detected no. 01218. Ritual banner gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 14,000 points. Ding. Detected no. 02751. Music class gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 15,000 points. Ding. Detected no. 01111. Assisting spirits gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 16,000 points. The system notification tones echoed continuously and beads of sweat began to surface on Li Zuoyou's forehead. Then as the final notification tone rang out, Li Zuoyou's eyes widened suddenly. Ding. Discovered item number 00099, cursed coffin, gained 1,000 survival points. What the heck? Li Zuoyou couldn't help but curse. The coffin outside already had the number 00099, what kind of malevolent entity lay inside? Li Zuoyou furrowed his brow slightly. The eerie funeral procession's influence was too widespread. The sudden hail and the sharp drop in temperature were likely caused by them. If he were alone in the wild encountering this funeral procession, what were the odds of survival? Perhaps the chances were infinitely close to zero. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but sigh. His previous belief that he could escape using the 13 peace charms was overly optimistic. He would have to change his ways. In the time ahead, he needed to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. As the funeral procession drew nearer to the convoy, the temperature dropped again. A thick layer of frost formed on all the windows of the vehicles. People's breaths turned to mist in the air, crystallizing into ice shards. Fortunately, Li Zuoyou had rolled down the window beforehand, allowing him to still see the movements of the funeral procession. The funeral procession maintained its speed, slowly passing by one side of the convoy, the stench of decay growing more potent. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at that moment. Some people even held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The two nearest ferry rods were managed by Rong Jing at the southeast corner and by Lu at the northeast corner. At that moment, Rong Jing felt uneasy, as she could clearly sense that the cold air she exhaled was completely suppressed. This suppression came from the black coffin. If something strange were to attack this ferry rod she was guarding, she would be utterly helpless. On the other side, Bai Lu's situation was no better. She could no longer feel the flow of blood in her body, as if it had all been frozen. However, the fairy rod that the blind man had planted in the ground seemed to shield them from all strange perceptions. Although the convoy was right next to them, the funeral procession continued at its original speed. At this speed, within a minute, the entire funeral procession would pass the convoy. Wow! A baby's cry suddenly rang out. Even though Wu Gu was quick to cover the baby in the little boy's arms, the baby still let out a cry. The funeral procession abruptly stopped in its tracks. All the strange entities slowly turned their heads, their pale, lifeless eyes fixating on the source of the sound. Survivors around Wu Gu and the little boy also cast their gazes there. Their eyes were filled with resentment and fury. If glares could kill, the two of them would have been slain 1,000 times over by the surrounding crowd. In the next moment, the fairy rods in front of Rong Jing and Bai Lu began to burn rapidly, transforming into large bursts of flame. Bai Lu's heart raced. She was unsure if these eerie beings would suddenly attack and whether she could withstand it. Rong Jing furrowed her brow tightly, adopting a stance ready for battle. Ji Fei and Uncle Lai watched the situation unfold anxiously, but could not rush over to assist. If something unexpected occurred here, there would be no remedy. Shiming Hong, who had been standing on the roof of the RV, clenched his fists, fixated on all the strange moves. Li Zuoyou was also drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he was so close to the funeral procession that he could hit the coffin with a cigarette, but beside him, Wang Chuanda swallowed hard, one hand already gripping the car key. The moment something strange attacked, he would slam the gas pedal and speed away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time felt as though it had slowed down several times. The blind man sitting in the car had his eyes tightly closed, his brow furrowed, white steam rising from his head. His long robe was already soaked with sweat, and 2 streams of black liquid slowly flowed from beneath his sunglasses. Moments later, all the strange entities turned their heads back in unison, and the entire funeral procession resumed moving. Everyone remained still, watching as the funeral procession completely disappeared from view. The sparks from the 4 fairy rods turned red as well. My young energy is nearly depleted, the blind man gasped, leaning to the side before passing out. Yu Ming and Engineer Liao hurried forward to support him. As soon as Yu Ming grabbed the blind man's arm, she felt he had lost weight. At that moment, Shiming Hong also entered the compartment. He has used up too much energy this time. I'm afraid he won't be able to participate in any actions for a while. Yu Ming looked at Shiming Hong, her face showing concern. There's another bad piece of news. The last BO2 A-type healing agent in the convoy was given to Bai Chiu, so we no longer have any healing agents left. Shiming Hong said nothing, silently nodding. Soon Ji Fei and the other 3 returned. Yu Ming recounted the blind man's condition to them again. Bai Lu rummaged through her backpack where a BO2 A-type healing agent was packed, but she had reserved it for her brother in case his condition worsened. After a moment's thought, she took the healing agent out of her backpack and said, I have a BO2 A-type healing agent here, obtained from the Songsher Sanatorium. A regular survivor also has one in hand. He doesn't need it anyway, so you can consider getting it from him. Ji Fei asked. Li Zuoyou has one, who I allocated it to him. Bai Lu glanced at everyone. This one here is also meant for my brother. You all can see his condition. Ideally, both BO2 A healing agents should be used on awakened ones, right? A few people nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was the reasoning. Rong Jing's eyes shifted slightly, so it turned out that Li Zuoyou had obtained the healing agent from Bai Lu. So who will talk to him? I'm not really good at conversing with Li Zuoyou. Ji Fei pinched his brow. Everyone naturally turned their gaze to Bai Lu as she was the one who had given the healing agent to Li Zuoyou, making her the best candidate for talking to him. Of course they were unaware of the complexities involved. What are you looking at me for? Bai Lu crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Humph. I want go. I haven't interacted with that kid before. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Uncle Lai also found it difficult. Shiming Hong simply turned to get off the car. You all can discuss this matter. The others had no choice but to look at Rong Jing. She glanced around and pointed to herself. Everyone nodded. Alright, I'll give it a try. Rong Jing made a hand sign. Bai Lu shot a sideways glance at Rong Jing, secretly thinking, let me show you how treacherous that guy can be. As the funeral procession departed, the dark clouds above the convoy gradually dispersed, and rays of sunlight began to illuminate the icy road. Wisps of steam rising into the air. It seemed that before long the icy surface would completely thaw. Wu Ge slowly moved his hand away from the infant's face, and the baby in the young boy's arms had become still. Both seemed to realize something, gazing at each other in silence. The young boy wept, tears streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the increasingly cold face of the infant. Wu Ge gently embraced the young boy, whispering, I'm sorry. The young boy buried his head in Wu Ge's chest, murmuring he still couldn't survive. Why has the world become like this? Damn it. You two almost got us killed. A group of survivors angrily surrounded them. Damn it. Today we won't let you off easy. Several women approached, ready to pull the young boy's hair. Wu Ge quickly stood up, shielding the young boy behind him, using his body to block the women who lunged at them. In the scuffle, a man picked up a stone from the ground and charged at Wu Ge, intending to smash his head. Having trained in mixed martial arts, Wu Ge reacted swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. Seeing that the two dared to fight back, the crowd erupted in fury, and the number of those surrounding them suddenly grew. Wu Ge could only fend off the attackers while retreating with the young boy, causing the rear of the convoy to become chaotic. Li Zuoyou leaned against the pickup, observing the chaotic scene not far away, silently lighting a cigarette as if lost in thought. Rong Jing found Li Zuoyou and chose to stand quietly beside him, waiting without interruption. Before long, Ji Fei strode towards the crowd, shouting angrily. Everyone settled down. Although the crowd halted their actions, the shouts and curses continued unabated. Captain Ji saw it too. These two almost ruined the entire convoy. They must be punished. Don't you all? Yes, they must be punished. This matter won't just pass. They just laid hands on someone. At this moment, the young boy was already in tears, leaning forward and shouting, the child is already dead. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before someone immediately stood up and shouted, even if he's dead, he wasn't your child. You two couldn't take care of a child, almost bringing harm to everyone, and now you're feeling wronged. A person nearby chimed in, exactly. Your child's life is precious, but what about ours? If this strange incident were to attack everyone in the convoy because of the child's cries, wouldn't our deaths be too unjust? If you two had the ability, go outside the convoy and try to save a few children, that's up to you. But the convoy needs to consider the well-being of others. Hearing the crowd's words, the young boy lowered his head in tears, no longer uttering a sound. Wu Ge sighed, deeply looking at Ji Fei. He spoke slowly. Captain Ji, you decide. We will accept any punishment you impose on us. Everyone turned their gaze to Ji Fei, who stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Wu Ge and the young boy for a few seconds before speaking. The reward from the last mission is revoked, and 60% of the supplies collected next time must be handed over. It was uncertain if it was because Ji Fei was about to become a father that he felt sympathy for the two. The punishment he issued was relatively light, yet it could not appease the crowd. Captain Ji, what kind of punishment is this? One person bravely asked. Someone took the lead, and soon others echoed. Captain Ji, if you don't teach them a lesson, we won't be able to quell our anger. Ji Fei cast a glance at those speaking. Would you like to take my place as captain? The few immediately fell silent, daring not to say another word. Ji Fei waved his hand. Then everyone disperse, prepare, as the convoy is about to depart. Captain Ji. Wu Ge called out to Ji Fei, who was about to turn and leave, bowing deeply with the young boy. Thank you. Ji Fei did not respond, merely nodded slightly before walking away. Li Zuoyou retracted his gaze, extinguishing his cigarette, and asked, do you need something? Rong Jing poked her finger, took off her mask, and instead of using sign language spoke, Li Zuoyou, I want to get a BO2A type healing potion from you. Because the blind man just used too much strength and needs a healing potion, and Bai Lu and her brother Bai Chiu also need their potion. No need to explain. What is the convoy willing to offer in exchange? Li Zuoyou inquired. Rong Jing took a breath, trying not to let any cold air escape her mouth as she spoke to Li Zuoyou. Since the convoy is asking you for something, what do you need? The convoy will do its best to meet your demands. Li Zuoyou contemplated for a moment before responding. First, I want the right to choose whether to participate in all future convoy missions or opt out. Second, during missions I will not take orders from anyone. Rongjing blinked her eyes, waiting a few seconds to see that Li Zuoyou was silent. She asked, "That's it?" That's all." Li Zuoyou tossed the BO2A-type healing potion to Rongjing as he spoke. Rongjing received the potion, but did not leave, standing quietly in place, gazing at Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Is there something else?" "No, nothing else." Rongjing shook her head repeatedly, then seriously said, "Li Zuoyou, this time it counts as me personally owing you a favor. In the future, no matter what happens, as long as you ask, I will never refuse." Li Zuoyou secretly rejoiced, knowing that a favor from someone like Rongjing, who was so dedicated, would be valuable and much more reliable than other awakened ones. He chuckled inwardly. It's quite good. However, he maintained an indifferent facade, waving his hand. I understand." Rongjing returned to the bus holding the healing potion, where Ji Fei and the others had already been waiting inside for a while. As soon as she returned, they immediately surrounded her. So what did Li Zuoyou want? Bai Lu perked up her ears, waiting for the show to unfold. Rongjing relayed Li Zuoyou's conditions using sign language. Ji Fei, Uncle Lai, and Shi Minghong exchanged glances, then waited a few seconds before asking, "That's it?" Rongjing nodded in response. The crowd erupted in joy. "These conditions of his are absolutely fine. Well done, Rongjing." Bai Lu, standing at the back, widened her eyes, not bothering to hide her gritted teeth. "Li Zuoyou, you are quite something. If it were me, you definitely wouldn't be this easy to negotiate with, right? Just wait and see. I will definitely find a chance to deal with you." As she thought of this, she unconsciously clenched her fists, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Beside her, Yumeng noticed Bai Lu's state and asked Bai Lu, "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Nothing at all." Bai Lu forced a smile, sitting back down in her seat. Due to some delays along the way, the convoy only set up camp at sunset. "I have something to say to everyone. Someone has tampered with Li Zuoyou's belongings, which is a direct violation of the convoy's strict rules. I hope he will come forward voluntarily, and I will try to handle it lightly." Ji Fei's expression was serious as his gaze slowly scanned the crowd. The people below murmured among themselves, but after a moment no one stepped forward to admit it. Ji Fei took a deep breath and continued, "If you feel embarrassed to come forward now, I hope you will come to find me before we set off tomorrow." The crowd dispersed, and Ji Fei found Li Zuoyou, who was busy starting a fire to cook noodles. "Thank you for your contributions to the convoy." Li Zuoyou looked up at Ji Fei. "What I want to hear is not this. The person who stole my belongings has not been found, right?" Ji Fei scratched his nose. "I guess there are a lot of people around, and it's hard for them to come forward. Perhaps they will come to find me tonight. That would be best." Li Zuoyou smirked slightly. "But if you still can't find anyone after tonight, I will handle it my way, as I mentioned before." Ji Fei's gaze shifted to the distance, and after a moment of silence he replied, "All right, just as you said." Not long after Ji Fei left, Logistics Officer Gu Jiping approached with a bag. "It's me, handsome. Hee, I've brought you your supplies." Li Zuoyou, eating his instant noodles, didn't even look up and casually replied, "Just put it aside." Gu Jiping neatly arranged 5 bags of instant noodles, 3 blocks of compressed food, 2 sausages, and 3 bottles of purified water, then finally pulled out a vacuum-packed braised duck, lowering his voice. "This bag of braised duck was specially added for you by Brother Minghong. Both Brother Minghong and Uncle Lai have a good impression of you. You are quite popular among the ordinary survivors now." Seeing that Li Zuoyou had no reaction, Gu Jiping continued, "There are several pretty girls in our convoy. I can help you matchmake, hee, you know what I mean." Li Zuoyou continued to focus on his noodles, showing no interest. Gu Jiping's eyes darted around as he smiled. "Well, there are a few guys too. How about Mr. Gu?" Li Zuoyou interrupted. Gu Jiping leaned closer. "Huh? What did you say?" Li Zuoyou slowly raised his head. "Please go away." Gu Jiping awkwardly swallowed and nodded. Okay, sorry to interrupt your meal." He quickly picked up the bag and left. Li Zuoyou finished the remaining noodles in the pot in one go and began to tally up his supplies. 14 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of high-end liquor, 2 gin of rice, 7 bags of instant noodles, 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot, 3 blocks of compressed food, 2 sausages, 1 bag of braised duck, 20 packs of cigarettes, 8 blocks of solid alcohol, 3 packs of tissues, 1 pack of wet wipes, 2 jackets, 2 pairs of sweatpants, 1 pair of sneakers, and 1 set of children's clothing. Even after 6 consecutive days of resource consumption, considering the supplies he currently had, Li Zuoyou could definitely be regarded as a wealthy individual among ordinary survivors. As the supplies in the hands of ordinary people became increasingly scarce, the number of people eyeing his belongings was definitely on the rise. Li Zuoyou intended to root out anyone daring enough to steal from him to prevent such incidents from happening. That night, Li Zuoyou did not sleep quickly, as he had only slept a few hours during the day. 1,000 survival points arrived on time. Current survival points, 18,000 points. Li Zuoyou opened the system. Upgrading the system to level 2 requires 20,000 survival points. and he still needs 2,000 more points to gain a significant upgrade. He switched to the containment option. ID 01001, Strange Bonfire, Containment Progress 85. ID 05182, Strange Blindfold, Containment Progress 37. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the higher the ID number, the faster the containment progress. However, correspondingly, the threat level of such anomalies is not high and the suppression is relatively easy. Currently, his containment limit is 5, which means he can contain up to 3 more anomalies. Li Zuoyou lay back with his hands behind his head, gazing at the night sky. Without the influence of city lights, the stars shone brighter, revealing their most primitive state, with some recognizable constellations visible in the sky. Meanwhile, Ji Fei remained by the campfire, silently waiting for the person who stole from Li Zuoyou to come to him. However, even at this hour, there was still no sign of anyone. Lu Mei got off the bus and walked over to Ji Fei, kneading his shoulders. "Honey, why aren't you asleep yet?" Ji Fei held her hand and said softly. Lu Mei shrugged off Ji Fei's hand and continued to knead his shoulders. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, you know, the father of the child." He. Ji Fei rarely showed a silly smile, gently resting his head against Lu Mei's pregnant belly. "Our baby is already 9 months old." He. Lu Mei stroked Ji Fei's cheek and said softly, "Dear, many things cannot be done perfectly. I know you are working hard, so." Ji Fei raised his head and asked, "So what?" "Honey." Lu Mei smiled with squinted eyes, lightly patting his face. "So it's time to sleep. Don't make your wife worry." "Okay. All right. I'm going to sleep now." Ji Fei stood up and gently kissed Lu Mei's forehead. "You should go back to the bus now. Oh, it's cold outside." The next morning, the sun rose as usual. Li Zuoyou squatted by the roadside, brushing his teeth, then rinsed his mouth with mineral water. To other survivors, this was akin to gargling with shark fin soup, quite extravagant. Afterward, Li Zuoyou took out a wet wipe, wiping his face, while glancing in Ji Fei's direction. Ji Fei also noticed Li Zuoyou's gaze and shook his head with a somewhat unpleasant expression. It seems that the thief still harbors some luck. Li Zuoyou slowly curled his lips, then he could deal with it, and he pulled the bag of braised duck from the truck and walked straight into the crowd. As soon as the people surrounding him saw the braised duck in Li Zuoyou's hand, their eyes widened, and they unconsciously swallowed. When people do anything, I believe there will always be someone who can see. Tell me who took my things, and this bag of braised duck will belong to him. After saying this, Li Zuoyou scanned the surroundings and noticed a man in a jacket staring at him, looking hesitant to speak. Perhaps due to the crowd's presence, he ultimately chose not to. Li Zuoyou did not linger, taking the braised duck and leaving the crowd. The convoy set off normally, and Li Zuoyou pedaled his tricycle, deliberately slowing down to ride at the end of the convoy. After a while, the man in the jacket rode his bicycle up alongside Li Zuoyou. "Is the braised duck you promised really true?" the man asked in a low voice. Li Zuoyou glanced at the man's parched, cracked lips, clearly indicating he hadn't eaten for quite some time. If the person you mentioned is indeed correct, then the braised duck is yours," Li Zuoyou replied indifferently. The man swallowed hard, struggling internally for a few seconds before pointing to a mother and son ahead in the queue. "That night, I was so hungry, I couldn't sleep, and I happened to see that pair of mother and son approach your tricycle. They took some things and hurriedly left. I wanted to grab something like they did, but in the end, I was still worried about the iron rules of the convoy, so I didn't dare to act." Li Zuoyou's gaze slowly fell on the pair ahead, casually saying, "You made a very wise decision. Please don't say I told you this." The man's tone carried a hint of pleading. I'm afraid of getting into trouble. I just want to survive." Li Zuoyou nodded. "If it really is that pair, I will take care of it after I get the goods." The man thanked him and hurriedly rode off, separating from Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou followed closely behind the pair of mother and son, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far, just enough to see their figures. Soon the boy pulled out a chocolate pie from his pocket and was about to tear open the packaging. The woman beside him quickly pressed down on the boy, tucking the chocolate pie into her own arms, while cautiously glancing back. Li Zuoyou blended into the crowd just in time to avoid the woman's line of sight. Seeing that no one noticed, the woman whispered to the boy, "Didn't I tell you? Wait until evening to eat." The boy pouted, "I'm hungry." The woman frowned. "If you eat now, bad people will notice." The boy looked unconvinced. "Who in school isn't a The last time I heard of classmates, nothing happened." The woman shot him a glare. "Do you think this is still school? Be obedient. Wait until evening to eat." The boy shrugged off the woman's hand and walked ahead, while the woman sighed lightly and hurried to catch up. At 5:13 p.m., the convoy gradually came to a stop, and not far from the convoy, a factory area could Li Zuoyou found Ji Fei. "I've confirmed who stole the goods. You'd better come and take a look. Don't turn around and say I caused any trouble." Then the two approached the mother and son. The woman, seeing Li Zuoyou, instinctively wanted to take the boy and leave. But this action in Ji Fei's eyes was akin to having a guilty conscience. Li Zuoyou blocked the woman's path, tearing off her outer coat, and the items hidden inside fell out: a bottle of water, a pack of instant noodles, and a bag of chocolate pies. The boy kicked Li Zuoyou's pant leg, glaring at him furiously, and shouted, "You idiot, don't touch our stuff." After cursing, he didn't forget to give him the finger. Li Zuoyou smiled instead of getting angry, turning to Ji Fei. "You see the things right." Ji Fei nodded silently. Seeing this, the woman sat down on the ground and played the victim. "Everyone come and see, two big men are bullying a mother and her child." The woman's cries immediately attracted a group of survivors to gather around. Cat Loli, along with her several admirers, also arrived just in time. "Li Zuoyou bullying a woman and a child, you really are something." Cat Loli led the way with several admirers following suit and shouting, "This is too unreasonable. Isn't there a rule in the convoy? It's not allowed to threaten or intimidate others. Captain Ji, can you just stand by and watch Li Zuoyou violate the convoy rules?" Ji Fei raised his hand to calm them down, explaining, "They stole Li Zuoyou's things, and I already gave them a chance yet." The woman sitting on the ground started to play the victim. "What evidence do you have that I stole Li Zuoyou's supplies? These food items were collected by us." Ji Fei impatiently pinched the bridge of his nose and said, "Your husband didn't come back after searching for supplies last time, and you and your child have never left the convoy. Tell me, where did your supplies come from?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman opened her mouth, momentarily speechless, and replied, "What does it matter to you where our supplies come from? You're just looking at us, a mother and son, as easy targets, right?" Li Zuoyou dug at his ear and asked, "Captain Ji, can I decide how to deal with them?" Ji Fei paused before replying, "You say it. How do you want to deal with them?" "Expel this mother and son from the convoy." Li Zuoyou looked at the two with a blank expression. The woman was instantly dumbfounded. Being expelled from the convoy meant indirectly sentencing them to death, a result she absolutely could not accept. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll never dare to take your things again. Please let us go this once." Seeing Ji Fei allow Li Zuoyou's decision, the woman no longer dared to be tough and immediately broke down in tears. The boy beside her still wanted to kick Li Zuoyou, but the woman held him tightly. An elderly lady nearby advised, let it go, it's not easy for anyone. This mother and son look so pitiful." An old man stepped forward and said, "Young man, one should spare others when possible. You can't be so ruthless." At this moment, Su Jia, along with a group of Mutual Aid Society members, also stood up. "Li Zuoyou, they've apologized to you. They can return what they took later. Why push them into a corner? Matters can be negotiated. You can tell us how to compensate you. What's the point of a big man making things difficult for him?" Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, his gaze scanning over the crowd. "It's not that we can't negotiate." He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. "You just need to pick one person from among you, and they can take their place." Su Jia and the others immediately fell silent, exchanging glances and not daring to step forward. Li Zuoyou looked at the elderly woman. "You're of an age. Saving two people is a good deal. What do you think?" The elderly woman shook her head, repeatedly shrinking back. Li Zuoyou smiled at the old man who had just spoken. "How about you, old dang? Want to give it a try?" The old man sighed, put his hands behind his back, and retreated into the crowd. Li Zuoyou coldly gazed at the crowd. "Since no one is willing to step forward, then everyone keep your mouth shut. Li Zuoyou, I beg you, please have mercy and let us live. I can serve you, or I will do anything you ask." The woman still refused to give up, kneeling on the ground, preparing to bow to Li Zuoyou. But Li Zuoyou had already turned to leave, casually telling Ji Fei, "Captain Ji, it's your turn to act." Ji Fei waved his hand, calling over several drivers from the convoy, sighing heavily, "Take them out. Please give us another chance, okay? I know I was wrong." The woman cried out. Several drivers, disregarding everything, approached and lifted the woman from the ground, while one of them tried to take the boy from her arms, but the boy seized the opportunity and bit the man's hand. "Let go." The man cried out in pain and slapped the boy's face. The boy was stunned by the slap. He had never dared to be treated like this before. A pair of resentful eyes not befitting his age glared fiercely at the man like a vengeful spirit. The man was momentarily startled by this gaze, but took a moment to compose himself and grabbed the boy by the back of his collar, moving alongside the others. The drivers took the mother and son to a location several kilometers away. "If you dare to return to the convoy, it won't be as simple as just expelling you." They left this parting remark before turning back to the convoy. The mother and son stood by the empty road, and the woman had completely lost her earlier crying demeanor, cursing at the retreating figures. "You won't have a good ending. The whole convoy won't meet a good fate. It's all that idiot Li Zuoyou's fault." The boy chimed in. "Yes, it's that Li Zuoyou who has brought us to this state. We can't let him off the hook." The woman gritted her teeth. "Mom, I'm hungry," the boy exclaimed. The woman looked down at the boy and after a moment of silence replied, "The convoy passed by a town earlier, without stopping. We can only go to that town to find something to eat first." As the crowd from the convoy dispersed, Good Jiping quietly approached Cat Loli. Cat, it seems like nothing happened to Li Zuoyou this time. "Brother Jiping, don't worry. Didn't you see that the survivors in the convoy have begun to have their opinions about Li Zuoyou?" Cat crossed her arms, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Gu Jiping stroked his chin. "That's true, but no one dares to move against Li Zuoyou. Gu Jiping lightly shook his head. Cat, you don't understand. The few people managing things in the convoy are starting to pay attention to Li Zuoyou. If we don't think of ways to bring him down once he fully rises, it will be difficult to deal with. If you say it that way. Cat lifted her chin, thought for a moment, and whispered a few sentences into Gu Jiping's ear. Gu Jiping raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Hee hee. Cat, I have confidence in you for this matter. Meanwhile, the signal vehicle of the convoy began to make noises. Zizi. This is the liaison officer Zuoyou of the 11th Assault Team. Zizi. Requesting rescue. The radio on the signal vehicle emitted the somewhat inexperienced voice of a young boy. Communicator Yu Manqing immediately sought out Shi Minghong to report the situation. Shortly after Shi Minghong and Uncle Lai arrived at the signal vehicle. Shi Minghong slowly picked up the microphone. This is the Sunset Convoy, please respond. I am Zuoyou, the liaison officer of the 11th Assault Team, currently trapped in the Mingda factory area, building C3, room 206. Requesting rescue. Zizi. The voice on the radio sounded very agitated. Shi Minghong exchanged glances with Uncle Lai, who pointed to the factory area in the distance, indicating that it was the Mingda factory area. Shi Minghong nodded and continued speaking. How many of you are still alive? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds before responding. I am not sure. I have been separated from the other two members for almost 8 hours, and I don't know if they are alive. Shi Minghong frowned and asked, how did you end up in the Mingda factory area? After the assault team was scattered, we initially had 5 team members, but during our escape, we encountered a strange attack. 2 members died on the spot. The remaining 3 of us managed to drive near the factory area, but our vehicle broke down, so we had to go into the factory to hide and search for survival supplies. Zizi. A burst of static interference followed. Hello. Can you hear me? The voice on the other end was clearly anxious. Shi Minghong replied, I can hear you, please continue. After we entered the factory area, I stayed in building C3 while the other 2 members went out to search for supplies, but they haven't returned yet. Zuoyou's voice gradually lowered as if he were speaking to himself. I suspect they might have encountered something strange. Can the convoy come to rescue us? Shi Minghong paused before responding. We need to discuss this, and we'll give you a reply as soon as possible. Received. Communication ended. Zuoyou's voice seemed drained of hope as the communication was interrupted. Shortly after, Rongjing, Jifei, Bai Lu, and under Shi Minghong's orders, Li Zuoyou were all called over. Uncle Lai summarized the situation briefly and then analyzed it. The map shows that the Mingda factory area is divided into 3 zones A, B, and C, with Zone C located at the deepest part of the factory area. Based on the clues provided by Zuoyou, I suspect there may be something strange in the factory. If we want to rescue him, we need to take a huge risk. What does everyone think? What does the governor say? Jifei asked. Shi Minghong shook his head. The governor is resting. We need to discuss whether to take this action ourselves. Is it possible that it's a trap? Bai Lu asked, crossing her arms and raising her chin as she thought. Uncle Lai pondered for a moment. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Bai Lu frowned. Then why take this risk? If we risk losing other awakened ones just to save one, it would be completely unworthy. But he is a member of the assault team, and he needs help now. We should give it a try, Jifei said solemnly. If the convoy can recruit another awakened one, our strength will increase, Rongjing sighed. Shi Minghong glanced at the group and said, let's raise our hands for a vote. Those in favor of going, please raise your hands. Rongjing and Jifei raised their hands while Uncle Lai and Bai Lu expressed their disagreement. Everyone then turned their eyes to Li Zuoyou, who had been silent beside them. Am I allowed to vote too? Li Zuoyou asked with a smile. Shi Minghong replied, since we've called you here, you can certainly express your opinion. He'll definitely go for this mission. Li Zuoyou raised one hand and stated. Shi Minghong nodded. 3-2, we will execute the rescue plan. This time Rongjing and Li Zuoyou, you 2 will go. 2 people. And one is an awakened, and the other a normal person. Jifei stood up abruptly and asked, realizing immediately that he was speaking to Shi Minghong, and quickly apologized. Sorry, Minghong. Jifei, let me finish my words. Shi Minghong slowly took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and said, this operation requires a quick in and out. The fewer people, the better. But Jifei started, but quickly fell silent again. Shi Minghong raised his left hand, and a blood-red bone as thick as a finger slowly pierced through the skin of his wrist. When the bone extended to the length of his palm, Shi Minghong gripped it tightly with his right hand and forcefully bent it. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the protruding bone was snapped. His previously somewhat dark face began to pale slightly, and his lips turned purple at a visible. Shi Minghong handed the blood-red bone spike to Li Zuoyou, saying in a deep voice, Rongjing has the ability to protect himself. Take this bone spike, it contains my power, so you'll have some self-defense ability. Thank you, Minghong, Li Zuoyou said as he took the bone spike with both hands. The spike felt heavy, completely unlike the weight of a bone, and its surface was very hot, even slightly burning to the touch. Li Zuoyou quickly stowed the bone spike in his pocket instead of holding onto it. Shi Minghong connected to the radio in front of the group. Zhou Sherwin, are you still alive? On the other end of the radio, the man's voice immediately became incoherent. I am here. Shi Minghong cleared his throat and spoke. The Sunset Convoy is preparing to attempt to rescue you. Please be careful. Received. Thank you. Thank you all. The voice on the other end rose in pitch as if a soldier had received orders. Hurry up and set out before the sun sets. Shi Minghong extinguished his cigarette and waved his hand to indicate dismissal. After the others left, Ji Fei remained behind looking at Shi Minghong and finally spoke. Minghong, why isn't it me and Rong Jing going? Shi Minghong smiled and nodded. It seems that if I don't explain to you, you won't be able to sleep well today. You should consider May too. She's already been pregnant for 9 months and can't be subjected to any more stress. Shi Minghong sighed. My wife understands what I do, Ji Fei explained. May is very good at pretending, but Shi Minghong pointed to his eyes and said, I can see her anxiety, the concern that flashes across her face every time you go on a mission. Ji Fei frowned deeply, remaining silent for a moment before responding, Minghong, I understand now. Li Zuoyou returned to his tricycle and exchanged for 3 enhanced dark golden bullets, carefully loading them into the revolver's chamber. With the 3 dark golden bullets left in the revolver, the total count remained at 3 enhanced dark golden bullets and 3 standard dark golden bullets. Current survival points, 15000. He took another look at the containment progress. ID 01001, Phantom Campfire Containment Progress 96. ID 05182, Phantom Veil Containment Progress 81. The risk of using the Phantom Campfire is now quite low, and with the bone spurs gifted by Shi Minghong, Li Zuoyou plans to capture another anomaly during this operation to enhance his own strength. He was about to find Rong Jing when he noticed the jacketed man from earlier walking toward him. The man stopped about 10 steps away from Li Zuoyou, appearing somewhat awkward, hesitant to approach further. Li Zuoyou waved at him, and the man cautiously walked over. Here you go. Li Zuoyou tossed the bag of marinade. The jacketed man received the marinated duck, quickly stowing it in his jacket and repeatedly thanking him with a bow. There's no need for thanks. This is what you exchanged for with your information. Having said that, Li Zuoyou ignored the man and turned to leave. As the sun set, Rong Jing and Li Zuoyou departed from the convoy, heading towards the factory area, casting 2 long shadows on the ground. Bai Lu leaned against the bus the sunset, casting her figure in light and shadow. Her white eyes slightly shifted, glancing at the figures fading into the distance. The girl gritted her teeth and muttered, I really don't know what this guy is thinking, knowing there's danger, yet still going. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Zuoyou and Rong Jing arrived at the factory gate. The slogans "Safety First, Prevention is Key, Comprehensive Governance" were still visible on either side of the gate. Li Zuoyou did not rush to enter the factory, but called out to Rong Jing. I have a suggestion. Let's check areas A and B first before entering area C. Rong Jing looked puzzled. Didn't Minghong say to enter and exit as quickly as possible? Sign language. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, gazing at the eerily silent factory slowly, saying there's a high probability that anomalies exist within this factory, and their numbers are unknown, right? Rong Jing nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Then perhaps we can find some traces left by the anomalies in areas A and B. When dealing with anomalies, intelligence is of utmost importance. If we can understand their killing patterns and numbers early on, it will greatly aid our subsequent actions. After finishing, Li Zuoyou looked at Rong Jing. Do you think this suggestion is feasible? Rong Jing raised her hands, each forming an OK gesture indicating her agreement. Li Zuoyou nodded calmly on the surface and stepped into the factory gate with Rong Jing. In reality, Rong Jing did not know that Li Zuoyou's purpose in doing this was not merely to gather information about anomalies. He was actually intent on capturing one. As the two entered the factory, the air seemed to be filled with metallic dust mixed with a strong smell of machine oil, causing Li Zuoyou to cough a couple of times. In contrast, Rong Jing, as an awakened, showed no reaction. Area A was designated as the operational area, with several large machine tools placed inside the massive factory, primarily for metal processing and machinery manufacturing. Li Zuoyou swept his gaze across the scene where machines stood motionless in the shadows, with some unprocessed parts still on the conveyor. A schedule was posted on the wall nearby. Production time 08:013:70 machine cooling time 17:0 night. Shift time 2:0. They continued deeper into the factory, their footsteps echoing in the empty space. The deeper they went, the strong smell of machine oil began to mix with a hint of decay. Passing by a tool bench, Li Zuoyou discovered the first corpse. The corpse was clad in a blue work uniform with the skull neatly removed, and through the wound one could even see the person's intact brain. They bent down to check, finding no other wounds on the body. Rong Jing gestured. This must be the work of an anomaly. Under normal circumstances, a human cannot achieve such precision. Sign language. Li Zuoyou, resting his chin on his hand, noted that from just this one corpse, it was still impossible to discern the killing pattern of the anomaly. Li Zuoyou stood up and continued forward with Rong Jing, passing by many tools scattered on the ground such as wrenches, measuring tapes, and turning tools. They walked until they reached a closed rolling shutter door. The stench emanating from behind the door was even stronger than the smell of machine oil in the factory. They exchanged glances, and each took hold of the door's edge, pulling upward with all their might. Crack! The moment the rolling shutter door opened, a foul odor rushed out. Li Zuoyou frowned, holding his breath, and looked into the room, which was shrouded in darkness. The two turned on their flashlights, and as the beams pierced into the room, a horrifying scene flashed before their eyes. Rong Jing's eyes widened beneath her mask. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The room was filled with corpses, both male and female, all dressed in the same work uniforms, nearly 100 of them, with not a single survivor. Li Zuoyou tried to reconstruct the scene at that time, imagining the workers doing their usual tasks in the factory when the anomaly appeared and killed the first person at the tool bench. Seeing this terrifying sight, the others were frightened and began to retreat, during which some tools fell to the ground. The anomaly continued to approach, and the workers retreated once more. Ultimately, everyone was cornered in this room, and they attempted to pull down the rolling shutter door to block the anomaly. Yet the anomaly still got in and killed everyone. Li Zuoyou raised his gaze to the rolling shutter door, which bore no signs of violent damage. This meant that the anomaly likely possessed the ability to penetrate walls and doors. Li Zuoyou lifted his flashlight and briefly scanned the corpses in the room. All the corpses exhibited the same manner of death as the one at the tool bench. Their skulls had been removed. So what kind of killing pattern could trigger such a simultaneous reaction in all these people? Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the corpses, attempting to find a commonality among them. If we exclude the unexplainable rule that the anomaly kills anyone it sees, could it be something related to the uniform blue work uniforms they wore? Or perhaps something related to color? A guess slowly surfaced in Li Zuoyou's mind. Seeing that Li Zuoyou remained silent, Rong Jing asked, "What's wrong? Have you thought of something?" Sign language. Li Zuoyou smiled and shook his head, replying, "Not yet." "Have you discovered anything?" Rong Jing nodded, pointing to the corpse lying on the ground. "These corpses have one commonality." Sign language. "Judging by the direction the bodies fell, they were all killed in an instant," Rong Jing stated directly, without any prelude, revealing her discovery. Li Zuoyou surveyed the entire room. The room was less than 300 square meters, from which he could roughly deduce the aberrant's influence range to be between 15 and 20 meters. Furthermore, Rong Jing signed with her hands. This aberrant was capable of killing so many people at once, so its threat level must be considerable. "We must be cautious." Li Zuoyou offered his own speculation. First, this aberrant might possess the ability to penetrate doors and walls. Second, its influence range should be around 20 meters. If we encounter it, it's best to keep our distance. After their communication, Li Zuoyou led Rong Jing out of the factory building and headed toward Area B. The vast storage area was piled with crates of parts and steel beams that had yet to be loaded or unloaded. A crane hook hung midair, still holding an unremoved steel beam. Some wooden crates had toppled over, their metal parts scattered across the floor. It seemed this area had also encountered a sudden incident, with workers fleeing in panic, leaving behind such as. The two of them weaved through the large shipping containers, and within less than half an hour they had explored most of the storage area, yet they found not a single corpse. Hiss! Could all the workers here have managed to escape successfully? Not one was killed. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but frown. On second thought, how could that be possible? First, the workers here should have been in a normal working state. Then they saw something terrifying, and each fled. But there are always those who run fast, and those who run slow. Even if the aberrant's attack range wasn't enough, it couldn't have failed to catch a single person. Could it be that none of the workers in the entire storage area triggered the aberrant's killing pattern? Why? What was different about these workers compared to those in the factory building? Li Zuoyou scratched his head, truly unable to figure it out. There are a few more shipping containers over there. Let's go check them out. Rong Jing tapped Li Zuoyou on the back, signing. Li Zuoyou nodded. "All right, let's go take a look over there." But as they took a few steps toward those shipping containers, the hair on both their heads slowly stood on end, as if affected by static electricity during a thunderstorm. "There's something wrong over there." Li Zuoyou and Rong Jing exchanged a glance, then retreated a few steps. Their hair immediately returned to its original state. Rong Jing removed her mask and said solemnly, "The aberrant might be over there." Li Zuoyou recalled that no signs of electrocution were found on or around those corpses. So this probably isn't the ability of that aberrant, or it might be another aberrant. But there is another possibility. Li Zuoyou spoke up. "Remember when Zhou Sherwin mentioned there were still 2 commando squad members in the factory area? You mean this is the power of those 2 members?" Jing remained on guard looking at Li Zuoyou. If we're lucky, it's those two members. If we're unlucky, it's another aberrant, Li Zuoyou said with a wry smile. Then follow behind me. Let's go over and take a look. If we can bring back 2 more awakened ones, it would significantly boost the convoy's combat power, Jing said, as she began to slowly creep toward the shipping containers. Li Zuoyou followed behind her, one hand already resting on his pistol grip, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. They lightened their footsteps and searched the first 2 shipping containers, finding nothing unusual. When they turned behind the 3rd container, they spotted a middle-aged man with short hair sitting slumped on the ground, leaning against the container's side. Beside the man lay a woman who appeared to have no breath left. Who goes there? The man suddenly raised his arm, aiming at Jing and Li Zuoyou with cyan electric arcs crackling between his fingers. Don't be alarmed. I'm Jing, and awakened from the Sunset Convoy. We received a radio distress call from Zuoyou. Jing said, placing one hand in front of her and shielding Li Zuoyou with the other. Hearing this, the man slowly let out a sigh of relief, his raised arm falling limply to the ground. Yuan Tao, a member of the 11th Commando Squad. You're here to rescue Zuoyou, right? Jing nodded. That's right. Ideally, we'll bring you back to the convoy as well. Yuan Tao struggled to swallow, shaking his head. I've reached my limit. Don't worry about me. Can I have a cigarette? Li Zuoyou stepped forward, took out a cigarette pack, and placed a cigarette in Yuan Tao's mouth. It was then he noticed that the other side of Yuan Tao's face and neck were completely carbonized. Lighting the cigarette, Yuan Tao took a deep drag, as if with great effort. My comrade and I encountered a very powerful aberrant. We gave it our all, but still couldn't suppress it. My comrade died after getting me away. When that aberrant gets close, there's a strong smell of machine oil. Yuan Tao paused, as if trying hard to recall something. Oh, right before we encountered the aberrant, the factory's loudspeakers went off. I don't know if that's related. You need to hurry to Area C, Building C3, Room 206, and take Zuoyou and leave. Cough, cough. Yuan Tao reached out, grabbing Li Zuoyou's sleeve. Today is his 18th birth. It seemed Yuan Tao wanted to say everything in one breath, but his voice suddenly stopped, and the light in his eyes faded away, leaving only the cigarette dangling from his lips, its smoke still rising slowly. Jing's expression turned sorrowful, and she turned her head away. Li Zuoyou closed Yuan Tao's remaining. I stood up and said, let's go. The two made their way to Area C, a living zone located deep within the factory. Besides some shops selling daily necessities, there was also a large cafeteria. Additionally, 3 6-story dormitory buildings were arranged in a row, one behind the other. Each building bore the markings C1, C2, and C3 respectively. Li Zuoyou stopped in front of the first building, C1. Let's check this building first. Jing was somewhat puzzled. Why don't we go directly to find Zuoyou? Sign language. I need to find more clues. Zuoyou has been safely staying in room 206 until now, which means he must have his own way of not being found by the aberrant. But without figuring out the aberrant's killing pattern, if we take the risk to bring him out and encounter the aberrant, it's hard to say which of us 3 would survive. Upon hearing Li Zuoyou's words, Jing nodded emphatically. You make a good point. You're more thorough in your considerations. Sign language, it's nothing. Thinking more never hurts, Li Zuoyou replied indifferently. In reality, his true inner thought was that whether he could save anyone was secondary. If he failed to contain this aberrant this time, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Moreover, this aberrant seemed quite fierce. If he could subdue it and make it his dog, it would be a crucial cornerstone on his path to godhood. The full moon hung high in the sky, its silvery rays illuminating the sides of 3 dormitory buildings, casting shadows that resembled 3 independent coffins laid on the ground. The two entered the C1 dormitory building, flashlight in hand. A vague sour smell mixed with a hint of machine oil filled the air. Above them, a viscous liquid dripped continuously from the gaps in the staircase. Corpse fluid, Jing whispered as a reminder. This news was good for Li Zuoyou, as it confirmed that there must be a body in the dormitory, and he was eager to see what the situation was with the corpse here. Li Zuoyou quickened his steps and ascended to the 2nd floor in just a few strides. At the stairway entrance on the 2nd floor, he discovered the first corpse, the flashlight beam slowly sweeping across its surface. The corpse lay face up on the ground, its skin completely stripped away, exposing the muscle tissue and part of the skeleton to the air. A pool of corpse fluid flowed out from beneath the body, dripping down the staircase. Li Zuoyou examined closely, finding no wounds on the corpse. He shifted direction, directing the light towards the top of the corpse's head, noting a similarity to the bodies in the factory. This corpse also had its skull removed. Jing, following Li Zuoyou, noticed this and couldn't help but ask, could it be that there are 2 anomalies in the factory area? And this person unfortunately was attacked by both at the same time. Li Zuoyou squinted, shaking his head. Is it possible for one person to simultaneously trigger the killing patterns of 2 anomalies? It's not impossible. I need to see more corpses. Just as Li Zuoyou prepared to move, Rong Jing stopped him, saying, "I'll go ahead. What if the anomaly is lurking in this dormitory?" Li Zuoyou remained silent, gesturing for her to proceed. Rong Jing led him slowly towards the second-floor dormitory. The first dormitory door was slightly ajar, and Rong Jing gently pushed it open. The light swept into the room, revealing 2 bunk beds against one wall, while the other side held a desk, wardrobe, and storage cabinet. Some personal items were scattered across the cement floor. There were no corpses in the room, as if its occupants had fled in a hurry. The two then arrived at the door of the second dormitory, which was tightly shut and locked, indicating that all the residents had gone to work at the time of the incident. Li Zuoyou had no intention of wasting time on this room, and signaled Rong Jing to continue exploring others. In the third dormitory, a corpse curled up beneath the windowsill, still maintaining the posture of hugging its head before dying. But its skin and skull had also been removed. Rong Jing looked at Li Zuoyou, seeking some information from him. Yet Li Zuoyou merely replied mildly, "Keep searching." The two moved deeper into the corridor. At the entrance of a dormitory, a corpse lay there, one hand resting on the doorknob, as if it had been killed in the moment of trying to rush back to its room. The corpse, too, was missing skin and skull. Tap, tap, tap. The end of the quiet corridor echoed with the sound of water droplets falling onto a steel trough. The two arrived at the communal wash area. For corpses lay in different positions, still clutching tools like wrenches, screwdrivers, and pipes. It seemed they had attempted a last stand in life, but unfortunately faced a senseless anomaly. These 4 were all killed in an instant. Li Zuoyou swept his flashlight over each corpse, observing their features. However, notably 3 were missing skin and skull, while 1 was only missing its skull. Why? Li Zuoyou slowly crouched down, unconsciously lighting a cigarette. His gaze fell on the corpse that had not been skinned. That corpse was wearing a blue work uniform consistent with the deaths of those in the factory. First, he categorized these corpses into 2 types. One type had only the skull removed. The other type had both skin and skull removed. If there are 2 anomalies, one killing method involves removing the skull, while the other involves skinning. It seemed that almost everyone in the dormitory had triggered both types of killing patterns. So the question arose, why was this person in a work uniform not skinned? Or rather, all those wearing work uniforms in the factory had avoided the skinning anomaly's killing pattern, which clearly did not make sense. Li Zuoyou's eyes widened suddenly, only to overturn his conclusion the next moment. No, it makes sense. They were wearing blue work uniforms. Originally, he had considered that all people in the factory wearing blue work uniforms might be a potentiality of the anomaly's killing pattern. But now it appeared that the earlier deduction was wrong. It was precisely because those people wore blue work uniforms that they were not attacked by the skinning anomaly. Then what killing pattern does the anomaly that removes skulls follow? The first point of suspicion that surfaced in Li Zuoyou's mind was the storage area, where there were no corpses at all. Everyone who was working there had fled. Why were they all able to avoid it? Li Zuoyou seemed to have suddenly thought of something, slowly curling his lips into a smile. So that's it. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Rong Jing noticed Li Zuoyou's epiphany and hurriedly asked, "Have you figured out the anomaly's killing pattern? Why have we not been attacked by the skinning anomaly in this dormitory while not wearing work uniforms?" Li Zuoyou responded off topic. Rong Jing blinked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Then there is only one explanation. There is only one anomaly, one killing pattern. Safety first, prevention is key, comprehensive management." Li Zuoyou grinned, reciting the slogan posted at the factory entrance. Rong Jing frowned slightly. "Li Zuoyou, are you okay?" Suddenly, all the loudspeakers in the factory blared to life. "I believe I am me, I believe in tomorrow." A discordant song echoed intermittently from the loudspeakers. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. It was 2:10 time for the night shift to begin. The increasingly intense smell of machine oil slowly enveloped them. "Come with me." Li Zuoyou grabbed Rong Jing's arm and dashed into a dormitory. Rong Jing watched as Li Zuoyou quickly opened the wardrobe and began rummaging for something. "Damn it. Nothing here, let's go to the next room." Li Zuoyou had no time to explain, pulling Rong Jing towards another dormitory. In the next moment, a tremendous force yanked Rong Jing out the window. Bang! The entire glass shattered with a loud crash. Immediately, Li Zuoyou was also pulled out by the accompanying suction force. In midair, Rong Jing twisted her body, unleashing a torrent of cold air towards the shadowy figure below, the coldness piercing like an icicle. Li Zuoyou landed heavily on the ground, a wave of reverberation sweeping through his internal organs. Ding! Detected ID 00211. Supervision. Gain 1,000 survival points. Current survival points 16,000 points. Li Zuoyou could not care less about the pain coursing through his body. He lifted his gaze. Before him stood a humanoid anomaly known as the supervisor, approximately 1.9 meters tall, wearing a hard hat, and dressed in worker's attire with a steel pen tucked into the pocket of its shirt, resembling an ordinary factory employee. Yet beneath the hard hat was a completely black face devoid of any discernible features, as if smeared with engine oil. Rongjing gently descended to the ground, continuously exhaling freezing air to suppress the anomaly. Li Zuoyou looked again at the information suppressing the supervisor above its head. ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 14. In the next moment, the suppression progress jumped to 20. In contrast, Rongjing's ponytail, a third of which had turned white, had now extended halfway. The anomaly suddenly raised one hand. A semicircular wave of energy exploded instantaneously. Rongjing darted in front of Li Zuoyou, her freezing breath abruptly ceasing and transforming into a mouthful of blood. She staggered back a step, kneeling on one knee on the ground, using all her strength to shout to Li Zuoyou, "Run." Then her body slumped to the ground. Little did Rongjing know that the wave that swept past her had not served much purpose in protecting her. Had it not been for the Ping and Jia blocking it, she would have already met the same fate as those corpses. Li Zuoyou utilized the power of the anomaly campfire, directly pulling the supervisor into the space of the campfire. He then approached Rongjing, checking her pulse, as she was alive, but had merely passed out. He exchanged for a new Ping and Jia just in case. Current survival points, 15,000 hiss. Hiss. A series of sounds echoed. Suddenly a tear opened where the supervisor had vanished. In less than 2 seconds, the anomaly broke free from the space of the anomaly campfire. The suppression progress above his head had only reached 31. Li Zuoyou's eyes flickered as he attempted to once again confine the anomaly within the space of the anomaly campfire. However, it seemed that he was under some kind of suppression, or perhaps the anomaly campfire was being suppressed, preventing him from locking the supervisor anomaly back inside. Meanwhile, the supervisor's hand had already been raised halfway. In an instant, Li Zuoyou summoned the powers of the anomaly campfire and the anomaly eye cover. A withered female corpse covered the supervisor's eyes, momentarily slowing its movements. The suppression progress jumped to 35. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the space of the anomaly campfire pulled Li Zuoyou and Rongjing back 30 meters, which was the maximum distance of the campfire. The supervisor ripped off the withered female corpse behind it and slowly took a step forward. Although the movement seemed slow, that step covered a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Li Zuoyou drew his revolver and fired a shot at the anomaly. Having no training with firearms since childhood, coupled with the revolver's unstable aim and the distance of over 30 meters, the glass of the dormitory shattered about 7 or 8 meters away from the anomaly. Damn! Without hesitation, Li Zuoyou used the power of the anomaly campfire to teleport himself and Rongjing to the rear C2 dormitory building. He burst through the last dormitory door and opened the wardrobe. Li Zuoyou's eyes brightened. Just wait. A few seconds later, wearing the work clothes and hard hat, Li Zuoyou swaggered out of the dormitory building, striding towards the anomaly. 25 meters. 20 meters. 15 meters. The anomaly still showed no signs of raising its hand. Just as I suspected, Li Zuoyou immediately quickened his pace. When the anomaly suddenly appeared before him, he exclaimed bang, bang, and fired 2 enhanced dark gold bullets into its forehead. The towering anomaly stood still, not even swaying. Li Zuoyou frowned. Looking again at the information above the anomaly, ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 45, at that moment the value of the ID 00211 was vividly evident. The anomaly paused for a few seconds before lifting its foot, heading in the direction of Rongjing at the C2 dormitory building. Li Zuoyou rushed forward, pulling out the blood-red bone spike given to him by Shi Minghong, and stabbed it directly into its neck. The bone spike instantly became scorching hot. Li Zuoyou released it, and in the next moment the spike began to liquefy like a torrent of molten lava, slowly drilling into the anomaly's neck. The anomaly's entire head began to twitch, erratically resembling a malfunctioning robot. The suppression progress fluctuated correspondingly. ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 55, ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 65, ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 70, ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 74, ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 77. The suppression force was continually weakening. Li Zuoyou furrowed his brow and immediately exchanged for 3 enhanced dark gold bullets from the store. Current survival points 12,000. Then, while loading the bullets into the chamber, he kept an eye on the information above the anomaly. ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 85. The moment the suppression progress halted, Li Zuoyou decisively fired 3 shots. ID 00211, supervisor suppression progress 100. Damn it, containment, hurry up and contain it. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but curse. ID 00211, Supervisor Containment Successful, earned 5,000 survival points, current survival points 17,000. The system notification echoed, and the supervisor anomaly vanished from sight. Li Zuoyou exhaled a long breath. Had it not been for the bone spike sent by Ming Hong, it would have cost him an additional 8,000 points to contain this anomaly. Had that been the case, he would have suffered a significant loss, and his plan to upgrade the system to level 2 would also be delayed for a long time. Fortunately, this outcome was within Li Zuoyou's acceptable range. He packed the work clothes and hard hat into his backpack, and next he planned to check if Zhou Shirwen was still alive. C3 Dormitory Building Room 203. The young man adjusted his glasses, staring intently at the seal on the dormitory door. The seal bore large characters written with a brush, silent and unnoticed. Inside and outside the room it felt as though he was in two separate worlds, severing all sounds and flows of breath. Now the ink on the seal began to gradually flake off. The young man took out a fine brush, placing the tip in his mouth, causing his lips to turn inky black. After a moment, he was just about to rise to repair the lettering. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a broken seal fluttered in the air. The young man was so startled that he stumbled back, knocking over the team's portable radio. Moonlight shone outside the door, revealing half of a stern face. "Didn't you hear me knock?" The young man hurriedly explained. It's because Zhou Shirwen, right?" The man interrupted, stepping out of the shadows, carrying an unconscious girl on his back. The jacket was covered in various scratches, evidently having just survived a fierce battle. The young man bit his lip and nodded. "Yes, happy birthday." When Zhou Shirwen heard the words happy birthday, the oppressive feelings of anxiety and longing in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He turned to the side and tears immediately streamed down his face. I am a member of the 11th Assault Squad. Ooh, I cannot cry," the boy said, indignantly gritting his teeth as he took off his glasses, trying to quickly wipe away his tears, but the more he wiped the more they flowed, and in the end, he could only sob while covering his eyes with one arm. "How do you know today is my birthday?" Zhou Shirwen mumbled. Li Zuoyou remained silent for 2 seconds, and slowly replied, "We met Yuan Tao, he told us." "Then, where are they? Are they still alive?" Zhou Shirwen asked anxiously. He and another female team member encountered a powerful anomaly. They died from excessive use of power. Li Zuoyou gently shook his head. Zhou Shirwen opened his mouth and slowly lowered his head, murmuring, "The only one left who escaped is me." "Zhou Shirwen." The boy immediately responded, "Here. Come and carry this big sister on your back." After Li Zuoyou spoke, he moved aside to hand Rong Jing over to Zhou Shirwen. Zhou Shirwen turned his head to the side, the portable radio of the assault squad. "It's okay, I've got this." Li Zuoyou handed Rong Jing to Zhou Shirwen and then looked intently at the radio. "How far is this communication range?" "About 3 to 7 kilometers, depending on the surrounding terrain." "Oh, I see." Li Zuoyou strapped the radio to his back and said, "Let's talk while we walk." Zhou Shirwen stood in place and weakly asked, "Is it safe outside now?" Li Zuoyou waved his hand and walked towards the door. "You can rest assured the anomaly has already been suppressed by the big sister on your back." "Good. That's amazing," Zhou Shirwen said, quickly following behind Li Zuoyou. "Hey, can you tell me how your assault squad got scattered?" Li Zuoyou asked. "We encountered a convoy of anomalies." Zhou Shirwen lowered his gaze, his expression dimming. "Many vehicles. So many spirit vehicles. The entire squad was scattered in less than a minute. Oh, our defenses were utterly powerless against those spirit vehicles." "Wow. So many spirit vehicles?" Li Zuoyou asked with interest. Zhou Shirwen nodded earnestly. "All right. I will try to tell you everything I saw at that time. Our squad first encountered a heavy fog, and then one spirit vehicle after another emerged from the mist without making a sound. I clearly remember those spirit vehicles were all uniform black box trucks with a white paper flower tied to the front. The captain sensed something was wrong and immediately ordered the defense formation. All the team members were very nervous. We had never seen such a scale of anomaly. Then those spirit vehicles slowly approached us without a sound, as if they were gliding over. The inside of the spirit vehicles was pitch black, and I widened my eyes, but still couldn't see what was inside those vehicles. The captain ordered us to launch the first round of attacks on those spirit vehicles. However, it was as if nothing had happened, and their speed did not slow down at all." Li Zuoyou turned to Zhou Shirwen and asked, "How many awakeners were in your squad?" Including the captain, there were a total of 21 awakeners." Zhou Shirwen replied. 21 awakeners attacking simultaneously couldn't even affect those spirit vehicles. Could it be that the anomaly convoy was even more terrifying than a funeral convoy? Li Zuoyou couldn't help but shiver. "Continue." So the captain organized the team members to launch a second attack, and it was during this attack that the members began to disappear one after another. There was no warning, not even a scream. The captain ordered everyone to retreat, choosing one person to stay behind. I was dragged out of the fog by 4 teammates with great difficulty. You should know what happened afterwards. Li Zuoyou pondered. It seems encountering this anomaly convoy is not a dead end. There is still hope for survival. Zhou Sherwin silently nodded, murmuring, but now it's just me left. It's okay. You have a new organization now. Come. Today is your birthday, take this. Li Zuoyou stuffed a pack of cigarettes into Zhou Sherwin's pocket. Zhou Sherwin couldn't refuse because he was carrying Rong Jing and hurriedly replied, I don't smoke. It's fine. Just keep it. Don't be polite with me. By the way, this radio won't be useful with the convoy, right? Li Zuoyou circled around to express his ultimate goal. Zhou Sherwin was slightly taken aback. It should be useless. Li Zuoyou slowly nodded. I have dreamed of having my own radio since I was a child. I thought I would save money to buy one after graduating from school. Alas, I just missed the good times. Zhou Sherwin blinked, hesitating. Then, what about this radio? Okay, since you said that, I will accept it. Li Zuoyou patted Zhou Sherwin. My name is Li Zuoyou. I am 2 years older than you. Just call me Brother Zuoyou from now on. Oh, okay. Okay, Brother Zuoyou. As for why Li Zuoyou wanted to get this portable radio, it was undoubtedly better to have it than to not have it. Finding such strategic materials in the future would not be easy. As the saying goes, preparation prevents peril. Li Zuoyou felt a bit urgent and asked Zhou Sherwin to wait in place while he slipped into the woods. At that moment, Rong Jing on Zhou Sherwin's back woke up. Cough. Cough. She cleared her throat and frowned as she scanned her surroundings. Put me down. Zhou Sherwin was momentarily at a loss and hurriedly set Rong Jing down. Rong Jing remained vigilant, looking around and asking, where is the anomaly? Brother Zuoyou said it was you who suppressed the anomaly. Zhou Sherwin replied, I suppressed the anomaly. Rong Jing lifted her chin, trying to recall the situation earlier. She remembered that the anomaly had launched an attack on her, and in her dazed state, she had called for Li Zuoyou to run away. How had they suddenly left the factory area and were now on the way back? Looking at the innocent-looking boy beside her, Rong Jing covered her still aching chest and asked her. The boy nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes, Brother Zuoyou was carrying you and found room 203. Rong Jing hurriedly asked, where is Li Zuoyou? He went to take care of something and told me to wait for him here. After she spoke, they heard Li Zuoyou's voice from the woods. I'm coming, you're awake. Rong Jing tilted her head to look at Li Zuoyou. What on earth is going on? Li Zuoyou had a serious expression and slowly began to explain. It was like this. After you were attacked by that strange entity and fell into a coma, I seized the opportunity to stab it in the neck with the bone spike given to me by Ming Hong. The creature immediately seemed to lose control and then vanished. Li Zuoyou glanced at the two of them after finishing his sentence. The two simply stared at him in silence, and the surrounding area fell into a hushed stillness. After a moment, Zhou Sherwin exclaims, "What? Zuoyou, as an ordinary person, you are simply remarkable." Li Zuoyou's status in his eyes instantly rose a notch. "Let's go," Rong Jing responded, putting her mask back on. Li Zuoyou, who was not inclined to divulge more information, immediately turned and walked away when he saw that Rong Jing was no longer pressing for answers. Rong Jing followed at the back, her gaze fixed on Li Zuoyou's silhouette as she silently replayed the last operation in her mind. During that incident involving the suppressed strange bonfire, the pile of firewood had simply disappeared before her eyes. At that time, she thought it was merely a characteristic of the suppressed strange bonfire and did not think too deeply. But today is entirely different, as she could clearly sense the strength of that strange entity. Before she fell unconscious, the state of the entity had hardly been affected by her presence. Then it must have been Li Zuoyou who completely suppressed that strange entity while she was unconscious. Could the bone spike given by Ming Hong really be enough to fully suppress the entity? Rong Jing furrowed her brow slightly. She knew Ming Hong's strength, but relying solely on that bone spike to deal with the strange entity they encountered today was insufficient. Was Li Zuoyou an awakened? Rong Jing quickly shook her head. He showed no signs of deteriorating after using his abilities. She was certain of this, at least for now. She had not seen any signs. By the way, he must have used another paranormal item to completely suppress that strange entity. No wonder he was reluctant to share much. He must be worried that someone would target his belongings if word got out. Don't worry, Li Zuoyou. I will keep your secrets safe. There are really not many people like you who are willing to risk their lives for others. The three of them made their way back to the convoy. Li Zuoyou bid farewell to the two and returned to rest by his tricycle, while Rong Jing took Zhou Sherwin back to the bus. Before long, Uncle Lai, Shi Minghong, and Ji Fei all came together. They got a rough idea of the situation faced by the 11th Assault Team from Zhou Sherwin. Shi Minghong suddenly asked Zhou Sherwin, "Didn't you bring your radio?" Zuoyou said he has dreamed of owning a radio since childhood. Zhou Sherwin replied earnestly. The others felt speechless. Bai Lu tugged at the corner of his mouth and said, "Hey, isn't today your birthday? Is he asking you for something?" Zhou Sherwin pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "This is a birthday gift from Zuoyou. I don't smoke. Do you wanna?" The group fell silent again, and Ji Fei spoke up, "I'll go help you get the radio back." Suddenly Rong Jing blocked Ji Fei's path. Li Zuoyou is doing this to save more survivors through the radio. He has no ulterior motives. What? Ji Fei frowned deeply, looking Rong Jing up and down. The absurdity of Rong Jing's statement was akin to telling him that Hannibal was actually a vegetarian. That guy had just expelled a mother and child earlier that afternoon. Now Rong Jing was telling him that Li Zuoyou was using the radio to save more people. Ha 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 ha. Ji Fei couldn't help but chuckle bitterly inside. Is this the discernment ability of a 19-year-old girl? He truly experienced it. Li Zuoyou using the radio to save more people. Have you been hit in the head by that strange entity? Bai Lu's words immediately lifted the gloom in Ji Fei's heart. Rong Jing turned to Bai Lu, her eyes carrying a chill. On what basis do you think he isn't trying to save people? On what basis? Heh. Bai Lu placed one hand on his hip, pointing to himself with a thumb. Just because I have executed a mission with him before. How could I not know what kind of person he is? Rong Jing slowly raised 2 fingers. I have executed 2 missions with him. No one here knows him better than I do. Alright. Shi Minghong waved his hand impatiently. Since the mission has been successfully completed, it's perfectly reasonable for Li Zuoyou to want some things that interest him. Rong Jing nodded vigorously using sign language. Li Zuoyou contributed definitely more than I did in this mission. It seems that Li Zuoyou is indeed a rare talent, and he is bold and tenacious. Perhaps we can tilt our resources towards him in the future. Uncle Lai spoke. Shi Minghong pondered for a moment, and replied, I will bring this up with the governor once he wakes up. He then turned to the young man Zhou Shiwen. Welcome to the convoy. Zhou Shiwen immediately stood at attention and saluted yes. After a short while a notification chimed. Gained 1,000 points. Current survival points, 18,000. Li Zuoyou had just eaten something and was leisurely leaning against a rock smoking as the survival points were credited on time. Now he was just 2,000 survival points away from upgrading the system to level 2. At that point, both the collection speed and his own abilities would improve, and the system store would have new items. Haha, life was getting better. Once he had enough points, he would upgrade the revolver. Its accuracy at mid to long distances was simply worrying. If he encountered multiple strange entities later, long-range combat would be essential. As Li Zuoyou pondered, a wave of fatigue washed over him, accompanied by the lingering chill within, draining him of energy. Was it because he had used too much of the strange entity's power? Leaning against the rock, Li Zuoyou unknowingly closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the following 2 days, the convoy stopped and started, but still chose not to replenish supplies anywhere. Li Zuoyou could vaguely sense that the convoy's journey was not as smooth as before. An intuition told him that the governor might be facing some issues. Meanwhile, the majority of the survivors in the convoy had exhausted their supplies, and some women even resorted to illicit transactions at night just to secure a meal. Li Zuoyou's supplies were also running low. However, on the plus side, the containment progress for the strange bonfire and strange obscuration had both reached 100, while the regulatory containment progress was relatively slow, only reaching 15. As the clock struck midnight, the survival points finally reached 20,000. After thinking for a moment, Li Zuoyou decided to spend all his points on upgrading the system. After all, he still possessed a safety charm for his life, and improving the regulatory containment speed was of utmost importance. Ding. System upgraded to level 2. Current containment limit is 7. A new item has been unlocked in the store. Before the modified off-road vehicle, Uncle Lai focused on a map under the beam of a flashlight, a cigarette loosely held in his right hand burning down to a long curved ash. What are you studying, Uncle Lai? Shi Minghong approached slowly, holding a folded piece of paper in his hand. Uncle Lai snapped back to reality, intending to take a drag, but found only the stub left. He took one last reluctant puff. This morning, Ji Fei told me that most of the ordinary survivors in the convoy have run out of supplies. If we don't replenish soon, they might fall behind. Shi Minghong nodded in response. Ji Fei reported the same to me. Then, Uncle Lai leaned forward slightly, asking, what is the governor's intention? First, take a look at the route for tomorrow. Shi Minghong handed him the folded paper. After a moment, Uncle Lai put down the route map and murmured, arrive at Wangxiang village by noon. Then, as if struck by a thought, he hurried back to the map, switched on the flashlight, and compared the routes back and forth. The nearest route is winding, but we're getting closer to one place. Where? Shi Minghong asked casually, pulling a cigarette from the pack and placing it between his lips. Jianghan City. Those 3 words made Shi Minghong pause mid-motion as he was about to light his cigarette. He took the cigarette from his mouth and frowned. A lot of people disappeared there before the cataclysm. Although the news was suppressed, you and I can probably guess what's there. I know that, but I think the governor intends to take the convoy to Jianghan City, Uncle Lai said gravely. Shi Minghong let out a deep breath. Then my brother must have his own plans. Well, just follow orders. That's true, but Jianghan City will be extremely dangerous. Uncle Lai took the cigarette from Shi Minghong's hand, lit it himself, and began to smoke. If there's something we must do in Jianghan City, the survival rate for those sent on the mission will be very low. Shi Minghong didn't reply. He took another cigarette from the pack and lit it. After a deep drag, he spoke slowly. Now, no one has a choice. Li Zuoyou opened the shop. A new item appeared in the shop. Corpse oil can be applied to the surface of any melee weapon, providing a certain suppression effect. Ineffective on ranged weapons. Price 2,000 survival points. From the shop image, Li Zuoyou could see it was a small vial of amber liquid. If used for coating melee weapons, the vial of corpse oil should be enough for 3 to 4 applications. In comparison, it was more cost-effective than enhanced dark gold bullets. The only drawback was the need to engage anomalies in close combat, which increased the risk of being attacked. But if one figured out the killing pattern of the anomaly, it was possible to suppress it without taking damage. A faint sound of footsteps approached. Li Zuoyou closed the system and glanced up. The catgirl, lowly dressed in rather seductive clothes, was moving. Stop. Right there. Li Zuoyou put his hands in his pockets and spoke coldly. The catgirl lowly halted on the spot and said in a coquettish voice, Li Zuoyou, I want to get some food from you. In exchange. Tonight I'm yours. Huh. Li Zuoyou smirked. I'm afraid of catching something. Go find someone else. The catgirl lowly suppressed her anger and said softly, to show sincerity, I can show you something first. With that, she took off her top and threw it at Li Zuoyou's feet, one arm shielding her 2 mounds of white flesh. Put your clothes on and get lost. Li Zuoyou sensed something was off and shouted. The next moment, the catgirl lowly suddenly cried out, help. Someone help me. In an instant, several people emerged from nowhere and hurried over. Catgirl, what's wrong? Don't be afraid, we're here. Who bullied you? Li Zuoyou smiled, took out his cigarette case, lit one, and quietly watched their performance. The catgirl lowly covered her chest with both hands, crouched on the ground, and shook her head repeatedly. I wanted to borrow some food from Li Zuoyou, and he tried to force me to sleep with him. I refused. He started tearing off my clothes. Boo-hoo. I'm so scared. The commotion instantly attracted most of the survivors to come and watch. Li Zuoyou, don't think just because you have supplies you can act lawlessly. Do you think the convoy's ironclad rules are just for show? Don't forget, just a few days ago he ruthlessly drove away a mother and son. He's capable of such cruelty, right? Call Captain G. Today we must get justice for the catgirl lowly. Li Zuoyou's campfire was soon surrounded by people, but no one dared to approach him as they all remembered he had killed before. Before long, Ji Fei arrived under the escort of several people. Seeing Ji Fei, the catgirl lowly began to cry even harder. All right, stop crying first. Tell me what happened. Ji Fei asked with a frown. The catgirl lowly sobbed and repeated her story. The crowd erupted like a boiling pot, with murmurs rising and falling. Ji Fei raised his hand to quiet them and looked at Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou, is what the catgirl lowly said true? Li Zuoyou finished his last drag, stubbed out the cigarette, and replied flatly, he'll say this once. She came to me for food. I refused. Then she took off her own clothes and started calling for help. I think this was a premeditated frame-up. Nonsense. Why would a girl ruin her own reputation? Su Jie stepped forward, draping her coat over the catgirl lowly. Isn't that the catgirl Lola's top at your feet? How do you explain that? One of the catgirl Lola's simps jumped out and shouted. Li Zuoyou glanced at him and smiled. Do I need to explain to you? Even if I fucked her right in front of you, what could you do about it? You? The man was choked, speechless, his face flushed red, but he dared not utter a harsh word. The blonde pushed through the crowd, trotted over to Li Zuoyou, and whispered, Brother Zuoyou, if you need, I can pretend to be your girlfriend. Then they'll have nothing to say. Li Zuoyou pinched the bridge of his nose and replied, Brother, I appreciate the thought, but it's really not necessary. Just then someone else in the crowd stepped forward and shouted. Captain Ji, you indulged Li Zuoyou last time, when he drove away a mother and son. You can't protect him again. Sigh. With both witness and evidence. If Captain Ji still favors Li Zuoyou, then what's the point of the convoy's ironclad rules? Ji Fei stared at the top at Li Zuoyou's feet for a long moment, then spoke slowly. Li Zuoyou, under these circumstances there's really no way to prove what you're saying. Rong Jing and Bai Lu squeezed into the crowd at some point. Rong Jing approached Ji Fei using sign language to say, I believe Li Zuoyou is not that kind of person. We need to discern this matter carefully. I understand your meaning. Ji Fei knew that Rong Jing was advocating for Li Zuoyou. Since she was already here, he had to give her some face. Ji Fei picked up the shirt lying by Li Zuoyou's feet and examined it closely, noticing the signs of being. The corner of the catgirl's mouth curled up imperceptibly. Those torn marks had been prepared before she arrived, as she had long anticipated that Ji Fei would check that shirt. Ji Fei handed the shirt to Rong Jing, who looked at it and said, this doesn't prove that Li Zuoyou did it. Sign language. But there were only the two of them here at the time. Seeing Rong Jing still supporting Li Zuoyou, Ji Fei felt a headache coming on. If there was a conflict between the two, there would be some traces left on their bodies. We need to check both of them to determine if there was any physical altercation, Rong Jing suggested. While Ji Fei was pondering with his stubble, Bai Lu stepped in front of the catgirl, squatting down to examine her clothes. The catgirl tightly wrapped herself in her coat, pretending to tremble in fear. Then Bai Lu slowly stood up, pointing at Li Zuoyou, and said, "This person is morally corrupt. He is ungrateful. He must repay every slight. He takes advantage of every opportunity. He is truly a disgrace among survivors." The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement, and someone even started to applaud, a wave of cheers erupting. The catgirl also struggled to suppress her laughter. With Bailu, this awakened one, supporting her, Zuoyou was surely doomed. Thinking about how he had insulted her before, everything would be repaid in kind. Zuoyou, I warned you never to provoke women, especially beautiful ones. But Bailu suddenly changed her tone, crossing her arms. This person can't have such poor taste. Everyone was taken aback. The applause and cheers abruptly halted, completely stunned by Bailu's words. The catgirl widened her eyes in shock, looking at Bailu's back, thinking to herself, that shameless person. She's not here to help me. Bailu scanned the crowd and continued, I can prove that Zuoyou wouldn't be interested in someone like this. What do you mean by that? How can such proof hold any weight? This is simply nonsense. The crowd, which had just been applauding, quickly turned 180 degrees, shaking their heads in denial. Zuoyou squinted his eyes, pointing in Bailu's direction with his finger, indicating that she shouldn't think that belittling him would let her off the hook. Bailu raised her chin and smiled slyly. Then Zuoyou turned to Ji Fei, who was still hesitating, and said, Captain Ji, what punishment would I receive if I did this? Rong Jing and Bailu both turned to Zuoyou, their eyes filled with shock. Ji Fei said solemnly, well, the punishment you would receive is that next time you are forced to go out to gather supplies, you must turn over 60% of what you collect along with 10 lashes. However, since you have not forcibly engaged with the catgirl, you will only receive 5 lashes. Zuoyou slapped his thigh and stood up, saying, all right, then go fetch the whip. The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. See, I knew this guy could do something like this. Captain Ji, you must give this guy a good lesson. Ha ha ha. What a relief. So satisfying. The scariest thing is that a person like this can still remain in the convoy. Rongjing quickly approached Zuoyou and whispered, why are you admitting to this? I don't believe you would do such a thing. Bailu puffed out her cheeks, casting a sidelong glance at Zuoyou, perplexed about what he was up to. Zuoyou smiled silently, lighting a cigarette and waiting quietly. When the whip arrived, Ji Fei approached Zuoyou, saying, 5 lashes, it's going to be painful, you need to endure it. Why are you talking to me about this? Zuoyou gestured towards the catgirl with his chin, saying, go tell her. Ji Fei frowned, just as Zuoyou pulled out a golden recording pen from his pocket. This was a recording that Zuoyou had quietly activated while the catgirl stood still. As he pressed play, a clear recording began to play. The recording stopped, and everyone stared wide-eyed. The catgirl's face was filled with disbelief, as she couldn't understand why Zuoyou. To show my sincerity, I can show you something first. Put on your clothes and get lost. Help! Someone save me. The recording stopped, and everyone stared wide-eyed. The catgirl's face was filled with disbelief, as she couldn't understand why Zuoyou would have such a thing. If not for the mask, Rongjing would have nearly burst out laughing. On one hand, her trust in Zuoyou had not been betrayed. On the other hand, with this recording, Zuoyou had enough evidence for self-defense. Bailu had been staring at Zuoyou, her gaze sharp. This guy has so many tricks. If she were to compete with him in the future, she would need to consider many things to avoid falling into his trap. Captain Ji. Zuoyou called to Ji Fei, who was still in a daze, and Ji Fei jolted back to reality. It's time to act. Hearing Zuoyou's prompt, Ji Fei was momentarily at a loss, mechanically walking towards the catgirl. Wait a minute. The catgirl suddenly stood up, her voice trembling slightly. I was just unwilling to accept it for a moment, so I deceived everyone. I shouldn't be punished so severely. That's the reasoning. The catgirl only deceived people. Her crime is not the same as Zuoyou's. The catgirl never said she wanted to forcefully engage with Zuoyou. This punishment is too harsh. In fact, neither side caused any harm. No need to be so serious about it. Some sycophants began to speak up. I say the nature of the two is different. Just let the catgirl apologize to Zuoyou. After Su Jie finished speaking, she proudly raised her head. Ji Fei stood still, turning to look at Zuoyou, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The convoy indeed does not have regulations regarding the punishment for slander. This is also my oversight. Then, just add. Zuoyou withdrew, all his smiles, his voice thunderous. The surrounding crowd stepped back a few paces, and the crowd suddenly fell silent, no one daring to provoke Zuoyou at this moment. Zuoyou, mind your tone when speaking to me, Ji Fei said sternly. Your attitude in handling matters determines my attitude towards you, Ji Fei. Captain Ji. Zuoyou said, staring into Ji Fei's eyes, speaking calmly. When the cost of slander is lower than the punishment of the falsely accused, then the slanderers will never disappear. Clap, clap, clap. From the back of the crowd came applause, as everyone turned to see Wang Chuanda leaning against a stone, clapping his hands. What brothers was said is not wrong. These slanderers are like rat droppings in a pot. Huang Mao shouted as he stood up. The crowd murmured quietly, and one by one began to agree with Li Zuo's statement. Although they did not like Li Zuo as a person, they recognized the validity of his argument. Li Zuo, don't keep clinging to people. Can't I apologize to you now? The catgirl Loli felt a surge of anxiety as she saw some starting to side with Li Zuo. Li Zuo ignored the catgirl Loli, his gaze fixed on Ji Fei. Ji Fei fell silent for a moment before speaking. If new iron rules are to be added, I need to report to Brother Ming Hong and have him convey it to the governor. First, carry out the 5 lashes. The remaining punishments can be executed once the governor decides. Li Zuo replied indifferently. Ji Fei extended a finger. 1 day, give me 1 day. Li Zuo seemed to have heard a joke, shaking his head as he asked, did you just give me a day? He paused, his smile fading gradually. Captain Ji, stop the nonsense, either you act, or I will. Hearing this, Ji Fei's eyes sharpened instantly, and he spoke each word deliberately. Li Zuo, you do not have the authority to command me. Li Zuo remained silent, stepping towards Ji Fei, their gazes locked on each other. In an instant, an invisible pressure engulfed the crowd, causing several survivors to feel a bit breathless. Yet it was unclear whether this pressure originated from Li Zuo or Ji Fei. Suddenly a figure leaped out from behind. Li Zuo snatching the whip from Ji Fei's hand and heading straight for the catgirl Loli. The catgirl Lola's pupils widened, her lips moving as she attempted to speak. Slap! A searing sensation coursed through her left arm, followed by a series of sharp, piercing pains. Ah, I was wrong. The catgirl Loli screamed, clutching her arm, not having time to beg for mercy. Slap! The second lash struck her back. The catgirl Loli shuddered, rolling on the ground, her entire consciousness consumed by pain, unable to utter a single word. The third and fourth lashes followed in quick succession. The catgirl Loli curled up on the ground like an electric shock, convulsing uncontrollably, her snot and tears mixing with dirt smearing her face. Moments later, she completely lost consciousness. The crowd stared blankly at the person holding the whip. They couldn't fathom why the one who acted was Rong Jing, the one who had always cared for the survivors. Why her? Some survivors who regarded Rong Jing as a goddess couldn't help but swallow hard at this moment. In their impression, Rong Jing had always been a quiet girl. They never expected her to act so decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Rong Jing did not continue with the 5th lash, instead turning to return the whip to Ji Fei. Ji Fei received the whip, giving Rong Jing a meaningful glance. The catgirl Loli has fainted. There's no point in continuing. She has already received her due punishment. Can we leave it at that? Rong Jing turned to Li Zuo and made a hand gesture. Li Zuo said nothing but nodded. All right, everyone disperse. We have to hit the road early tomorrow, so get some rest. Ji Fei waved his hand to disperse the crowd, and then called a few people to carry the catgirl Loli away. Bai Lu glanced at Li Zuo and Rong Jing, who were still standing there, before turning away. Li Zuo lit a cigarette, and once the crowd had completely scattered, spoke. You did this because you didn't want me to conflict with Ji Fei, didn't you? You were not wrong in this matter, so it was most appropriate for me to act. Rong Jing replied directly, the cold air from her mouth slowly seeping through the seams of her mask. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. I indeed did not want you to conflict with Ji Fei. After all, he is the captain. I feared that you would be expelled from the team for attacking the captain. If that happened, something that was originally justified would become unjustified. All right, I understand. Thank you for your intervention. Li Zuo replied with a smile. Then, I'll take my leave. You should rest early. Good night. Rong Jing waved her hand. Bye-bye. After Li Zuo finished speaking, he returned to the tricycle. Rong Jing's eyes shifted slightly, and after nodding, she turned to leave. In the morning, the convoy set off as usual, arriving near Wangxiang village at 1152 a.m. As far as the eye could see, patches of fields were growing wildly, with crops even extending beyond the ridges. A flock of chickens and ducks had wandered out of the fence and were roaming within the village. The entire village showed no signs of human activity, with only the occasional sound of barking dogs heard. It had been completely overtaken by nature. Desperate survivors, upon Ji Fei's orders, rushed madly towards the village, completely unconcerned about any potential dangers inside. Brother LV, everything is ready, said the triangular-eyed man with a sinister smile. LV Kaichun waved his hand, and as the other 8 drew closer, he whispered, keep an eye on Li Zuo and that Huang Mao. Once we enter the village, find a less populated area and act directly. The slightly plump woman laughed. It would be best to beat those 2 half to death first, and then we can have some fun with them. Brother LV. LV Kaichun stroked his chin with his fingers. That's not a bad idea. I approve of your suggestion. Brother LV. That Huang Mao must be left for me. The triangular-eyed man pointed at his slightly purple eye sockets. I want him to experience a fate worse than death. LV Kaichun patted the triangular-eyed man. Don't worry, that job is yours. The triangular-eyed man instantly smiled, even more broadly. Brother LV, I've been waiting for those words. A person quietly reminded Brother LV. Li Zuo's side is moving. LV Kaichun handed a knife to one of his men, and then took a short axe for himself, pulling the leather-skirted woman close. Baby, today I'll show you that I'm not just fierce in one aspect, but even fiercer in others. The leather-skirted woman lightly bumped into LV Kaichuan playfully, saying, "Stop it, so many people here discussing this." Huh. The rest of the group laughed uproariously. Li Zuo pedaled the tricycle, leisurely glancing at LV Kaichuan and his group out of the corner of his eye. No need to seek them out individually. Good. Brothers war, it seems like LV Kaichuan and the others are coming for us. Huang Mao leaned closer to Li Zuo, looking somewhat nervous. Huang Mao, stay in the convoy and don't move. Don't get involved in this. Li Zuo firmly pressed Huang Mao's shoulder. Huang Mao wanted to speak, but seeing Li Zuo's expression, he chose to remain silent and stay in place. Li Zuo continued pedaling the tricycle, turning towards a secluded corner of the village. Hey, that yellow-haired bastard is hiding in the convoy. No matter. Let's deal with Li Zuoyu first. Hurry up and catch up. Don't let that guy escape. Liu Kaichuan led a group swiftly through the alley. As he glanced ahead, Li Zuoyu was leaning against a tricycle, leisurely lighting a cigarette. "Oh ho, brother Liu, look. He's waiting for us." The man with triangular eyes grinned. "Kid, didn't expect you to have some guts." Liu Kaichuan twirled the axe in his hand. "Hey, race the deal, drink my piss without spilling a drop, and it'll give you a quick death." "Hear that? Spill a drop, and it'll chop off one of your fingers first," the triangular-eyed man yelled behind him. "TSK." Li Zuoyu exhaled a puff of smoke. "Interesting idea, but what if I don't have to pee right now, eh?" "Fine. Still running your mouth, huh?" Liu Kaichuan curled one corner of his lips. "Brothers, don't kill him yet. We're going to have some fun with him." With a wave of Liu Kaichuan's axe, the others surrounded him from all directions. The next moment, the bright surroundings plunged into utter darkness. It was as if the entire sky had been artificially shut off. The only source of light was the bonfire emitting blue flames beside Li Zuoyu. Awakener. The group froze in shock, the same thought flashing through their minds. While the others nervously looked around, the triangular-eyed man strode toward Li Zuoyu with a machete. This action instantly drew everyone's attention. When he was about 3 or 4 meters from Li Zuoyu, the triangular-eyed man abruptly stopped, spun around, and pointed his blade at Liu Kaichuan and his crew, shouting, "Who dares to touch my brother Li? You son of a bitch, Zhang Chong. They'll kill you first, you traitor." Liu Kaichuan raised his axe to charge. Shhk. A chill spread from Liu Kaichuan's lower back, followed by a sharp pain. His eyes widened as he turned slowly. Half of a fruit knife was buried in his body. The woman in the leather skirt, hands bloodied, covered her mouth and backed away, shaking her head. "Be brotherly, Liu Kaichuan forced me to come. Bye." TCH. With a furious roar, Liu Kaichuan lunged forward, swinging his axe. Before the woman could dodge, the blade struck her face. Her body stiffened and collapsed. Still enraged, Liu Kaichuan yanked out the axe and struck her head repeatedly. Zhang Chong. The triangular-eyed man, hearing his name, quickly bowed. "Brotherly, whatever you need, just say the word." "Do you have any piss?" Li Zuoyu tilted his chin. "Yes, brotherly, I do." The triangular-eyed man nodded eagerly. "Go feed it to your brother Liu. Spill a drop, and he'll chop off one of your fingers." Hearing this, the triangular-eyed man immediately shouted to the others, "What are you waiting for? Brotherly wants to see Liu Kaichuan drink piss. Hold him down." After exchanging glances, they all charged at Liu Kaichuan. Liu Kaichuan spat a bloody wad onto the ground and swung his axe at anyone who came near. At the same time, gleaming blades plunged into various parts of his body. In less than 10 seconds, 4 men lay hacked on the ground. Covered in blood, Liu Kaichuan stood among the corpses, holding an axe in one hand and a stolen dagger in the other, mumbling incoherently. The triangular-eyed man, a chubby woman, and another man trembled, their weapons raised but unable to advance. The triangular-eyed man kicked the man beside him. "Go. Liu Kaichuan is almost done. Go." The man shook his head frantically, but was shoved toward Liu Kaichuan. Like an enraged bear, Liu Kaichuan lunged at him, striking and stabbing. The man died instantly. His bloodshot eyes slowly shifted to the triangular-eyed man. The man stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. Don't come near." Panting heavily, Liu Kaichuan staggered toward him. The triangular-eyed man scrambled toward Li Zuoyu, crying, "Brotherly, save me. Brotherly, save me." Thud. A knife was driven into the triangular-eyed man's chest. Li Zuoyu twisted his head, and the man fell sideways. Then Li Zuoyu pulled out another axe and walked straight toward Liu Kaichuan. Liu Kaichuan stood still, staring at Li Zuoyu, a slow grin spreading across his blood-streaked teeth. When they were less than 3 meters apart, Liu Kaichuan suddenly lunged, swinging his axe at Li Zuoyu. Li Zuoyu sidestepped the axe while stepping back, dodging the dagger thrust. Liu Kaichuan lost his balance, stumbling forward, exposing his entire neck. Li Zuoyu swung his axe. The blade wasn't sharp enough and lodged in the neck, but it was still lethal. Liu Kaichuan collapsed to the ground, convulsed twice, and then lay still. Li Zuoyu's eyes lit up as he bent down to pull a set of car keys from Liu Kaichuan's belt. "Brotherly, I I was wrong, don't kill me. I tried to talk them out of it, I swear. The chubby woman beside him trembled violently, her knife clattering to the ground. Zuoyou smiled at her. Don't be silly, I don't kill women. He waved a hand, and a crack appeared in the darkness, emitting a white light. The exit is over there, ma'am. Shivering, the woman thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, brotherly. Thank you. May good people live in peace. With that, she dashed toward the hopeful crack. As she entered, the crack began to chew like a mouth. Gushes of blood flowed out, accompanied by a crisp crunch. Crunch. Zuoyou lit a cigarette, about to leave the eerie space. A soft laugh echoed from the darkness. Is this your ability? Looks interesting. Zuoyou furrowed his brow, looking toward the source of the voice. A man in a suit emerged, appearing to be around 30. Though he wore a smile, his narrow eyes held a fierce sharpness that accentuated his angular face. A prominent scar marked his upper lip. Zuoyou was certain he hadn't seen this man in the convoy, but what bothered him more was how the man had entered the eerie space without his notice. Who are you? The man nodded with a smile. Sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Enli of Peace of Mind. I'm the governor of the prisoner convoy, but you can call me the warden. As he spoke, Enli sliced through the darkness, and the eerie space parted like a zipper. Zuoyou's gaze fell outside, his eyes narrowing. In the distance, a convoy was rolling toward the village, its size and scale at least double that of the sunset convoy. Enli gestured toward it, as if introducing his own masterpiece. That is my convoy. By the way. Enli slowly lowered his hand, his smile still lingering on his face. I haven't asked your name yet. Zuoyou stared at the man before him, sensing an overwhelming aura emanating from him, though why he could not tell. This sensation surpassed that of the awakened ones in the convoy, and in terms of peril it exceeded even Shi Minghong by a considerable margin. Seeing Zuoyou's silence, Enli smiled and retrieved a wooden box from his bosom. Little brother, no need to be tense. We have no grievances. I merely noticed some commotion here and came to see the fun. He opened the box, revealing a row of premium cigars on one side and tools on the other. Care for one? The flavor is quite fine. Zuoyou pulled out his own cigarette and lit it. I'm not used to cigars. Enli chuckled, taking a cigar from the box. I've always been patient with awakened ones, especially those as unique as you. Truly. He snipped off the tip with a cutter, slowly rotating the cigar over a flame while smiling. A delight to the spirit. Zuoyou's gaze shifted to the prisoner convoy as it pulled up directly between the sunset convoy and the village, completely cutting off the survivors in the village from the sunset convoy. This was hardly a benevolent gesture. Either they aimed to seize the village's supplies or to capture the convoy survivors, or both. Perhaps it would be best to pry some useful information from this governor first. Zuoyou spoke up. Zuoyou from the sunset convoy. Enli nodded twice, the cigar clenched between his teeth. See, with an open heart, our exchange saves much effort. My convoy needs talent like yours. So what will you gain? Enli gestured toward the rear of the prisoner convoy, where several trucks carried a multitude of survivors. Amidst the shifting crowd, Zuoyou noticed that every person, regardless of age or gender, had a triangular pattern painted on their necks in different colors. Enli raised a finger. You'll receive 100 survivors. Use them to gather supplies, test the deadly rules of anomalies, or pick a few for some amusing games. Do as you please. They are your expendables. It seemed those marked with different colors belonged to different awakened ones. Zuoyou's eyes flickered as he asked with a smile. Oh, and what must I give in return? Enli's smile slowly faded as he took a drag from his cigar, pausing for a few seconds before speaking. The world is now a colossal cage. Since we can't break it, we must find a way to survive within it. And to survive, we must grow stronger. Inevitably, conflicts arise. You, me, and the awakened ones in the convoy. We must clear away the obstacles that hinder our growth. Zuoyou nodded. Was he to understand that the awakened ones were merely high-ranking prisoners under Enli's command? He probed. First, I need to know what abilities you have and how far you can take me. Enli glanced back toward the convoy. No rush. They'll show you. Excuse me for a moment. I must pay a visit to your governor. With those words, Enli leaped, covering over 10 meters in a single bound, and with nimble movements returned to the prisoner convoy. Zuoyou narrowed his eyes. Remarkable speed, the power to break spatial constraints. Did Enli possess other hidden abilities? A truly troublesome awakened one. Currently, he had only 3 dark gold bullets and 1 piece not left. Though the containment of Ghostly Bonfire and Ghostly Veil had reached 100, the containment progress of the supervisor was only at 18, posing an extremely high risk of loss of control. Under these circumstances, if a unknown battle with Enli ensued, would he be a match? Zuoyou frowned deeply. The opponent's strength might surpass his own. Should he search for supplies now or return to the convoy first? He scanned the supplies in the truck bed, enough for only 2 or 3 days. Missing this opportunity, he didn't know when the next chance to scavenge would come. Yet Zuoyou could faintly sense a dangerous aura spreading between the two convoys. If a conflict truly erupted, should he intervene? If the Sunset Convoy won, everything remained as before. If the prisoner convoy won, he would be conscripted, promised 100 survivors. But would there be no other constraints? How trustworthy were Enli's words? Moreover, Li Zuoyou had no desire to become a high-ranking prisoner. Another vexing issue was his survival points being 0, drastically reducing his options. Li Zuoyou rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Got it. So you're saying your governor is resting and can't see me? Enli tilted his head back, taking a drag from his cigar, as if pondering something. Uncle Lei's face was grim, his eyes scanning the entire prisoner convoy before settling on the silent Shi Minghong. Shi Minghong also had a cigarette in his mouth, his face expressionless. Rong Jing, Bai Lu, and Zhou Shirwen arrived one after another. Ji Fei was still leading the survivors to search for supplies in the village and couldn't return yet. The 8 people standing behind Enli each had a triangular pattern printed on their arms. Though all were triangular, the colors varied. Some pure yellow, some pure white, some yellow with a red border. But they were generally composed of yellow, white, red, and blue. Rong Jing's eyes swept over the patterns on their arms, narrowing as her lips tightened beneath her mask. Then, when will your governor awaken? Enli asked with a smile. Shi Minghong shook his head. I'm not sure. If Governor N has something to say, you can tell me. I'm temporarily acting on behalf of the convoy. He. Tell you. He. Enli burst into laughter, as if hearing a joke, stepping back and placing a hand on someone's shoulder. Uncle Lai and the others exchanged glances, unsure what the governor of the prisoner convoy intended, but they could sense a hint of mockery in his laughter. Shi Minghong flicked his ash, impatiently suppressing his anger. Fine. I'll talk to you then. Enli's smile remained. The village's supplies are limited. We need to decide how to split them beforehand. We arrived at the village first. If you want supplies, we can spare some, Shi Minghong replied coldly. Oh, you came first, so you call the shots. Enli's smile vanished instantly, his voice turning harsh. Is that the law? Moral code? Or is it a rule you made up yourselves? Uncle Lai noticed the increasingly tense atmosphere and quickly tried to mediate. Governor Only, that is not what we meant. Since both sides have material needs, we can discuss it amicably, and there is no need for any conflict. Only ignored Uncle Lai, maintaining a condescending gaze upon the gnome before him. Shi Minghong also stared at Only, and after a moment of eye contact, he slowly spoke. Governor Only, how do you think the supplies from this village should be divided? Only exhaled a puff of smoke and once again wore his signature smile. The east side of the village is ours, and the west side belongs to you. His tone held no semblance of negotiation. Shi Minghong and the others looked towards the village. It appeared that the 2 convoys each occupied half the village, but most of the fields, fish ponds, and some poultry were concentrated in the east, while the west had only a few scattered plots and a few fruit trees. Huh. Shi Minghong spat the cigarette, but onto the ground, his anger seemingly reaching its peak. Uncle Lai hurriedly stepped in front of him, repeatedly saying, All right. We'll go with what Governor Only said. He'll send someone to notify the survivors who have already entered the village right away. Saying this, he waved to call a few people over, giving them orders as they quickly ran towards the village. Only said nothing more and turned to board a luxurious, extended limousine. Behind him, 8 people with a triangular emblem moved towards the rear of the prisoner convoy to begin organizing personnel to enter the village, while the remaining 3 followed Only into the car. Uncle Lai also pulled a few people back to the convoy, speaking softly. Minghong, don't blame me for not discussing this with you earlier. I settled things with Only. The 8 people standing behind him are all genuine awakeners, plus Only himself, making a total of 9 awakeners. He scanned the group. Rong Jing, Bai Lu, Zhou Shirwen, Ji Fei, and if you count the 2 of us, we can only muster 6 people to confront them. 6 against 9, the advantage is on their side. Uncle Lai, the difference in the number of awakeners does not necessarily represent combat power, Bai Lu replied, lifting her chin. Zhou Shirwen lowered his head, adjusting his glasses. He wanted to say that although he was considered an awakener, he might not be able to exert much influence in a confrontation with other awakeners. However, it was evidently inappropriate to voice such weakness at this moment. Uncle Lai looked at Bai Lu and sighed. Although numbers do not represent combat strength, any conflict will inevitably incur losses. I do not want your bodies to deteriorate because of this matter. It would be entirely not worth it. Uncle Lai looked at Bai Lu and sighed. Although numbers do not represent combat strength, any conflict will inevitably incur losses. I do not want your bodies to deteriorate because of this matter. Uncle Lei's tone suddenly grew heavier. He understood the youthful exuberance of the younger generation, but he had to prevent reckless confrontations that could potentially dismantle the convoy. The group's gaze fell upon Shi Minghong, who had remained silent throughout. Uncle Lai could not help but ask, Minghong, what do you think? Shi Minghong took a deep breath. I can feel that I cannot defeat Only. Uncle Lai and Rong Jing were both taken aback. They both knew that Shi Minghong was a second awakening level awakener whose strength was beyond what ordinary awakeners could compare. If he said he could not defeat Only, it implied that Only was at least a second awakening level awakener. However, Shi Minghong's next words made everyone widen their eyes. That Only is very likely a third awakening level awakener. Well, what? Bai Lu shook her head vigorously. No. That's impossible. A third awakening level awakener in a strike team is someone who surpasses the team leader. There are probably fewer than 20 such individuals nationwide. Rong Jing's gaze turned cold, her slender fingers involuntarily twisting in her sleeves. Zhou Sherwin dared not even breathe. He knew that their team leader had only reached the second awakening level, and he couldn't even dare to imagine what a third awakening level awakener would mean. Uncle Lai hurriedly asked, Minghong, what is the probability that he is a third awakening level awakener? Shi Minghong silently lit a cigarette. 70% probability. Just in case, we should gather everyone back and leave here first. Uncle Lai frowned tightly, staring at Shi Minghong. Shi Minghong shook his head slightly. If we run now, they will probably not be satisfied with just dividing the village in half. Inside the extended limousine, Only leisurely swirled the red wine in his glass. Across from him sat 2 men and 1 woman. The man on the left, named Wu Feng, had closely cropped hair and an indifferent expression, with a fiery birthmark on the right side of his neck extending to his jaw. A pure black flick knife danced between his fingertips, and his arm bore a pure white triangle. The man in the middle sat upright, his hair impeccably styled. 2 eyes grew on his forehead, all 4 eyes focused intently on Only. This man was named Guanzhengqi, and his arm bore a pure yellow triangle. The woman on the right had a wolf-tail hairstyle, with 1 strand of silver-gray hair extending to her back. There was a distinct scar on her left eyebrow. Her name was Na Sun, and her arm bore a yellow triangle with red edges. Wu Feng glanced at the 2 beside him, unable to contain his impatience. Warden, why don't we just take action directly? Only sipped his wine, smiling without answering. Captain Wu. The warden didn't say anything about hunting this time. Na Sun fiddled with her nails. Wu Feng shook his head and laughed. I just saw those awakeners over there. We can handle them without the warden's intervention. If they get away, I won't be able to sleep. You haven't even seen the governor across from you, and you can already judge the strength of their convoy. Guanzhengqi spoke faintly. Wu Feng smirked, but fell silent while Na Sun shifted her gaze from Guanzhengqi to Only. Anla's smile grew wider, seemingly pleased with Guanzhengqi's correct answer. At the village entrance, several curled-up yellow dogs suddenly opened their eyes, their ears swiveling back and forth. The leading yellow dog stood up, staring intently in one direction, while the others followed suit. Woof, woof, woof. All the dogs began barking frantically in unison towards one direction. In the next moment, a chilling aura gradually descended. The barking became nearly frantic, and one yellow dog had already quietly tucked its tail and shrunk behind the group. The pack of dogs retreated, while barking, their barks gradually diminishing. Within mere seconds, the long-standing power in the village completely collapsed. Seeing all his loyal subordinates fleeing, only the leading dog remained, pressing its paws firmly to the ground, its fur standing on end, growling softly, as if making a final stand. Behind the yellow dog, a person was hastily pedaling a tricycle, shouting, "Found it! Finally found it! Ding! Discovered ID 05519. The headed one gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points 1,000. Tap, tap, tap." A stray dog with matted and filthy fur moved with stiff and slow steps. Where the dog's head should have been a man's head was instead. The man's face was covered in purple veins, his head slowly turning from side to side as his grayish-white eyes scanned the surroundings. Seeing Li Zuoyou approach, the big yellow dog thought it was surrounded and hurriedly pressed against the wall, its limbs instinctively tensing up. The headed one sniffed, his head slowly stabilizing as his grayish-white eyes fixed intently on Li Zuoyou's direction, the corners of his mouth stretching into a ghastly grin. At the same time, Li Zuoyou gazed fervently at the headed one, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Whoosh! The previously stiff and slow-headed one suddenly lunged at Li Zuoyou like an arrow released from a bow. In the next moment, both the person and the strange entity vanished. The big yellow dog blinked, its eyes wide, looking around, its ears twitching as it let out a confused whimper. Then, uncertain, it lowered its body and sniffed the ground, but even the scent had disappeared. In the strange space, the eerie bonfire had changed from blue to green. The ghostly vision obscured the headed one's eerie eyes, while Li Zuoyou grasped its hind leg. One person and one entity thus placed the other strange being over the eerie bonfire to roast. ID 05519. The headed one, suppression progress 8. After a moment, Li Zuoyou looked at the information above its head again. ID 05519. The headed one, suppression progress 25. Effective progress, but still a bit slow. Li Zuoyou focused his mind, and a crack appeared not far away. Thus, one person and one strange entity carried the headed one to the crack. 1, 2, 3. They directly threw the headed one into the crack. The The crack began to chew, but made no sound. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, patiently waiting in front of the crack. Before he finished one cigarette, the crack spat out the headed one. The dog's body had completely stiffened, resembling a wooden sculpture. ID 05519. The headed one, suppression progress 100. Captured. ID 05519. The headed one, capture successful, gained 5,000 survival points. Current survival points, 6,000. Li Zuoyou let out a long breath, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a weak entity. With the points secured, he felt more confident about whatever he would do next. Searching for supplies was not the most important task at the moment. He first needed to ascertain how many awakened individuals were in the prisoner convoy, as well as the abilities of that warden and Li. Perhaps the people in the convoy could provide some information. Then let's head back to the convoy first. Dismissing the strange space, Li Zuoyou pedaled the tricycle directly out of the village. Inside a stretched luxury sedan, and Li finished the last sip of his red wine and glanced at his watch. Wu Feng, having sheathed his knife, quickly leaned forward and asked, "Warden, are we going to take action?" However, Li gestured for him to pour another glass. While pouring, Wu Feng continued to ask, "Warden, you're not speaking. It's making me anxious." Guan Zhengqi slowly replied, "The warden is waiting. It's only been a short while." Wu Feng, you're too impatient. Wu Feng respectfully handed the wine glass to Li, then turned to Guan Zhengqi asking, "Then Captain Guan, can you tell me what we're waiting for?" Beside them, Sun appeared indifferent, but quietly perked up his ears. First, the midget from the opposing convoy is a second awakening, which means their governor is at least a second awakening as well, and could even be a third awakening like our warden. If he is indeed a third awakening, then we would suffer significant losses in a confrontation. Second, the warden's previous suggestion to divide the village was a test of their bottom line, and also a way to apply pressure. If they cannot withstand the pressure and show signs of wanting to withdraw, it would indicate that their strength is completely beneath ours, or that there are no third awakenings among them. At that point, pursuing them wouldn't lead to major miscalculations. Guan Zhengqi kept his gaze fixed on Li's expression as he spoke. Li continued to drink, appearing deep in thought. Wu Feng scratched his head in confusion, asking, "So are we attacking or not?" Guan Zhengqi snorted, feeling it was pointless to explain so much to him. Sun pursed his lips, glancing at Wu Feng, and said leisurely, "Captain Wu, if you can't sit still, why not go outside for a walk? To avoid asking all sorts of questions here, and still not understand." "You?" Wu Feng was just about to retort when Guan Zhengqi raised a hand and said sternly, "Enough of you too." At that moment, Li turned to look out the window, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. The three followed Li's gaze and found a young man pedaling a tricycle toward the opposing convoy. After waiting anxiously, the yellow-haired man rushed up as Li Zuoyou returned. "Brother Zuoyou." The yellow-haired man ran to the front of the vehicle, repeatedly scanning Li Zuoyou, as if, "What happened?" Li Zuoyou asked in confusion. You weren't injured. Did you shake off Lu Kaichun and his gang?" The yellow-haired man asked. "They're all dead," Li Zuoyou said casually. The yellow-haired man's mouth dropped open in an O-shape, speechless for a long time, secretly thinking. No wonder Brother Zuoyou with the twin knives is so formidable. That was a full 9 people. Just looking at the burly Lu Kaichun, he was no easy opponent. Not only did all 9 die, but there wasn't a single wound on him. Could it be? Brother Zuoyou really wasn't exaggerating when he mentioned cutting from Shigong Street all the way to Public Square Street. "Huang Mao," Li Zuoyou called out. Huang Mao suddenly came back to his senses and replied, "What is it, Brother Zuoyou? You go to the village now and search for some supplies, catch some chickens or ducks, and it would be best to catch a few fish." Huang Mao swallowed hard and said softly, "Brother Zuoyou, the 2 convoys ahead have agreed that we can only search for supplies in the west of the village. What you mentioned might be." Li Zuoyou turned his head to glance at the west side of the village. Compared to the east side, it was truly lacking. Did the convoy really just compromise? What was going on? Li Zuoyou couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Fine, you go then." Turning back, he found Rong Jing had arrived without him noticing. Li Zuoyou got into the car and saw that the other awakened ones were also inside, their expressions grim, and the atmosphere in the vehicle was quite somber. Uncle Lai and Shi Minghong merely glanced up before continuing to ponder deeply. Both of them harbored the same thought. Even though Li Zuoyou was exceptionally clever and adept at completing tasks, in the current situation the role of an ordinary person was minimal, nearly zero. They couldn't understand why Rong Jing insisted on bringing him along. In their eyes, Li Zuoyou's presence or absence made little difference. Zhou Sherwin gently nodded at Li Zuoyou and called out, "Brother Zuoyou." Li Zuoyou responded and noticed that Bai Lu was staring at him with a half smile. Seeing Li Zuoyou glance over, Bai Lu crossed her arms and said, "Li Zuoyou, why don't you analyze the current situation? You are quite adept at surviving through humiliation. Perhaps you have some good ideas. You are the one who excels at surviving through humiliation." Li Zuoyou directly ignored Bai Lu and turned to Rong Jing asking, "Can you tell me the situation?" Rong Jing quickly conveyed the recent events, including the information about the prisoner convoy and the 9 awakened ones, as well as Shi Minghong's speculation about and Li being a third awakening. Li Zuoyou could understand everything except for the term third awakening, which was unfamiliar to him. He couldn't help but ask, what is a third awakening? Rong Jing explained using sign language. Awakened ones are divided into 2 categories: natural awakened ones and drug awakened ones. Natural awakened ones are ordinary people who awaken naturally during a certain period. The reasons are unknown and are not subject to any conditions. Drug awakened ones are ordinary people who awaken by injecting awakening drugs, but the success rate is only 3 in 1,000, and if they fail they will die immediately. Upon hearing this, Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes at Bai Lu, recalling that her previous condition was to provide him with an awakening drug, but she had hidden the issues of probability and death. Bai Lu hurriedly turned her head towards the window, not daring to meet Li Zuoyou's gaze. Can both types of awakened ones undergo a second awakening? Li Zuoyou asked. In theory, yes. Natural awakened ones need certain opportunities to become second awakened ones, but it's impossible to estimate when these opportunities will arise, so most awakened ones cannot undergo a second awakening. Drug awakened ones need to inject 2 more awakening drugs successively for a second awakening, and each has a success rate of 3 in 1,000. Li Zuoyou frowned slightly. So for a drug awakened one to achieve a third awakening, they need to inject 3 drugs in succession, right? Rong Jing nodded emphatically. For a drug awakened one to achieve another awakening is essentially akin to courting death. Li Zuoyou understood why Rong Jing had said it was theoretically possible. Generally speaking, a third awakening means possessing at least 3 abilities, leading to a qualitative leap in both the strength of those abilities and personal defense. However, this does not mean that second awakened ones will be completely overwhelmed. It ultimately depends on the relationship of ability restraint, which is somewhat complex. I can explain it to you in detail later if there's a chance. Li Zuoyou nodded. Rong Jing's explanation was quite thorough. He calmed himself and reviewed all the information. Why did the prisoner convoy position themselves between the village and the sunset convoy? Was this done to force every survivor coming out of the village to pass through the prisoner convoy? Why wasn't Li so intent on seeing the governor? Was it because they had not seen the governor that they deliberately allocated fewer supplies to the west of the village for the sunset convoy? After pondering for a moment, Li Zuoyou offered his first thought. The other side proposed to divide the village, simply waiting. Waiting for what? The others looked at Li Zuoyou simultaneously. In the first phase, if we become disorganized and want to retreat, they will know that our strength is inferior to theirs and will choose to act directly. In the second phase, they will create friction or conflict among the awakened ones to further ascertain the strength of our governor. After hearing this, Zhou Shirwan was taken aback. So we can't leave, but we can't stay either. What should we do? Don't rush, it's not over yet. Li Zuoyou said with a smile as he raised his third finger. In the third phase, they will swallow. Uncle Lai furrowed his brows tightly. Swallow. Swallow. Bai Lu instinctively looked towards her brother's sleeping sickbed. Rong Jing's gaze fell on Li Zuoyou, surprised that he had managed to analyze it to this extent. Li Zuoyou's gaze swept over and happened to meet Rong Jing's eyes. Rong Jing quickly looked down, averting her gaze. Li Zuoyou continued to scan the surroundings. If in the second phase of friction or conflict our governor still does not make an appearance, then they will start swallowing from the survivors of the convoy, shaking the awakened ones until our governor shows up. At that point, there are only 2 scenarios. 1, the governor appears, and whether to fight will be evident. 2, the governor does not appear and no confrontation needs to happen. The entire convoy will be directly swallowed. Before the others could react, Li Zuoyou fixed his gaze on Bai Lu and mimicked her tone. Can you save my brother? If you can, I can help persuade others to join the prisoner convoy. Nonsense. Bai Lu glared fiercely at Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou remained unfazed and continued. So don't say you will fight to the death for the convoy. The foundation of everything in the apocalypse is survival. Upon hearing this, Shi Minghong's body jolted. Li Zuoyou was right. In such a situation, if the governor never showed up, and he felt he was uncertain how many awakened ones would have the will to resist. Being eroded and swallowed was merely a matter of time. But the governor's situation. Shi Minghong clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and slowly spoke. Li Zuoyou. Brother Minghong, are you asking me if I have a solution, right? Li Zuoyou interrupted. Shi Minghong paused for 2 seconds and nodded. Li Zuoyou rubbed his chin, pretending to be pained. Ugh. It's quite a headache being busy all around. Uncle Lai raised his chin. Just tell us, what do you want? We'll do our best to meet your request. Li Zuoyou's eyes brightened, and he immediately replied. Is there something like the item Brother Minghong gave me last time? Shi Minghong's expression turned bitter. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but every time I use my ability, I need time to recover. I'm worried that if I give it to you now and the opposing convoy acts, I won't be able to defend you with full strength. Uncle Lei's eyes flickered as he reached into the depths of his clothing, then produced a uniquely shaped dagger. The handle appeared to be made of ivory and the blade was covered in vein-like patterns, making it impossible to discern what metal it was made of. This dagger is called the Grave Whale, Uncle Lai said solemnly. Shi Minghong frowned. Uncle Lai. Uncle Lai raised his hand to interrupt. This Grave Whale is a supernatural weapon. If you can help the convoy, this dagger is yours. If you succeed this time, I owe you a favor, and how to repay it will be up to you to decide, Shi Minghong added, speaking in a serious tone. Li Zuoyou grinned and said, all right, it's settled then. Shi Minghong eagerly asked, so what's the plan? The others also fixed their gazes on Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou didn't keep them in suspense and raised a finger. The first key is to prevent them from seeing the governor. He is the last trump card before the cards are revealed. From some prior trivial information and Shi Minghong's recent reaction, Li Zuoyou felt that the governor was likely. His intuitive feeling was that the governor's combat power might be at 0. Uncle Lai responded, then we should defend with the RV as the center to avoid them getting close under various pretenses. Li Zuoyou shook his head. The more we do this, the more it shows our unease. We should act as naturally as. Shi Minghong wore a worried expression, but, as you said, if the governor continues to be absent, our convoy will eventually be gradually consumed. So we need some means to elevate the governor's deterrent power. Li Zuoyou smiled at the others. Shi Minghong and the others exchanged glances, all looking puzzled. What means do we need? Li Zuoyou casually replied, negotiation skills. He continued, next the survivors will continue to search for supplies in the village. You all go about your business. I need to pay a visit to their governor. Shi Minghong furrowed his brow. Are you going to negotiate with them alone? Aren't you afraid of danger? Yes. After all, you haven't met them before. You don't know their temper and bottom line. If they get unhappy, you might be killed on the spot. Uncle Lai spoke solemnly. Zhou Sherwin clenched his fists, gathering his courage, and said, that governor has negotiated with us before. It's obvious he's not an easy person to deal with. Bailu tugged at the corner of his mouth. Li Zuoyou, didn't you just say that the foundation of survival in the apocalypse is to stay alive? Looking at the others, Li Zuoyou said, since I asked you for a benefit, I naturally have to take on some risk. You just need to follow my instructions. The rest is not your concern. Without waiting for the others to speak, Li Zuoyou stepped out of the vehicle, and Rong Jing hurriedly followed him out. Li Zuoyou, it's too dangerous to go alone. He'll go with you. Rong Jing spoke directly. No need. You won't be of any help and will just complicate things. Go back. Li Zuoyou decisively refused. What? Rong Jing was taken aback. If the negotiations break down, They'll do everything I can to bring you out. Li Zuoyou said seriously, Rong Jing, if you want to help me, just follow my arrangements, understood? I understand. Rong Jing lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong, turning back to the vehicle. Li Zuoyou then walked straight to the tricycle. Before negotiating, he needed to change his attire. Inside the elongated car, Li raised his hand to check his watch and slowly spoke. It's about time for you three to go. His voice suddenly stopped, eyes looking out the window. At this moment, outside the car door stood a young man wearing a safety helmet and work clothes. Open the door. The young man named Sun heard the command and opened the door, while Li smiled and asked outside. Why is Li Zuoyou dressed like this? Li Zuoyou smiled slightly. It's a negotiation, of course I need to dress a bit more formally. Oh, get in and talk. Guan Jingxi and the others could tell that the warden was very interested in this person, and his joy was evident. Li Zuoyou stepped into the sedan, and Sun looked him up and down, teasing. Little brother, your outfit is really, ha ha ha. Wu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Dude, which factory did you work at before? You must have made several thousand a month, right? Huh. Guan Jingxi remained silent, and all four eyes scanned Li Zuoyou from head to toe, trying to dig out some information, but unfortunately after looking around they found nothing. This person seemed like a ordinary employee. Come sit here, and Li patted the seat beside him. Li Zuoyou didn't think much and sat down directly. The three people across from him frowned at this scene, as they really could not understand why the warden would allow such a person to sit beside him. What have you thought about? Li asked straightforwardly, his tone calm, still holding a slight smile on his face. Li Zuoyou's gaze swept over the designs on the arms of the three across from him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, then replied, I'm not considering joining your convoy. Oh really? Li seemed casual, but the smile on his face had already faded. Then what are you here to discuss? Li Zuoyou remained composed and replied, the supplies in the east of the village are vastly different from those in the west. I represent the convoy to discuss with you. Let's split it into south and north of the village. After all, no one wants to conflict over these supplies, right? Did that dwarf not say he was representing the convoy? Li glanced at Li Zuoyou, his narrow eyes seeming to penetrate Li Zuoyou's heart. Li Zuoyou sneered dismissively. Are you referring to Shi Minghong? That guy started to show off while I was away. The governor must be resting. Any matters need my consent before proceeding. Since your governor prefers to let his subordinates negotiate. Li raised his chin. Then you can negotiate. Wu Feng upon hearing this spun the knife in his hand, the tip aimed directly at Li Zuoyou. I'm not one for much talking, especially not with someone like you. How about we find a place and let me see what you're made of? How about that? Li Zuoyou grinned, sure. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them went dark. The four were simultaneously pulled into a strange bonfire space by Li Zuoyou. A pile of bonfires burning with azure flames blazed fiercely, with Li Zuoyou standing at one side of the bonfire, while the four stood on the other side. And Li silently lit a cigar, standing behind the three with no intention of intervening. Wu Feng and the others looked around. Their previous contempt vanished, their eyes becoming sharper. He has the ability to manipulate space. Moreover, there were no signs of deterioration in his body after using his abilities. A thought began to take shape in the hearts of the three. This person before them must have more capabilities than just pulling them into this space. Just as the three were still contemplating, Li Zuoyou's voice echoed from across the bonfire. One by one is too time-consuming and pointless. How about we raise the stakes a bit? You three come at me together. If you win, the village is yours, and if you lose, you leave with your people immediately. Ha ha ha. Wu Feng shook his head. You really can put on an act. Want to take on three? Just Sun squinted and smiled. If you lose, it won't just be losing a village. Guan Jingxi remained silent, turning to look at Li. And Li slightly twisted the cigar in his hand, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Guan Jingxi, as if receiving a command, slowly turned his head with a cold expression and said, make your move. Whoosh, whoosh. Wu Feng and Na Sun sprang forth from the ground. The birthmark on Wu Feng's neck resembled a liquid adhering to his skin, slowly flowing toward his knife-wielding arm. With a loud boom, flames of red ignited from his arm and blade, instantly overshadowing the eerie glow of the flickering fire. A strand of silver-gray hair at the back of Na Sun's head suddenly grew longer, hardening as it coiled like intertwined roots, then instantly stretched out along both sides of his body, with dark green liquid seeping continuously from the sharp ends. The two accelerated, targeting the vital points on Li Zuoyou's body. In a flash, a tall black figure appeared in front of Li Zuoyou, blocking the two's attack. The two's eyes narrowed as they realized that this sudden apparition was dressed exactly like Li Zuoyou. Ding. Number 00211, regulator containment failure. As expected, this regulator was indeed out of control. Fortunately, he had already changed his outfit, not being the target of the regulator's attack. Li Zuoyou looked at the regulator above, and under the combined strike of the two, number 00211, regulator suppression, progress 35. Both of their abilities are quite good, but I wonder if they can take a hit. The regulator raised a hand, and both Wu Feng and Na Sun felt a pang of anxiety, quickly retreating. A familiar semicircular wave erupted. Guan Zhenqi's two eyes at the temples instantly transformed into slits. Instantly, a barrier unfolded before Wu Feng and Na Sun. The wave emitted by the regulator smashed through the barrier and swept over the two, heading straight for Guan Jingxi and Li. Guan Jingxi crossed his arms to block, though he did not fall. His entire body was pushed back several meters, and black liquid flowed from all four eyes. In contrast, Li remained standing in place without moving back a step. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the confidence of a triple awakened? I want to kill you. Wu Feng, spitting blood, slowly rose with taut muscles, his eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged beast. Na Sun also coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and after struggling to rise, quickly retreated to Guan Zhenqi's side. Li Zuoyou secretly nodded. Previously, Rong Jing had fainted after a single attack from the regulator, so it was clear that these two still had some foundation. Wu Feng, come back. Guan Jingxi shouted loudly. At this moment, Wu Feng's ears were filled with a buzzing sound, completely unable to hear anyone calling him from behind, and besides, he had no rearview mirror. Wu Feng raised his whirling knife, the flames igniting on his arm, swelling, as if he were prepared to fight the regulator to the death. Li Zuoyou suppressed the corners of his mouth. If Wu Feng knew he was fighting against something bizarre, how would he feel? Veins bulged. Wu Feng thrust the flaming red knife deeply into the regulator's neck. Number 00211, regulator suppression, progress 55. The regulator also raised its hand in response. A wave exploded again, and Wu Feng spat blood as he fell to the ground, sliding for several meters. Guan Jingxi gritted his teeth, and his slit pupils shifted from brown to yellow. Boom, boom. Two barriers rose from the ground, barely blocking the regulator's attack. After the barriers shattered, Guan Jingxi immediately brought his fingers together, while a long spear-like object gradually coalesced above the regulator. Guan Jingxi forcefully swiped his fingers downward. The spear-like object pierced straight into the regulator. Number 00211, regulator suppression, progress 100. Guan Jingxi immediately appeared drained of strength, his body drooping, as he supported himself with one hand, and the black liquid flowing from his four eyes was greater than before. Na Sun supported Guan Jingxi, seemingly losing the intention to continue fighting. Li Zuoyou snapped his fingers once again containing the regulator. The regulator's figure vanished from everyone's sight. The system prompt sounded. Number 00211, regulator containment successful. Second containment will no longer grant survival points. Release cooldown for the regulator 59 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. In other words, the same bizarre entity once containment fails will not earn points upon recontainment, and there is a cooldown limit of 60 hours. Alright, I need to pay attention to this in the future. Li Zuoyou glanced at Wu Feng lying on the ground, then turned his gaze back to Guan Zhengxi and Na Sun, asking, still want to fight? The two stared at Li Zuoyou for a moment, noticing that the others still showed no signs of physical deterioration. Their hearts chilled. Just what kind of awaken one is this? Did he not use his full power? Or did he simply not exert much strength? If this continues, they would either die from physical deterioration or at Li Zuoyou's hands with no other possibilities. The two exchanged glances and were about to concede when a sudden gust of wind lifted beside them, and then Li vanished without a trace. Bang! 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 A punch to the face, a punch to the throat, a punch through the heart. Li Zuoyou remained completely still, blinking his eyes, and smiled. Warden, you're being quite unkind here. And Li was taken aback, a brilliant smile blooming on his face. Zuoyou, I'm just testing your limits. Truly worthy of my admiration. You test your grandma. If it weren't for the 7-piece charms in my pocket, I'd have been killed by you already. Indeed, before coming, Li Zuoyou had exchanged his remaining 6,000 points for 6-piece charms, totaling 7 with the one he had before. He anticipated that Li would definitely strike, knowing that he couldn't defeat him. All he wanted was to create the illusion that it was impossible for Li to kill him. However, those 3 punches would certainly be repaid in the future. Whether he could withstand it then would be, aha. Li Zuoyou brushed off the dust on his body, laughing heartily. Warden, a serious person like you suddenly playing such a prank on me is quite mischievous. Guan Zhengxi and Na Sun, witnessing this scene, felt as if their eyes were about to pop out. To withstand 3 punches from the warden and still be able to laugh. Could this guy also be a triple awakened? The two were now convinced that Li Zuoyou had not exerted much strength during their previous confrontation. And Li turned his back, suppressing the metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Each punch he threw had utilized a great deal of power, and signs of physical deterioration had already appeared. Meanwhile, Li Zuoyou showed no reaction at all. Regardless of whether he was just holding on or truly unscathed, how could someone capable of suppressing such a person exist? What kind of being would his governor be? This convoy is no simple matter. He slowly turned to Guan Zhengxi and Na Sun, speaking in a deep voice, aren't you two going to concede? At this moment, although Shi Minghong and the others were all busy with their own tasks in the convoy, their peripheral vision remained fixed on the distant stretched limousine. Unfortunately, the limousine's windows were made of special glass, and they couldn't see inside. Li Zuoyou had been in there for some time now, yet there was still no sign of movement, making everyone increasingly anxious. Click! The car door opened, and everyone immediately tensed up. The car door opened. Li Zuoyou and Li leaned against each other's shoulders, laughing and chatting as if they were. Although Shi Minghong, Uncle Lai Rongjing, Bai Lu, and Zhou Shiwan appeared calm on the surface, their hearts were already in turmoil. What was happening? Did these two just meet and hit it off so quickly? Hiss! It's just that the smiles of these two seem a bit unsettling. As they parted, Li firmly pressed his hand on Li Zuoyou's shoulder, speaking earnestly, Zuoyou, if anything happens later, you can tell me. I and Li will go through fire and water for you. Li Zuoyou also placed his hand on Li's shoulder, nodding seriously. You flatter me, Warden. As long as the prisoner convoy encounters trouble, Li Zuoyou will be the first to rush over, facing any danger he'd in. The two then tightly grasped each other's hands in unison, good brothers. Shi Minghong and the others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. It was too extravagant. It was so extravagant that it caused a sense of physical discomfort. After a tearful farewell, the two turned and walked towards their respective convoys, their expressions simultaneously growing solemn. Before long, the prisoner convoy gathered all survivors and drove directly away from Wangxiang village. Inside the stretched limousine, Li glanced at the still unconscious Wu Feng, his fingers lightly tapping on the seat. Guan Jingxi stared at Li for a while before whispering, Warden, should we report today's events? Li turned his head to look out of the car window, the side of his face slightly twitching, as if suppressing a surge of anger. The car fell into silence. The atmosphere was heavy, and Li slowly began to speak regarding today's events. He paused for a few seconds, clenched his fist. Let's report it. Guan Jingxi hesitated for a moment and continued to ask, what priority level should we assign to the Sunset Convoy? Li turned to Guan Jingxi, replying calmly, you were there throughout the entire process. What do you think is appropriate? A level. Guan Jingxi replied uncertainly. Li's gaze turned icy, his expression serious. Since we've chosen to report it, let's set it its level. If we can't swallow them, it's better to eliminate them early. At that moment, Shi Minghong and the others rushed over. How did you do that? Uncle Lai was the first. Li Zuoyou extended his hand with a smile. Uncle Lai, what about the thing you promised to give me? Uncle Lai slowly pulled out a dagger, staring at it for a few seconds before decisively stating, this grave weeper now belongs to you. Li Zuoyou took the dagger, feeling a chilling touch. What effects does this supernatural item have? Uncle Lai replied seriously, this grave weeper can cut through eerie spaces, but with each swing the blade will become thinner until it completely vanishes. Can it really cut through eerie spaces? Then this grave weeper is indeed a good item. Shi Minghong immediately spoke up. I mentioned before that I owe you a favor. If you need a bone spike, I can provide it for you now. Li Zuoyou, while putting away the dagger, waved his hand. Brother Minghong, there's no rush. I still don't need it right now. Shi Minghong's favor wasn't something to take lightly. Li Zuoyou intended to save it for later and choose when to ask based on future needs. Brother Zuoyou, you are amazing. How did you do it? Zhou Shiwen asked with wide eyes, his admiration for Li Zuoyou climbing to another level. Bai Lu and Rong Jing also leaned in closer, wanting to hear how Li Zuoyou convinced those people to leave. Li Zuoyou now had two choices. One was to fully disclose what happened this time, which would be easier, but would expose his abilities, leading to questions and scrutiny from others. The other was to tell a lie, tricking a few or temporarily deceiving them, which would protect his abilities, but could lead to the need to tell more lies later, making it quite troublesome. Li Zuoyou was well aware that he was an honest person, not skilled in lying, but he also didn't want to expose his capabilities. So, as long as he could silence them, his goal would be achieved. Dignity is something mutually given. He just needed to avoid forcing himself to overturn the table. Li Zuoyou slowly placed his hand on his forehead. Sigh. This matter shouldn't have been shared with you all. And Li's original name was Ntu, and he is from the same village as me. That year a great fire consumed his family. His parents, siblings, and relatives were all burned to death. It was my father who risked his life to save him. Afterward, we felt sorry for him and gave him some money to help him find a way to live in the city. Li Zuoyou looked up at the sky, letting out a long sigh. It's already been 6 or 7 years. I thought I would never see him again. Bai Lu squinted and asked, so he agreed to leave because your father saved his life? I admit there was a gambling element to it. After all, in this apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to predict, so I inadvertently hinted to him that the governor is a 3-time awakener. Li Zuoyou replied, pinching his brow. And two, well, he should now be called Li. After much contemplation, he decided to leave, perhaps out of gratitude for my father's life-saving grace, or perhaps not wanting to conflict with the convoy. Who knows? Rong Jing used sign language. Did he not say anything about taking you with him? Oh, you're the only one who asks such questions, aren't you? Li Zuoyou took a deep breath. I'm not the kind of person who seeks shelter. Everyone has their own path to walk. Everyone was silent for a moment. Shi Minghong cleared his throat. In any case, thank you, Li Zuoyou, for this. Uncle Lai nodded in agreement. The governor has set a departure time for 6 a.m. tomorrow. Now that the prisoner convoy has left, we can go get some fresh supplies to roast and eat. Roasted chicken, roasted duck, roasted potatoes, and roasted fish. I haven't eaten these in so long. Bai Lu's eyes sparkled, fully displaying her foodie nature. Then let's head to the village now. Zhou Shiwen looked at Li Zuoyou with delight. Brother Zuoyou, are you coming? Li Zuoyou waved his hand. You guys go ahead, I'll pack up some supplies and catch up. Zhou Shiwen, Rong Jing, and Bai Lu dashed into the village. Uncle Lai and Shi Minghong returned to their vehicles. Li Zuoyou pedaled his tricycle and approached LV Kaichen's motorcycle. LV Kaichen was driving a tricycle motorcycle commonly known as a 3-wheeled vehicle, which had been modified into a boxy shape somewhat resembling those used for delivery. The advantage was that there was a hidden lock on the cargo compartment, making it somewhat difficult for others to steal his supplies. Li Zuoyou took out the key he had found on LV Kaichen and opened the compartment door. Inside the compartment, apart from some old clothes and shoes, there was hardly any food or water left. Li Zuoyou threw away all the items that smelled bad, keeping only a military coat that was 90 new, and then moved all his supplies into the cargo compartment. Ding! A golden coin fell to the ground. Li Zuoyou bent down to pick up the golden coin. This coin originally fell from Xiang Jun, and the triangular pattern on the front is identical to the markings on the arms of Wu Feng and his companions, which Li Zuoyou had noticed during their first encounter. The reverse side of the coin is engraved with the words Gongxin Society. Based on previous information, it is highly likely that Xiang Jun is a member of the Gongxin Society and infiltrated the Paranormal Bureau even before the Great Catastrophe. What is the true purpose of this organization? Although it previously had nothing to do with him, now that he has a conflict with Li, this organization must be taken into account. Li Zuoyou's fingers continuously rubbed the golden coin. Having been in this world for about 10 days, he realized that in order to survive, well, he had to consider these issues. The prisoner convoy they encountered this time was dealt with, but what if they meet an even more formidable convoy next time? What objectives do these convoys each harbor? Aside from the failed all-out attack plan, are there any other strategies in place? Is there a place that can isolate the supernatural? Various questions surfaced one after another, but the foundation for solving them all lies in his need to continuously grow stronger. He cannot expose his abilities at this stage. If he exposes himself too early, who knows if it will attract the siege of powerful enemies. After all, whether dealing with the supernatural or fighting against awakened one's information is of utmost importance. Just as Li Zuoyou was pondering, Huang Mao's voice came from afar. Brother Zuoyou. As soon as that convoy left, I rushed to the east of the village. Look at what I brought back. Li Zuoyou looked up and saw Huang Mao carrying several chickens and ducks on his back, a row of fish hanging from his waist, a large bag of vegetables in one hand, and all sorts of seasonings in the other. Huh. As expected, a specialist in scavenging. Li Zuoyou sincerely admired him, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Brother Zuoyou, today, I will make a special dish. Huang Mao placed all the items in front of Li Zuoyou. Brother Zuoyou, keep an eye on these things, I will go again. Wait a minute. Li Zuoyou called out to Huang Mao, patting the tricycle. This tricycle is for you. Huang Mao's little electric scooter had run out of power a few days ago, so he had to abandon it and choose to walk. What about you, Brother Zuoyou? Huang Mao hesitated. Li Zuoyou pointed to Lu Kaichen's tricycle. Isn't this an upgrade? Huang Mao chuckled and hopped onto the tricycle. Now I can carry a lot of things. Li Zuoyou reminded him, be careful, there might be supernatural beings in the village. Huang Mao turned and pointed to his nose. Don't worry, Brother Zuoyou, I can smell danger, and slipped away early, he said before darting back into the village. As the sun set, wisps of smoke rose. This was the best meal the entire convoy had in recent days. Huang Mao prepared several dishes, each full of color, fragrance, and flavor, and Li Zuoyou called over Wang Chuanda. Wang Chuanda was holding a bucket of rice wine that he found from somewhere. Huang Mao, you really have a knack for cooking, Li Zuoyou praised while eating. Huang Mao scratched his head shyly. Actually, after finishing junior high school, I worked in a restaurant in town for 3 years and picked up some skills. Wang Chuanda picked up a piece of food and nodded him. Indeed, not bad. What did you do before, Brother Wang? Huang Mao asked while pouring wine. I was a civil aviation pilot for 10 years, Wang Chuanda replied flatly. Wow. Impressive. Huang Mao's eyes widened. This is my first time meeting a pilot. Did you get any inside information during the Great Catastrophe? Wang Chuanda silently lit a cigarette. I had been unemployed for 3 years by the time the Great Catastrophe occurred. Huh. Why didn't you continue being a good pilot? It's such a great job. Huang Mao looked puzzled and glanced at Li Zuoyou, remained silent, taking a sip of rice wine. 3 years ago, I found out my wife was cheating and later discovered that my 5-year-old son wasn't my biological child. After I kicked them out, I started drinking and smoking and lost my job. Wang Chuanda's expression remained calm, as if recounting something unrelated to himself. Huang Mao was momentarily speechless, his mind racing to recall all the words he knew, yet he couldn't organize a complete sentence. For some people, perhaps the end of the world had come long before the Great Catastrophe. Li Zuoyou raised his glass to life. Wang Chuanda smiled wistfully and raised his glass with Huang Mao to life. That night, Li Zuoyou had a sudden idea and called the two of them, using the coal from the village to heat a pool of hot water. The three of them soaked in the pool, feeling immensely comfortable. This was the first time they enjoyed a hot bath since the catastrophe. 3 days later, in the suburbs of Jianghan City, a thick fog enveloped the area. Li Zuoyou was called into the bus by Ji Fei. Shi Minghong handed him a folded piece of paper, whispering, "This is for you from the governor." For me. Li Zuoyou slowly opened the paper. Target, Jianghan City Chifu Private Hospital. Task, 2 units of BO's type treatment agents. Team leader Li Zuoyou. Awaken 1. Ordinary survivors 3. Survival probability for ordinary survivors 5. Return within 24 hours. Li Zuoyou closed the paper deep in thought. 2 units of BO's type treatment agents. If one is for Bai Qiu, then the other should be for the governor. This aligns with his earlier speculation that the governor's health has issues. For the convoy to continue moving normally, the governor must be preserved. Li Zuoyou looked up and asked, why was I chosen as the team leader? Shi Minghong shook his head slightly. The governor never explains anything to me, nor does he explain to anyone else. What benefits come with being the team leader? Li Zuoyou asked again. Aside from basic supplies, you can also choose one item you need, such as gasoline, medical supplies, or food. Additionally, aside from what is needed for the task, you have priority distribution rights for anything else you obtain. The convoy will also provide you with some water and food. The convoy will leave in an hour, and they will come to pick you up at this time tomorrow. Shi Minghong paused, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Li Zuoyou. Jianghan City is very dangerous. Li Zuoyou nodded in response. Regardless of the danger, he had to go. How else would he contain the supernatural beings that were growing stronger? Choosing the 3 survivors was easy, but who should he bring as the awakened one? Just as Li Zuoyou was hesitating, Rong Jing raised her hand and said directly, I request to participate in this operation. No. Li Zuoyou, you should choose me. No one here wants to obtain the BO's type treatment agents more than I do. Don't make a noise. Li Zuoyou stopped the two, saying, do you have a map of Hanjiang City? I want to see the exact location of Chifu Private Hospital. Uncle Lai immediately unfolded a map, placing his finger on a spot at the bottom of it. Before you arrived, I did some research. We are currently located to the south of Jianghan City. You should enter the southern city entrance via the main road. Uncle Lei's finger slowly moved upwards. Once you enter Jianghan City, first cross the Jianghan Bridge. After getting off the bridge, enter Victory Road. At the intersection, turn east onto Yangqi Avenue and continue until you reach the junction of Pingshan Road and Yangon Road, where the hospital is located in the new district to the north. Bang bang. Uncle Lai tapped twice on the location of Chifu Private Hospital. This route is approximately 13 kilometers, and it would take about 2.5 hours to walk. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin fell into silence. Li Zuoyou's eyes moved slightly, scanning the route pointed out by Uncle Lai, and ultimately landing on the location of the private hospital. Bai Lu and Rongjing, seeing Li Zuoyou's serious expression, dared not make further requests. After a moment, Li Zuoyou spoke Zhou Sherwing. Zhou Sherwing immediately stood up present. What is your ability? Can you share it? Li Zuoyou asked softly. Of course. My ability is to isolate sounds and scents from inside a room to the outside. Generally, the eerie cannot perceive it like a temporary safe house, but the larger the room, the weaker the ability becomes. Zhou Sherwing finished his explanation in one breath. Then you will join me on this mission. Li Zuoyou nodded towards the map. You should also memorize the route. All right. Zhou Sherwing nodded decisively. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid, but he trusted Li Zuoyou even more. Ever since he was saved in the factory, he felt an indescribable aura around Li Zuoyou, which seemed to shine even brighter after resolving the issue with the prisoner convoy. Upon hearing Li Zuoyou's arrangement, Bai Lu, who had been crossing her arms, suddenly dropped her hands, her body tensing up, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Li Zuoyou, you are doing this on purpose, right? You must understand how important this operation is to me. Bai Lu frowned and asked. I understand you want to save your brother. Li Zuoyou replied calmly, that's why you're not suitable. Bai Lu looked puzzled. Why not? I will definitely give it my all. Li Zuoyou smirked slightly. A deep obsession leads to impulsiveness, and impulsiveness can cause trouble, which can endanger everyone. Don't you think so, Safebox expert? The others looked at Bai Lu upon hearing the term Safebox expert, unsure of what it implied. Bai Lu was taken aback, her cheeks and ears flushed. The embarrassment of having mistakenly tried 2 passwords before resurfaced in her mind. Bai Lu was about to explain. Li Zuoyou raised his hand without looking at her, step back. His tone and demeanor were akin to a lord addressing a servant in a period drama. Bai Lu's white eyes widened suddenly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Bai Lu gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to drag Li Zuoyou out for a unknown. Captain Ji, you come with me to select 3 survivors. After Li Zuoyou finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the car. Rongjing took a step forward, but hesitated again, her head slowly bowing down. Perhaps Li Zuoyou believed that he wasn't the best candidate for this mission, and that she should respect his choice. In the end, Rongjing still held back the words she wanted to say. Is there anyone from Jianghan City? Or someone who has previously stayed in Jianghan City? Li Zuoyou looked at the crowd. Ji Fei, holding the survivor roster, added, if anyone volunteers, besides the basic rewards, you won't have to submit supplies next time. The crowd began to murmur, buzzing with excitement. Huang Mao and Wang Chuan reached out to Li Zuoyou, signaling whether they should take them along. Li Zuoyou glanced at the two and shook his head slightly. After a moment, Ji Fei handed over the survivor roster, saying, how about you just pick someone directly? I stayed in Jianghan City for a year. A woman who looked around 24 or 25 raised her hand and said. A slightly older man beside her pressed her hand down forcefully, shaking his head vigorously, whispering, Nana, are you crazy? Can we go? The woman turned and said, Gaoi, last time in the village you kept stopping me from going here or there, and in the end, we only found a little bit of stuff. Now we have nothing to eat. If we don't go, we'll starve to death. I'm doing this for your own good. Just hold on for a couple more days. Trust me. The man tried to lower his head, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. Gaoi, I don't want to starve to death. The woman said, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. The man frowned, but we can't go. Li Zuoyou pointed at the two and looked at Ji Fei. Ji Fei glanced at the survivor roster and called out, Gaoi, Wang Nana, you two come out. Gaoi trembled at the sound of his name, then glared fiercely at Wang Nana beside him. Captain Ji, it's like this, if we both go and something happens to us, then there will be no family or friends left to claim the rewards, right? Gaoi rubbed his hands and said. Wang Nana stood silently beside him. Seeing that Li Zuoyou and Ji Fei remained silent, Gaoi grinned, trying to test the waters. How about I stay? Are you and Wang Nana married? Li Zuoyou asked coldly. Gaoi paused and nodded. That's right, we are married. We were just a couple before, it doesn't matter now. Wang Nana lowered her head, her voice small, but Li Zuoyou. Gaoi shot Wang Nana a fierce glare. Either leave the convoy now, or come and fight with me, you choose. Li Zuoyou looked at Gaoi. Gaoi met Li Zuoyou's gaze for a moment, then quickly lowered his head reluctantly, saying, "Then let's take it." Li Zuoyou shifted his gaze from the two to the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wants to volunteer?" Seeing no one respond, Li Zuoyou took the roster and randomly scanned a name, calling out Yao Xiaolong. In the crowd, a tall man with a slicked-back hairstyle looked like he had been struck by lightning. He trembled as he stepped out of the crowd, saying, I'm all alone." "Then hurry up and pick someone. If you die, they can claim your rewards," Li Zuoyou said, then disregarded the man, returned the survivor roster to Ji Fei, and walked straight back to his three-wheeled motorcycle to start preparing. In the past 3 days, he had accumulated 3,000 survival points, with 4 safety charms remaining, originally 7. 3 were broken by that scoundrel and Li, and 3 dim golden bullets left in the revolver, along with a Gravecry dagger gifted by Uncle Lai. The eerie eye cover, eerie bonfire, and containment progress for the item at hand had all reached 100, while the supervision progress due to the recontainment was currently only at 20. Li Zuoyou rested one hand on the side of the carriage, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. After a few seconds, he pulled out his backpack, stuffed his work clothes and safety helmet inside, then secured the grave weeping blade, and brought along an axe and a flashlight. Still feeling uneasy, he asked Brother Minghong for an additional bone spike. At 1639, the 5-member team officially set out. The convoy slowly departed after they left. Each person received 2 bottles of drinking water and 2 pieces of compressed rations from the convoy. Gao Yiwang Nana and Yao Xiaolong had already opened 1 piece of compressed rations, each eating as they walked. Li Zuoyou did not stop them. After all, how they allocated their food and water was their own business. He saw no need to expend his energy on such matters. Li Zuoyou halted and swept his gaze over the others behind him. "Don't say I didn't look out for you all. Take out." They exchanged glances and, following Li Zuoyou's instructions, produced their weapons: an iron rod, a fruit knife, a golf club, and a military spike, each one different. Li Zuoyou slowly pulled out the corpse oil he had exchanged for 2 of 0 survival points. The amber liquid dripped onto each of their weapons, spreading gradually. After finishing the last drop on Zhou Shiwen's military spike, the bottle of corpse oil was completely empty. "Your weapons now have the power to suppress anomalies. From now on, whether you live or die is up to you." Li Zuoyou did this for 2 reasons. First, to test the suppression effect of the corpse oil, since getting close meant a certain chance of becoming the anomaly's first target. Second, now that all 4 possessed the ability to suppress anomalies, if a confrontation occurred, it would greatly increase his chances of containment. Li Zuoyou. "No. Captain Li, is what you said true?" Gao Yi asked weakly. Wang Nana and Yao Xiaolong both looked at Li Zuoyou, as this was exactly what they wanted to ask. Li Zuoyou let out a light laugh. "Your lives are your own. Use it or not, it's up to you." Zhou Shiwen examined the military spike in his hand. He was not at all surprised that Li Zuoyou possessed such a supernatural item, especially since Uncle Lai had just given him a grave weeping blade right in front of him. But the bottle was now empty. "What about Brother Zuoyou?" He quickly asked. "Brother Zuoyou what? What about you?" "It's fine. He'll just make do." With that, Li Zuoyou drew a revolver. "Everyone, so you plan to stand as far back as possible, don't you?" Yao Xiaolong swallowed hard. "Captain Li, your marksmanship." Li Zuoyou's tone was resolute. "I hit where I aim." The fog thickened visibility, still less than 10 meters. The group arrived at the southern entrance of the city, where a pile of cars were interlocked, completely blocking the road. The foremost car was parked sideways in the middle of the road, its windshield shattered. A corpse lay slumped over the steering wheel, half its head dangling out the window, the crown facing the group. To enter the city, they had to first navigate through these crushed vehicles, and due to the fog, it was impossible to see how long this stretch would be. A faint stench of decay drifted through the damp air. Although Gao Yiwang Nana and Yao Xiaolong had mentally prepared themselves, their hearts still pounded violently at the sight. "Let's go." Li Zuoyou led the way, climbing over the cars. The others hurriedly followed, afraid of falling behind and seeing something they shouldn't. Thud, 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 thud. A series of footsteps echoed on the hoods, starkly clear in the dead silence. Creak. A car door suddenly swung open ahead, and a woman's upper body slid out. Still fastened by her seatbelt, her entire body hung, suspended in midair. Long hair covered her entire face. Beneath a blue short-sleeved shirt, half of a dark purple arm swayed back and forth with the matted hair. An anomaly. Gao Yi's body jolted, nearly falling off the hood. Yao Xiaolong raised his golf club, his expression tense. Zhou Shiwen and Wang Nana immediately looked to Li Zuoyou. "Keep moving," he said calmly, striding past the corpse. The others followed in turn. Gao Yi, bringing up the rear, deliberately sidestepped as he passed the body, terrified it might suddenly rise and grab him. After they left, silence reclaimed the area. The swaying of the female corpse's hair and arms gradually slowed until it stopped. Snap! The seatbelt gave way and the body crashed heavily to the ground. At 1720, before the Jianghan Bridge, Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. It had already taken nearly an hour just to get here. Given the season, dusk should fall around 1940. They had 2 hours and 40 minutes left. He wasn't sure if they could reach Chifu Private Hospital before dark. If the fog didn't lift by nightfall, visibility would be even more restricted, and they might even get lost. Li Zuoyou quickened his pace, leading the group onto the bridge. Several crows pecking at a rotting corpse on the ground flapped their wings and vanished into the mist at their approach. They walked along the bridge for a while. The entire bridge was silent, broken only by their chaotic footsteps. Li Zuoyou, who had been leading, slowed down slightly and pricked up his ears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, there was an extra set of footsteps. He stopped, lit a cigarette, and looked back at the four behind him. The system gave no warning, but that didn't mean there was no anomaly, only that it was currently invisible, much like the veil of the deceptive eye they had encountered earlier. Seeing Li Zuoyou stop, the others halted too, asking in confusion, "Need a rest?" "Don't move." Li Zuoyou walked a short distance away, hearing only his own footsteps. He beckoned to Zhou Sherwin. "Come here first." Though puzzled, Zhou Sherwin obediently walked toward him, and only one set of footsteps was audible. Li Zuoyou tilted his chin toward Wang Nana. "You?" She had a vague premonition. Li Zuoyou wouldn't do this without reason, so an anomaly must have infiltrated. She took a deep breath and walked slowly toward him. Her sole struck the ground with a crisp sound, still only her own footsteps. Seeing no reaction from Li Zuoyou, Wang Nana finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. Yao Xiaolong didn't need prompting. He walked over with his golf club. But two sets of footsteps sounded. Everyone tensed instantly. Yao Xiaolong froze in place, his pupils shaking. He took another step forward. Still. There's sound. His face twitched violently as he stood rigidly, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "Captain Li, help me." Behind him, Gao Yi gripped his iron rod tightly and stepped back a few paces, realizing his position couldn't be worse. "Yao Xiaolong, do as I say now, and you might still have a chance to survive." Li Zuoyou spoke slowly. Good. Captain Li, tell me what to do, and I'll follow your orders." Yao Xiaolong nodded repeatedly. Our fear had completely stripped him of his ability to think, and the only shred of sanity left was sustained by his sheer will to survive. "Now slowly turn around, and see if there's anything eerie around you. Don't miss any suspicious spots." Upon hearing this, Yao Xiaolong acknowledged, and began to rotate his body, shifting his gaze away from Li Zuoyou and the others. His eyes darted up and down, scanning the bridge railing and debris by the roadside, until his vision landed on Gao Yi, who was behind him. Gao Yi clutched an iron rod, his expression tense as he watched. His gaze continued to sweep past an abandoned vehicle lying across the road. Just as Yao Xiaolong was about to turn further, he suddenly sensed something and snapped his attention back to the abandoned car, focusing on its rearview mirror. A layer of dust coated the mirror, allowing Yao Xiaolong only a blurry glimpse of his own silhouette. But he was slender, so the figure in the mirror shouldn't have appeared so thick. "Gao Yi, could you wipe the rearview mirror of that car for me?" Yao Xiaolong pleaded. Gao Yi glanced at the vehicle a few steps away and shook his head. "No." Li Zuoyou aimed his gun at Gao Yi. "Wipe it." No. He'll do it." Gao Yi crouched and hurried to the abandoned car, fearing that any delay would result in a shot from Li Zuoyou. He spat on the mirror and rubbed it vigorously with his sleeve. When Gao Yi pulled his sleeve away, Yao Xiaolong looked at the mirror, and his pupils constricted sharply. Now behind his own reflection stood a bald man back-to-back with him. The man wore a crumpled administrative jacket and trousers, one leg of which had torn into shreds. Yao Xiaolong's entire body began to tremble. He raised a hand with difficulty, pointing at the mirror. There's a man behind me." Li Zuoyou and the others looked at the mirror, but saw only Yao Xiaolong, not the man he described. "I'm doomed. What should I do? I don't want to die." Yao Xiaolong's words grew incoherent, clearly on the verge of collapse. "Don't forget what you're holding. It can suppress the eerie. If you want to live, use it to hit it," Li Zuoyou said sternly. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, keeping a close watch on Yao Xiaolong. Right. I can suppress it. I can survive." Yao Xiaolong muttered, glancing at the mirror. He slowly raised the golf club above his head, gritted his teeth, and swung it fiercely backward. In the mirror, the club struck the man's chest, and Yao Xiaolong felt the impact through the club. Suddenly, the man who had been back-to-back with him dashed out of the mirror's frame, and a series of rapid footsteps sounded as he rushed toward Gao Yi. Gao Yi's heart clenched. He swung his iron rod wildly at the air, shouting, "Stay away! Stay away!" The hurried footsteps passed Gao Yi without stopping and continued into the thick fog. Yao Xiaolong and Gao Yi gasped for air as if they had barely escaped death. "Keep moving. Don't waste time," Li Zuoyou called out, leading the group forward. Yao Xiaolong followed him, thanking him repeatedly. "Captain Li, what you gave me really worked. Thank you. No matter what you encounter later, do as I say, and you'll likely survive." Li Zuoyou replied calmly. Hearing this, along with the composure Li Zuoyou had shown when handling the situation, the three survivors gained some confidence. Zuoyou had always placed great trust in Li Zuoyou, believing that as long as Li Zuoyou lived, he would surely survive. Wang Nana, you mentioned earlier that you lived in Jianghan City for a year. Do you know the Chifu private hospital? Li Zuoyou asked as they walked. Wang Nana thought for a moment and replied, Are you talking about the hospital near the Greyview Apartments? Greyview Apartments. What's that? Li Zuoyou was intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Wang Nana paused and said softly, That residential complex is next to a cemetery. From the windows, you can see the entire burial ground. Locals jokingly call those apartments Greyview Apartments. Who would buy a house there? You wouldn't even need air conditioning in the summer, Yao Xiaolong chuckled. Housing in Jianghan City isn't cheap. Many young people who lack money but want to settle there choose that place. After all, nothing is scarier than poverty. Wang Nana's eyes dimmed. I was forced to leave because of the housing prices and cost of living here. Do you know anything about that hospital, eh? Li Zuoyou asked again. It's a maternity hospital with medical equipment and facilities superior to others in the city, and the fees are lower. It's the top choice for locals. As she finished, Gao Yi glanced sideways at Wang Nana, his tone laced with sarcasm. You know so much. What? Been there before. Wang Nana frowned. What do you mean? What do I mean? You're so familiar with it. Who knows if you've given birth or had an abortion there? Gao Yi raised his voice. We started dating after you came back from Jianghan City. Only you know what you did there. Gao Yi, how dare you say that about me? Wang Nana glared, her body trembling slightly. Zuoyou sensed the tension and wondered if he should intervene. He looked at Li Zuoyou for guidance. Li Zuoyou appeared calm on the surface, but was actually enjoying the drama. So who would bother researching this stuff? Gao Yi retorted. I went there with my best friend. Wang Nana took deep breaths, trying to calm herself. Gao Yi smirked. Which best friend? What's her name? Wang Nana gritted her teeth. Gao Yi, we're not together anymore. I don't have to answer you. Don't blame everything on your best friend. Why not just admit it? Gao Yi scoffed and shook his head. You? Wang Nana's eyes reddened. I truly regret being with someone like you. Just as Gao Yi was about to speak, Li Zuoyou interrupted. Shoo. Everyone be quiet. The group immediately, woo, 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 woo. Soft sobbing drifted from the thick fog at the exit of the bridge. Hearing it, everyone tensed up instantly. Li Zuoyou gestured for them to move forward slowly. As the view gradually cleared, a vague figure lying on the ground came into sight. Everyone's gaze was focused on the woman kneeling on the ground. Her curly hair fell over her arms, completely obscuring her face. There was no system notification. How strange. Was she a survivor? Li Zuoyou's eyes moved. Even if she were a survivor, she couldn't possibly be normal. Go around, keep moving, and don't make a sound, Li Zuoyou sighed. The group cautiously bypassed the woman, continuing along Victory Road, but soon heard the sound of sobbing ahead. This time the sobbing was mixed with various voices. Old, young, male, female. Judging by the sounds, there must have been quite a few people. Everyone held their breath, closely following Li Zuoyou. The sounds grew closer, and one by one those kneeling began to come into view. They were positioned exactly like the previous curly-haired woman, scattered across the road, with the sound of woo, sobbing rising and falling. As they moved forward, the number of people kneeling on the ground suddenly increased and became denser, as if they were walking into an ant nest. It was unimaginable what scene would emerge if the fog dissipated. Li Zuoyou halted as ahead was filled with kneeling people, leaving almost no place to step. He didn't want to gamble on what might happen if he disturbed them. The others trembled at the sight, their breaths becoming cautious. Even though Captain Li provided weapons to suppress the strange facing such a scale and number, they could be overwhelmed in mere seconds. Is there a way to go directly from Victory Road to Flag Avenue? Li Zuoyou signed to Wang Nana. After a moment of thought, Wang Nana responded with sign language, yes. There's a pedestrian street we can go through. Lead the way, Li Zuoyou signed. Wang Nana turned the group toward a side. The alley wasn't narrow, it could fit 2 cars side by side, but the problem was that many people were also kneeling here. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but wonder what kind of strange phenomenon could affect such a wide area. From what he could see, there were at least 800 people kneeling on the ground, and he had no idea how many there truly were. The group passed through the alley and entered the pedestrian street, where people were still kneeling inside and outside restaurants, hair salons, and mobile phone shops. Yao Xiaolong looked around, swallowing hard, while Gao Yi's face had gone pale. Zuoyou breathed rapidly, sharing Li Zuoyou's concern that this phenomenon likely stemmed from the same strange source. As they reached the end of the pedestrian street, a child's voice, elongated and stiff, came through the thick fog. Throw the handkerchief. It sounded far away, yet incredibly clear. Everyone froze, a single thought flashing through their minds. Something was coming. At the same moment, those kneeling around them also ceased their sobbing. Silence. Even the air seemed to freeze at that moment. Gently. Place it. Behind the little friend. The tone remained elongated, still the same stiff child's voice. A blood-soaked handkerchief fell before them, with a wet thud, some splattered blood landing on their pants. Everyone. Do not. Tell him. The stiff child's voice returned. Hey, hee hee. Hey. All the kneeling people simultaneously let out a chilling laughter. The laughter sent shivers down their spines. They looked around wanting to escape, but wherever they turned there were kneeling people. Where could they possibly flee? A few of them looked to Zuoyou, the only one who could determine their fate. Zuoyou slowly scanned the surrounding buildings, seemingly making a selection. Hurry! Hurry! Catch him quickly! Quickly! Catch him! The stiff child's voice rose and pitched the last 3 words, epitomizing a chilling shriek. In an instant, all the kneeling people slowly lifted their heads, their faces splitting open one by one like blooming flowers. From the split faces emerged a suction cup, filled with sharp teeth. Seeing this, Zuoyou and the others were shaken to their cores, not to mention how terrifying this was. Just the sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Gaoyi steadied himself with an iron rod, trying not to collapse from weakness. Yao Xiaolong nervously looked around, keeping a close eye on the movements of these living dead, gripping his golf club tighter. Wang Nana held a fruit knife, tightly, feeling as if she could hardly breathe. In the next moment, all the kneeling monsters stood up, charging at them with an almost frenzied intensity. To the milk tea shop. Zuoyou picked up the blood-stained handkerchief from the ground and led the way toward a small shop by the street. Though several living dead were rushing toward them from the shop's direction, Zuoyou showed no hesitation in following right behind, with the others gritting their teeth and following closely. It was impossible to escape. Their only chance of survival was to cling to Zuoyou, their lifeline. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. As the living dead continued to close in, Zuoyou activated the ability of the strange bonfire, enclosing all the living dead within a 30-meter radius into the 7th layer of the bizarre space. In an instant, the scene before them cleared with not a single living dead remaining. Without time to think, they rushed into the shop after Zuoyou. Zuoyou sealed this shop. Hearing the order, Zuoyou decisively pulled out a sealing strip from his sleeve, placing the brush in his mouth as his lips began to turn black. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of footsteps echoed from all directions in the thick fog, sounding like continuous thunder, causing the tables in the shop to tremble slightly. Just from the sounds, they could tell that hundreds, if not thousands, of living dead were gathering toward them. Wang Nana and the others focused their attention on Zuoyou. Although anxious, they dared not urge him, as any mistake could lead to a disastrous end in this small shop. Zuoyou leaned against the glass door, silently lighting a cigarette, observing the situation outside. In the thick fog, living dead began to appear, rushing toward the small shop. One by one, they fell from the rooftops like a waterfall, crashing onto the stone pavement, and then slowly rising in distorted postures to join the advancing horde. Zuoyou withdrew the brush from his mouth and quickly wrote "silent" on the sealing strip. The strip was then affixed between the 2 glass doors. In an instant, all was silent. The rushing living dead lost their targets, standing still in place. Inside the shop, the sound of falling needles could be heard. A throng of undead stood just behind the glass door, mere inches away from a few individuals inside. Yao Xiaolong and Wang Nana were silent, their gazes fixated on Zuoyou. Only when Zuoyou uttered the words, "It's temporarily safe," did the 3 of them finally exhale in relief. Gaoyi trembled as he found a seat, his legs still shaking incessantly. Yao Xiaolong took out a bottle of purified water and gulped it down hastily. "So what do we do next? Are we supposed to hide in this shop forever?" Wang Nana asked in a trembling voice, her eyes still reflecting a hint of fear. This question echoed Zuoyou's own concerns, prompting him to glance at Zuoyou. Zuoyou remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the door, flicking the ash off his cigarette while continuing to smoke. Seeing that he seemed to be deep in thought, the others refrained from disturbing him and found their own spots to rest and regain their strength. For a moment, the shop fell silent once again. After finishing a cigarette, the undead outside showed no signs of movement, standing still like arrows poised to launch. Zuoyou's eyes flickered. In the current situation, a mass of undead was blocking the shop entrance. Stepping outside would surely invite an attack. How should this be resolved? He could use his bizarre ability a maximum of 7 times, and the effective range of the spectral bonfire was 30 meters. Should he try to confine all the approaching undead within the space of the spectral bonfire upon exiting? But the number of undead was unknown. Could he clear them all within the remaining 6 uses of his ability? Or should he use the ability a few times, then find a room to wait for his body temperature to recover? However, that would take too much time. Not to mention whether he could clear all the undead, it might take over 24 hours to reach the Qingfu private hospital. Zuoyou's gaze fell on the blood-stained handkerchief he had brought in. This handkerchief should be the key to break. Recalling the song he had heard earlier, if it related to the game of losing a handkerchief, then he needed to find that peculiar entity with this blood-stained handkerchief to either stop the attacks of all the undead or avoid the murderous pattern of the entity. Given the thick mist outside, where should he even start looking? Moreover, he had to endure the attacks of the undead while searching for the entity. Li Zuoyou frowned, instinctively lighting another cigarette. The others noticed his troubled expression and felt uneasy. If even Li Zuoyou couldn't find a solution, they would truly be trapped here. The atmosphere inside the shop grew heavy. Yao Xiaolong took out a compressed food ration and began to chew. Even in death, he wanted to fill his stomach before heading out. Wang Nana slumped against the wall, burying her face in her knees, remaining silent. Gao Yi shot her a resentful glance, thinking it's all because of this wretched woman. It was her fault that he was selected. If he were truly to die here, he would have to kill this woman with his own hands first. Zhou Sherwin glanced at the gradually fading ink on the seal, shifting his attention to Li Zuoyou, and whispered, "Captain Li, the erosion of the ink here is quite rapid for me. I don't know how much longer I can hold on." Zhou Sherwin, guard the door. No one is allowed to enter the bathroom without my permission. Li Zuoyou extinguished his cigarette, but realizing that he would have to try that method. With the blood-stained handkerchief, I will lock myself in the bathroom. Li Zuoyou pulled himself into the space of the spectral bonfire, and then summoned the Xian Shou. He placed the blood-stained handkerchief in front of Xian Shou's nose, and asked, "Can you smell the scent of the handkerchief's owner?" Xian Shou sniffed, and nodded slightly. "Listen, I will send you 30 meters away shortly. You must quickly find its owner with the handkerchief." Receiving Li Zuoyou's command, Xian Shou took the handkerchief in its mouth. At the same time, a gray-white eyeball slowly transformed into one resembling a normal human eye. Li Zuoyou discovered that one of his own eyes could now see through Xian Shou's perspective. Indeed, it had such a function. This way, commands could be issued according to different situations. With a thought, Xian Shou was sent to the curb outside the shop. The nearby undead immediately sensed something and lunged forward in succession. Xian Shou darted out like lightning, racing in a particular direction. Li Zuoyou's pupils dilated in shock. In Xian Shou's view, there were undead everywhere along the way, far exceeding his imagination. Fortunately, he had not chosen to confront them hidden before. Seconds ticked away. In front of the glass door, Zhou Sherwin held the brush in his mouth, constantly watching the seal, ready to complete the characters on it at any moment. "Do you think Captain Li won't abandon us and run away, right?" Yao Xiaolong looked at the others beside him. Gao Yi sat up straight, astonished. "No. Impossible, right?" Yao Xiaolong asked. "Captain Li has been in the bathroom for a while now, and there hasn't been a sound. Why aren't we allowed to go in? This is not something we should worry about. Let's just pray that Captain Li can resolve the current issue smoothly," Wang Nana said, resting her face on her knees. Gao Yi shot a glance at Wang Nana, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. He frowned and said, "What do you mean, don't worry? This is our lives at stake. Can't we even ask?" Wang Nana remained silent, turning her head away. Gao Yi was still furious, muttering, "If it weren't for you, would I have been chosen to come to this hellhole?" Wang Nana muttered something under her breath, which Gao Yi interpreted as something unfavorable. He suddenly stood up, pointing at her with a metal rod. "What did you say?" "Louder." All right. Yao Xiaolong stepped in front of Gao Yi, saying, "If you have that much energy, why not go listen at the bathroom door to confirm if Captain Li is still inside?" Gao Yi glanced at the bathroom, then shifted his gaze to Yao Xiaolong. "Why don't you go?" Yao Xiaolong swallowed, smiling. "My hearing isn't very good. I can't hear clearly." Upon hearing this, Gao Yi thought that if he went and Li Zuoyou hadn't escaped, he might be discovered, and who knew if the other party would turn on him. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and kicked Wang Nana's shoe. Wang Nana turned to look at Gao Yi, annoyed, and asked, "You go. Check if there's any noise coming from the bathroom." Gao Yi raised the metal rod in his hand, pointing toward the bathroom. Wang Nana decisively refused. "I'm not going." Gao Yi squatted down, wearing a look of disgust. "You don't want to do this, you don't want to do that, you just want to tag along. I never thought Captain Li would run away, so why should I go listen?" Wang Nana replied coldly. Gao Yi, instead of getting angry, laughed. "Oh, with that look, are you thinking about crawling into Captain Li's bed later? Once you hug that thigh, no wonder you're so eager to break." Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the air. Gao Yi was taken aback, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a sharp sting on his left cheek. The lead swiftly evaded the encirclement of the undead, entering Jianghan Square after crossing a street corner. The pursuing undead, seemingly afraid of something, halted at the edge of the square, daring not to take another step forward. Li Zuoyou scanned the ground of the square, where various human faces were embedded, extending into the depths. Each face was wide-eyed in terror, their mouths moving, but due to Li Zuoyou only sharing the lead's vision, he could not hear what these faces were saying. Continuing through the mist, a giant fountain appeared before him. The fountain had 3 tiers with fresh red blood cascading down from the top. The lead stopped in front of the fountain, making no further movements, seemingly waiting for new instructions. Is this the source of the blood-stained handkerchief? If this fountain is indeed the cause of these undead, could throwing the handkerchief into it bring an end to this? Li Zuoyou lowered his head in contemplation, hesitant to make a decision. What if the fountain isn't the answer? What if the handkerchief thrown and can't be retrieved? Outside the restroom, Gao Yi raised the iron rod in his hand, preparing to strike at Wang Nana. "Who among you doesn't want to leave? You can go now," shouted Zhou Sherwin, unable to contain his anger. He was the youngest in the team and didn't wish to speak harshly to those a few years older. But with Li Zuoyou absent, these people were indeed crossing the line, and he could only mimic Li Zuoyou's tone to yell. Though Gao Yi stopped his movements, he still glared fiercely at Wang Nana. Wang Nana raised her hands to shield her head, breathing rapidly, fearing that her ex-boyfriend would suddenly strike while she was distracted. Enough! Enough! Yao Xiaolong pulled one of Gao Yi's arms, dragging him aside. We need to confirm if Captain Li is still here. We can discuss your issues later. Confirm what? Are you two just idle? Zhou Shiwen looked at the two, pushing his glasses firmly. Let me Captain Li wouldn't escape on his own. Even if he wanted to leave right in front of you, what could you do about it? Hearing this, the two stiffened, realizing Zhou Shiwen was right. Even if Li Zuoyou wanted to leave before them, who would dare to say a word? Zhou Shiwen continued, don't forget how the undead disappeared when we entered this shop. The three were simultaneously startled. Isn't that your ability? Zhou Shiwen turned, mending the words on the seal as he replied, that's not my ability. Giving you a warning is also a warning to myself. If Captain Li doesn't wish to speak, let it be. It concerns whether we all can survive in the end. The store fell silent in an instant. The few exchanged glances, and at that moment they realized Captain Li's strength might extend far beyond what they had previously imagined. And this 18-year-old boy seemed to have sensed even more. He was merely pretending to be confused. Meanwhile, Li Zuoyou guided the lead to the back of the giant fountain. Looking up, he spotted a girl with pigtails, clad in a red dress, sitting on the edge of the second tier of the fountain, her small legs swinging back and forth. At a glance, she appeared no different from an ordinary child. Ding! Detected number 00061, strange child, gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points 2,000. Li Zuoyou's pupils contracted. Is this the anomaly that has affected the entire city? If it weren't for being able to see this strange number, he would never have believed that this seemingly harmless little girl was such a terrifying anomaly. The strange child seemed to sense the lead's gaze, her head slowly turning in this direction. Her youthful face bore no strange features. The only difference from an ordinary child was that the strange child's face showed no expression, and even her eyes lacked any emotion. Li Zuoyou controlled the lead to leap onto the second tier of the fountain, placing the blood-stained handkerchief into the strange child's hand. At the same moment, all the undead resumed their initial kneeling posture. Zhou Shiwen and the others noticed the situation outside the store and quickly gathered at the glass door. Captain Li succeeded. Yao Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked around. Gao Yi raised the iron rod, excitedly exclaiming, we are saved. Saved. Though Zhou Shiwen and Wang Nana did not speak, joy unconsciously appeared on their faces. After receiving the blood-stained handkerchief, the strange child displayed no reaction, her legs still swinging in midair. Her eyes, which seemed ordinary but were incredibly hollow, met the lead's gaze. Suddenly she smiled. A few strands of black hair stuck to her open mouth. I see. You. The strange child's stiff voice directly entered the space of the eerie bonfire. This familiar voice made Li Zuoyou's heart skip a beat as he sensed the strange child seemingly looking at him through the lead's eyes. Without any hesitation, Li Zuoyou directly severed the connection with the lead, exiting the eerie space and returning to the restroom. Outside, Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong's cheers echoed. Li Zuoyou stood in the restroom, still feeling uneasy, akin to the discomfort of someone peering through a peephole, only to be suddenly looked at by the person outside. Lighting a cigarette, he slowly walked out of the restroom. Seeing Li Zuoyou emerge, the others immediately surrounded him. Should we set off or rest a bit longer? Brother Zuoyou. Zhou Shiwen noticed something was off with Li Zuoyou's expression and quickly asked. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. It was 1843, less than an hour until dark. We need to hurry and hit the road. As a group, they exited the shop. Though the undead outside had resumed kneeling, their sheer numbers still sent chills down Gao Yi and the others' spines, each tiptoeing, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Wang Nana led the group along Yangshi Avenue to the intersection of Pingshan Road and Yangon Road, as she was familiar with the route and was minimally affected by the mist. Continuing north into the new district, they still saw many undead kneeling on the ground. Sai, have you heard about what happened in Jianghan City at the end of February this year? Yao Xiaolong whispered. Gao Yi shook his head. I haven't heard of it. If it were big news, it would definitely be. Hey, this matter definitely won't be reported. It's all posts from people online, and there are no photos or videos to back it up. Yao Xiaolong awkwardly smiled. Gao Yi raised an eyebrow. Then tell us. Yao Xiaolong looked around and began. I saw people online say that many families in Jianghan City have disappeared, from the elderly to children, as if they never existed. Gao Yi asked in confusion, isn't this bound to cause a huge uproar? Why are there only a few posts? What's so surprising about this? The matter has been suppressed, hasn't it? Yao Xiaolong wore an expression of no. How much energy would that require? Zhou Shiwen replied casually, if it involves supernatural events, it's entirely possible to be suppressed. Li Zuoyou glanced at the darkening sky and asked Wang Nana in front of him how much longer until we reach the hospital. Not far now, just past the cemetery ahead. Wang Nana continued walking, replying softly. Li Zuoyou looked at his watch 1928. At this speed, barring any accidents, they should arrive at the hospital around 8 o'clock. The team set off at 1639. If they arrive at the hospital by 8, they would have spent 3 hours and 20 minutes on the way. Thus, the evacuation time should be guaranteed to be over 4 hours for safety. If they can successfully find the antidote tonight, should they choose a resting place in the city or escape the city all at once and wait at the rendezvous point? Li Zuoyou shook his head, deciding it was best to wait until the antidote was found before making a decision. After walking a bit further, Yao Xiaolong whispered, "Have you guys noticed? There seem to be fewer living dead over here." Gaoyi nodded. "It is definitely fewer than in those previous places. Is it because this area is a bit remote? Hey, if most of the people in this city turned into living dead, how many would that be?" Yao Xiaolong leaned closer to ask. Gaoyi nodded towards Wang Nana's back. "You should ask her. Wang Nana, do you know how many people live in Jianghan City?" Yao Xiaolong hurriedly stepped forward, curious. "The resident population should be around 13 million. Yao Xiaolong's eyes widened in disbelief. 13 million. Not to mention if they all turned into living dead, even half of them would be terrifying. Now I understand why the convoy always avoided the city. Gaoyi's expression darkened. As well, the city is far more terrifying than those towns and villages. Yao Xiaolong looked at Li Zuoyou with a flattering smile. "Luckily, we have Team Li this time, or we wouldn't have made it." Seeing Li Zuoyou remain silent and unwilling to engage, Yao Xiaolong wisely smiled and stepped back to the end of the line. Li Zuoyou pondered. If the eerie child, numbered 00061, could control millions of living dead, exiting the city would turn into a wandering state, like a funeral procession. With the mobility of the living dead, catching up to any convoy would spell disaster. After a confrontation, only a few awakened ones might survive. Moreover, he currently didn't have comprehensive information about the eerie child and was unaware of any other attack methods it might possess, let alone suppressing such a terrifying entity. Given his current strength, it would be best to avoid danger as much as possible. The group arrived at the location of the cemetery, where faint sounds could be heard through the thick fog. Dingling, dingling. It sounded like a copper bell slowly shaking. The group halted their steps and turned towards the cemetery on the side of the road. Eerie, eerie. Yao Xiaolong gripped his golf club, trembling as he spoke. Everyone turned their gaze to Li Zuoyou. "Team Li, what should we do? Move quickly and get out of this area." Li Zuoyou's words prompted the group to hasten their pace. However, after walking along the road for over 10 minutes, they were startled to find they had unknowingly entered the cemetery. Rows of tombstones appeared before them. Turning around, they saw rows of tombstones behind them as well. A chill crept up their spines, causing Wang Nana, Gaoyi, and Yao Xiaolong to panic. What is going on?" Yao Xiaolong looked around, the fear of being targeted by the eerie presence resurfacing. Gaoyi glared fiercely at Wang Nana. "How did you lead us here?" I don't know. How did we end up here?" Wang Nana's face was filled with terror as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Everyone calm down." Zhou Sherwin spoke to the three, then turned to Li Zuoyou. "Brother Zuoyou, this should be an eerie wall. There are no rooms nearby, and my abilities cannot be of use for now." Li Zuoyou smirked. "It seems that unless we deal with this eerie presence, we won't be able to get out. Let's draw it out." Dingling, dingling. The bell rang again with a slightly faster frequency than before. The cement road beneath their feet transformed into thick, muddy soil. "This way." Li Zuoyou led the group in search of the sound, but with each step the mud clung tightly to their shoes, creating the sensation of walking on glue, making it exceedingly difficult. Gaoyi lifted his foot and looked at the sole of his shoe. The mud stuck there emitted a foul stench reminiscent of decaying corpses. "Damn, what is this? Don't look anymore, let's hurry." Yao Xiaolong urged from behind. Li Zuoyou opened his flashlight, hoping to see further with its beam, but the effect was not ideal. In desperation, they could only continue searching deeper based on the direction of the recent bell sound. After walking a short distance, the bell rang for the third time. The ringing frequency accelerated once more. The soil beneath their feet became soft and sticky. Stepping down would cause half of their shoes to sink in, and pulling their feet out required even more effort. "No, we can't keep walking in this mud." Li Zuoyou had a faint premonition that if the bell rang a fourth time, the ground would swallow them all like a swamp. Zhou Sherwin also realized the issue from behind and hurriedly spoke. "Brother Zuoyou, this mud isn't right. It seems to be changing based on the bell sound. If this continues, I understand, don't panic." Li Zuoyou interrupted, looking around. Rows of tombstones seemed unaffected. Moreover, the spacing between each tombstone was small enough that one could easily jump to the next. "Let's walk on the tombstones." Li Zuoyou decisively jumped onto a tombstone, using its solid surface to continue moving forward. The others quickly followed Li Zuoyou's lead, all climbing onto the tombstones. Wang Nana clasped her hands together, bowing to the tombstone beneath her, murmuring, "I beg forgiveness. I beg forgiveness. I hope for your understanding." Seeing this, Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong quickly imitated her, bowing to the tombstone beneath them. No one wanted to encounter any further unforeseen events at this critical moment. Zhou Sherwin stayed closely behind Li Zuoyou, tightly gripping his military dagger, always ready for a confrontation with the eerie presence. After crossing over a dozen tombstones, Li Zuoyou suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. Through the thick fog, a figure slowly emerged. The blurry shape moved within the mist, appearing to be over. Li Zuoyou moved 2 tombstones forward again, finally getting a clear view of what this thing really was. Standing about 2 meters tall, it had a physique reminiscent of an infant, its entire body displaying a bluish-purple hue, with a copper bell the size of a bucket replacing its head. Black veins and blood vessels covered the top of the copper bell, creating a palm-sized gap between it and the ding. Found number 01483 Strange Bell. Gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 3,000 points. The others gradually arrived, and upon seeing the appearance of the strange bell, they couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. The strange bell's body began to lean back. Damn it. This was a precursor to ringing the bell. It must not be allowed to ring the copper bell for the 4th time. Li Zuoyou decisively drew his gun, aiming at the body of the strange bell. Bang! A dark golden bullet was fired, and the bizarrely massive figure did not hinder Li Zuoyou's marksmanship. Li Zuoyou breathed a sigh of relief. Missing the shot would have certainly affected the morale of the others. The strange bell's body froze, no longer leaning back. Go and take it down. Li Zuoyou propelled himself forward. Zhou Sherwin, without a moment's hesitation, rushed in front of Li Zuoyou and thrust a military dagger into the belly of the strange bell. Number 01483, Strange Bell Suppression Progress 8. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong hesitated, but Wang Nana had already moved, following Zhou Sherwin rushing in front of the bizarre entity, and with her eyes tightly shut, she plunged a knife into it. Information on the strange bell flickered again above its head. Number 01483, Strange Bell Suppression Progress 16. Damn it. Let's fight it. Ayah! Yao Xiaolong shouted to bolster his courage as he ran towards the strange bell, swinging his golf club towards its chest. Seeing that everyone had charged in, Gao, he took a deep breath, picked up an iron rod, and strode towards the strange bell. The next moment he suddenly stopped. He saw the strange bell shudder all over, moving again, seemingly attempting to right itself and ring the copper bell. Gao Yi stood dumbfounded, unable to advance or retreat. On this side, Li Zuoyou had been observing the strange bell's state, keeping his gun trained on its body. Trying to ring the bell. Impossible. He pulled the trigger again. Bang! After the gunshot, the strange bell fell back into a state of rigidity. At this point, the others finally understood that Li Zuoyou's gun could render the bizarre entity immobile. What's there to fear? Gao Yi instantly felt as if a war god had possessed him, veins bulging on his forehead. Die, you bastard! He delivered a heavy downward strike that struck the strange bell with a sound like a drum. Thus Li Zuoyou smoked a cigarette, while the other 4 began to beat down the strange bell. Number 01483, Strange Bell Suppression Progress 88. Number 01483, Strange Bell Suppression Progress 96. Number 01483, Strange Bell Suppression Progress 100. In a short while the strange bell was completely subdued. Li Zuoyou concentrated, initiating the containment. Number 01483, Strange Bell Containment Successful. Gained 5,000 survival points. Current survival points, 8,000 points. The scene before everyone shimmered, and they returned to the road from before. Did we eliminate that bizarre entity? Yao Xiaolong's face was filled with disbelief. Bizarre entities cannot be killed, we just temporarily suppressed it. Zhou Sherwin added. Yao Xiaolong smiled. But we still suppressed a bizarre entity. This is something we wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Captain Li, your oil application is impressive. He looked at the golf club in his hand, and the smile vanished instantly. But I've run out of oil on this club. What do we do now? Yao Xiaolong's reminder prompted the other 3 to quickly check their weapons, and unsurprisingly the oil on their weapons had also worn down to nearly invisible. The earlier joy was gradually replaced by panic. Mine is gone too. If we encounter another bizarre entity. Captain Li. The group simultaneously turned their gazes to Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze sweeping over the weapons in the hands of the others. It seemed that the oil for the bizarre entity would be gradually consumed during the suppression process. It wasn't as he previously thought that they would have the ability to suppress the bizarre entity for a certain period of time. During the earlier confrontation, Li Zuoyou had considered whether to directly confine the strange bell within the space of the strange bonfire, allowing it to be gradually suppressed by the bonfire. But this could face the issue of the bell ringing for the 4th time. He was unsure if the tombstones beneath them would sink into the soil, or if the strange bonfire space would encounter a similar situation after the 4th ringing. On one hand, it was to test the effectiveness of the bizarre corpse oil, and on the other hand, the situation at that time was urgent, making it unnecessary to take risks. However, overall, the role of the bizarre corpse oil was still quite evident, especially in situations with many people, whether ordinary individuals or awakened beings. The advantages of suppressing the bizarre entity were further enhanced. The earlier method of combat was adequate for dealing with some not overly powerful bizarre entities. With this in mind, Zuoyou exchanged a bottle of bizarre corpse oil and 2 dark golden bullets in the system shop. Current survival points, 5,000 points. The others were startled when they saw Zuoyou pull out another bottle of oil from his pocket. There's more. Captain Lee, please accept my knee. Zuoyou remained silent on the surface, but inside he was experiencing a turbulent wave. Only he among the 4 understood the true terror of Zuoyou. Not only did he possess a variety of supernatural items, but he also had an unpredictable ability. More importantly, he showed no signs of physical deterioration, something even his previous captain couldn't achieve. A thought suddenly flashed through Zuoyou's mind. Zuoyou, could you be a hidden triple awakened power? Zuoyou tossed the bizarre corpse oil to Zuoyou, instructing him to continue applying it to the weapons of the others, while he pressed 2 dark golden bullets into the revolver's chamber. After finishing, the sky had completely darkened, and the group continued forward with flashlights. After spending over 10 minutes circumventing the cemetery, they finally arrived at the Chifu private hospital. In the courtyard, a dozen vehicles lay overturned in a radiating pattern before the building, as if flipped over by some force in an instant. Scattered around the vehicles were numerous body fragments, not a single complete corpse in sight. Just as the group was observing the surroundings, Zuoyou stepped on something hard, moved his foot aside, and discovered it was a damaged identification card. Picking up the card, he examined the information inside under the light. Zuoyou, Special Commissioner of the Supernatural Bureau. That explains it. There had been a confrontation between awakened beings from the Supernatural Bureau and bizarre entities here. From the looks of the scene, the losses incurred by the agents dispatched by the Supernatural Bureau were quite severe. It was just uncertain whether the bizarre entity they faced had been suppressed. Zuoyou swept the flashlight across the building, counting that the entire structure had 7 floors. Strangely, there were no windows on the 6th and 7th floors. Captain Lee, look at this. Zuoyou held a body bag in his hand. Notably, the bag was made of transparent material with a layer in the middle that contained golden threads at intervals. Zuoyou touched it. The texture of the transparent material felt somewhat like soft plastic. Looking again at the golden threads in the layer, their color resembled his dark golden bullets. Where did you find this? Zuoyou asked. Zuoyou pointed to a flipped black van beside them. The back door of the van was wide open, and a hospital bed with wheels lay horizontally on the ground. Zuoyou mentally reconstructed the scene from that moment. The people from the Supernatural Bureau arrived at this hospital intending to take someone away, but a strange confrontation erupted right at the entrance. Or rather, what they were supposed to take away was a strange entity that was either in a suppressed state or in a state of slumber, unexpectedly triggering upon reaching the entrance. Zuoyou swept his flashlight towards the hospital entrance. All the glass on the 1st floor was shattered, and the automatic revolving door was pushed inward by some immense pressure, with the metal frame of the door deformed. Sherwin packed the body bag. We'll take it back to the team for further study later. Hearing this, Sherwin hurriedly rolled up the body bag and stuffed it into his backpack. Without lingering, Zuoyou led the way into the hospital building. In the lobby, several emergency indicator lights flashed green. The reception desk at the entrance had completely collapsed, and several female corpses in nurse uniforms lay sprawled on the floor. The light illuminated the bodies, revealing several obvious bullet holes on them. Wang Nana's eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth with one hand and stepping back a few paces. These people were silenced. Zuoyou frowned deeply and murmured, "Why were they killed?" Gao Yi patted his chest, saying, "As long as it wasn't done by the supernatural, we don't need to worry about anything here." Zuoyou waved his hand. "Let's check if there are any other bodies on the 1st floor." The group dispersed, and Zuoyou went to a convenience store in the corner of the lobby. Looking around, the shelves in the convenience store were almost empty, showing clear signs of having been ransacked. Could it be that survivors came here after the disaster? Generally speaking, ordinary survivors wouldn't deliberately come to such a remote hospital to scavenge for supplies. Even if they did come, it would be for medical supplies. Lost in thought, Zuoyou's gaze fell upon the body of a man slumped over the cashier counter. There was a bloody hole in the back of his head. He must have been shot in the head, dying instantly. Registration window, 4 bodies, all with bullet holes. Wang Nana's voice echoed in the empty hall. Then from another direction, Zuoyou's voice rang out. 2 bodies in the pharmacy, also with bullet holes. The emergency room has 7 bodies, all with bullet holes. Yao Xiaolong rushed out of the emergency room, shouting continuously. At the elevator there are 8. No, 9 bodies. A scream from deep within the hall came from Gao Yi. Everyone's expression tightened. and they rushed towards Gao Yi's position. Li Zuoyou was the first to arrive and saw Gao Yi slumped against the wall, his face pale, mouth agape, pointing at the elevator across from him. The electronic display above the elevator lit up with red numbers, which continued to change. The elevator is moving, Gao Yi stammered. The others who arrived one after another also noticed the situation. How can the elevator still have power? Yao Xiaolong exclaimed. At this time the elevator had already descended to the 3rd floor. After a while the numbers on the electronic screen changed to 2. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes and drew out his revolver while the others gripped their weapons and held their breath. The entire hall fell silent in an instant, leaving only the faint buzzing sound from the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior. Li Zuoyou shone his flashlight into the elevator, but there was nothing inside. After a few seconds the elevator doors closed again, maintaining their silence. Li Zuoyou looked at Gao Yi. Did you just hit the elevator button? Gao Yi shook his head repeatedly. No. I was counting the bodies on the ground. The elevator just moved by itself. Where did it come down from? Li Zuoyou asked again. 5 floors. When I noticed the number above was 5. Gao Yi trembled all over, clearly frightened. Yao Xiaolong swallowed hard. This hospital is in a power outage. Oh, why would the elevator have power? Zhou Shiwen replied. This hospital likely has 2 power supply systems. Li Zuoyou stroked his chin. Even so, Gao Yi said he didn't touch the button, the elevator wouldn't come down. Wang Nana weakly interjected, but maybe the elevator malfunctioned. You guys consider that possibility? Let's hope that's the case. Li Zuoyou forced a smile. Without him reminding them, the others should have realized there was another possibility. It could be caused by something supernatural. However, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning it to prevent causing panic. The group then proceeded to the safe. Above the stairwell hung a floor indicator sign. Li Zuoyou used the light to read the contents of each floor. 2nd floor obstetrics clinic, various examination rooms, ultrasound room. 3rd floor prenatal ward, delivery room, intensive care unit. 4th floor postpartum ward, neonatal care area. 5th floor delivery room, operating room, nursery, nurse station. The sign did not provide information for the 6th and 7th floors combined with what he had previously observed from out. Therefore, the location of the treatment agents was likely on these 2 floors, and only a fool would arrange to go through each floor, as that would only increase the risk of encountering something supernatural. The group ascended the stairs, their footsteps echoing throughout the stairwell. Upon reaching the 5th floor, however, they found no stairs leading further up. Did that mean the only way to reach the 6th and 7th floors was by taking the elevator? Li Zuoyou pushed open the stairwell door, and a strong stench of disinfectant mixed with amniotic fluid rushed in from the hallway on the 5th floor. The group stepped back a few paces and instinctively covered their noses while Gao Yi gagged several times. It's so disgusting. This smell. The passageway was illuminated by green indicator lights, revealing a large puddle of grayish-white grease on the floor. Li Zuoyou stepped over the grease and walked deeper into the corridor, with the others following while pinching their noses. On both sides the doors to the nursery rooms were wide open, and the lights swept across the interiors, revealing neatly arranged incubators and baby beds marked with numbers. Suddenly the indicator lights that the group had just passed dimmed, as if something had blocked the green light, while Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong, who were at the back, suddenly turned around, shining their flashlights toward the location of the indicator lights, but there was still nothing there. Captain Li, just now. No need to say it, I noticed too. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes, staring at the corridor they had just walked through. As they were speaking, the stairwell door that Li Zuoyou had pushed open slowly closed before their eyes with a creak. Gao Yi's eyes widened as he instinctively stepped back. Yao Xiaolong raised a flashlight in one hand and a golf club in the other, the beam trembling with his unsteady grip. For 10 tense seconds nothing else happened in the corridor. Li Zuoyou waved them on, saying, "Since the anomaly hasn't appeared, let's ignore it for now." Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong followed, constantly glancing back, fearing a sudden ambush. At the elevator, Zhou Shiwen pressed the button for the only working lift. The elevator ascended slowly to the 5th floor. Li Zuoyou stepped in and pressed the button for the 6th floor twice, but there was no response. Zhou Shiwen pointed at the sensor below the buttons and reminded him, "Brother Zuoyou, it seems you need a keycard to access the 6th and 7th floors." Li Zuoyou cursed under his breath, and the group reluctantly exited the elevator. Where were they supposed to find such a keycard? They couldn't possibly search every corpse, could they? Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, recalling the floor directory he had seen on the 1st floor. As he remembered, there was a nurse's station on the 5th floor where they might find the keycard. With that thought, Li Zuoyou led the group straight to the nurse's station. As he pushed open the door, a stench of decay filled his nostrils. The flashlight swept across the room. A female corpse lay in the center of the floor, her death strangely grotesque. Li Zuoyou ordered the others to search for the keycard, while he crouched down to examine the body. There were no bullet wounds on the corpse. Every bone below the head was shattered, her body crushed like a piece of... From the hospital gown, he identified her as a postpartum woman. Such injuries could only be inflicted by either an awakened or an anomaly. Zuoyou leaned toward the latter. If it were an awakened from the Paranormal Bureau, they would have simply shot her as they had done with the others downstairs. Unless... Zuoyou gently turned the corpse's head. Her eyes were a dark red with dried black fluid around her nostrils and mouth. This was not the appearance of an ordinary death, it resembled the deterioration characteristic of an awakened. Zuoyou, come here, Zuoyou called out to confirm. Check if this woman is an awakened. Zuoyou examined her briefly and nodded. That's right, brother Zuoyou, she is an awakened. If that was the case, they couldn't rule out the Paranormal Bureau's involvement. Captain Li, is this what you're looking for? Yao Xiaolong approached quickly, holding up a keycard. Zuoyou took the pure white card, blank on both sides. The group returned to the elevator. When the card touched the sensor, a soft beep sounded. Zuoyou pressed the button for the 6th floor, it lit up, and the door slid shut. Inside the elevator, only the beams of their flashlights pierced the darkness, sending a chill down their spines. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong kept watch on both sides, fearing that someone might suddenly appear. With a ding, the doors opened to the 6th floor, where the lights were still functioning. Zhou Shiwen's earlier guess was correct, the hospital indeed had 2 separate power systems. The corridor was lined with partitioned rooms, each fitted with a one-way glass window facing the hallway. Inside were basic amenities like beds and televisions. What kind of patients stayed here? There's no privacy at all, Wang Nana muttered. Gao Yi frowned. Didn't you come to this hospital before? You don't know. I came with my best friend. For an abortion. I never went upstairs, Wang Nana said, her voice trailing. Gao Yi sneered. Who knows if it was your friend or you? Zuoyou interrupted. Wang Nana, do you remember anything about the other elevators? Were all of them fitted with sensors? Wang Nana thought for a moment, then waved her hand, as if recalling something. The elevator we took only went to the 5th floor. This one isn't for public use. Zuoyou nodded, confirming why this elevator still worked after the power outage. But these rooms with one-way glass looked more like observation chambers. What were they observing? Zuoyou recalled the files from Songshan Sanatorium, where children were sent every month. Could those children have come from here? After all, this hospital had the advantage of easy access to children's records. The group reached the middle of the corridor when Zuoyou's eyes caught a photo wall, and he abruptly stopped. Dozens of photos hung on the wall. At the top, a title read, Director of Biotechnology R.D. Xiao Wenbin, showing a gaunt, bespectacled man in his 50s. Directly below his photo was one of their own team members, Chief Researcher in Biotechnology Yu Meng. Sister Yu Meng's photo. Zhou Shiwen rushed over, double-checked, and looked at Zuoyou in shock. Brother Zuoyou. This. The others gathered around as Wang Nana murmured, Dr. You used to... Damn, she didn't give us any hints before we came. Gao Yi clicked his tongue. Yao Xiaolong stroked his chin. I didn't know Dr. You was hiding so much, a former chief researcher. But what was she researching in a maternity hospital? He looked around, but no one had an answer. Interesting. Zuoyou stared at the photo, a slow grin spreading across his face. He hadn't expected such a figure to be hidden in their team. He didn't know Yu Meng, well, only that she kept to herself outside. The group continued down the corridor, finding all the rooms empty. Not even a corpse. At the end was an archive room. Let's check it out, Zuoyou said, pushing open the door. Inside, rows of metal filing cabinets lined the walls, with a long table in the center piled high with data, records, and photographs. Zuoyou walked straight to an independent desk at the back. Several documents lay on it. He picked up the top one and glanced over it, his brow furrowing. It was an order from the Paranormal Bureau. BO2A Treatment Agent 15 units. BO1S Treatment Agent 5 units. Date March 3, 2026. Since this hospital is in cooperation with the Supernatural Bureau, what could be the purpose of silencing people? Is it no longer necessary for this place to produce treatment drugs? Zuoyou tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. Perhaps returning to the convoy with Yu Meng could provide answers. He continued to flip through another file on the table. The file documented a woman named Huang Lan who gave birth to a baby girl on December 22, 2025. It was noted in red ink that the baby girl crawled out of her mother's body, resulting in Huang Lan's immediate death. Huang Lan's personal information mentioned that she was an awakened drug user, having injected BO1AA, BO2AA, and BO1S treatment drugs. The pregnancy was through artificial insemination. No relatives were mentioned. Zuoyou continued to flip to the page of the baby girl. The baby girl was named Huang Xiaoyu, and after birth, she showed no desire to eat, growing to the appearance of a 6-year-old child within 60 days. After that, her appearance no longer changed. During observation, she could engage in simple communication and learn some basic games. Her essence would disappear at 1222 p.m. every day for 60 minutes before returning to the room. Reason for disappearance: unknown, natural awakening ability, all physical examinations normal, no signs of deterioration. Captain Li. There are some files here. Zuoyou handed over the materials collected by several others to Zuoyou. In this hospital, there are several pregnant women who are awakened drug users, but the babies they delivered either died immediately or could only survive for a few days, with the longest not exceeding 1 week without exception. Zuoyou roughly flipped through the files and asked, were they all through artificial insemination? Zuoyou nodded emphatically. That's right. All of them. Did the files mention the fate of these pregnant women in the end? Zuoyou looked at Zuoyou. No mention perhaps. Zuoyou pondered and replied, were they also killed like the person at the nurse station? It's possible. Zuoyou pointed to the Supernatural Bureau's orders and Huanglan's file on the table. After you finish reading this, put it away. Gao Yi and the others also curiously leaned in. Zuoyou walked over to the long table in the room where several individual photos of children were laid out. His gaze swept over the photos where children of various ages stood in observation rooms with different numbers. It seemed the photo location was on this floor. The top of the photos labeled the children's names and the dates they were taken. Suddenly, Zuoyou's pupils widened as he quickly pulled out a photo from the pile, revealing a girl dressed in a red dress with her hair styled in pigtails. She looked strikingly similar to the eerie child numbered 00061, though she seemed slightly shorter. Checking the name again, Huang Xiaoyu, date of the photo March 1st, 2026. Did Huang Xiaoyu ultimately become an eerie being? Or was she always an eerie being, merely crawling out from Huanglan, leading those here to mistakenly believe she was Huanglan's child? The file mentioned that Huang Xiaoyu had no desire to eat and would disappear at 1222 p.m. every day, only to return afterward. All physical examinations were normal with no signs of deterioration. Did these fools not consider that she might be going to eat? The missing families were very likely devoured by this eerie being. No, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of it. It was that their physical functions after examination confused them. As the eerie being continued to grow, its appetite gradually increased. The number of missing families rose, drawing the attention of various departments, and various posts began to appear online. The Supernatural Bureau suppressed the uproar and began to intervene in the investigation. By then, the eerie child had grown for 60 days, reaching an appearance of about 6 years. At this stage, the eerie child could no longer grow by eating people, just like a child being weaned. An eerie being with growth potential and learning abilities. This implies it possesses a certain level of intelligence. Damn. Zuoyou squinted slightly, his fingers crumpling the photo slightly. A chill crept into his heart. Look at the living dead now scattered throughout the city. The abilities of this eerie being underwent iterations and transformations thereafter, likely because it found new food and grew again. Thus, the eerie being in the photo appeared slightly smaller than what he had seen before. If one day this eerie being could lure humans into its killing patterns or spawn multiple killing patterns, its level of horror would escalate geometrically. Zuoyou, feeling somewhat restless, lit a cigarette and glanced at the time 0215. He had a bad premonition that he must leave this city before 1222 p.m. no matter what. Go to the 7th floor. Zuoyou hurried back to the elevator with the group. The elevator slowly ascended, reaching the top floor of the hospital. Contrary to Zuoyou's expectations, this was not a research lab or a place for storing drugs. Instead, it was a large area resembling a place for chapel prayers. The hall was brightly lit with no corners of shadow to be found. In the corner were piled some supplies and household garbage, while a disheveled middle-aged man stood on the podium facing a whiteboard. The man was focused on writing something on the whiteboard, seemingly unaware of the arrival of Zuoyou and the others. Hey, isn't that the research director Xiao Wenbin? He's still alive, Yao Xiaolong said with surprise. Gao Yi raised a metal rod, looking tense, and said, be careful, he might be eerie. Look, he has no reaction at all. Captain Li, should we probe him first? Zuoyou asked Zuoyou. No need. Zuoyou walked straight to the man and glanced at the content on the whiteboard. The whiteboard displayed some very simple math problems at the level of elementary school difficulty. Why would a biological research director be writing such things? After finishing the last problem, Xiao Wenbin's sunken eyes slowly scanned the group. What do you want? His voice sounded tired and hoarse. Zuoyou got straight to the point. Where are the treatment drugs? Xiao Wenbin did not respond, but asked, do you have any cigarettes? Zuoyou handed him a cigarette and helped him light it. Xiao Wenbin closed his eyes and took a deep drag, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, looking as if he had fulfilled a wish. Can we talk now? Yes, of course. Xiao Wenbin slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. In the second-to-last morgue on the -1st floor, after opening it and verifying with fingerprints and iris, you can enter the laboratory where you will find the treatment drugs you need. Zuoyou stared at Xiao Wenbin for a moment and asked, aren't you curious who we are? Why do we want what is there to be curious about? Just don't waste too much of my time. Xiao Wenbin replied flatly. A low mechanical humming accompanied the elevator's descent. Xiao Wenbin stood at the center of the 5, unnervingly relaxed, as if he were merely attending to a mundane errand. How long have you been producing the therapeutic agents? Li Zuoyou asked offhandedly. Let me think. Xiao Wenbin lifted his head, raking through memories. From the earliest research to now, it's been almost 15 years. My team has gone through countless batches. Li Zuoyou arched a brow and regarded him. So the BO-type therapeutic agent was developed by you leading the team. Xiao Wenbin laughed a brittle bitter sound and shook his head. The original data came from the Linyi Bureau. I do not know precisely whose hands produced it. We were only responsible for optimizing it. Then why did the Linyi Bureau move against you? Faced with Li Zuoyou's question, Xiao Wenbin fell silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Because there was a traitor among us, someone leaked some. His hand sliced through the air as if searching for the right word, then he blurted some nebulous suppositions. Li Zuoyou let a name fall from his lips. It was Yu Ming, wasn't it? Xiao Wenbin flinched and turned his head toward Li Zuoyou. His eyes cooled. For the first time, Li Zuoyou saw genuine emotion cross his face. She is still alive. The voice was low, and the 4 brief words carried an immense coiled resentment. The elevator fell silent. A crisp ding fractured the hush. Li Zuoyou made a motion of invitation. Xiao Wenbin strode out of the elevator, without hesitation, stepping over corpses sprawled across the floor, and halted at the second-to-last mortuary locker. He opened the door and withdrew a precise instrument. He pressed his palm and scanned his iris in one fluid motion. An entire row of mortuary lockers swung open, revealing an alloy door. Beyond it lay a sequence of severe sterilization procedures. The interior space dwarfed the research room at Sansher Sanatorium by several times. Row upon row of containers stretched into the gloom. Yao Xiaolong leaned over one to peer inside. From the black liquid, a pallid child's face slowly emerged. Yao Xiaolong recoiled in alarm, backing away several steps, trembling as he pointed. Inside here. Wang Nana and Gao Yi followed his gesture. When they made out what lay within, their bodies shuddered. Zhou Sherwen knitted his brow and glared at Xiao Wenbin. Exactly how many children did you use in experiments? Xiao Wenbin turned to face them. After a silent moment, his tone grew impatient. Thousands, tens of thousands. I have no need to keep such tallies. Throughout history, every great endeavor demands sacrifice. Sacrifice is the indispensable prerequisite. It is the cornerstone. He glanced at Li Zuoyou and pressed again. You still haven't answered my question. Is Yu Ming alive? Yes. She is alive. Li Zuoyou nodded. Xiao Wenbin muttered under his breath. That wretch will meet no good end. Until he stopped at a storage locker. 2 vials of BO2, a therapeutic agent, 3 vials of BO1S therapeutic agent, all here. Xiao Wenbin spread his hand, voice hoarse with fatigue. Take the agents and leave quickly. I don't care who you are or where you go, just do not bother me again. He turned to go, but Li Zuoyou gripped his shoulder. Yu Ming told the Linyi Bureau about Huang Xiaoyu, didn't she? Xiao Wenbin stood rooted silent, his breathing visibly heavier. Li Zuoyou released him, took 2 steps forward, and lit a cigarette for each of them. You are still teaching Huang Xiaoyu. In your estimation, she is an awakening who has not fully opened her mind. Even though she killed members of the Linyi Bureau and spared you. Xiao Wenbin drew smoke in quick, restless pulls. The fingers that held the cigarette trembled faintly. Li Zuoyou exhaled a plume of smoke. You refuse to accept that Huang Xiaoyu is an anomalous entity, a being capable of learning. The words landed like a blow. The others flinched. An anomalous being that can learn. Zhou Shiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. He searched Xiao Wenbin's face, desperate for any hint of explanation. Wang Nana, Gao Yi, and Yao Xiaolong felt as if they had been struck by thunder. Their entire understanding had been shattered. A learning anomalous, if it matured, could unleash catastrophes beyond imagination. The world had already been rotten to the core. Now it seemed it could grow even worse. Were humanity truly marching toward extinction? Li Zuoyou ground the cigarette, but underfoot, and smiled faintly. You could have reported Huang Xiaoyu to the Linyi Bureau the moment she appeared, and let them handle it, but you concealed her out of hope, giving her the time to grow. Director Xiao, did you imagine that by teaching her you might control her? Li Zuoyou's voice sharpened. On what grounds do you assert that Huang Xiaoyu is an anomalous entity? Xiao Wenbin's eyes bulged, his gaze drove into Li Zuoyou like nails, his cracked lips trembling. Li Zuoyou said, you should go outside and see for yourself. The city is filled with living dead. Huang Xiaoyu's handiwork. He spoke as he transferred the therapeutic vials into his backpack. The living dead. Xiao Wenbin scanned the others, seeking confirmation. Zhou Sherwen nodded. Yes. Now Jianghan City is rife with living dead. Their numbers are enormous. The others echoed in agreement. When we arrived, we nearly died at the hands of those living dead. No. Xiaoyu is obedient. She comes to my lectures every day. She's not an anomalous being. I can raise her cognition. Xiao Wenbin shook his head violently, his earlier composure utterly gone. You must be mistaken. You speak without evidence. Just like that wretch Yu Ming. Spreading lies. Li Zuoyou, shouldering his pack, walked slowly toward Xiao Wenbin. You said she comes every day? What time does she arrive? How long does she stay? 6 in the morning. 6 is the ideal hour for study. A flicker of expectation touched Xiao Wenbin's face. Xiaoyu cannot absorb too much at once. 2.5 hours is the limit. Enough. I will not waste any more time here. I must return and decide what to teach today. Li Zuoyou inclined his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched into a faint smile as he reached into his backpack. Very well, Director Xiao. Thank you for your cooperation. A sharp axe swiftly severed Xiao Wenbin's neck. Blood still warm splattered against a nearby container, slowly trickling down the glass wall. Before he could utter a sound, Xiao Wenbin clutched his neck with both hands, torrents of blood gushing through his fingers, as if he were trying to block a burst water pipe. He staggered backward a few steps, colliding with a machine in an attempt to steady himself, but ultimately collapsed to the ground. In his dilating pupils, the figure of Li Zuoyou was reflected. The others were taken aback by Li Zuoyou's sudden strike, all frozen in place. They had not expected this person to be so decisive. Moreover, he had launched a killing move right away. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. It was 0312, and his expression darkened instantly. Originally, he had estimated that the wandering spirit would be active around noon at 1222. Now, according to what Xiao Wenbin said, the spirit would arrive at the hospital at 6 a.m. Therefore, it would also be in a wandering state between 5 and 6 a.m. During this time, it was highly likely that a broad pattern of killings would be triggered. However, it was uncertain whether it would be the same as the pattern from yesterday afternoon. The most crucial question was what would happen if they encountered this eerie being face to face. The corpses strewn across the hospital entrance were enough to illustrate the danger. The danger posed by this eerie being was exceedingly high, and given their current strength, they definitely could not confront it head-on. With just over an hour left until 5 a.m., it was impossible to leave the city. They could only find a place to hide and utilize Zhou Shiwen's abilities. To the grave scenic house. Li Zuoyou called out, shouldering his backpack as he walked out of the research room. The others, regaining their senses, hurriedly followed. After they left the hospital, the elevator restarted, slowly descending to the basement level. The research room fell silent, and the air rippled as a humanoid robot deactivated its cloaking and appeared next to Xiao Wenbin. The robot stood about 1.5 meters tall, equipped with multiple artificial eyes on its head, and the letters OT-11 were engraved on its chest armor. 2 green lasers scanned Xiao Wenbin's face from top to bottom, and a mechanical voice followed. Observer 11, beginning identity verification. Biotechnology Director Xiao Wenbin, male, 54 years old, status deceased for 7 minutes, partial brain cell death, commencing maximum collection of target's memories before death. The robot raised its arm, a metallic needle slowly extending to pierce the back of Xiao Wenbin's head. In the dead of night, visibility drastically reduced in the thick fog. Li Zuoyou and the others wielded flashlights, illuminating only a distance of 3 to 4 meters ahead. Damn, when will this fog clear up? Hai couldn't help but complain. Do you think this fog is related to that Huang Xiaoyu? He glanced at the other. The group fell silent, no one able to provide an answer. Not wanting to continue the topic, Yao Xiaolong tactfully shifted his focus. Zhou Shiwen leaned closer to Li Zuoyou, whispering, Brothers Zuoyou, why don't we just rush out of Jianghan City all at once? I suspect that starting at 5 a.m., Huang Xiaoyu will be wandering the city. In that case, it's uncertain whether we might encounter it on the road, so there's no need to gamble with our lives. Li Zuoyou paused and continued, How long can your ability last in a room? If the room isn't too large, I can last about 8 to 12 hours. Zhou Shiwen pondered for a moment before replying earnestly. Li Zuoyou nodded slightly and fell silent. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at a residential area and chose an apartment building. The building had 2 elevators serving 16 households, a standard apartment-style small unit. The group ascended to the 2nd floor, where the hallway was exceptionally quiet. The lights revealed a few doors ajar or fully open in the corridor. Li Zuoyou approached the nearest room, shining his flashlight around. The room was about the size of a hotel room, with a duplex structure featuring a living room and bathroom on the 1st floor and a bedroom on the 2nd. The previous occupant seemed to have a cleanliness obsession, as everything was arranged neatly within. This one will do. After entering the room, Li Zuoyou climbed to the 2nd floor bedroom and took a cursory glance. Aside from a bed of vanity and a wardrobe, there was nothing else. Returning downstairs, Zhou Shiwen had already prepared a seal and was waiting for his orders. Let's take a break, Li Zuoyou said as he found a sofa to sit down, pulling out a bottle of water and a piece of compressed food. By this time, his stomach was already growling. The others also found their spots and began to eat. After a day of travel, each face showed signs of fatigue as they sat down. Li Zuoyou chewed on the compressed food while contemplating. If the wandering time of the spirit was from 5 to 6 a.m., what would happen if it didn't discover Xiao Wenbin at the hospital by 6 a.m.? Would it leave or remain on the 7th floor of the hospital? Assuming the spirit left at 6 a.m. and returned to the square by 7 a.m., the 5 hours from 7 to 12 would be more than enough for their group to exit the city. However, if it maintained its usual habits and waited on the 7th floor of the hospital until class was over to return to the square, the spirit's wandering time would be around 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Moreover, the duration of the wandering was merely an estimate based on the file description, which mentioned that Huang Xiaoyu would disappear for an hour every day at 1 to 2 p.m. At this moment, whether the time had increased was uncertain. Therefore, to be safe, departing at either 2 p.m. or 2:30 p.m. would be relatively safer. Thinking of this, Li Zuoyou downed the remaining water in his bottle and stood up, saying, "You all keep an eye out. We'll set off at 2:30 p.m. and I'll go upstairs for a short nap." Everyone was taken aback. Captain Li was really carefree, being able to sleep at such a time. Li Zuoyou ascended to the 2nd floor, lying down on the bed and covering himself with a blanket. Having used the eerie power 3 times during the day, his body temperature had yet to recover, showing only 31 degrees on the system. A chill continuously seeped from within, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He needed to rest well to maintain his optimal condition. Downstairs, after Li Zuoyou left high, he quickly claimed the sofa, lying back and stretching. "Damn, I'm really exhausted." Yao Xiaolong flopped down beside the sofa, saying, "How about we take turns resting for a bit?" "All right, then I'll sleep for an hour first. Wake me up later." Hai Yi's voice grew softer until he fell asleep. "Damn it." Yao Xiaolong frowned and cursed. Wang Nana glanced toward the door, where Zhou Shirwen was. She then softly asked, "Do you want to rest for a while? I can keep an eye on you." Zhou Shirwen shook his head, swallowing the compressed rations in his mouth, and replied, "The task assigned to me by Captain Li is to keep a close watch on the seals. No one can replace me in this matter." Wang Nana shifted her body and sat diagonally opposite Zhou Shirwen, saying, "Then can I keep you company here?" "You can rest or do whatever you want," Zhou Shirwen said as he raised the bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Wang Nana's eyes narrowed as she noticed Zhou Shirwen's hand gripping the bottle trembled slightly. Starting from his wrist, the surface of his palm was covered with dark thread-like patterns. His entire right hand was both thin and shriveled, as that of a corpse, incongruous with the rest of his body, as if it had been stitched on. "Is your hand all right? You mean this?" Zhou Shirwen glanced at his hand and replied with a smile, "This is a sign of deterioration exhibited by my body after using my awakening ability. I've gotten used to it. It's nothing serious. At first I envied those who had awakened, thinking they could survive better in this apocalypse. But later I heard that awakened ones don't live long. Every time you use your abilities, you are actually shortening your lifespan, right?" Wang Nana rested one cheek on her knees, tilting her head to look at Zhou Shirwen. "You don't seem very old. Have you ever had a girlfriend?" Zhou Shirwen shyly lowered his head, scratching his head. "Well, not yet, but I did have someone I liked in class back then." Huh. Yao Xiaolong had somehow joined them, sitting by the wall, stretching his neck to ask, "Did you confess to that girl later?" Zhou Shirwen adjusted his glasses. "In my senior year, I became an awakened one and was recruited into the Jingnan City Special Emergency Center, which has closed management. I haven't seen her since." "Does every city have a special emergency center? How come I never heard of it before?" Yao Xiaolong asked in rapid succession. "The special emergency centers should only be in provincial capitals because our information is blocked. I'm not very clear on the specifics. They are all composed of awakened ones. Our emergency center doesn't have many people, only about 20. Zhou Shirwen said, taking a sip of water, his eyes dimming. Later, when the great disaster broke out, the Jingnan City Special Emergency Center became the 11th Assault Team. I heard about it on the radio. They said that the general offensive was a critical moment for the survival of humanity, a global assault." Wang Nana suddenly raised her head and said. Yao Xiaolong nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I also heard that. At the time I was thinking how quickly the global response was. This offensive must be able to eliminate all the anomalies. But later we just wandered around with the convoy." His tone weakened, eventually turning into a long sigh. "Do you think we can return to our original lives?" Wang Nana kept staring at Zhou Shirwen, seemingly wanting an answer from him. Zhou Shirwen lowered his head and remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "The chances are extremely slim. We have failed. Thoroughly failed. At least as far as I know, within the convoy, Ji Fei from the original 5th Assault Team and by Lu Baiqiu from the 9th Assault Team are in this situation. Then, what about abroad? Will they come to support us after dealing with the anomalies?" Yao Xiaolong refused to give up and pressed on. Zhou Shirwen shook his head slightly. "Because of information blockade, I am not clear about the situation abroad, but one thing is certain: even if the anomalies are suppressed, it is only temporary. They cannot be completely eradicated." Professor Liu gave this conclusion through the radio a few days ago. Yao Xiaolong leaned against the wall, his entire being suddenly slumping down, murmuring, "Is there really not even a bit of opportunity left?" Do you think there could be cities that haven't fallen?" Wang Nana asked softly. Zuoyou raised his head and thought, his voice deep. There shouldn't be any left. The three of them fell silent instantly, the sound of Gao Yi's snoring echoing in the background. Zuoyou glanced at his watch. It was 0516. He recalled that Zuoyou had speculated that Huang Xiaoyu would be wandering in the city between 5 and 6 o'clock. He stood up and went to the window, looking out through the glass. This apartment building was at the edge of the community, and the position of the window could just see the street outside. Unfortunately, the fog was still thick, and he could only see a bit of the road surface. He leaned one hand on the windowsill, staring blankly outside, his mind swirling with thoughts. Zuoyou had wanted to ask Zuoyou earlier why they had decided to set off at 2:30 p.m., but then he thought to himself that it was enough to focus on doing his own tasks. Whatever decisions Zuoyou made, he would just follow it. After all, from entering the city until now, they had encountered 3 anomalies, not only managing to escape smoothly, but no one had died. This was a significant deviation from his previous expectations. He initially thought that the 3 ordinary survivors would have a hard time even making it to the hospital. However, every time they faced supernatural events, Zuoyou handled them with remarkable calmness, as composed as a battle-hardened veteran. Such adaptability and thinking skills were hard to find in other awakened ones. Moreover, he had so many supernatural items and unfathomable abilities. After leaving the hospital, Zuoyou quickly set the time to leave the city. Zuoyou indeed thought to himself that there was a possibility he might die on this mission, as the terror level of the city was exceedingly high. But now perhaps Zuoyou really could lead everyone out. Thinking of this, Zuoyou did not dare to linger by the window any longer and hurried back to the door, holding the brush in his mouth, continuing to stare at the seal, ready to complete the writing on it at any moment. Wang Nana hugged her knees, remaining silent, unsure of what she was thinking. Yao Xiaolong noticed no one was speaking, and listening to Gao Yi's snoring felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, leaning his head against the wall and slowly closing his eyes. Creak, creak. A faint sound of grinding that made one's teeth ache arose. The sound was not loud, and only a faint rustling could be heard. Is there a mouse? He opened his eyes, frowning as he scanned the surroundings, noticing that neither Zuoyou nor Wang Nana had any reaction. Yao Xiaolong wanted to locate the source of the sound, but he could only hear Gao Yi's snoring, and the grinding sound had disappeared. Could it be that he was just hearing things? Yao Xiaolong glanced at the wall behind him, where a faint sound seemed to be muffled within the wall. He pressed his ear against the surface, and indeed the scratching sound grew slightly louder. Following the source of the sound, Yao Xiaolong slowly got up, but just as his body was about to stand straight, the noise within the wall suddenly ceased. No sound. Could it be that a mouse really fell into the wall? Just as he was about to move his ear away from the wall, a cold and stiff female voice echoed, as if whispering right next to his ear through just a thin layer of wall. It felt like a chill had pierced into his ear. You found me. Yao Xiaolong shuddered, retreating backward as if electrocuted, his gaze landing on the wall from which the voice originated, and suddenly everything went dark. He jolted awake, realizing he had merely been dreaming. He remained in the same position, leaning against the wall, but at that moment goosebumps had risen on both arms. When did I fall asleep? He gasped for air, wiping the cold sweat that had gathered on his forehead. Damn, that nightmare was terrifying. Could this house really be haunted? Yao Xiaolong thought to himself, quickly glancing at Wang Nana and Zuoyou, relieved that they hadn't noticed him. Thank goodness he didn't scream earlier. If they found out he had been scared by a nightmare, he would definitely be teased. After all, he used to be the prince of the night scene, he still needed to maintain some face. Speaking of which, should I change places to rest? If they ask, I'll just say the wall is too damp and uncomfortable to lean against. Thinking this, Yao Xiaolong was about to get up. Bang! A piece of wall plaster about the size of half a palm fell from above, landing squarely on his left shoulder. Yao Xiaolong froze instantly, slowly turning his gaze to the piece of white plaster, his breath catching at that moment. A sense of foreboding arose within him, growing ever stronger. Oh no, could it really be coming? He had no time to care about feeling embarrassed now, and hurriedly shouted, Zuoyou, there seems to be something wrong here. But his voice seemed to be blocked by something. Zuoyou and Wang Nana showed no reaction at all. Hey, don't scare me. Can you hear me? Yao Xiaolong shouted, veins popping on his forehead, but the two remained indifferent. Suddenly, a voice came from above, the same woman's voice. I can hear you. Immediately afterward, a damp, slick, cold sensation came from the back of his neck, spreading slowly throughout his entire neck. Yao Xiaolong's heart raced. He wanted to reach for the golf club at his feet, but his entire body couldn't move, and he was slowly being pulled backward, gradually sinking into the wall. Ow, help me. Can you see me? Hurry and save me. His cries were heart-wrenching, yet they felt as if trapped in another world. At that moment, the only sound in the room was Gao Yi's rhythmic snoring, occasionally interrupted by a few smacking sounds before resuming. Zuoyou pulled out a brush from his mouth, preparing to get up and fix the characters on the ceiling tape. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the living room, and faintly sensed something unusual. What expression was Yao Xiaolong making? Zuoyou turned his head, and was shocked to find that a small part of Yao Xiaolong's body had already sunk into the wall. His mouth was wide open, tears and snot mingling as they dripped from his chin, clearly on the verge of breaking down, yet he made no sound. Wait, what's that on his neck? Before Zuoyou could take a closer look. Bang! A piece of white plaster fell onto him as well. Not good. The entity has come in. Why could it bypass my ceiling tape? Zuoyou, realizing something was wrong, tried to get up, but felt a damp, cold sensation on both sides of his neck and chest, losing control of his body in an instant. Wang Nana, go call team leaderly. Zuoyou shouted with all his might, hoping his voice would reach Li Zhou upstairs, while across from him, Wang Nana still hugged her knees, burying her head between them without any response. What's going on? Could it be that this entity can block sound? Zuoyou focused his thoughts, and without hesitation concentrated all his mental energy on the two fingers holding the brush. As his fingers gradually loosened, clatter, the brush fell to the floor, producing a sound. Wang Nana hadn't fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise, she slightly opened her eyes and saw the brush at Zuoyou's feet, still with a bit of ink on the tip. Had he fallen asleep? That brush tip needed to be in his mouth. It was too dirty to drop on the ground. Wang Nana slowly lifted her head, her pupils suddenly constricting. Across from her, three pale hands extended from the wall, gripping Zuoyou's neck and chest, pulling him gradually towards the wall. Wang Nana sprang to her feet, glancing around, and discovering that Yao Xiaolong was in the same situation except for Gao Yi, who remained on the sofa snoring. How could an entity get in? What should we do now? First, I need to notify team leaderly. Wang Nana thought for a second before rushing towards the staircase to the second floor, but as she ascended the stairs, she suddenly stopped. Her gaze shifted upward, where the staircase leading to the second floor was pressed against the entire wall. Her sixth sense warned her that this wall seemed like a trap waiting for her to jump in. Team leaderly, an entity has come in. Team leaderly, wake up. Wang Nana shouted twice from downstairs, but there was still no response from upstairs. So she took off one shoe and swung her arm to slap Gao Yi hard across the face. Smack! A loud sound echoed. Gao Yi, as if electrocuted, sat up abruptly from the sofa. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me, team leaderly, I was just dozing off. He covered his face with one hand and blocked his head with the other, feeling as if he had been stung by several bees, experiencing a stinging pain. When he realized it was Wang Nana holding a flat-soled leather shoe, Gao Yi's blood pressure surged. He widened his eyes and grabbed a nearby iron rod. You little brat, are you trying to die? Damn you. Yet Wang Nana showed no sign of stopping and turned to run towards the door, leaving behind a sentence. You save Yao Xiaolong, he'll go save Zuoyou. Gao Yi furrowed his brow, still a bit dazed, and saving Yao Xiaolong. As he shifted his gaze to Yao Xiaolong, he slipped directly off the sofa. He saw that half of Yao Xiaolong's body had already sunk into the wall, a pale, eerie hand gripping his neck. 1 minute earlier, in the second-floor bedroom. Above the head of Li Zhou, who was lying in bed, a piece of plaster quietly fell. The white plaster landed beside the pillow, less than a centimeter from Li Zhou's nose. Shortly after, a larger piece of wall plaster above the headboard slowly fell, heading towards Li Zuoyou's head. It was just the right size to cover his entire face. A white piece of wall plaster was caught midair by a cyan hand, and a withered female corpse appeared at the head of the bed, maintaining a standing posture. It turned out that before Li Zuoyou fell asleep, he had decided to release the strange eye. It wasn't that he didn't trust Zuoyou's ability to mask his presence. Rather, Li Zuoyou always preferred to add an extra layer of security. This definitely wasn't out of fear of death. Firstly, the strange eye could only be seen by the person being attacked, preventing it from scaring the few people downstairs. Secondly, this was also a concealment of his own abilities. Suddenly, a pale white arm burst out from the wall, directly gripping the neck of the strange eye. In an instant, the withered female corpse was dragged towards the wall by a force seemingly with no power to resist. Li Zuoyou rolled off the bed, instantly drawing his revolver and aiming at the ghastly arm. However, his finger on the trigger suddenly ceased exerting force. No, this isn't right. Without the system's prompt, this is not the true form of the entity. Could it be that this is also one of the abilities of the strange child? Li Zuoyou glanced at the wall plaster beside the pillow and in the strange eye's hand. One piece of wall plaster did not hit him, while the other was likely blocked by the strange eye for him, and then the entity attacked the strange eye. So the wall plaster is the medium for this entity's attack. It was evident that the power of this entity far surpassed that of the strange eye, completely suppressing it in mere seconds. The level of horror it possessed should not be underestimated. Li Zuoyou concentrated his thoughts, and the strange space unfolded instantly, causing the walls around him to disappear one by one. But the wall in front of him remained intact. Under the influence of the strange bonfire, the plaster on the wall began to peel off extensively, revealing multiple cracks. The strange eye was still firmly controlled by that wall, showing no signs of breaking free. Zuoyou frowned slightly, wondering, how could the entity's power still be blocked, even without its true form appearing? In the next moment, a single eye slowly emerged from the cracks in the wall. Unlike the usual gray-white eyeball of an entity, this eye was filled with blood vessels, seemingly harboring an eternal resentment and hatred. The moment Zuoyou's gaze met that blood-red eye, a chill ran up his spine. Ding! Detected entity number 00854. Wall woman gained 1,000 survival points. Current survival points, 7,000 points. Among them, 1,000 points were added after midnight. It turns out this thing had been hiding in the wall all along, capable of invading reality through the wall. No wonder it could ignore Zuoyou's abilities. Zuoyou scratched his forehead with the gun barrel. This thing hiding in the wall is quite troublesome. But then again, is this wall really a wall? Zuoyou stared at the wall, his eyes narrowing slightly. 5 minutes earlier downstairs. Hey man, don't move. I'm about to shoot. Facing Gao Yi, Yao Xiaolong stood there like a wooden man, offering no response. Gao Yi could only judge that Yao Xiaolong was still alive by the tears streaming down his cheeks. Damn it, I'm going for it. It's not like I haven't fought entities before. Gao Yi raised the iron rod, gritting his teeth, and struck the pale hand gripping Yao Xiaolong's neck. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and Gao Yi could clearly hear the sound of finger bones breaking. However, that hand still held tightly onto Yao Xiaolong, completely different from the entities encountered before. It seemed that the oiled weapon had no effect at all. Why is this happening? Gao Yi stared blankly at that hand, his body unconsciously starting to tremble. At that moment, Yao Xiaolong's back of the head and both ears had completely sunk into the wall. Damn! 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 Gao Yi roared, smashing the hand 3 more times. The fingers of that pale hand were all shattered, seemingly unable to grip Yao Xiaolong's neck any longer, slowly retracting back into the wall. Gao Yi's face lit up with joy. He dropped the iron rod and grabbed Yao Xiaolong's shirt at the chest, attempting to pull him out from the wall. Alt! Gao Yi's cheeks flushed red, and despite using all his strength, he saw that Yao Xiaolong's shirt was about to tear, yet he seemed as if he had embedded himself into the wall, not moving an inch. Bang! A piece of white wall plaster lightly fell onto Gao Yi's arm. Gao Yi frowned slightly, still unsure what this thing was, when a pale arm suddenly shot out from the wall, gripping his neck. In an instant, his body felt as if the power had been cut off, losing all control. The pale arm dragged Gao Yi towards the wall, as Yao Xiaolong was directly in front of him. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong found themselves face to face, lips to lips. Yao Xiaolong's snot and tears instantly smeared across Gao Yi's face. Both could clearly feel each other's breath, but importantly, Yao Xiaolong's mouth opened even wider. Thus, as Gao Yi was continuously dragged towards the wall, his lips slowly entered Yao Xiaolong's mouth. Tears began to fall from the corner of Gao Yi's eyes without him realizing it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Nana drew out a fruit knife, but instantly froze. She noticed that the 3 hands gripping Zhou Sherwin were all white, yet their appearances were completely different. One hand had slender fingers, while the other 2 had one with thick joints, and the other with a wrinkled back. These were clearly the hands of a woman, a man, and an elderly person. Wang Nana couldn't afford to think too much. She first thrust the knife towards the woman's hand gripping Zhou Sherwin's right chest. The knife tip pierced the back of the hand, and the stench of rotting flesh flowed from the wound. Wang Nana continued to stir the knife up and down. Perhaps due to the oil given by Zuoyou, the blade became extraordinarily sharp. In just a few seconds, that hand was actually severed by her. The woman's palm dropped to the ground with a muffled sound, and the fingers continued to twitch back and forth as if trying to grasp something. Zhou Sherwin immediately felt a lightness on his right side, as if some sensation had returned to his right hand and leg. Wang Nana raised the knife again, when suddenly she sensed something, and her body quickly retreated a step. Immediately afterward, a piece of white wall plaster fell at her previous position. Zhou Sherwin observed this and couldn't help but secretly feel anxious for Wang Nana. He also thought that it was truly remarkable for an ordinary survivor to maintain such caution and keen insight in such a situation. His gaze shifted to the seal on the door, and his heart tightened. The words "silent" and "quiet" now only had the character "quiet" remaining, and the ink was gradually fading. Oh no! If the ink completely fades at this time, and the room is no longer isolated, could it trigger a more severe chain reaction? Furthermore, Brother Zuoyou had mentioned that Huang Xiaoyu would be in a wandering state during this time. If it notices this, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhou Sherwin forced his right hand upward, pointing at the brush on the floor, and then toward the ceiling talisman on the door. Wang Nana followed his gesture and understood instantly. He wanted her to take the brush and finish the characters. She picked up the brush from the floor, but hesitated at the doorway. The wall by the main door threatened to shed plaster at any moment. Wang Nana glanced toward Gao Yi. The sight there was too grim to bear. What could she do? Was she the only one left who could still move on the first floor? Should she risk writing? The crushing pressure drained the color from her lips, and a choking, breathless panic. Zuoyou laboriously spelled out the sign with his right hand. Complete the writing, make the seal hold until team leader Li comes to save us. He could see Wang Nana's fragile state, and dared not press her further, fearing her mental defenses would snap. At the signed command, Wang Nana gripped the brush so tightly her knuckles went white. She could sense that if she went, she would most likely end up like them. She was terrified of dying, terrified beyond measure, so she dared not sleep, remaining in a constant state of taut nerves. That very vigilance had spared her from the plaster that had just fallen. The danger they had just faced still left her trembling. Wang Nana drew deep breaths as she watched the character 11 on the seal erode until only the Xion remained. She set her trembling legs in motion and staggered toward the main door. Unsteady, she struck the door, pressing her weight against it to steady herself, then lifted the brush and began to write on the seal. No sooner had she written the character Wu than chunks of white plaster fell like dead leaves, leaving no room to dodge. They covered his head, hands, shoulders, and every exposed part. Wang Nana felt as if her heart had been squeezed. A sob escaped her. She gritted her teeth and wrote half of the character Shang before several pale, lunging hands pinned her down. Perhaps because she had just cut off a hand, the arm seemed filled with fierce rage, as if they intended to drag Wang Nana wholly into the wall. The brush slipped, spun once through the air, and fell to the floor. A figure dropped with it. Li Zuoyou caught the brush with one hand and drew the finchy blade with the other, slashing across the wall. The finchy blade left a dark red gouge in the wall, as if it had cut flesh. Instantly, Wang Nana, Zuoyou, and the others felt lighter, as though some binding had been broken. Everyone fall back to the center of the living room. Li Zuoyou shouted as he raised the brush and hurriedly completed the remaining characters on the seal. Gaoyi immediately pried his mouth away from Yao Xiaolong, seized an iron bar, and charged toward the living room. Yao Xiaolong followed. As he pulled his body free from the wall, he brought with him a spray of sand and rubble. He gripped the golf club like a lifeline, unwilling to let his weapon go. The two men stood in the living room, deliberately avoiding one another's gaze. Zuoyou hauled Wang Nana by the arm and hurried her into the living room. At that moment, there was no question. When Brother Zuoyou spoke, he would follow. Only seconds passed. After a grinding, teeth-aching sound, the wall cut by the finchy split open like a plastic bag torn along a seam. Countless pallid arms tumbled from the rent, varying wildly in length and girth, as if gathered from every corner. Li Zuoyou paid no heed to the unfinished script and hurriedly retreated to join the others. As the tier widened, the falling arms piled up at the doorway in moments. Then everyone stiffened as the motionless limbs began to twitch in unison. Before long, a woman's head was forced to the top, held aloft by a large hand. Beneath it, the arms seemed fused together into a circular brush of limbs, a sight that made the skin crawl. The woman's face was grotesquely decomposed, one cheek stripped of flesh, revealing a flash of ghostly white teeth. Her bloodshot eyes fixed mercilessly on those in the living room. Zuoyou and the others stared at the uncanny true form. Their breaths hitched, and they tightened their grips on their weapons. Li Zuoyou raised his revolver and trained it on the grotesque head. Their earlier theory proved correct. These walls, or perhaps the building's walls as a whole, belonged to a peculiar space bound to the uncanny being. Only by breaching that space could its true body be revealed. So Li Zuoyou decisively used the finchy that Uncle Lai had given him. As expected, it tore open the uncanny space and interrupted its power. Yet Li Zuoyou remained uncertain whether they could subdue the entity. Now he did not know the consequences of being struck at close range by those arms. Nor did he know how long the Onjin bullets would render it immobile. If this uncanny still depended on falling plaster to trigger its killing pattern, the most advantageous tactic was to draw the fight into the center of the living room, far from the surrounding walls. Brother Zuoyou, will you strike? Zuoyou asked in a low voice. Li Zuoyou shook his head slightly. Don't rush, wait for it to come. On a street in Jianghan City, the kneeling undead by the curb continued to emit mournful whimpers. An unnatural ripple trembled through the air. The cloaked OT-11 robot moved deftly among the mass of undead. The dull rhythmic thud of its steps sounded clear and measured along the street. Ahead, a red rubber ball bounced slowly toward OT-11. The robot halted, all of its artificial eyes focused on the thick fog ahead. A halting sing-song voice drifted from the mist. Red ball so lovely, give it a gentle pat, and it will. The red ball rolled to a stop at OT-11's feet, as if delivered by a precise pass. Voices chimed, I pat you pat, and the robot's metal surface flared with violet arcs as its cloaking failed instantly. A girl in a red dress stepped slowly out of the fog. OT-11's artificial eyes were emitting a steady procession of mechanical sounds. Data analysis, anomalous entity. Human designation, Huang Xiaoyu. Killing pattern, unknown. Displays intent to attack non-living targets. Danger ratings class, the robot intoned. The eerie child finished the last line and tilted its head. Oh, Why didn't you join them? Initiate emergency withdrawal protocol, OT-11 announced as twin flame thrusters erupted from its back. 2 tongues of fire spat out, and in an instant OT-11 shot upward through the fog. The eerie child watched the direction OT-11 had flown, its gaze empty and hollow. Moments later, the eerie child extended a hand and gently pinched the air. Bang! A fireball instantly erupted above the street. The sound shattered the silence of several nearby streets, followed by a rain of mechanical parts engulfed in flames plummeting from the sky, like kites with severed strings. The eerie child slowly lowered his head, picked up a red ball from the ground, and grinned. He doesn't want to join you. Then he deserves to die. He. The living dead kneeling around suddenly transformed their sobs into a series of chilling. As the sun rose, Ji Fei moved through the crowd in the convoy camp, loudly announcing, 1 hour later we depart for the outskirts of Zhanghan City. Everyone prepare yourselves. A survivor whispered to a companion. Isn't it troublesome to run back and forth? Why not just wait at the outskirts of Zhanghan City? Why go so far? Another person clicked their tongue and replied, Are you stupid? Zhanghan City looks quite terrifying. If the convoy stays there for long, who knows what strange things might happen. That makes sense. It's better to stay away like this. The governor is quite thoughtful. The person nodded. Not far away, Wang Chuangda stood in front of a pickup, silently lighting a cigarette, his gaze falling on Li Zuoyou's tricycle in the truck bed. The yellow-haired guy approached without him noticing, asking, Brother Wang, do you think Brother Zuoyou will be okay this time? He will definitely come back, right? Wang Chuangda flicked the ash from his cigarette, saying, He only told me to keep an eye on his tricycle when he left. He didn't say anything else. The Zhanghan City must be very dangerous. Otherwise, why would we want to go? But Brother Zuoyou refused. No need to think. That city looks eerie. It's definitely much more dangerous than other places. It's right for him not to let us go. After all, this isn't about searching for supplies, but about completing a mission. Our help would be minimal. Wang Chuangdao exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. The thick smoke crashed against the side of the pickup bed, pushing outward like waves. The yellow-haired guy frowned. If it's that dangerous, why would the governor send Brother Zuoyou? Brother Wang, you don't think the governor wants Brother Zuoyou to be a cannon fodder to scout the way first, do you? How would I know? I've never even seen what the governor looks like, so how can I know what he's thinking? Wang Chuangdao flicked the cigarette, but hard onto the ground, and sighed. Even if that's the case, what can we do? Yu Meng held a bottle of beer leaning against a stone, drinking sip after sip under the rising sun. A gentle breeze lifted a few stray strands of hair sticking to her moist lips, but Yu Meng seemed completely unaware or indifferent. Sister, drinking here early in the morning, are you troubled? The blind man swayed his hips and sat down on the grass beside her, then pinched the corner of his long robe to cover his white socks. Yu Meng turned her head slightly, sunlight illuminating one side of her face, a smile blooming like a flower. Blind man, you look good today. Oh, ha. The blind man covered his mouth and giggled. Isn't it because Dr. Yu takes good care of me? Yu Meng smiled gently. I'm just doing what I should. It seems like the convoy is about to depart. Let's go. Hey, sister. The blind man raised a delicate finger. You still haven't answered my question. His eyes behind the sunglasses narrowed slightly, always watching the expression on Yu Meng's face. I just wanted to drink beer. Yu Meng feigned nonchalance, but her acting skills were truly lacking. The blind man leaned closer to Yu Meng and whispered, Is there someone you like among those going on the mission? Are you worried about his safety? It wouldn't be that 18-year-old pretty boy, right? Sister, you're a whole generation older than him. How exciting. Blind man. Please stop guessing randomly. The blind man felt wrong, twisting his body. You're not telling me, so I can only guess. If you really want to know. Yu Meng's tone gradually softened. Of course. A sister's business is my business. I must care about it. Rest assured, this matter is just between. After saying this, the blind man leaned close to her ear and whispered, I used to work in biological research at the Chifu Private Hospital in Zhanghan City. As the words fell, the blind man stared blankly at Yu Meng, and after a few seconds exclaimed in surprise, Medical beauty. You've had breast augmentation. Yu Meng was taken aback, then gulped down a mouthful of beer, saying, Medical beauty, but my breasts are not augmented. The blind man thought for a moment and changed his words. Then you've had surgery on your face, and you're worried they might see your before and after comparison photos. Yu Meng finished the remaining beer in one gulp, exclaiming, Truly nothing escapes your eyes. The blind man beamed with pride. Of course. You think I'm really blind? Then why do you wear sunglasses? Yu Meng asked a question she had always been curious about, and since they were on this topic, she might as well ask. The blind man pouted reluctantly, took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of very fake double eyelids. Look, this is the unreliable medical beauty that gave me these double eyelids. It's so ugly, I wish I'd gone to you for it. Yu Meng tried to ease the awkwardness by drinking more, but found the beer bottle empty. Helpless, she set it aside and said, Let's go. Back to the car. Her open white lab coat fluttered in the wind, instantly accentuating her alluring figure. The blind man couldn't help but feel envious, readjusting his sunglasses and comforting her. Sister, it's fine, even if you didn't look good before, as long as you do now, that's enough. Besides, your figure is truly impressive. Yu Ming forced a bitter smile. Thanks, blind man. Inside the apartment, Li Zuoyou and a few others had been in a standoff with the wall woman for a while, but she seemed to show no intention of attacking. Brother Zuoyou, this eerie thing has been blocking the door. I can't see the condition of the seal. If this goes on for too long, the writing may fade, and we won't be able to notice. Zhou Shiwen said with a worried expression. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. An hour had passed since he finished writing. Not being able to observe the seal was indeed very dangerous. Thinking of this, he cautiously stepped forward, trying to see if he could lure the wall woman into the living room. As Li Zuoyou got closer and closer, the arms beneath the woman's head began to stir collectively. Li Zuoyou had witnessed the power of these arms. Each one possessed strong suppressive force, and being touched would render one immobile in an instant. Thus he was extremely careful with each step he took. Countless fingernails clicked against the floor, creating a dense tap-tap-tap sound that was extremely unsettling. The woman's head slowly turned, her gaze firmly fixated on every movement of Li Zuoyou. Below the head, dozens of pale arms were raised in unison, as if an animal instinctively displayed its fangs and claws when threatened. Li Zuoyou halted his movement and slightly squinted his eyes. It turned out that the wall woman remained still out of fear. This was the first time he encountered such a strange reaction. It was puzzling. What was she afraid of? Was it the grave whale that could tear apart her mysterious space, or the dark golden bullets in his gun? Or perhaps her true form was pulled out, making her aware of the possibility of being suppressed. Suddenly the wall woman spoke in a cold voice. You cannot become a part of me. Quickly, leave my place. Li Zuoyou lowered his gun. You can communicate. A voice from behind belonging to Yao Xiaolong responded. Yes, this strange being spoke to me before. The wall woman's bloodshot eyes remained fixed on Li Zuoyou, repeating, leave my place. It seemed she could communicate, but it was not very smooth. All right, no problem, we will leave after 230. Li Zuoyou replied, placing his hands in front of him. The room suddenly fell silent, and the gazes of the others all focused on the woman's head. The wall woman was silent for a few seconds before saying, clear the path back upstairs. Li Zuoyou speculated that it was because he had just used the grave whale to cut through a layer of wall, preventing her from returning to her mysterious space and forcing her to go back through the wall of the second floor. Don't rush to leave. Let's talk for a bit. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette. How did you become a strange being? Or where did you come from? The wall woman's eyes slightly turned, as if recalling something, and after a moment she replied, I can't remember. How many people have you fused with in this building? Li Zuoyou pressed on. He wanted to verify whether the wall woman had memory and arithmetic abilities. After a while her voice came many. Then there was silence. She could communicate simply, but her memory was lacking, and she did not possess arithmetic abilities, as she likely had the intelligence of a 3- or 4-year-old child. This was Li Zuoyou's overall assessment of this strange being. He slowly retreated to the living room, clearing the path to the second floor. In fact, Li Zuoyou was quite eager to attempt to contain this strange being, but currently the most significant threat was the strange children in the city. His primary goal was to quickly restore his own condition to its best. Thus it was best to avoid conflict as much as possible. Tap, tap, tap. The hands under the wall woman began to crawl on the floor. Faced with the approaching strangeness, the others tightened their grips on their weapons, fearing that the strange being would suddenly pounce. Li Zuoyou kept his finger on the trigger of his revolver, maintaining at least the most basic defense. The wall woman crawled directly up the stairs, and after reaching the second floor there was no further movement. Zhou Shiwen let out a long breath and hurriedly looked towards the seal on the door. The writing on it had almost completely fallen off. He quickly walked to the door with a brush in his mouth. Wang Nana glanced at the wall that Li Zuoyou had cut through. The dark red scratch marks still flickered like burning embers. Captain Li, your knife is too powerful. Even the strange beings are afraid of it. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Li Zuoyou hurriedly put the cigarette in his mouth and pulled out the grave whale to inspect it. Uncle Lai had once said when he gifted the knife that each slash of the grave whale would make its blade thinner. Li Zuoyou squatted down, carefully examining every detail of the grave whale, as if it were a beloved item that had been touched by a roommate. The blade of the grave whale was visibly thinner, and even its weight felt lighter than before. Originally 5 millimeters thick, the blade might now only be 4 millimeters. Having used the grave whale once without being able to contain the strange being, Li Zuoyou felt as if his heart were bleeding. A losing business. A losing business. The others looked at Li Zuoyou, who seemed like a distressed landlord, and dared not speak out. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong's gazes collided again. Gao Yi couldn't help but speak. What happened between us before? No one is allowed to mention it again. From now on, keep your distance from me. Damn. I was worried you had feelings for me. Yao Xiaolong shot a glare at Gao Yi. Gao Yi retorted angrily, nonsense. My ex-girlfriend is still here. Who knows what your previous habits or illnesses are? The sacrifice I made to save you is just too great. Although Gao Yi's words were harsh, it had to be admitted that he indeed saved her, and Yao Xiaolong only curled her lips in response. The group sat together in the living room. After being frightened by the strange being, Yao Xiaolong and Wang Nana were suddenly wide awake, remaining alert to the upstairs and the surrounding walls. Captain Li. Gao Yi wore a fawning expression. Can I have a cigarette? Li Zuoyou took out his cigarette case and handed one to him, only to find that Yao Xiaolong and Wang Nana were also looking at him. Li Zuoyou simply gave each of them one. As the cigarettes were lit, the three deeply inhaled, enjoying the moment. Time passed second by second, and soon it was 2:30. Li Zuoyou glanced at his watch. Let's go. Wang Nana and the others all stood up in unison, feeling an irresistible excitement. Finally, they could leave the city. Zhou Sherwin appeared slightly fatigued amid the crowd, his breathing short and rapid, as if the time using his abilities was nearing its limit, yet he still paid attention to Li Zuoyou's expression. Brother Zuoyou didn't seem at ease. Was it due to concerns about Huang Xiaoyu possibly appearing? Indeed, Zhou Sherwin's speculation was correct. Even though they delayed their departure by an hour, Li Zuoyou was still worried that the strange children were still roaming. But if they followed the timing of entering the city yesterday, it would certainly trigger the killing pattern of the strange children. Whether this killing pattern would differ from the last time, Li Zuoyou was uncertain. Li Zuoyou also noticed Zhou Sherwin's condition. If he continued, he wouldn't last much longer and might even lose his ability to move. Li Zuoyou bent down to pick up the steel plate on the ground. The sensation on his fingers suggested that this plate was infused with other materials, making it much lighter than he had imagined, while still possessing the hardness of steel. One side of the steel plate was engraved with the letters OT-11. Zhou Sherwin, you have been in the assault team. Can you tell what this is? Li Zuoyou handed the steel plate over. Zhou Sherwin examined it closely in his hands, and then replied, I've seen this kind of material at the Special Emergency Center before. It's used in intelligent robots. Let's talk while we walk, Li Zuoyou said, not wanting to waste too much time there. He directly pulled Zhou Sherwin to his side, and the two walked side by side. The initial plan was to use intelligent robots for reconnaissance and collaborative tasks, but 2 months before the great disaster the plan was halted. Li Zuoyou frowned upon hearing this. Halted? Why? I heard it was because of the magnetic field. The anomalies can affect the magnetic field within a certain range, like flickering lights or distorted surveillance feeds. The range of influence varies with different anomalies. The anomalous magnetic field can cause short circuits in intelligent robots, and this problem has never been resolved. Zhou Sherwin scratched his head. However, we never fought against the anomalies back then. All these theories were provided by Professor Liu's documents. So you're saying that under the influence of the anomalous magnetic field, intelligent robots cannot operate normally, which is why the plan was halted? Li Zuoyou pondered, stroking his chin. Then where did this plate come from? When we arrived, there was nothing on the ground. Could it be that the plan has been restarted? Zhou Sherwin stared at the plate for a moment and replied, Brother Zuoyou, look here. He pointed to the letters OT and continued. Typically this indicates the model, and the 11 at the end represents the robot's serial number. The model we encountered back then was already PT-33. Logically speaking, if the plan is restarted and intelligent robots are upgraded, the model should be QD or PU according to the alphabetical order. The OT model is clearly an old one. Regardless, we can confirm that intelligent robots have entered this city. What could their purpose be? Li Zuoyou said as he stuffed the plate into Zhou Sherwin's backpack. Hold on to this for me. I can't fit it in. Zhou Sherwin shook his head slightly. As for their purpose, I can't be sure. Perhaps the programmer controlling it is already dead, and it's just executing commands from before the programmer's death. Perhaps, Li Zuoyou replied, and fell silent, lost in thought. Zhou Sherwin's speculation held some possibility, but he leaned more towards the idea that the programmer controlling the intelligent robot was still alive, or that there was a systematic organization behind it. The presence of the OT-11 intelligent robot in the city was sufficient proof that it had managed to shield itself from the anomalous magnetic interference. Unfortunately, it was still knocked down by some anomaly within the city. What was this intelligent robot in Jianghan City looking for? Or was it investigating something? Yao Xiaolong leaned forward and asked, Sherwin, did your PT-33 do backflips? Zhou Sherwin looked puzzled. Why would you want that function? The PT-33's main functions were reconnaissance, transporting the injured, and repairing vehicles and equipment, and it didn't need to be charged since it could convert solar energy into kinetic energy. Yao Xiaolong chuckled. If it could do backflips, it would be even cooler. Haha, the intelligent robot I bought before can do backflips. Oh, I didn't realize you were a rich second generation. Gao Yi teased. Do you know how much this golf club costs? Yao Xiaolong waved the club in front of Gao Yi. Gao Yi pulled at the corner of his mouth. How much? A few thousand. Could it be over 10,000? Yao Xiaolong slowly lifted his chin. My set of golf clubs costs over 1 million in total. Uff. Gao Yi glanced at Yao Xiaolong. You're just talking nonsense. A set of golf clubs for over 1 million. Have you lost your mind spending that much? Yao Xiaolong chuckled and shook his head. It's really hard to deal with you poor people. My set has a total of 14 clubs, each costing around 100. They are from the Fuji series. Gao Yi frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this guy even had the exclusive laughter of the rich. Could it be that he was telling the truth? Over 1 million for a set of clubs. Damn, that's enough to buy a decent house around here. A lifetime of hard work for him is just a set of clubs. Damn. It's so damn hateful. It's so damn ridiculous. He gripped the iron rod in his hand tighter, wishing he could smash it on this guy's head. But then he thought. Gao Yi looked at Yao Xiaolong, a smile slowly appearing on his face. Now, how much superiority do you still feel? Yao Xiaolong seemed to be choked by something, stunned and unable to utter a word. Gao Yi seized the opportunity to press on. Now we both have only one life, let's see who can live longer. Yao Xiaolong bowed his head in silence, still feeling the lingering fear from narrowly escaping death. This psychological shadow loomed over him, something he could never erase, constantly reminding him that under this apocalypse his life was like a balloon floating in the air beyond his control, perhaps ready to burst at any moment. On the return journey, Li Zuoyou and Zhou Shiwen remained vigilant of their surroundings. Fortunately, the anomalous child had yet to appear, and they were getting closer to the city exit, but Li Zuoyou's heart was still uneasy. The terror of the anomalous child was too high. Only safely returning to the convoy would be a true relief. Until then, every minute and second could lead to an accident. The group ascended the Jianghan Grand Bridge again. Walking on the bridge, everyone silently counted their footsteps. Who knew if that bald-headed anomaly would sneak up on them? Yao Xiaolong intentionally walked behind Li Zuoyou, genuinely fearful as the last anomaly had targeted. He also noticed that his fate seemed to attract these things. Even in the apartment, he was the first to fall into. Gao Yi, who was walking at the back, couldn't help but smirk at Yao Xiaolong's back. Anyway, he was still walking at the back like before. He had learned that the closer one was to the front, the more likely things were to go wrong. Zhou Shiwen noticed that Wang Nana's face was a bit pale and intentionally slowed down to come beside her. You haven't said anything the whole way. Oh, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing at all. Wang Nana bit her lip. I just feel inexplicably anxious. I don't know. Occasionally, the damp, fishy smell of the river wafted up from beneath the bridge, mingling with the stench of decaying bodies on the bridge's surface, causing Wang Nana, who had just spoken, to retch involuntarily. Li Zuoyou halted his steps, turning to glance at Wang Nana, who was retching behind him. In times like these, he had to pay attention to any unusual circumstances. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong followed Li Zuoyou's gaze towards Wang Nana, both remaining silent. Zhou Shiwen gently patted Wang Nana's back and pulled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket, offering it to her. You are probably feeling this way due to nervousness and physical exhaustion. I encountered something similar during training. Having a piece of candy can help ease it. Thank you. Wang Nana tore open the candy wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. The sweet fruit flavor instantly filled her mouth, dissipating the nauseating sensation, and even her rapid heartbeat gradually calmed down. Seeing Li Zuoyou looking at her, Wang Nana shyly said, Captain Liam, fine, now we can go. Li Zuoyou waited another 2 seconds. Seeing no abnormalities, he led the group onward. Walking behind Wang Nana, Gao Yi whispered, in less than half an hour we should be able to safely exit the city. Just hold on a little longer if you're feeling unwell. We are no longer involved, Gao Yi. You don't need to worry about my matters. Wang Nana did not turn her head. I'm doing this for your own good. Are you starting to resent me? Gao Yi frowned, mumbling to himself. Wang Nana snorted coldly, refusing to respond. The group safely descended the bridge and soon arrived at the main road in the south of the city, piled high with numerous vehicles. We're at the city exit. Yao Xiaolong, filled with excitement, began to tremble. The heart rates of the others quickened as well. Li Zuoyou instinctively glanced at his watch. It was 4:48 p.m. By this time, the convoy should have nearly arrived at the outskirts of Jianghan City. Phew. If we can get past these vehicles ahead, this mission will finally be accomplished. Having previously found a path through the piles of cars when entering the city, the group appeared much more relaxed as they retraced their steps. As they climbed over the jammed vehicles, Li Zuoyou's gaze fell upon a car with its door wide open. His brow furrowed slightly. He paused, scanning the surroundings. The others looked at Li Zuoyou, puzzled. They were just about to leave, so why had he? Brothers Zuoyou? Zhou Shiwen quietly inquired, only to be interrupted by Li Zuoyou raising his hand. He said nothing, but directly approached the car, first peering inside to assess the situation, before focusing on the broken seatbelt next to the driver's seat. Do you remember that a female corpse was originally hanging from the driver's seat? Li Zuoyou turned to ask. A female corpse? I don't recall. Could it have been somewhere else? The group exchanged glances. Truthfully, they had seen hundreds of corpses along the way, and they had already grown. Yao Xiaolong pondered for a moment, and suddenly seemed to remember something. Captain Li, are you referring to that corpse that looked like it was on a swing? It really scared me back then. He still had some impression of that corpse. When they had passed it, he was worried it might suddenly come to life. Yes, that's the one. It's gone now. Li Zuozhua nodded slightly. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Brother Zuozhua, do you mean there might be something strange here? Zhou Sherwin felt a tightness in his chest. There were no rooms nearby where they could take cover. Li Zuozhua was uncertain, feeling puzzled. Firstly, if that female corpse was unusual, the system had not provided any alerts. Yet throughout their journey, none of the other corpses had changed. The disappearance of this particular corpse was definitely not a good sign. There's a possibility of something strange in this area. Everyone stay alert. If our chances of escaping here are slim, prepare for a direct confrontation. Li Zuozhua would rather it be a false alarm than let his team members relax their vigilance at such a critical moment. At the outskirts of Jianghan City, the convoy came to a slow stop at the designated location. Shi Minghong ordered that all vehicles turn on their fog lights to help Li Zuozhua and the others see the convoy's position from a distance. By the bus, Uncle Lai glanced at his watch. It was exactly 4:00 p.m. He asked, how long are we supposed to wait according to the governor's orders? 2.5 hours, which means until 6:30 p.m. If we don't see anyone by then, this mission will be declared a failure and the convoy will leave. After speaking, Shi Minghong took a deep puff of his cigarette. Then I request to enter Jianghan City. I will follow the route established by Uncle Lai to rendezvous with Li Zuozhua and the others. Bai Lu spoke, her gaze fixed intensely on the two. Rong Jing also stepped forward and signed. I can accompany Bai Lu into Jianghan City. You both should know the ironclad rule of the convoy: no unauthorized actions without the governor's orders. Don't make things difficult for Brother Minghong. Ji Fei sighed upon seeing their requests. Shi Minghong clenched and released his fists while leaning against the vehicle, repeating the motion several times before finally speaking. I personally feel that this mission arranged by the governor is a high-risk trial. As soon as he said this, Bai Lu and Rong Jing both furrowed their brows simultaneously. Bai Lu asked, Brother Minghong, could you clarify? I don't quite understand. Jianghan City had trouble even before the great disaster. Uncle Lei's voice chimed in. Moreover, the strangeness in Jianghan City far exceeds your imagination in terms of quantity and horror. Then why didn't they send more awakened to execute the mission from the beginning? Why just send Li Zuozhua with one awakened? Rong Jing signed, her fingers trembling slightly. Shi Minghong exhaled a long plume of smoke. That's why I feel the governor's mission is an experiment which also determines whether to abandon the search for the BO's-type treatment agent in Jianghan City. Are you just sending Li Zuozhua to his death? Rong Jing no longer used sign language and spoke directly, her cold tone laced with a hint of questioning. The others clearly sensed Rong Jing's anger. It was the first time they had seen her speak so vehemently. But there was no one else in the convoy who dared to speak to Minghong like that. The surroundings suddenly fell silent, and the others almost instinctively held their breath. The blind man, eavesdropping, quickly shrank, half his head back into the car door, nervously twisting his sleeve. Oh man, what's gotten into Jing Jing? This is terrifying. Shi Minghong stared at Rong Jing for a moment, then pointed in her direction. This is the last time. He turned his gaze back to the others and continued. Li Zuozhua's ability to handle emergencies is unmatched among both survivors and the awakened. So, if Li Zuoyou cannot return, then we will have to give up searching for the healing potion in Jianghan City and find other ways. Rong Jing leaned against the side of the bus, drained of energy, and no one could see her expression under the mask. Minghong Ge, can I go to assist them? I promise I will handle any emergencies with utmost care. My brother needs the healing potion. I do not want to give up this opportunity. Bai Lu asked stubbornly. Bai Lu, there's no need to say more. Shi Minghong interrupted. I will not approve your request. After speaking, he extinguished his cigarette and turned to return to the RV. Uncle Lai advised, Bai Lu, have you considered the possibility that Li Zuoyu's team may have been wiped out before even entering the hospital? Or perhaps they encountered unforeseen circumstances while bringing out the potion and did not survive. Your request must be based on the assumption that Li Zuoyu's team is on their way back, and that is not certain at the moment. Whenever the governor formulates a task, the number of people is controlled within the lost capacity of the convoy. If we disregard everything, the combat power of the convoy will soon collapse. Since you chose to join the convoy, please abide by its iron rules. Bai Lu remained silent, biting her lip tightly, slowly turning her head aside, thinking to herself. Such a task that I would definitely give my all for. You should have brought me along. Yu Ming, who had been sitting on the bus, did not pay attention to the discussion outside, quietly leaning against the window, her view filled with distant white mist. A sense of guilt had lingered in her heart for a long time. She could have provided some information that may have helped Li Zuoyou and the others. But she did not do so. What was she afraid of? Afraid of her identity being exposed. Afraid of everyone knowing the crime she had committed in the past? Or was she afraid that she would never escape the past? A strand of hair quietly fell onto her eyelashes, and Yu Ming still stared blankly out the window like a wooden doll. She could not articulate why or perhaps all these reasons were valid. But if she told them, could they survive? Could they? Probably not. After all, they would be facing Huang Xiaoyu. Let this secret remain buried in Jianghan City. The bus outside returned to silence, once more the fog lights struggling to pierce through the layers of mist, and the crowd dispersed back to their respective positions. Rong Jing leaned beside her seat, her head lowered in thought. Bai Lu returned to the bedside, gently taking the slightly cold hand of Bai Qiu, remaining silent. Seeing the atmosphere so oppressive, the blind man initially wanted to tell a joke to lighten the mood, but thought better of it, worried that if he did poorly someone might pull his hair. Ji Fei found Uncle Lai, who was smoking next to the off-road vehicle. Before he could speak, he heard Uncle Lai say, "Are you wondering what I think the probability is that Li Zuoyou's team can return?" Ji Fei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. "Honestly, when I realized that the governor might be going to Jianghan City, I was thinking about who would be suitable to enter this city. After much thought, I believe the best candidates are you, and then I will bring Rong Jing along." After speaking, Uncle Lai gently blew off the ash clinging to his hand. Ji Fei stepped forward, saying, "Uncle Lai, I share your thoughts. This question has been weighing on my mind as well." Uncle Lai squinted at Ji Fei. "But have you considered whether the three of us can survive even if we lead this? My answer is that at least 2 out of the 3 will be lost. If all 3 are lost, the cost will be too heavy for the convoy." Ji Fei glanced at his watch. Over an hour had passed, and it was now 5:13 p.m. So if Minghong guess is correct, this is a high-risk attempt. Li Zuoyou's adaptability is indeed suitable for being the team leader for this task, but the configuration of his team is too harsh. Personally, I think it will be very difficult. Very difficult for them to come out. Uncle Lai smiled slightly. Everyone, including myself, knows that Li Zuoyou's team most likely will not return, yet we all carry some hope for a miracle, don't we? Li Zuoyou and his team passed the last vehicle, and ahead was the unobstructed main road. The surrounding fog immediately thinned a bit, and the orange sunlight broke through the fog, falling on a few people. Everyone shielded their eyes from the sun, feeling as if they were about to go home. "Captain Li, we did it. We all made it out," exclaimed Yao Xiaolong, who followed behind. Li Zuoyou, who had been on high alert all the way, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. "Yes, we made it out," Wang Nana gently said to Li Zuoyou's back. "Captain Li, thank you. Thank you for what? I can only say you were lucky. You weren't targeted by any anomalies." Li Zuoyou silently lit a cigarette. "And when we get back, if anyone asks about the details of this operation, especially regarding my abilities, tell them you don't know. If anyone slips up, I guarantee I will take them on the next mission, and I assure you they will die." Gao Yi patted his chest. "Don't worry, Captain Li, I won't say a word. This is a great opportunity to act cool. We need to. Yao Xiaolong could not help but remind, "We need to have presence." Gao Yi clapped his hands. Right. Just don't talk, I'll let them guess, ha ha. Zhou Sherwin asked weakly, "Brother Zuoyou, what if Minghong Go asks?" "I am a bit afraid of him." Li Zuoyou slightly turned his head. "No problem, just let him come and ask me." Okay, I understand." Zhou Sherwin nodded with a smile, but suddenly saw Li Zuoyou stop in his tracks. The others also slowed down and stopped. Li Zuoyou tossed away the remaining half of his cigarette, frowning as he gazed into the distance. The others felt a tightening in their hearts and followed Li Zuoyou's gaze, but could only see a vague outline. The breeze blew past, clearing the distant fog to reveal a woman standing with her back to the crowd. Her long hair stuck together, covering half of her blue short-sleeved shirt. 2 dark arms hung down from the sleeves, and the hem of her suit skirt had been torn into strips. She wore 1 black flat shoe on her left foot, while her right foot was bare, causing her body to tilt slightly to one side. The woman stood motionless in the distance, as if waiting for someone. Strange. Yao Xiaolong recognized the woman from her attire, the one who had been in the driver's seat of the car. How could she appear here? Yao Xiaolong turned his gaze back to the others, noticing the terror reflected in their eyes. None dared to take another step forward. He swallowed hard, his breath quickening. Li Zuoyou was squinted slightly, frantically calculating in his mind. The entity numbered 00199 was a tough opponent. Should they fight or flee? The maximum range of the eerie bonfire was 30 meters, and his limit was 7 uses, allowing for a maximum distance of 210 meters. Could they escape at this distance? Perhaps, but they were still about 2 to 3 kilometers from the meeting point with the If they exhausted their uses and were still pursued, it would put them in a very passive position. The name return journey likely corresponded to the path they had taken, meaning everyone in the group had probably touched this eerie pattern of murder, becoming targets. Thinking this way, it seemed that confronting it head-on was the only option. This entity is formidable. We have all become its targets. Don't harbor any illusions about escaping. If we win, we survive. If we lose, we all perish. Li Zuoyou spoke slowly, his voice low, like a final warning. Everyone could hear in his tone that this confrontation concerned the lives of all present. Hearts raced, grips tightened on their weapons, and they slowly moved forward with Li Zuoyou. Just when they were about 30 to 40 meters away from the eerie return journey, the woman's head slowly. Her eyes hidden beneath her hair were almost entirely white, with only a pinprick-sized pupil devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, her eerie figure vanished. When she reappeared, she split the entire small team in two. The front section included Li Zuoyou and Yao Xiaolong, while the back was Wang Nannan and Gao Yi. The entity prioritized attacking Zhou Shiwen, who was in the middle of the group. A pair of dark blue palms came crashing down on his shoulders. In an instant, all the bones below Zhou Shiwen's knees shattered, while the asphalt beneath him cracked into a spiderweb-like pattern. Shattered bone fragments pierced through flesh, causing his calves to explode like water-filled balloons. Warm blood sprayed out, slicing through the air in front of everyone. Everything happened too quickly. Zhou Shiwen felt his vision drop, his body lost balance, and fell to the ground, his military knife clattering away. Then came waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body, repeatedly battering his consciousness, accompanied by uncontrollable convulsions. Yao Xiaolong, Wang Nana, and Gao Yi all froze for a moment. If it had been any one of them attacked instead of Zhou Shiwen, that blow would have been enough to turn them to dust. Puff! A blood-red bone spur pierced through the eerie entity's nape. Information popped up above its number 000199. Return journey suppression progress 10. As the bone spur dissolved into liquid and entered the entity's body, the suppression progress rose to 30. The eerie body began to move in an awkward manner. Brother Ming's bone spur could only suppress this much, the rest had to rely on the suppression of the eerie corpse oil. Li Zuoyou grabbed Zhou Shiwen's military knife and plunged it into the eerie entity's back. Number 000199. Return journey suppression progress 32. Each strike against this entity only produced a 2 suppression. This meant they needed to launch 34 more effective attacks against it. Suddenly, the upper body of the entity twisted 180 degrees, its bones cracking in a series of dull pops. The dark blue hand slammed onto Li Zuoyou's shoulders, shattering the ground beneath them, snapping a safety talisman in an instant. Gao Yi watched everything unfolding before him, his lips drained of color, his mind filled with a buzzing noise. Every breath made him feel his lungs constrict. What to do? What should I do now? In front lay the terrifying eerie entity, and behind him was the hellish Jianghan city. There's no saving me. I feel like an ant about to be crushed with no room to struggle. There won't be any chances left. In that moment, a figure burst forth. It was Wang Nana rushing towards the eerie entity with a fruit knife. She seemed like a mad woman just escaped from a mental hospital, hair disheveled, and wildly swinging the knife, shouting, "I want to live. I want to live." Gao Yi's pupils shook. Yes, I want to live too. His neck veins bulged as he let out a roar, picking up an iron rod and charging forward. The military knife, fruit knife, and iron rod struck different parts of the eerie entity. Number 000199. Return journey suppression progress 44. The entity raised its hand and heavily struck Li Zuoyou's shoulders again. The cracks in the ground instantly expanded outward. Li Zuoyou was constantly calculating in his mind. The entity's attack frequency was about once every 2 seconds, and this attack seemed more violent than the last. Although it targeted only one person each time, the damage to a single target had a cumulative effect. If an ordinary awakener faced this confrontation, they might endure the first hit, but the second would likely. Seeing the three engaged in battle with the eerie entity, Yao Xiaolong realized that the path back to the convoy was right behind him. He could flee with just a turn. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, slap. Slap. Yao Xiaolong immediately slapped himself twice. What am I thinking? There's no escaping. Even if he ran, there would be no good ending. Stop thinking nonsense. Yao Xiaolong quickly stepped forward and swung a golf club down hard onto the eerie entity's head. Number 000199. Return journey suppression progress 50. The entity appeared and raised its arms, emanating wisps of black death energy. The dark blue hand slammed onto Li Zuoyou's shoulders for the 3rd time, and the shattered asphalt had completely turned to dust. With the continuous attacks, the weapons of the three began to break. Number 000199. Return journey suppression progress 62. The entity's 4th strike fell. The road was centered around Li Zuoyou, with a radius of several dozen meters, bulged like a drum, throwing the others into the air simultaneously. Dust instantly filled the air. The others crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if their insides were turned upside down, experiencing a severe cramp in their stomachs. Cough, cough. Stomach acid mixed with blood was vomited out. Zhou Shiwen spat out a large amount of fresh blood, and Wang Nana wanted to check on him, but felt the world spinning, unable to get up for a moment. On the other side, the arms radiating black death energy were raised high once more. The eerie hands descended, just about to touch Li Zuoyou's shoulder. Li Zuoyou decisively utilized the ability of the eerie bonfire, instantly teleporting behind the mysterious figure. Exchanging 4-piece charms and a bottle of eerie corpse oil, he swiftly applied the oil to his axe and struck without hesitation. Current survival points 2,000 points. The eerie return missed its target, seemingly locking onto Li Zuoyou's position, immediately twisting its body to strike backward. Li Zuoyou teleported again behind its back, delivering a flurry of axe strikes. Time and again the eerie return failed to land a blow on Li Zuoyou, who was completely dominating the fight. In the distance, a few witnesses were left in shock, their pupils vibrating, mouths slowly agape, nearly unable to ponder anything else. Just being stunned by the earlier event, they could already feel the destructive power of the eerie creature. Li Zuoyou not only managed to withstand its attacks, but was now completely overpowering it. Such terrifying strength was akin to a divine descent. After using his abilities 6 times, Li Zuoyou halted, glancing at the information above the eerie being. ID 000199, return suppression progress 84. The remaining 2,000 points and 1 ability were his contingency plan. Currently, being able to contain the return was undoubtedly the best option, significantly enhancing his strength. However, if an unexpected situation arose, no matter how tempting the opportunity, Li Zuoyou would unhesitatingly choose to retreat. It was like playing a game. Seeing a box would provoke an irresistible urge to approach and touch it, ultimately leading to trouble. This was a bad habit Li Zuoyou had finally corrected after countless sighs and spikes in blood pressure during gameplay. Go. Li Zuoyou poured the eerie corpse oil from the bottle onto the axe in one breath. A fierce confrontation was about to unfold. Li Zuoyou brandished the axe, entering a berserker state as he began to chop at the eerie creature frantically. Each of the eerie creature's strikes caused waves to erupt on the ground, tearing apart the steel barriers on both sides of the road, with splintered debris flying through the air like bullets, leaving several wounds on the other witnesses. The group desperately protected vital areas, enduring increasingly violent impacts. Gaoi buried his head between his arms, screaming in terror as he felt his life nearing its end. ID 000199, return suppression progress 92. ID 000199, return suppression progress 96. At this moment, the last piece charm on Li Zuoyou had been exhausted, and the eerie creature's hands were raised high. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 revolver shots rang out as 2 axe blades swiftly fell. The axe shattered into tiny iron shards, and the surroundings fell silent. The group pushed away the sand covering them, squinting to look at the 2 figures standing motionless in the distance, their breathing now cautious. In the next moment, the eerie creature, maintaining its posture of striking Li Zuoyou's shoulder, fell straight back. The eerie creature. Has it fallen? Team Li has won. I feel like I've just had a dream. Zhou Shiwen exhaled slowly, saying nothing as tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes. Despite his blurred vision, he remained fixated on the distant, indistinct figure. No one understood better than him what kind of terrifying creature Li Zuoyou had just faced. Ever since that creature had attacked him, he had felt all hope was lost. Just a single strike had nearly cost him his life, and that feeling of helplessness engulfed him. Everyone was destined to die at the hands of this eerie being, without exception. But now he realized he was wrong. Grossly mistaken. Brother Zuoyou was not some hidden awakener, but a steadfast belief in his heart that could not be shaken. Li Zuoyou stood still, not a drop of sweat escaping him, instead emanating an aura of coldness from within. The side effects of repeatedly using the eerie ability began to manifest. Li Zuoyou could feel the extreme cold within him, his blood freezing and his limbs going numb, as if all thoughts and emotions had been stripped away. In their place was an unprecedented clarity and indifference. For a moment, he felt he could see further and more clearly than ever before. After a moment, that feeling slowly faded. Li Zuoyou came back to his senses and remembered to contain the return lying on the ground. ID 00199, return containment successful, gained 5,000 survival points. Current survival points 7,000 points. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Although this confrontation had cost him 10,000 points worth of resources, plus a bone spike from Ming Hong. But once the supervision return and Eerie Bell were all successfully contained, he would be terrifyingly strong. The 3 punches from Warden Only would definitely be repaid. Li Zuoyou had never liked owing favors. In the distance, the others shivered at Li Zuoyou's chilling laughter. Team Li's laugh makes me feel like he might silence us too. Yao Xiaolong whispered. Wang Nana shot Yao Xiaolong a glare. Can you say something positive? No. Let's wait. For Team Li's command, he stammered. Let's go. We are waiting for your command. The group responded in unison. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong hurriedly supported Zhou Shiwen and followed suit. Shi Minghong leaned against the RV, taking drag after drag of his cigarette, the ground beneath his feet already littered with dozens of butts. Uncle Lai walked over to the vehicle, glancing at his watch. It was 1813, with 17 minutes remaining before the convoy departed. Seeing Shi Minghong's heavy expression, Uncle Lai opened his mouth, but swallowed his words back. Beside them, Huang Mao, sitting on a rock with Wang Chuandao, was shaking his right leg up and down restlessly. Your leg has been shaking for almost an hour, aren't you tired? Wang Chuandao asked. Where is brother Zuoyou? Why hasn't he returned yet? Huang Mao said, causing his leg to shake even faster. What are you so anxious about? There's still over 10 minutes. Although Wang Chuandao said this, his own anxiety was no better than Wang Miao's, and he even felt a bit like shaking his leg along with him. He scratched the back of his head vigorously, took out a cigarette box, and upon seeing the last remaining cigarette inside, gritted his teeth, placed it in his mouth, and crumpled the empty box, tossing it away. Just as he lit the cigarette, he noticed Wang Miao's shaking leg suddenly stopped. Huang Mao sprang to his feet, resting his hands on his brow, staring motionless into the distance. Wang Chuandao furrowed his brow, following Wang Miao's gaze. In the distance, heavy fog enveloped the area, obscuring any hint of a figure. Someone is back. With a loud shout from the blonde-haired boy, everyone almost simultaneously paused their act. Rong Jing was the first to rush off the bus, staring blankly at the vague silhouette in the distance. Bai Lu pressed her nose against the window to see more clearly. The crowd gathered closely, all gazing in the same direction. Before long, the figure in the fog gradually became clear, and everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Li Zuoyou slowly walked out of the mist, a content expression on his face, as if he had just returned from a leisurely walk. Rong Jing let out a soft laugh from beneath her mask. Yay? Brothers was waha. I knew you would come back. The blonde-haired boy clenched his fists and jumped up. Uncle Lai was momentarily stunned, then glanced at Shi Minghong beside him, realizing he was staring intently at the direction of Li Zuoyou, his pupils gradually dilating. Uncle Lai hurriedly looked over, discovering that another person was following behind Li Zuoyou. It was Wang Nana. If Li Zuoyou could come out, Uncle Lai would feel surprised, but also entertained by that hope. Yet who would have thought that an ordinary survivor could also be brought out? Wait. Uncle Lai's eyes nearly bulged out at that moment. 3 more figures appeared in the dense fog. Gao Yi and Yao Xiaolong were helping Zhou Shiwen walk out slowly. The crowd, which had been buzzing with discussions, suddenly fell silent. Everyone is alive, Ji Fei murmured, then rubbed his face vigorously before looking towards the few people over there. Indeed, it was those people he had chosen along with Li Zuoyou. Not a single one was missing. He shook his head, slightly understanding the governor's order clearly, which stated that the survival probability for ordinary survivors was 5. It couldn't be wrong. But now, why? Moreover, the convoy had never seen a case of everyone surviving on missions. Ji Fei's veins bulged on his arms, and Lu Mei gently pressed her hand on his arm, saying, Why are you so agitated? Ji Fei shook his head repeatedly. You don't understand. This means something. Lu Mei pursed her lips and chuckled. What does it mean? Can you explain? Ji Fei rubbed his hands together. It's like you and I playing chess, and you managed to win without me capturing a single piece. Just like that. Lu Mei propped her chin and thought for a moment. This is almost impossible. Ji Fei looked far off, nodding with a long sigh. Yes. Almost impossible. Suddenly Yu Ming, who was sitting on the bus, tensed up completely, her heart feeling as if it had been squeezed, and her breathing became rapid. She couldn't believe that these people had survived from Huang Xiaoyu's clutches. She would prefer to believe that Huang Xiaoyu had already left Jianghan City. Li Zuoyou, did you get the medicine? Bai Lu hurriedly ran up to Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou glanced at her, but ignored her, continuing to walk forward. Bai Lu pulled out a blue medicine bottle and tossed it in the air. I was going to keep my promise. As Li Zuoyou turned around, he opened his backpack and introduced seriously, Miss Bai, please look. Bai Lu looked into the backpack, and her eyes instantly lit up, her mouth nearly stretching to her ears. Wow. So much, you're amazing. When she tried to take a closer look, Li Zuoyou had already put the backpack away, revealing an open hand. You don't need to thank me, this was what we agreed upon. I'm a man of my word. Bai Lu said as she placed the awakening medicine into Li Zuoyou's hand. Little did she know that after receiving the medicine, he turned and walked away, not even bothering to nod his head. Bai Lu calmed herself down and followed behind Li Zuoyou to Shi Minghong. Li Zuoyou walked a few steps, turned around with a cold face, and said, Why are you still following me? His voice unmistakably conveyed disdain. Heh. Bai Lu laughed in anger. You weren't acting like this just now. Why bring up the past? Li Zuoyou dropped that line and turned away with large strides. Bai Lu stood there, her chest heaving violently, her teeth almost biting her lips until they bled. These are 2 BO1 type healing medicines. Li Zuoyou handed the medicine to Shi Minghong, then took out another BO2A type healing medicine, saying, This is the reward that Zhou Shiwen deserves, just right for his injuries. Shi Minghong accepted the medicine, and before he could speak, he heard Li Zuozhua continue. I suffered significant losses on this mission. I need extra money, Brother Minghong. What do you want? Speak. Shi Minghong did not hesitate at all. Li Zuozhua tentatively asked, is there anything more powerful than the bone spurs you gave me? Shi Minghong was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded yes. But you need to give me 10 days. By then I will have the items for you. Li Zuozhua gave a thumbs up and praised, Brother Minghong, you're generous. How did you manage that? Shi Minghong asked, staring into Li Zuozhua's eyes, and Uncle Lai beside him couldn't help but glance at Li Zuozhua. There's no need to go into detail. I spent a lot of my savings on this journey, so I need extra money. Li Zuozhua replied with a smile. All right, understood. The items will be delivered to you when the time comes. Shi Minghong nodded a couple of times. Li Zuozhua returned to Wang Chuanda's pickup truck, opened the cargo space of the tricycle, placed the medicine inside, took out a code, and then sat in the passenger seat of the pickup, falling asleep immediately. Wang Chuanda and the blonde-haired boy could see Li Zuozhua's fatigue and wisely refrained from asking anything. The convoy set off on time and soon drove out of the mist. The sun in May had already started to get a bit intense, and sunlight streamed through the car window onto Li Zuozhua. He immediately felt much more comfortable, yearning for the sunlight for the first time. Though it was hot, Wang Chuanda silently turned on the warm air in the car. The convoy traveled until sunset and chose a clearing to stop. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Wang Chuanda quickly darted out of the pickup, which felt like a steam room. Inside the car, Li Zuozhua was sleeping very comfortably. The blonde-haired boy pedaled the tricycle over, and before he reached the car he shouted, Brother Wang, I have a chicken here, shall I stew it for Brother Zuozhua to drink soup? To help him regain his strength. Wang Chuanda glanced around and frowned, but the chicken is dead, and there's no water source nearby to clean it. The blonde-haired boy grinned. I checked on the way here, there's a river to the west where we can handle it. How far? Wang Chuanda asked. The blonde-haired boy raised his head and thought, not too far. Riding there should take about 10 minutes. All right, he'll go with you. Wang Chuanda hopped onto the tricycle, then seemed to remember something and jumped down. The blonde-haired boy looked confused until he saw Wang Chuanda take a fishing net from the pickup, and he smiled knowingly. Brother Wang wants to add a side dish too. Injecting the BO2A treatment will accelerate the regeneration of your limbs. However, each awakened individual's physical condition varies, so I cannot provide a specific time for your recovery. Yu Meng pulled the syringe out of Zhou Shiwen and casually asked while tidying up, how did you find these medicines when you entered the hospital? Zhou Shiwen forced a bitter smile on his face. Dr. Yu, I just told everyone. I don't remember anything. Yu Meng remained silent, continuing to organize the instruments on the medical tray. Zhou Shiwen lowered his voice. Dr. Yu, if you have any questions, just ask Brother Zhua. Yu Meng paused her movements and softly replied, okay. He'll go find him when I have time. Dr. Yu, my brother has already injected the medicine. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Bai Lu leaned forward to ask. Yu Meng smiled patiently like a dedicated teacher. It's not like taking medicine will instantly cure the illness, right? I assure you that your brother will wake up. Just be a little more patient. Oh, Bai Lu nodded earnestly. Hey, this isn't just a few minutes, it's almost an hour since we rode over. Wang Chuanda grabbed the fishing net and jumped off the tricycle. Huang Mao, holding a chicken and a kitchen knife in each hand, laughed as he followed behind He. Brother Wang, I didn't expect this road to be so difficult. Wang Chuanda looked up at the sky. Hurry up, we need to leave before it gets completely dark. If I can catch the fish we eat, if not then forget it. Huang Mao squatted by the river, skillfully butchering the chicken and preparing to pluck the feathers. Wang Chuanda watched from the side, secretly admiring Huang Mao's skill. After all, he had worked in a restaurant. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't handle it as smoothly. Wang Chuanda took off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pant legs, and cautiously stepped into the river, which wasn't particularly turbulent, but he moved carefully. At that moment, a pair of eyes from the woods across the river were fixated on the two. Huang Mao's voice called out from the shore, Brother Wang. The chicken is ready, what about your side? Wang Chuan, it seems we won't be able to eat fish today. Huang Mao responded, so what should we do, Brother Wang? Keep fishing for a while, or leave now. Let's go. After all, we're quite far from the convoy. It wouldn't be good if anything happened. As Wang Chuanda spoke, he turned around and was shocked to find a person standing on the wooden bridge. Before he could get a clear view, he slipped and nearly fell into the river. Huang Mao, sensing something was off, turned to look and saw the figure on the bridge silhouetted against the light. He tightened his grip on the kitchen knife and shouted, Who? The figure on the bridge waved his hands in front of his chest. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not a threat. Hearing the figure speak, Wang Chuanda and Huang Mao felt slightly relieved, but remained vigilant. After all, it was not pre-apocalypse times. The chance of encountering a living person in the wild was extremely low. Wang Chuanda quickly returned to the shore and asked, What do you want? Are you nearby survivors, or part of the... The man's voice carried a local accent. Huang Mao remained silent, looking at Wang Chuanda. It was better to let brother Wang handle this situation. Wang Chuanda frowned. This is none of your business. We don't interfere with each other's affairs. We are leaving now. Saying this, he attempted to pull Huang Mao away. Wait! The man called out quickly, descending the bridge with a speed that was anything but normal. Wang Chuanda and Huang Mao's hearts tightened. One raised a kitchen knife, the other a fishing net. The man abruptly stopped, his eyes filled with terror as he looked behind Wang Chuanda and Huang Mao. In the distance, a figure was slowly approaching, exuding a strong sense of oppression that made the man catch his breath, feeling as though one more step forward would result in instant demise. The man quickly raised his hands high. I mean no harm. My name is Kai Ji and I am an awakened. As he spoke, he maintained the posture with his hands raised and turned around in a circle, exclaiming, I have no weapons. Wang Chuanda and Huang Mao were bewildered by Kai Ji's sudden actions, wondering what had prompted such behavior. They then heard Li Zuoyou's voice from behind. What are you trying to do? Huang Mao's heart leaped with joy as he turned to shout, So how did you get here? Damn. Don't mention it. I asked several people before I found out you two came this way. Li Zuoyou pulled out a cigarette case and lit one for Wang Chuanda and himself, then scrutinized the man named Kai Ji. He appeared to be under 30, but his hair was sparse and somewhat receded, wearing a casual jacket paired with cheap trousers and running shoes, his appearance exemplifying what it meant to be a complete eyesore. Huang Mao shook the chicken in his hand. We came here to prepare the chicken tonight and making you chicken soup. Li Zuoyou's eyes gleamed. Then what are you waiting for? You and old Wang hurry back to cook. Huang Mao and Wang Chuanda exchanged a glance, instantly understanding Li Zuoyou's meaning, and quickly hopped back onto the tricycle to leave. Only Li Zuoyou and Kai Ji were left by the river. Kai Ji still had his hands raised, smiling and nodding repeatedly. I saw someone by the river and wanted to ask if there was a convoy nearby. Li Zuoyou spoke coldly. You answer my questions. If you lie, you will die immediately. You ask and I will tell you everything I know. Kai Ji replied, trembling. How many people are in the woods across the river? About 30 or so. They are ordinary survivors who escaped. Where did you escape from? Our convoy was attacked at noon today. Only we survived. How many people were in your convoy? What kind of attack was it? Where did it happen? Li Zuoyou asked 3 questions in a row. Kai Ji answered one by one. There were over 200 people in the convoy, and they encountered something strange could happen along the northern bank of this river about 20 to 30 kilometers away. What kind of strange thing? 2 paper figures. They are not very large, appearing as a boy and a girl. Anyone they touch will instantly turn into paper figures, whether ordinary people or awakened ones. Kai Ji's face turned slightly pale as he spoke, as if recalling a terrifying memory. All right, lower your hands and tell me in detail about the attack on your convoy. I remember it was around 1 p.m. when the convoy was heading towards Chijia village to search for supplies. On the way, 2 paper figures floated towards the convoy. Although they weren't moving quickly, they were coming right at us, and the lead vehicle couldn't avoid them in time and crashed into them. I saw it clearly, whether it was vehicles, awakened ones, or ordinary people. The moment they were touched by the 2 paper figures, they were all turned into paper, without exception. The counterattacks from the awakened in the convoy had no effect at all. Even the governor was the same. I led the surviving members of the convoy and desperately fled, finally escaping to the grove on the opposite side. Fortunately, the 2 paper figures did not chase after us. Li Zuoyou recalled Kai Ji's words while contemplating. The funeral procession, the hearse convoy, and now 2 paper figures have emerged. These eerie similarities: first, the level of horror is high. Second, they all belong to a wandering state. How did you manage to escape with over 30 ordinary survivors? What is your ability? Li Zuoyou looked at Kai Ji. Kai Ji grinned. After I activated my ability, the people within my range can run faster and consume less stamina. The maximum range of influence can reach 50 meters. Is that such a pathetic ability? Can you run faster than a car? Li Zuoyou frowned and asked. Some brothers can, some. Definitely can outrun a car. Kai Ji said, a hint of pride on his face. But to be honest, even when I don't activate my ability, I don't consume stamina while running. Before the cataclysm, I relied on running to deliver food, saving on electric bike, and charging fees. Li Zuoyou silently took a puff of his cigarette. Indeed, that's a path to wealth, but as an awakened one, haven't relevant departments approached you? Yes. A special emergency center contacted me for registration. Kai Ji nodded repeatedly. What happened afterward? Li Zuoyou asked again. Sigh. Kai Ji sighed. Later I inquired a few times, and they said they had filled all positions. After a few seconds of silence, Li Zuoyou nodded. Understandable. So, Kai Ji cautiously asked, can your convoy take us in? Li Zuoyou lifted his chin, called. Hastily, Kai Ji took out a flashlight, turned it on, and waved it toward the grove. Before long, a crowd emerged from the trees. Li Zuoyou took a quick glance, seeing people holding children, helping the elderly. Essentially, there were men and women of all ages, nearly 40 people in total. If the convoy wanted to go further, it was essential to supplement its ranks. Bring your people and follow me. That night, after finishing the chicken soup, Li Zuoyou found a spot to lie down comfortably. I must say Huang Mao has quite the talent for cooking. He could easily open a small restaurant on his own. If the cataclysm hadn't happened, his restaurant might have opened next to his school. I would have become an NPC that refreshes daily at his restaurant. Unfortunately, the cataclysm in this world seems completely irreversible, and there are many unknown horrors ahead. Ding. Daily survival points credited. Current survival points 8,000 points. The system requires 220 survival points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Li Zuoyou casually checked the strange containment progress. The containment progress for the strange bonfire, strange blindfolds, and the head-biting was still at 100, the regulatory containment progress at 27, strange bells at 10, and the return journey at 5. Current containment limit 67. Li Zuoyou earnestly hoped that the convoy could safely pass a few days of stable life, allowing him to save up points and also maximize the containment progress. Once the lineup was established, he could use the strange to suppress the strange, saving a lot of survival points to focus on upgrading the system. Crack crack. The sound of shoes scraping against gravel came. Li Zuoyou turned his head and smiled. Brother Minghong. Looking for me so late? What's the matter? Sure, Minghong had a blank expression and simply replied, the governor wants to see you. Li Zuoyou immediately became interested. He had yet to see the convoy's governor, and he wanted to see what this mysterious figure looked like. The two walked one after the other to the front of the RV. Sure, Minghong, open the door. Go ahead, the governor is waiting for you inside. Li Zuoyou stepped into the vehicle, and the door closed behind him. The interior of the vehicle was somewhat glaring, all lit with the same cold white light, as in classrooms, completely different from ordinary RV lights. You're here. Make yourself comfortable. A deep voice sounded. The tone as casual, as if family members living together every day. Li Zuoyou looked inside the vehicle and saw a middle-aged man with black hair sitting opposite him, whose face bore some resemblance to Sure Minghong, but appeared much gentler. He wore a somewhat worn-out tank top and loose pants resembling pajamas. He had a lean build, and although he sat cross-legged, he looked to be nearly 2 meters tall. My name is Shi Guanghong, just call me Old Shi He. Shi Guanghong smiled, his laughter perfectly calculated. Click, click, click. Li Zuoyou noticed he was holding a golden pen in his right hand and gripping a ballpoint pen in his left, rhythmically pressing the retractable button on the cap. Shi Guanghong slightly raised his left hand. Am I disturbing you? Li Zuoyou shook his head and directly asked, what does the governor want with me? You successfully brought back the BO1S type healing agent. Ooh, I should thank you in person. And you must have questions for me as well. Shi Guanghong slowly set down his pen, then got off the bed and walked to a small refrigerator nearby. Li Zuoyou squinted slightly and saw that his back was covered with scales resembling those of a fish, which looked very thick. Indeed, I have many things I want to ask. Huh. Then let's take it one step at a time. Shi Guanghong laughed as he took out 2 cans of cola from the fridge, handing one to Li Zuoyou. Come on. Accompany me outside for some fresh air. I haven't stepped out of the vehicle for a long time. That night the starry sky was beautiful, and most people had already fallen asleep. The two strolled on the grass, with Shi Minghong maintaining vigilance about 10 meters away. Cola is one of the few relatively fair things in this world. Shi Guanghong raised his can and took a sip. Li Zuoyou followed suit, taking a sip of the ice-cold soda, bringing a sense of long-lost happiness. Yes, that's right. Li Zuoyou sighed and looked at Shi Guanghong. Governor, the first question I want to ask is how much longer can your condition hold up? This is the most crucial issue concerning Li Zuoyou's survival. Once Shi Guanghong dies, the convoy will be in a state of constant threat akin to a computer running naked without any protection, where the worst consequence for the computer is merely a system reset, while the convoy could be annihilated in an instant. The situation faced by Kai Ji and his convoy serves as a prime example. Shi Guanghong gazed at Li Zuoyou in silence for a few moments before slowly speaking. Our convoy is like a motorcycle racing on a highway surrounded by various heavy trucks, and a collision would leave us in tatters. Every day I need to capture as many melodies as possible in my dreams, and upon waking I deconstruct and decipher them to arrive at the optimal decision. You could consider this a form of simulation. As my condition deteriorates, the time I need to sleep is increasing, and the difficulty of capturing melodies is gradually rising. Today I slept for 13 hours and 26 minutes, which is 6 minutes longer than yesterday, and 11 minutes longer than the day before. I don't know how long the BO1S treatment can suppress my Botus decline. Shi Guanghong took a sip of cola, his gaze lingering on the starry sky, but I have a premonition that the time left for me won't exceed a month. Less than a month. Li Zuoyou slowly raised his chin, pondering within himself. Would he be able to grow enough in a month to contend with the eerie entities lurking in the wild? It's a bit uncertain. After all, there is still too little information regarding those eerie entities. Just as Li Zuoyou was about to speak, he heard Shi Guanghong say, "Are you wondering what our convoy's objective is, right?" I must admit this governor truly understands me. This question had been lingering in my mind ever since I went to the camping base to retrieve Dr. Chen's access card. Li Zuoyou smiled and nodded. Shi Guanghong raised a finger. "Firstly, I will offer my conjecture that the comprehensive offensive against the eerie entities may be a ruse." A ruse? What is the basis for that? Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes slightly. Before the Great Disaster, Professor Liu submitted a report to the Supernatural Bureau mentioning that the eerie entities might be a form of energy. Thus, according to the law of conservation of energy, these entities can only be transformed or restricted, but cannot be made to disappear entirely. However, after this report was submitted, it sank without a trace. A week later, the lab where Professor Liu worked was attacked by unidentified awakeners. At that time, I was Professor Liu's assistant, and during the assault, I got separated from him, followed by the eruption of the Great Disaster, after which the Supernatural Bureau issued the order for a comprehensive offensive. Through the broadcast, we learned that this was a global counteroffensive. I believe it is not that simple. Each country must have formulated their own plans, so the likelihood of nations uniting for a comprehensive offensive is quite low. Li Zuoyou mulled over Shi Guanghong's recent words, finding them to hold some merit. Recalling the special body bag he brought back from the hospital, the Supernatural Bureau must know something, yet they still chose to keep it a secret from everyone, including various assault teams. Combining this with the coin on the military commissioner's person, the Communion Society, this organization seems to have deep penetration into the Supernatural Bureau. Are they related to the attack on Professor Liu? Forget it, speculating on these matters now won't yield much benefit. Li Zuoyou didn't intend to share what he knew with Shi Guanghong, as in the apocalypse, understanding the patterns of murderous entities is far easier than understanding the human heart. He could try to trust others, but would not fully trust any one person. Not to mention, this was his first meeting with the governor. As for whether the governor's words were entirely trustworthy, he needed further verification. This is a principle he understood well before going to university. One must learn to think independently and discover the essence of things. Shi Guanghong slowly raised a second finger. Next, we need to traverse 2 provinces to reach Jingbei City. I heard the Supernatural Bureau is located there, and perhaps we can find the true plans of the Dragon Kingdom there. Jingbei, the capital. I estimate it will take over 1,000 kilometers to get there from here. Li Zuoyou said in a low voice. Shi Guanghong nodded yes. Indeed, it's a long journey, and the route may change every day. I hope to reach there within 15 days. All right. Shi Guanghong struggled to rise, the scales on his back pressing together with a crisp sound. Let's end our conversation here for today, or I need to go back and rest. He took a couple of steps forward and turned back to say, "From today on, as long as I'm awake, you can come find me anytime." Li Zuoyou grinned. Do I really have this privilege? The day before arriving in Jianghan City, I captured a very strong melody in my dreams, and upon waking and deconstructing it, it turned out to be your name. But that was all, it was just a name. Shi Guanghong had already turned away halfway through his sentence, as if the latter part was meant for himself. Selecting someone for the Jianghan City mission based solely on a name. He really doesn't regard me as an outsider, huh? Li Zuoyou watched Shi Guanghong's slightly bent figure, internally mocking. But now that I think about it, I had put in a lot of effort just to get out of Jianghan City. If it had been someone else, it would have definitely ended in annihilation. Li Zuoyou got up and brushed off the dust from his pants. After considering all this, he just wanted to sleep. As dawn broke, the convoy set off as usual. Yesterday, Kai Ji, having been assigned to the bus due to his identity as an awakener, got off and jogged alongside Li Zuoyou's vehicle. At first, Li Zuoyou ignored him, and Kai Ji remained silent, following for 2 to 3 hours. Bro, what does this mean? Ultimately, Li Zuoyou couldn't help but ask. A grin exposing his gums appeared on Kai Ji's face. I just want to build a good relationship with you. He. Li Zuoyou smirked. Who told you that this would help you build a good relationship with me? Kai Ji's smile didn't falter. I saw it on TV. To get close to someone, you must first shorten the distance between you. Li Zuoyou was taken aback for a moment, then replied nonchalantly, get lost. Kai Ji swallowed hard and hurriedly took out a gold watch from his pocket. Bro, this is a watch I found while scavenging for supplies. It's imported. It was particularly accurate when I left, and now in the apocalypse. It will definitely be useful for keeping track of time. I must say, people like you are the easiest to make friends with. Li Zuoyou's expression softened as he reached out to take the gold watch. It wasn't that he particularly liked gold watches, it was just that his previous electronic watch had broken during the confrontation with the eerie entities, and he was certainly not that superficial. Kai Ji saw Li Zuoyou take the gold watch, and then fell silent, hurriedly saying, I asked the people on the bus, and you're called Li Zuoyou, right? Can I call you Brother Zuoyou from now on? Li Zuoyou frowned and replied, Old brother, I see you must be at least 7 or 8 years older than me. Isn't it inappropriate to call you brother Zuoyou? What's inappropriate about that? When you're out and about, anyone who can take care of me should be called brother. You can just— Kaiji smiled without losing his cheerfulness. Li Zuoyou helplessly chuckled and asked, with so many awakened in the convoy, why aren't you trying to build good relationships with them? Why are you only fixated on me? To be honest, I've been delivering takeout for 6 or 7 years, and after meeting so many people, I've gradually developed a knack for telling if someone is powerful just by a glance. Wait a minute. Li Zuoyou interrupted Kaiji, puzzled. So you've been an awakened for 6 or 7 years already? Kaiji hurriedly waved his hands. No, that was 6 months ago. I was riding my bike delivering food, and there were so many orders that day. I thought I'd have a little drink at night since it had been half a month since I last drank, and it made me crave it. Gee, can you please get to the point? Alright. Brother Zuoyou, I slipped while riding my bike, hit my head, and bled all over. I didn't have money to go to the hospital, so I thought I would just tough it out at my rental place. I was in so much pain that I passed out without realizing it. Kaiji leaned in closer, saying, can you guess what happened next? Li Zuoyou glanced at Kaiji and coldly replied, you became an awakened. Kaiji immediately gave a thumbs up. That's right. You're amazing, brother Zuoyou. You guessed it right away. True to form, brother Zuoyou is impressive, immediately guessing correctly. If you keep flattering me like this in the future, I will definitely beat you to death. I mean the kind where I say it and then do it. Kaiji was instantly stunned, his mouth agape, his thumb frozen in midair. Continuing, I woke up the next day and all my injuries inexplicably healed. Unfortunately, my electric bike was broken, so I started running to deliver food. Later, someone posted about it online, and people from the Special Emergency Center came to register me, and that's when I found out I had become an awakened. After Kaiji finished speaking, he secretly peeked at Li Zuoyou's expression, fearing he might say something wrong. So your opportunity to become an awakened was because you were severely injured, oi? Li Zuoyou muttered to himself while Kaiji dared not respond. A cheer erupted from inside the bus. Brother, you've finally woken up. Yay, Bai Lu, like a little cat, rubbed her head against Bai Chio's arm. Bai Chio glanced around the bus and quietly asked, where am I? Bai Lu quickly recounted everything like beans falling from a bamboo tube. After listening, Bai Chio looked at the bed where Zhou Shirwan was lying, saying, Shirwan, your leg was injured while helping me find the potion. I will repay this favor. Zhou Shirwan scratched his head apologetically. It's nothing. I've already injected the healing potion, or it won't take long to heal. This mission was mainly thanks to Captain Li. Bai Chio nodded. Once the convoy stops, I will thank him in person. As Bai Chio spoke, he heard Bai Lu mumble softly beside him, that guy. What's wrong, Bai Lu? Bai Chio looked up and asked. Nothing. Bai Lu clasped her hands behind her back, swaying her body, and after a moment she quietly asked, Brother, how can I torment a guy so that he has no way to escape and can only suffer? Bai Chio thought for a moment and replied lightly, marry him. Bai Lu furrowed her brow, exclaiming, wouldn't that mean I'd have to be with him? Bai Chio was taken aback, sternly saying, why would you say something so explicit? Who taught you that? Those anime in the hidden folder on your computer. There's no plot, just constant. As soon as this was said, Bai Chio's pupils widened and everyone in the bus turned to look. It felt like being branded by heated iron, searing into his face, then melting into his soul's depths. Bai Chio slowly closed his eyes, thinking, maybe I should just die like this. No, dying would probably lead to more gossip. Little sister, my life has reached a dead end, and I can't get out anymore. Zhou Shirwan slightly turned his head towards the window. Lu Mei covered her mouth and chuckled while Yu Meng cleared her throat and remained silent. The blind man meaningfully nodded towards Bai Chio. Rong Jing glanced around and saw everyone was quiet, signing to Lao Gong. What's with the anime? What does it mean to keep doing that? This. Well, Lao Gong rubbed his chin vigorously, making a rustling sound with his stubble. It means fighting. Yes. The meaning of fighting, he. Bai Lu saw her brother suddenly fall silent and shook his shoulder. Brother, do you have any other ideas? Bai Chio, like a withered tree, did not open his eyes and laid back down on the hospital bed, saying, little sister, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep a little more. At 1627 in the afternoon, the convoy stopped 3 kilometers from Yinhe town. This was originally the town the convoy planned to search, but now thick black smoke was rising from it. Uncle Lai was the first to get out of the car, climbing onto the roof of the SUV to observe the situation over there with binoculars. Shi Minghong quickly jumped onto the roof, asking, Uncle Lai, what's the situation over there? There are many destroyed vehicles and some corpses, Uncle Lai said, handing the binoculars to Shi Minghong. Shi Minghong lifted the binoculars and observed for a while before saying, from the looks of it, a convoy must have been ambushed, and it hasn't been long since it happened. What should we do? Should we consult the governor? Uncle Lai asked. Shi Minghong shook his head. The governor hasn't woken up yet, and there are no new routes at the moment. Moreover, the fuel tankers are running low, posing a risk of breaking down at any time. At this moment, Ji Fei also rushed over. Uncle Lai Minghong, should we call the survivors to search the town? Ji Fei, you arrived at the right time. Sure, Minghong squatted down. You and Rong Jing take a few survivors to the outskirts of the town to observe first. Once it's confirmed to be safe, the convoy can enter the town. Let me go. My physical condition has stabilized, and it's time for me to contribute. A clear voice came from behind the group. The three turned around to see Bai Qiu, who had just woken up. Sure, Minghong pondered for a moment and replied, all right. Then you go pick some people. You said you wanted to repay me. Li Zuoyou followed closely behind Bai Qiu, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then you take me along to Yanhe town to carry out a mission. To be honest, I can't comprehend the way you and your sister think. Li Zuoyou, what I am about to tell you is a top secret. Even Bai Lu is unaware of this matter. Bai Qiu spoke softly without turning around. Li Zuoyou narrowed his eyes slightly. He was curious to hear what this top secret was that Bai Qiu mentioned. In 1975, deep within the Anqing Ridge, the Longhua Hongxiao base officially came into operation. The two heads of the base were Bai Jibing and Chu Xuemin, my grandfather and maternal grandfather. In 1977, humanity sent a golden record into space, known as the Voyager record. The record contained 115 images covering various fields, including human anatomy, DNA structure, the location of the solar system, mathematical formulas, and cultural landscapes, as well as 27 representative musical pieces and 55 human languages. Upon hearing this, Li Zuoyou recalled that in the storage room of the Pinestone Sanatorium, there was a commemorative record engraved with the date 1977. 08-20. Bai Qiu continued, in 1978, on April 5th, several countries' bases received a segment of code. My grandfather and maternal grandfather, along with the nation's top cryptographers, took a month to extract 2 words from that information-laden code. He paused, slowly turning his head to reveal the 2 words, eternal life. Eternal life. Indeed, this was the most alluring thing for humanity. Li Zuoyou pondered, raising his hand to signal Bai Qiu to continue. As the code was gradually deciphered, various experiments began. In 1980, 10,000 newborns were sent to the Hongxiao base, but only my father and mother survived, becoming the first batch of awakened individuals in Longhua. 2 years later, other countries began to see awakened individuals emerge, and 15 years later, awakened individuals appeared in localized wars. In the year 2000, my parents married under the arrangement of higher authorities, and that same year I was born. At that time, I did not possess the abilities of an awakened individual. In 2008, my sister Bai Lu was born. She exhibited the characteristics of an awakened individual from our mother, specifically the white pupils, but still lacked the abilities of an awakened being. On December 22, 2012, the first supernatural incident occurred in our neighboring country, Busan, resulting in over 10,000 casualties. The Koreans urgently sought help from various countries. My parents were deployed for rescue efforts. Before they left, my father handed me a document bag instructing me that if they had not returned within a month, I should open the bag, read its contents, and then burn it. In the end, they never returned. I read the document, and it contained the gist of the information. Li Zuoyou digested the information provided by Bai Qiu, and then asked, so when did you and your sister awaken your abilities? Bai Qiu smiled and nodded. That's what I was about to say. Our abilities both awakened simultaneously on December 23, 2012, as if they had been unlocked. However, there's one thing: Bai Lu still does not possess the same abilities as our mother. I can tell from her white pupils that she has the potential to become a second awakened individual. Once she successfully awakens, she will immediately gain the same abilities as our mother. Li Zuoyou raised his head and sighed. There are truly more and more unsolved mysteries. All I want is to survive in this world. Bai Qiu replied. But the more information you have, the greater your chances of survival, isn't it? Bai Qiu looked at Li Zuoyou. I tell you all this in hopes that my sister and the people in our convoy can survive alongside you. If possible, I also hope you can save more people. You've chosen the wrong person for saving others. I have no intention of rescuing more people, Li Zuoyou replied indifferently. Bai Qiu smiled and said, suppose one day we find a place that cannot be eroded by the supernatural, and we need professionals for construction, agriculture, livestock, and energy conversion. It cannot all be done by one person. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, stared at Bai Qiu in silence for a few seconds, then slowly said, I do not need you to teach me how to walk my path. Don't put burdens on me, or I might just smash it all on you. Bai Qiu's smile froze on his face as he helplessly nodded. Well, I've told you everything I know. Li Zuoyou frowned and asked, is this your way of repaying me? Bai Qiu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Zuoyou to say that. Didn't I just tell you the secret? Li Zuoyou scoffed. Who cares about your secret? I've already been called over by you. If you don't bring something solid to the table today, when we enter the town later, you might encounter an accident. Bai Qiu's eyes widened suddenly. No wonder when leaving the convoy his sister Bai Lu repeatedly warned him not to choose Li Zuoyou. However, under his insistence, Bai Lu could only whisper a reminder to be cautious and not to get taken advantage of. At that time, he was still wondering what malicious intent the person who risked everything to bring back the healing potion could have. His sister was simply too suspicious, overthinking everyone. Now it seemed he was the real rookie. At this moment, a hand reached out in front of Bai Qiu benefits. Bai Qiu sighed deeply, spreading his hands. I have nothing on me. If you don't believe me, you can search me yourself. Oh, Li Zuoyou stroked his chin, revealing a cunning smile. Is that so? 1 minute later, Bai Qiu's palm bore a new wound as he clenched his fist, trying to direct the blood to flow in one direction. Opposite him, Li Zuoyou held up an empty mineral water bottle, collecting the blood that dripped from Bai Qiu's palm. After filling the bottle completely, Li Zuoyou smiled and tightened the cap. Brother, you see. By giving me this bottle of blood, you not only repaid your debt, but I also gained an extra layer of protection when encountering the supernatural. Isn't that wonderful for us both? Bai Qiu forced a smile. Li Zuoyou, you really don't need to do this. If we really encounter something supernatural, I will definitely stand in front of you. Li Zuoyou waved his hand. No need for more words when it comes down to it. Everyone has their own considerations. After all, I've experienced your sister's way of doing things, so let's settle the account. Neither of us owes the other anything. Bai Qiu's face turned solemn as he nodded. All right. Then let's go. Li Zuoyou saluted. Understood. The two of them moved, one in front and the other behind, making their way to the vicinity of the town. The air was filled with the stench of charred bodies and the scent of blood. After observing for a moment, Bai Qiu whispered, stay close to me. He then led Li Zuoyou quickly to a corpse lying on the ground. The corpse, lying in a pool of blood, had only a gaping hole the size of a bowl at its chest, as Bai Qiu squatted down to dip her fingertip into the blood on the ground. The blood had yet to fully congeal, and given the current temperature, the incident must have occurred less than an hour ago. Li Zuoyou, upon hearing this, glanced at a nearby, overturned van. Its side completely caved in, leaving long scratches and tire marks on the ground from where it had slid after being struck with immense force. The two continued forward to observe the other scattered corpses. Some had their heads smashed, blood mixed with brain matter and fragments scattered everywhere, while others had their upper bodies cleaved in half or twisted like a corkscrew. Bai Qiu's brows furrowed deeply. The methods of death are different. It's likely multiple anomalies attacked this convoy. We need to be cautious. Li Zuoyou did not respond, but raised his hand to count the destroyed vehicles and the corpses on the ground, then glanced at the trunks of several cars, saying, don't you think this convoy's cargo is a bit sparse? It is a bit sparse. That might just be a small convoy, or the others could have fled. Bai Qiu nodded in agreement. Really? Li Zuoyou chuckled, counting the destroyed cars, motorcycles, and bicycles. There are less than 20 vehicles, and the corpses number just over 20, not even 30. Did this convoy have one vehicle per person? Bai Qiu looked at Li Zuoyou in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Li Zuoyou continued, I checked those cars, and their trunks are nearly empty. There are no supplies left at the scene. So Bai Qiu's eyes widened as she stepped forward. Are you suggesting this was man-made? Exactly. If the convoy was attacked by multiple anomalies, the remaining people would have hurriedly fled without thinking about emptying the vehicles of their supplies. As he spoke, Li Zuoyou pointed to the shops beside the street. Those shops show signs of having their doors and windows broken, proving that this place was definitely searched. How could the anomalies attacking the convoy not take the supplies with them? Bai Qiu looked around, and the situation indeed aligned with Li Zuoyou's words, murmuring, the supplies in this town are enough for 2 convoys. Why attack another convoy? Why? Li Zuoyou smiled as he lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, because they need to absorb other convoys. To absorb the convoy, those guys can really go as far as to torture other survivors. Bai Qiu gazed at the corpses on the ground, her hands instinctively tightening into fists, her chest rising and falling violently. Li Zuoyou glanced at Bai Qiu and added more fire to his cigarette. I estimate the chances of the remaining people escaping are slim. They were likely all taken away, and their subsequent situation is hard to say. If I encounter them, I will surely do my utmost to eliminate these pests. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. Li Zuoyou's expression remained emotionless, secretly delighted, thinking, excellent. This way, if he were to go back and settle accounts with Onli and his gang, he would have another ally beside him. 15 minutes later, the convoy slowly entered the town. For the time being, the convoy will no longer search for supplies. Everyone should bring as much as possible. Ji Fei shouted loudly in the crowd. Kai Ji quickly approached Li Zuoyou. Brother Zuoyou, let me know if you need anything, just say the word. Wang Chuan and Huang Mao arrived, sizing up the person they had seen yesterday, noticing his flattering demeanor, indicating he was keen on following Li Zuoyou. Li Zuoyou quickly assigned tasks. In just a few sentences, Huang Mao took Kai Ji to search for supplies, while Wang Chuan dragged his tricycle to the gas station to refuel, also preparing extra fuel for the journey. After they left, Li Zuoyou basked in the sunlight, having already been nearly 24 hours, and his body temperature had still not fully recovered. Calculating his current body temperature recovery rate was about 1 degree per hour. To prepare for potential high-intensity confrontations in the future, Zuoyou needed to accurately monitor his condition. Zuoyou. A clear voice rang out. Jing stood in front of a cafe, vigorously waving her arm. The two-story cafe had a strong artistic vibe, suggesting it was run by an art student who had returned to the town. Zuoyou sat at the bar as Jing brewed a pot of coffee with an alcohol lamp. How does my coffee taste? The Ultraman mask was placed beside the bar. Jing wore a slight smile, and the light from outside cast a faint halo on her face. If it weren't for the protruding black veins on either side of her cheeks, she would indeed look like a neighbor's little sister. Zuoyou picked up the cup, took a sip, smacked his lips, but remained silent. Jing stared at him, her gaze unwavering, and asked, "How is it?" Zuoyou tore open a packet of caramel and added it to his cup, stirring it. Not bad, but I don't like things that are too bitter. Life is already tough enough. Jing laughed softly, then poured herself a cup, gently sipping while gazing out the window. When I was in college, I dreamed of opening my own coffee shop, brewing coffee for customers when they came in, and if there weren't any, I could just listen to music, read novels, or follow the shows I like. What about you? Zuoyou, what kind of life do you envision? As for me, Zuoyou lowered his head, turning the cup in his hand. I hope to have my own house, set up 7 or 8 computers, and occasionally invite my brothers over to game all night long. Jing stretched her neck and asked, "Can I join you for gaming?" Zuoyou replied seriously, "That depends on how good your skills are. In battle, there is no room for any shortcomings." Humph. Who knows who the shortcoming is? Jing raised her head and glanced aside, yet her face still bore a smile. "Oh ho ho. Jing, you're here." The blind man leaned in at the door, half his body peeking and covering his mouth with a chuckle. "Indeed, did you come to see me?" Jing asked curiously. "Oh It's nothing much." The blind man twisted his body, looking as if he wanted to enter, but hesitated. Zuoyou sensed that he probably came to borrow sanitary napkins, but felt too embarrassed to ask. Jing raised the coffee pot. "Would you like to join us for some coffee?" I hope I'm not interrupting you too." The blind man leaned against the doorframe. "Hello, Zuoyou. I am Yang Gang, but everyone calls me Blind." Blind chuckled while the name seemed to drain all the Yang energy from him. Previously, when he encountered the funeral team, Zuoyou had witnessed this person's abilities, and this was their first conversation. "Hello, Blind." Zuoyou nodded in response. Jing poured him a cup of coffee, and Blind took a sip from the cup, praising, Jing, this coffee is absolutely delicious. I've never had such good coffee before. It's mesmerizing." "You're exaggerating, Blind," Jing said, slightly embarrassed, lifting her cup to mask her awkwardness. Blind suddenly stopped smiling and stared intently at the ceiling. Zuoyou and Jing were momentarily confused by Blind's behavior. After a couple of seconds of staring, Blind signed to the two, "There's a breathing sound upstairs." Is Blind's hearing that sharp? Zuoyou, astonished, put down his cup and stood up, with Jing quickly following him out from behind the bar. Since entering the cafe, no one had gone upstairs. If it weren't for Blind's keen perception, they wouldn't have even known there were people hiding on the second floor. The three ascended to the second floor and saw a small boy leaning against the wall at the back of the room. The boy had short hair and appeared to be around 12 or 13. He clutched a knife with exotic features in his hand. Though his body trembled, his gaze was bright and resolute. Jing softly said, "Little brother, don't be afraid, we mean no harm." "What little brother? This is clearly a little sister," Blind reminded with a laugh. After Blind pointed it out, Zuoyou took a closer look and realized that this little brother indeed looked too delicate. "All right, you two look too fierce. I'll go talk to her," Blind said, twisting his waist as he approached, reassuring, "Sister, don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person." Suddenly, a sharp scream followed from Blind. Blind quickly reacted, stepping back several paces just in time to avoid the blade in the girl's hand, but his pants leg was torn. "What on earth are you doing?" Blind exclaimed, looking heartbroken. "These are my favorite pants. What am I going to do now?" The girl remained silent, maintaining her combat posture. Zuoyou sat at a nearby table, lit a cigarette, and looked at the girl. "Do you think if we wanted to kill you, you could escape?" The girl swallowed hard, adjusting her breath as she replied, "I heard adults say that some nefarious individuals love to do terrible things to children." "Huh?" Zuoyou chuckled, spreading his hands and asking, "Then who do you think looks like someone who would do that?" The girl blurted it out without hesitation. Zuoyou was stunned, feeling shocked. Damn, he was only 20. Did he really look like that to a child? Jing placed a hand on her chest. "Little sister, I assure you this brother is a good person." Zuoyou waved his hand and said, "I have some questions. After I finish asking, you can choose to stay here or join our convoy. It's up to you." The girl looked vigilant and did not respond. "Was the convoy that was attacked in town yours?" Facing Zuoyou's question, the girl hesitated for a moment and nodded. "What kind of people attacked your convoy?" Zuoyou asked again. "Those people had a triangular symbol on their arms," the girl replied. Li Zuoyou squinted slightly. He had suspected earlier that it might have been the prisoner convoy. The girl's words confirmed. Li Zuoyou first rolled up his sleeve to show the girl his arm, letting her know he was not one of them, then asked, "Is their leader a man in a suit who smokes a cigar and has a scar on his lip?" The girl shook her head decisively. No, the one in charge is a woman, very tall, with 3 long braids trailing almost to the ground. Rong Jing exchanged glances with Li Zuoyou. The description matches the prisoners, but I don't recall seeing anyone like that in the prisoner convoy. Li Zuoyou rested his chin and thought, I don't remember this person either. Then the girl's next words caused the 3 of them to change their expressions. When the 2 convoys met, that woman first asked us if we were the Sunset Convoy. After learning we weren't, she asked if we had encountered the Sunset Convoy. Li Zuoyou hurriedly asked, "Do you know what their convoy is called? Why did a fight break out?" The girl replied, "That woman didn't say what their convoy was called. Afterward they suggested that our convoy join them, but the governor didn't agree, and then a fight broke out. The triangular symbol on their arms, knowing the name of the Sunset Convoy, and trying to absorb other convoys. All of these fit the characteristics of the prisoner convoy. But one thing didn't make sense. Since the prisoner convoy had chosen to retreat initially, why were they now looking for the Sunset Convoy? Could it be that their strength had increased significantly, and they wanted to test the waters again? The only explanation could be that the prisoners shared information with the syndicate, and this convoy was specifically sent by the syndicate to deal with the Sunset Convoy. Such a convoy was very likely equipped with awakened individuals with perception abilities. It seemed preparations had to be made in advance, and this matter must be reported to Brother Minghong and the governor to alert them. "How many people are in your convoy? How many are in the opposing convoy?" Li Zuoyou asked the girl. The girl thought for a moment, raising her head. "There are more than 200 people in our convoy. I'm not sure about the opposing side, but they seem to have many more than us. How did you manage to escape being so small?" This was a point of confusion for Li Zuoyou. If the girl didn't explain clearly, he would have to either kill her as a precaution or keep her here. There was no way she could join the convoy. The girl stared at the 3 for a while before answering, "I was in the governor's car. Before the governor died, she sent me to this room. I don't know if they left, so I just hid here." "Are you the governor's daughter?" The girl shook her head at this. "Family." The girl continued to shake her head. Li Zuoyou was too lazy to guess. "Then you tell me otherwise. How could she have sent you out?" The girl slightly lowered her head. "I actually don't know what he is to me. When he rescued me from home, he said he was a colleague of my parents, but I had never seen him before. This girl's identity is a bit complicated." Li Zuoyou pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "What about your parents? What do they do?" "They are rarely home, saying they are in the Northwest, but they never tell me what they are doing." With her parents working long-term in the remote Northwest, the content of their work could not be disclosed to their child, and they received special treatment from the governor. The girl's uniqueness was self-evident, yet even so Li Zuoyou spoke up, saying, "I have asked all my questions of whether to come with us or stay here is up to you. I will not force you. Just a reminder, we are the Sunset Caravan that the convoy is looking for." Rong Jing looked over with some concern, saying, "If Li Zuoyou keeps her here." Li Zuoyou raised his hand to interrupt, signaling her to stop. In the apocalypse, everyone must make their own choices, and trying to persuade others on how to live is the most thankless task. It raises the question of whether the girl encouraged to join the caravan would come to resent the person who urged her to join if she were ever faced with death. Perhaps she would, perhaps she wouldn't know. Li Zuoyou didn't care to delve deeper. Thus, he simply handed the choice over to the girl herself. Each must bear the consequences of their own decisions. "What happened to the people in our caravan now?" the girl asked. "When we arrived, we saw about 20 damaged vehicles and nearly 30 corpses. I didn't see any others. Perhaps some escaped while others were taken by that convoy, but I cannot be sure." Li Zuoyou answered truthfully. The girl did not panic or cry, as she appeared to be engaged in calm contemplation. It was rare for a child of her age to possess such traits, possibly a result of her long-term solitary living. After a few seconds, the girl slowly looked up and said, "I'll go with you." Li Zuoyou replied with an then turned to Rong Jing, saying, "Take her to Minghong Gu and explain what just happened. The rest is up to you." Rong Jing extended a hand to the girl and said, "Come with me, little sister. I will take you to the caravan." The girl stepped forward, took Rong Jing's hand, and followed her downstairs. Before leaving, Li Zuoyou asked, "What is your name?" The girl turned her head and replied, "Song Wenjia." After the few left, Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, mentally searching through the information he currently had, finding nothing that linked to anyone with the surname Song. After Rong Jing reported the situation to Shi Minghong with Song Wenjia, her intention was to have Song Wenjia board the bus. However, Shi Minghong refused and only provided her with a bicycle. This meant that Song Wenjia would need to forage for supplies to survive and had to ride her bike every day to keep up. Shi Minghong explained that there were many children in the caravan, and if they made an exception, it wouldn't only be unfair, but soon the bus would be overcrowded. This caravan is not an orphanage. Rong Jing understood Shi Minghong's concerns and did not insist further. Survivors searching for supplies began to return to the town, and Wang Chuanda arrived with a fully fueled tricycle. Before long, the two saw Huang Mao and Kai Ji returning with a considerable amount of goods, their tricycle piled high, like a small mountain. Huang Mao, chewing on Erica nut, excitedly shouted from afar, "Brother Zuoyou, we've got rice flour, oil, all kinds of ingredients. From now on we can eat something different every day." Li Zuoyou nodded seriously, saying, "It's all on you, food god." Kai Ji pushed the cart from behind, carrying a large bag on his back. When they reached the front, Kai Ji stuffed all the items into the cargo compartment of Li Zuoyou's tricycle, grinning. "On the bus, the caravan will distribute supplies uniformly. These are all for you, Brother Zuoyou." "Oh, I shouldn't take all this," Li Zuoyou said while opening the bag. Inside were various high-end cigarettes and some imported beer, all things that suited Li Zuoyou's taste. He chuckled, realizing that Kai Ji was quite thoughtful in this regard. "Wait." Li Zuoyou noticed something wrapped in a black plastic bag deeper inside. He used his fingers to pry open the bag and saw several boxes of ultra-thin condoms. Kai Ji beside him nodded with a smile, looking as if to say, "Aren't I considerate?" Sigh. This was the last thing he needed. A small head controlling a big head is bound to have weaknesses. These weaknesses may seem trivial, yet once identified they can be exploited, ultimately delivering a fatal blow or severe damage at a crucial moment. Let alone love, it brings no positive influence to him. Moreover, in an apocalyptic environment, the risk of infection also increases, which must be approached with caution. He remembered that during his freshman year, one of his dorm mates still got infected, even while using protection. The rotting smell and the symptoms he exhibited were still vivid in Li Zuoyou's memory today. Li Zuoyou pulled out the bag, handing it to Kai Ji, saying, "I can't take all of this, you keep this for yourself." Kai Ji realized something was off and hurriedly replied, Okay, I will keep this for myself." Huang Mao looked at Wang Chuanda and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, can we put the rice flour, drinking water, and oil in your pickup truck? My tricycle won't be able to keep up with the convoy with all these things." Li Zuoyou called for Kai Ji and Huang Mao to help load the items onto the pickup truck while he and Wang Chuanda went to the location where the convoy had been attacked. "Old Wang, check if there are any vehicles here that can be driven away." Wang Chuanda started to inspect each vehicle carefully at Li Zuoyou's request. Li Zuoyou lit a cigarette, waiting while observing the surrounding situation. After a few minutes, Wang Chuanda walked over, shaking his head slowly. "These cars either have damaged wheels or wrecked engines. Basically, they cannot be driven normally." Li Zuoyou sighed and asked, "Are there any parts we can take to use on your vehicle?" Wang Chuanda looked around and mumbled, "Parts from different manufacturers are not interchangeable. Even the most basic screws are different, so these might not be usable." Li Zuoyou had not really studied cars. To put it bluntly, he hadn't touched one since getting his driver's license after graduating high school, which is why he called Wang Chuanda for help. With no choice, Li Zuoyou extinguished his cigarette, saying, "All right, let's head back." Meanwhile, Bai Chiu emerged from a boutique, holding a black bag beneath which were several very provocative figurines. Pretending to act nonchalant, she walked toward the bus and bumped into Kai Ji, who was also carrying a black bag. The two exchanged glances at each other's bags, and Kai Ji spoke first. "I just got some daily necessities, haha, the caravan doesn't issue toothbrushes and such, so I prepared some myself." Bai Chiu carefully pulled out a tube of toothpaste from her bag, saying, "Look, we had the same thought." The two smiled at each other and boarded the bus. Bai Lu came over somewhat annoyed and said, "Brother, where have you been? I couldn't find you for ages." Faced with the approaching heron, both of them instinctively tightened the plastic bag. The heron glanced at the bag. "What are you carrying?" Bai Chiu smiled, "Just some daily necessities. My brother prefers a specific brand for his toothbrush and toothpaste, you know that." At that moment, Kai Ji stealthily sidled past them and stuffed the package under his seat, finally letting out a sigh of relief. In the back seat, Yu Ming quietly gazed out the window, her gaze shifting along with Li Zuoyou in the distance. "Sister, are you checking someone out?" came the playful voice of the blind man. Yu Ming bit her lip. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm just daydreaming." Right, even a 30-year-old woman has a youthful heart," the blind man chuckled, covering his mouth. Without turning her head, Yu Ming lifted her hand and pinched a bit of flesh on the blind man's arm, then twisted it 180 degrees. During the next 5 days, the convoy traveled an average of 80 to 100 kilometers daily and finally reached Henan province. On the 6th day, the governor set the destination at a small airport on the outskirts. On the way, Uncle Lai was still puzzled, wondering what they were going to the airport for. Could it be to fly a plane? But it was clear that all airports had already ceased operations, and it would be extremely difficult to travel by plane to other places. Moreover, up until now, there had been no sight of any airplanes in the sky, which indirectly proved that even in the air there could be bizarre attacks, albeit in fewer numbers than on the ground. As he pondered, the sky gradually darkened. Uncle Lai leaned out the window, watching as thick black clouds rolled in, occasionally accompanied by distant thunder. "It looks like it's going to rain." Soon a few raindrops splattered against the car window, quickly sliding off due to the vehicle's momentum. Boom. Several streaks of lightning rapidly pierced through the clouds, followed by a torrential downpour. The dense raindrops hammered against the windshield, drowning out the roar of the engine. Even with the wipers set to maximum speed, they could only briefly maintain clarity of vision. The driver Xiao Zhang asked, "Uncle Lai, should we speed up to reach our destination sooner?" Uncle Lai frowned and shook his head. "We can't speed up. You also need to consider those survivors without vehicles. It's very difficult for them to keep up in this situation." Damn it. At this moment, Li Zuoyou, riding a tricycle, cursed. The rain hitting his face made it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. In a moment of inattention, the wheels hit a puddle, causing the entire vehicle to bounce and nearly overturn. Li Zuoyou glanced back at the survivors without vehicles who seemed to struggle with every step they took. If this continues, the convoy will definitely fall out of sync. Just then someone jumped off the bus and dashed toward the back of the convoy. Li Zuoyou shielded his forehead with his hands, squinting to see. "Kaiji, right, this guy can increase the running speed of everyone within his range." It really proves the saying that even a piece of toilet paper has its use. As Kaiji passed Li Zuoyou, he shouted loudly over the sound of the rain, "Brothers Zuoyou, I'll help them catch up with the convoy, and I'll help you push the cart when I get back." Li Zuoyou waved his hand and shouted, "Go help Huang Mao later. My personal chef must not have any mistakes. Don't worry about me." Kaiji nodded earnestly. "Got it, Brothers Zuoyou. Leave it to me." An hour later, the convoy slowly drove into the airport, stopping in front of the terminal. The terminal was not large, with only a two-story building, and the words Yangxin hung above. Shi Minghong immediately gathered the other awakened. Rong Jing and the blind man will check the first floor of the terminal. Bai Lu and Bai Qiu will check the second floor, and Ji Fei will organize the survivors to wait at the platform in front of the building, counting numbers, and only allow them in after the checks are complete. The five nodded in agreement, understood, and began to carry out their respective tasks. Li Zuoyou parked the tricycle, took a backpack from the cargo compartment, and also headed toward the terminal. Shi Minghong called out, "Zuoyou, you don't need to exert yourself this time. Take a break." Li Zuoyou smiled and said, "Brother Minghong, you worry too much. I'm just going in to change clothes. I'm completely soaked." Shi Minghong seemed taken aback, nodded, "Go ahead. Go ahead." The group pushed the door into the terminal. Inside, it was eerily quiet. Beams of flashlight light spread out, scanning the surroundings. Next to the security check, there were some lighters stacked in a storage box. Li Zuoyou couldn't help but grab a handful and put them in his bag. Even if he hoarded 1,000 lighters, he would never think it's too much. After passing through the security check, Rong Jing and the blind man continued deeper into the first floor, while Bai Lu and Bai Qiu took the escalator to the second floor. Li Zuoyou found a row of seats, changed into a new set of clothes and shoes, draped his wet clothes over the backrest to dry, and emptied the water from his shoes, which had accumulated quite a bit. After finishing these tasks, Li Zuoyou took out a pack of cigarettes. Fortunately, the surface of the cigarette box had a layer of plastic, otherwise the cigarettes would have been soaked. He tore open the packaging, lit a cigarette, and scanned the surroundings with his flashlight. The ground was surprisingly clean, with almost no debris at all. Li Zuoyou sniffed, but he didn't detect even a hint of decay in the air. Could it be that this place had already closed down before the great catastrophe? Outside, survivors on foot continued to arrive, seeking shelter under the platform from the rain, while Ji Fei moved through the crowd with a roster counting heads. Some people leaned against the glass of the terminal trying to see inside, but it was too dark to make anything out. Kaiji helped Huang Mao push the tricycle to the front of the building, then stomped his feet to shake off the rainwater, constantly glancing around. When he saw Ji Fei approaching, he hurriedly asked, "Where's Brothers Zuoyou? Why haven't I seen him?" Ji Fei casually replied, "I saw him go into the terminal, but hasn't been checked yet, so I suggest you wait outside for now." Kaiji glanced at the entrance, swallowed hard, and after hesitating for a moment, he gave up. "Forget it. I'll wait outside. If something strange happens, I won't be able to help at all." Inside the terminal, in the baggage claim area, two beams of light shone on the conveyor belt, which was piled high with numerous packages and suitcases, a few boxes having fallen to the floor due to the crowding. "Jing, have you noticed anything strange?" the blind man asked softly. Rong Jing used sign language. "The large amount of luggage indicates there were passengers here before, but we haven't seen a single passenger corpse along our way." Exactly, that's the strange point," the blind man said as he leaned closer to Rong Jing. Just as he did, Rong Jing lifted the flashlight and walked toward a suitcase on the ground. Rong Jing leaned down to observe, discovering that the suitcase was not locked, with a few strands of black hair caught in the closed zipper. Jing, be careful, I feel something is off here," the blind man quietly warned from a distance. Rong Jing nodded and slowly unzipped the suitcase. The surroundings were silent, and the sound of the zipper seemed amplified. As the case opened, a curled-up female corpse appeared before them. The exposed skin of the female corpse appeared to be coated with a layer of frost overall, presenting a ghostly white color. Rong Jing's fingers touched it, and the sensation was both cold and hard like frozen earth in winter. The female corpse's face retained the expression of terror from her life, appearing particularly eerie under the flashlight. Following that, when the second suitcase was opened, there lay a curled male corpse identical in condition to the previous female. Rong Jing opened several packages of varying sizes, finding them filled with the bodies of infants and children. From their clothing, it was evident that they were likely the original passengers here. No wonder we couldn't find any bodies, they were all here. The blind man shook his head. Rong Jing stood up. But we've been here for a while and haven't seen anything unusual. Sign language. Perhaps the entity is a wandering spirit that kills and then leaves, or we haven't triggered its killing pattern yet. The blind man replied. Hamil, keep watch here. You report the situation to Brother Ming Hong, first blind man. Rong Jing signed. The blind man nodded, took a few steps, and added, be careful on your own here, Jing Jing. Rong Jing made an okay gesture. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared, illuminating the dim corridor from time to time. Don't be afraid, we're almost there. The blind man murmured to himself as he nervously scanned the sides of the corridor with his flashlight. The sudden bursts of light around were extremely nerve-wracking. The blind man's eyes darted back and forth with the light, growing increasingly uneasy. Could another entity be targeting him? Thinking of this, the blind man quickly pulled out a magic wand from his pocket. If you're tough, don't come looking for me. As he reached the middle of the corridor, the lightning crashed again. The brief flash of light vanished in an instant, and the blind man caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the back. The blind man momentarily froze, intending to swing the flashlight towards that direction, but mistakenly pointed the magic wand at the blurry figure. It's me, don't get excited. A familiar voice rang out from the darkness, followed by the light of a flashlight, revealing Li Zuoyou's face. Li Zuoyou, are you trying to scare me to death? The blind man shouted. Do you know that scaring people can kill? That's not how you play. Li Zuoyou replied with a slight smirk. I heard some noise in the bathroom, so I had to turn off the flashlight and observe in the dark. Right. You came at the right time. I found a lot of corpses with Jing Jing at the luggage carousel. She's guarding there alone. Now you should go check it out. I need to report the situation, the blind man said. Li Zuoyou's expression remained neutral, and he didn't respond as he slowly approached the blind man. The blind man hurriedly stepped back. What? What do you want to do? You can ask me to work for you. But what's in it for me? Li Zuoyou grinned, spreading his hand. I want trouble you then, the blind man stammered, attempting to sidestep Li Zuoyou. Hey. Li Zuoyou sidestepped to block the blind man's path, his smile vanishing. Since you found me, you have to contribute whether you do it or not. The blind man's mouth hung open as he shook his head involuntarily. Li Zuoyou, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Now you know it's not too late. Hurry up. Li Zuoyou stepped forward, causing the blind man to shiver and hurriedly hand over the magic wand. Li Zuoyou took the wand, feeling it slick like holding a candle. What is this made of so greasy? The blind man looked a bit annoyed and turned his head aside, remaining silent. I'm asking you a question. With that shout from Li Zuoyou, the blind man quickly responded, it's my fat. Li Zuoyou made a face, putting the magic wand into his backpack, and replied casually, it works. Igniting a single magic wand allows you to remain undetected by entities within an 8-meter range, but it cannot muffle sound, so it's best to keep quiet. The blind man crossed his arms, his voice still laced with reluctance. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zuoyou walked straight away in the direction he had come. The blind man muttered quietly at Li Zuoyou's back, plucking feathers from a passing goose. What did you say? Upon hearing Li Zuoyou's question, the blind man immediately put on a smile. I said, Li Zuoyou, may you have peace throughout your life. Oh no. I mean, I wish you peace throughout your life. On the second floor of the terminal, Bai Lu and Bai Qiu had moved from the security check hall to the waiting room. While they hadn't discovered anything unusual, the absence of any corpses and the overly clean state of the entire second floor did raise their alert. Brother, do you think it's very likely that this place was closed and personnel evacuated before the disaster? Bai Lu asked, tilting her head. Bai Qiu shook his head. Almost impossible. When the disaster struck, even our special emergency center didn't react in time. Let alone a small airport like this, it couldn't have closed in advance. Then, judging by this, there are no signs of any emergency evacuation. That means an entity must have appeared, but we haven't seen any corpses. An entity wouldn't be responsible for cleaning up after killing either. Indeed. That's very strange. Bai Qiu slowly walked to the glass window, which provided a view of the airport's apron. With one hand against the glass, Bai Qiu looked out, seeing several passenger planes lined up neatly, standing silently in the rain. There were also no signs of hurried evacuation or landing. Seeing Bai Qiu shaking his head repeatedly, Bai Lu couldn't help but ask, brother, what's wrong? Bai Qiu chuckled. It's not the entities that are scary, but the ones that hide. Bai Lu said, brother, don't look so gloomy. We can face whatever comes. It's not just the two of us, the convoy has many awakened ones. Moreover, Bai Lu instinctively wanted to mention Li Zuoyou's name, but stopped herself, clenching her teeth as she swallowed it back. How could she put her trust in that guy? He might run faster than anyone else. Seeing Bai Lu sulking with a puffed cheek, Bai Qiu asked, "What are you talking about?" "Li Zuoyou, why are you here?" Rong Jing spoke directly without using hand signals. Li Zuoyou replied with a smile, "I was given some benefits by the blind person to come help, and since I had nothing else to do I came." "Look." Rong Jing shone the light on the luggage carousel. "I have already opened some packages and suitcases, and all the corpses inside have the same cause of death." Li Zuoyou bent down and scanned the corpses one by one, then turned his gaze back to the luggage carousel, as if deep in thought. Rong Jing leaned closer, supporting himself with his hands on his legs. As he looked at Li Zuoyou, could it be inferred from some of the corpses that there was only one abnormal phenomenon that occurred in this terminal or on this floor? Li Zuoyou rested his chin on one hand. "First of all, the presence of corpses here indicates that this airport was attacked by an anomaly, right?" Rong Jing nodded in agreement. Li Zuoyou stood up, slowly illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight while speaking. "Let's try to reconstruct the scene at that time. There were passengers arriving and preparing to depart, as well as related staff. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At that moment, the anomaly appeared and began to attack the crowd. Just imagine what that scene would be like." Rong Jing blurted out, panic in the crowd. The order became extremely chaotic. Li Zuoyou laughed. "Think again." Rong Jing blinked and pondered for a moment, as if suddenly realizing something. "Escape. Fleeing the terminal at the first moment. Right? That's correct. But did we see any corpses outside the building when we arrived? Or scattered luggage or items?" "Absolutely none," Li Zuoyou said, not waiting for Rong Jing to ask, and continued speaking. "Perhaps the information we can summarize from what we see now is that there was an anomaly with a very wide area of effect that attacked all the people in the terminal in an instant. However, look at the suitcases and packages here. There are only about 100. A terminal of this scale couldn't possibly have only this few people. Furthermore, even if there were only about 100 people, what happened to their belongings after they were attacked? Not to mention large items like luggage and backpacks, but also things like phones, water bottles, food, or boarding passes. There is absolutely nothing on the ground. An anomaly, as far as I know, would not clean up the scene while attacking people." Rong Jing said in surprise. "So what do you mean?" Li Zuoyou raised two fingers. "I believe that there were 2 or more anomalies that appeared here, but I don't know if they have already wandered off to other places or if it is still not their active time." As he finished speaking, the blind person arrived with Ji Fei, and the siblings Bai Qiu and Bai Lu also followed. They exchanged information briefly, and Rong Jing informed a few of them about Li Zuoyou's speculation. "What?" The blind person quickly covered his mouth in shock. 2 or more anomalies. "Should I set up a There's no need for that." Li Zuoyou said seriously, "My speculation is that there were 2 or more anomalies here before, but it has been a long time, and it is also possible that they have wandered off to other places. If you set up a defense net, and it collapses again, what will we do if we encounter a truly troublesome anomaly on the way?" Everyone nodded in agreement with Li Zuoyou's concerns. But what Li Zuoyou really thought was, "You go ahead and build your defense net. How am I supposed to contain the anomalies if you do that? As long as these awakened ones are around, I can sit back and relax without putting in effort. You old sister will..." Bai Qiu spoke up. "If there are 2 anomalies, our awakened ones shouldn't have much of a problem. But if there are 3 or 4 anomalies, the factors we need to consider will increase significantly. After all, the danger level of multiple anomalies stacking is not simply additive. Should we just let the survivors wait at the platform until the rain stops?" Rong Jing sighed. Bai Lu spread her hands and asked, "Is it really okay to wait outside for the rain to stop at this time of year? It won't freeze them to death, right? It's better than risking their lives coming in." At this point, Ji Fei interrupted in a deep voice, "I have some bad news. The temperature outside has dropped sharply, and many survivors who have been soaked by the rain are already showing signs of hypothermia. If this continues, a third of the survivors may not survive the night. Li Zuoyou, you decide." "Hiss. I decide." Li Zuoyou frowned and asked, "You're the captain, why are you asking me to decide?" Ji Fei shrugged. "When we came here, Brother Minghong specifically said he would keep an eye on the governor's RV and that you would finalize the matters inside." The blind person nodded emphatically. "Right. I was also present at that time." Li Zuoyou pulled at the corners of his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then let's do this. Let everyone stay in the hall at the entrance and exit. I checked, it can accommodate 500 people without any problem. Captain Ji, you take Rong Jing, Bai Lu, and the blind person to guard the 4 corners of the crowd. Bai Qiu will guard the escalator entrance and exit, and you all don't sleep tonight. You need to keep an eye on things the whole time." Bai Lu squinted and asked, "What about you?" "Of course I'm going to sleep, you fool. Have you ever seen a big figure involved in grassroots work?" Li Zuoyou replied seriously, "I am responsible for coordinating various parties and will promptly assist wherever there is a situation." Bai Lu pointed at the luggage carousel. "What about these corpses? Aren't you going to keep an eye on them?" Li Zuoyou glanced at her. "What for? Do you want to guard these corpses?" Bai Lu's intentions were obvious to him. She just wanted to find me some work. But Bai Lu, you are still too naive. You. Bai Lu's eyes widened in an instant, feeling a breath stuck in her chest. She pulled at Bai Chio's arm with all her might. Brother, are you just going to watch? Say something. Bai Chio pinched the bridge of his nose, cleared his throat, and slowly spoke. Li Zuoyou. On behalf of my sister, I apologize to you. Bai Lu was almost enraged to the point of fainting, stomping her feet, and shouting, who told you to apologize to him? Are you crazy? Li Zuoyou clicked his tongue twice, shaking his head. Look. This is the cultivation of being an older brother, it's simply worlds apart. Bai Lu looked at Bai Chio again, and he even nodded in acceptance. Li Zuoyou and the others were wildly enjoying the rice noodles. Huang Mao, I must say your fried rice noodles taste really good. Li Zuoyou raised his beer and clinked it with Huang Mao and Wang Chuanda. Huang Mao scratched his head awkwardly. Brother Zuoyou, as long as it suits your taste. Haha. He then looked at Wang Chuanda. Brother Wang, this terminal is your domain, right? Can you fly all the planes? Wang Chuanda counted on his fingers. I can fly the Boeing 737, Airbus A320, and Boeing 787, as well as light helicopters. I haven't tested others. So, is it harder to fly these common planes or helicopters? Huang Mao asked curiously. Wang Chuanda took a sip of beer, pondered for a moment, and replied, helicopters are difficult due to the manual skills required, while fixed-wing aircraft are challenging in terms of logic and processes. The two are different dimensions. It's hard to say which is more difficult. Oh, I see. Huang Mao nodded, somewhat understanding. In his perception, planes were simply divided into those with wings and those without. As for distinguishing between the 737 and A320, he couldn't tell at all. Meanwhile, Li Zuoyou listened quietly to their conversation. His understanding of planes was also shallow. If asked what differentiated the Boeing 787 from others, he could only feel that it was a bit more spacious. Thinking of this, Li Zuoyou suddenly realized that since the disaster outbreak, he hadn't seen any aircraft in the sky. Did that mean there were also various anomalies in the air? Old Wang, if you were to fly a passenger plane from this airport to Jingbei City, right now, could you do it? Li Zuoyou looked up and asked. Wang Chuanda shook his head repeatedly. No way. There are too many factors to consider. Among them, starting fuel, flight paths, takeoff, and landing are the core difficulties. These passenger planes can only start normally with the ground power units of the airport, not to mention all the pre-flight checks. But if there's a helicopter, then it's much simpler. Li Zuoyou nodded slightly, meaning there was still a possibility of taking a helicopter in the future, as long as he had enough capability to eliminate airborne threats. Just then, while the group was talking, Bai Lu crouched down and stealthily reached for the lid of the box containing the rice noodles. Hey, Miss Bai, what's going on? Are you hungry? Li Zuoyou glanced over and raised an eyebrow. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, I've thought it through. Why shouldn't I eat? If you don't eat, it's a waste. Give me a pair of chopsticks. There aren't any. Dogs don't need chopsticks to eat. Li Zuoyou stood up and stretched. I'm full, you guys eat. After saying that, he found a single row seat and lay down. After Li Zuoyou left, Bai Lu glanced at the chopsticks in his box, then looked at Huang Mao and Wang Chuanda. The two pretended not to see anything and focused on their meal. A pair of wide eyes stared intently at them, and then a hand stealthily pulled the chopsticks from Li Zuoyou's box. Huang Mao and Wang Chuanda didn't dare to look up the entire time. That night the hall was silent, and most survivors had fallen into a deep sleep. Ding. Daily survival points credited. Current survival points, 1500 points. Li Zuoyou sat up, rubbed his eyes. 6 days had passed. It was now the 7th day, and he wondered when they would successfully arrive at Jingbei City. He called up the anomaly containment progress. Containment progress 76 for anomalies, 80 for the eerie bell, 40 for the return, and 100 for the eerie campfire, eerie eye cover, and the head-eating anomaly. Containment capacity 67. Currently, it requires 1500 survival points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. This terminal has not shown any abnormalities so far. Could it be that the anomalies have really wandered off to another place? Not being able to contain anomalies relying on this daily 1000 points is far from enough. Li Zuoyou clasped his hands together in prayer. Come on, hurry up. With so many people here, can you really hold back? You have no pride at all. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Li Zuoyou sighed deeply and walked outside the terminal. The rain outside was still heavy, showing no signs. Shi Minghong and Uncle Lai leaned against the platform guarding the governor's vehicle. A pile of cigarette butts had accumulated at their feet. Seeing Li Zuoyou come out, Shi Minghong asked Zuoyou, "How's it inside?" "Everything is normal so far." Li Zuoyou walked over to the two, and Shi Minghong handed him a cigarette. Li Zuoyou lit it and asked, "Uncle Lai, at this speed, how long until we reach Jingbei City?" "Wait a moment." Uncle Lai crouched down and ran to the modified off-road vehicle, then brought back a rolled-up map. The three of them gathered around and unfolded the map. Uncle Lai pointed to a spot on the map. "We are here now. At this speed, we should reach Jixing province in 3 days, and then continue north." His bony finger moved upward slowly. Afterward it will take about 3 or 4 more days to reach Jingbei City. However, Uncle Lai looked at the two. The governor's route changes daily, so I estimate. It might take us about 10 days to arrive. Currently at this time of year, there is still one factor we need to consider, he said, turning his gaze to the rain outside. Flooding. Speaking of flooding, if anyone thinks it's not a big deal, they must have only seen it online or on TV. Li Zuoyou had experienced it firsthand. It was a terrifying natural disaster that could not only swallow a convoy instantly, but also potentially cause widespread disease. Its danger level is no less than that of anomalies. Although it wouldn't pose a threat to his life now, it could cause a... Uncle Lai nodded slowly. Exactly. This issue must be monitored as well. Just then a stir arose in the terminal, and faint screams from women could be heard. Is it here? That's great. Li Zuoyou suppressed the corners of his mouth and stood up. Sure, Minghong and Uncle Lai both tensed up. Zuoyou, we leave the inside to you to command. Don't worry, Li Zuoyou replied, casually striding toward the terminal. Pushing open the door, a broken announcement sound reached his ears. The flights arriving at this station have successfully arrived and are about to dock at Gate 1. On the other side, the electronic screen in the hall began flickering with distorted images occasionally sparking. At that moment, all survivors felt their hearts leap to their throats, and the crowd became even more agitated. Everyone, stay where you are. If you don't want to die, don't move. We will handle the anomalies. Ji Fei let out a roar that suppressed all the noise. Several awakened individuals simultaneously turned their gazes toward Li Zuoyou. Before long, all the survivors of the convoy gathered in the hall on the first floor. Even Zhou Shiwans, who was lying in bed, was helped over. Outside, only Shi Minghong remained to guard the governor inside the RV. Uncle Lai, aren't you going in? Shi Minghong asked as he saw Uncle Lai return to the edge of the platform. Not going in. Just chatting with you here for a bit. Uncle Lai replied, tightening his coat around himself. Shi Minghong, upon hearing this, did not persuade him further and smiled as he handed over a cigarette. Has the governor said anything to you in the past few days? Uncle Lai lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and asked. Shi Minghong shook his head. After waking up, he just started doodling on paper and hasn't really spoken to me since. Uncle Lai nodded slightly, and the two quietly watched the rain curtain while exhaling smoke. After a while, Shi Minghong extinguished his cigarette and spoke softly. The day my brother talked with Li Zuoyou, I overheard. He said he might only have a month left. Uncle Lai exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. The governor uses his abilities every day. Oh, no one can endure that for long. It's time for you to consider how to take his place and what you should do afterward. Shi Minghong smiled as he looked at Uncle Lai. I can see that my brother has already found a suitable candidate, and he seems quite happy about it. Uncle Lai fell silent for a moment before speaking. Oh, if it's him, are you willing? After all, he isn't very old and may lack some experience. Uncle Lai, I am a dwarf. Before I became an awakened, people always looked at me with pity, but sympathy doesn't bring a job. That's the reality. For 34 years. My brother has supported me for 34 years. Shi Minghong smiled, faintly lowering his head slightly, the smile tinged with bitterness. After I became an awakened, it no longer mattered to me whether this world was fair or not. Protecting my brother and accompanying him to do what he wants to do is enough. Shi Minghong raised his head, his gaze returning to that of a resolute man. All right. Hee. All right, let this old bone of mine accompany you for a while longer. Hee. Uncle Lai laughed heartily, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes blooming with joy. What's the situation with the supplies on old Wang's pickup? Li Zuoyou hurriedly asked Wang Chuanda. Fortunately, we had a piece of oilcloth prepared beforehand, just enough to cover the cargo bed, so the rice and flour inside didn't get wet. Wang Chuanda replied with a smile. Well done. Li Zuoyou gave a thumbs up. Huang Mao, holding a portable stove, came over. Brothers Zuoyou, how about we have fried rice noodles tonight? Li Zuoyou raised an eyebrow. Sounds good, Huang Mao, you understand me. Then, Huang Mao scanned the crowd. Where shall we put the stove? Li Zuoyou pointed to the corner guarded by the white heron. Put it next to that dog. How can we enjoy good food without an audience? In the hall, some people turned on camping lights, while others like Huang Mao lit up stoves, momentarily dispelling a large area of darkness. As Li Zuoyou passed by Song Wenjie, he saw her wringing out the rainwater from her clothes. A set of children's clothing was thrown into her arms. Take this, can I see your knife? Song Wenjie glanced at the brand new clothes in her arms, then looked up at Li Zuoyou, biting her lip, and Li Zuoyou sighed. Don't worry, I won't covet your knife. In truth, he was indeed thinking about that knife. Oh, ever since he last saw it, he felt it was not an ordinary weapon and was very likely a supernatural item. Song Wenjie lifted the clothes. If you want to exchange this outfit for my knife, I won't do it. Damn, is this girl really that suspicious? Li Zuoyou cleared his throat. You can keep this outfit. I have no use for it. Can I ask you a few questions? Song Wenjie nodded. Go ahead. When was the last time you saw your parents? Song Wenjie answered without any hesitation, 146 days ago. Hiss. This girl is a bit different from other children. Others might give an approximate date, but she can pinpoint it to the day. When your parents left, did they tell you anything? Li Zuoyou asked again. This time Song Wenjie did not answer directly, as she seemed to be pondering something, and after a few seconds she replied, they asked me to memorize the geography book about the Taksha Desert. Li Zuoyou somewhat recalled the Taksha Desert. It should be the largest desert in the Dragon Kingdom, also known as the Sea of Death, combined with what Song Wenjie said about her parents working in the northwest. Could it be that her parents were engaged in desert management? But what could be so secretive about that work? However, there was no more information to extract from Song Wenjie. Li Zuoyou looked at the girl. Do you still have that book about the Taksha Desert? Can I take a look? Song Wenjie shook her head. I didn't bring it, it's still at home. What about the origin of your knife? Can you tell me about it? Li Zuoyou asked with a smile. Bai Qiu hurriedly ran down the stairs exclaiming, Li Zuoyou, I've observed an airplane approaching the No. 1 jet bridge. You go and guard the No. 1 jet bridge. All right. Bai Lu followed Bai Qiu as they quickly ascended to the second floor of the terminal. Ji Fei, keep an eye on the remaining awakened here, especially the direction from the first floor to the boarding area. Ji Fei nodded in acknowledgement of Li Zuoyou's command, saying, understood. Leave it to me. Li Zuoyou looked at Kai Ji, saying, you stay in the center of the crowd. When I tell you to activate your ability, do it immediately. Rest assured, Brother Zuoyou. I won't move unless ordered by you. Kai Ji puffed out his chest, though his demeanor still exuded a somewhat timid air. Li Zuoyou was about to turn to go upstairs when the blind man raised his hand and called out, Li Zuoyou, should I set up the fairy stick now, and should we evacuate the survivors in the hall to outside the terminal? Just do as I say when I tell you to, and don't worry about anything else, Li Zuoyou replied coldly. The blind man lowered his head, picking at his nails like a scolded child. Rong Jing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Zuoyou. Unfortunately, even as Li Zuoyou turned to ascend to the second floor, she received no instructions from him. The connection between the second floor jet bridge and the airplane door was established. Bai Lu raised 2 fingers, asking, Brother, should I use my ability to twist the entire jet bridge apart? Bai Qiu decisively shook his head, saying, that's merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Let the anomaly in, and we will do our utmost to suppress it at the first opportunity. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A chaotic noise came from within the jet bridge, sounding like numerous rollers dragging across the ground simultaneously. The two directed their flashlight beams toward the exit of the jet bridge. A luggage cart slowly appeared, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. These luggage carts tilted as if being pulled forward by invisible hands. Come out. Bai Lu waved his fingers, unleashing 2 lines of blood. As the bloodlines flew toward the first luggage cart, they suddenly spread out to either side, like tearing open a transparent curtain. One by one, eerie figures dressed in flight attendant uniforms emerged. All the anomalies were bent at the waist, their heads drooping between their legs, yet their right hands maintained an elegant posture, resting on the luggage cart's handle. These are the eerie servants. The source anomaly hasn't appeared yet, Bai Qiu reminded. Bai Lu narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, never mind, that'll handle these eerie servants first. As he finished speaking, 2 streams of blood energy burst forth from the gaps in his split fingers, coalescing beside the eerie servants into a blood claw as tall as a person. Bang! The frontmost eerie flight attendant was instantly crushed, her body collapsing to the ground like shattered ice. Bai Qiu chose not to strike, instead keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. The announcement in the entire terminal sounded once again. Attention passengers. The flight from Yangxin to is about to begin boarding. Please have your carry-on luggage and boarding passes ready. Proceed to gate 3 to wait. Meanwhile, an aircraft on the tarmac slowly approached the terminal. Everyone in the hall simultaneously furrowed their brows, the announcement becoming increasingly grating, stirring feelings of oppression, irritation, unease, and fear within their hearts. Captain Ji, should we shoot it down? Several survivors armed with makeshift slingshots looked at Ji Fei, utterly tormented by the announcement. Ji Fei was similarly affected, noticing something amiss. He nodded to the group, saying, shoot. Shoot it down. Several survivors pulled out pebbles they had carefully collected. These individuals were enthusiasts of slingshots before the catastrophe, and their shots were incredibly precise. In no time, all the loudspeakers were shattered. Yet the announcement did not fade. It seemed to exist within everyone's minds, playing on repeat. Oh no, a mental erosion type anomaly. Ji Fei exchanged glances with Rong Jing, saying, this type of anomaly can bypass the defenses of the awakened, making us as vulnerable as ordinary survivors, only able to resist based on our innate strength. To suppress this anomaly, we must first find it, but Li Zuoyou hasn't given us the order to leave freely. Rong Jing replied, removing her mask, her face pale. Ji Fei furrowed his brow deeply, seemingly deep in thought. Some people in the crowd began to wobble unsteadily, accompanied by violent coughing and dry heaving. Wang Chuanda squeezed the back of his neck forcefully, his expression one of great pain. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Huang Mao asked, nonchalantly chewing on betel nut. Don't you feel unwell? Wang Chuanda managed to spit out this sentence with considerable effort. Huang Mao tilted his head and replied, my head feels itchy, as if I'm growing a brain. Wang Chuanda was left speechless, continuing to rub the back of his neck. Brother Wang, would eating a betel nut make you feel better? Huang Mao said, shoving a piece of areca nut into Wang Chuanda's mouth. Wang Chuanda chewed a couple of times before spitting the areca nut out. Damn. It feels worse now. Don't waste a good thing. Huang Mao hurriedly picked up the areca nut from the ground, blew on it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Just then a figure slowly appeared in the corridor leading to the luggage sorting area in the hall. Ji Fei and Rong Jing shone their flashlights toward it. The anomaly had no facial features. Its entire face was composed of swirling layers of flesh with a bottomless black hole at its center. The light illuminating it began to distort as it approached the vortex. Ji Fei and Rong Jing struck, simultaneously expelling cold air wrapped around red salt grains at high speed toward the anomaly. At the same time, the flesh layers of the anomaly began to rotate. The cold air and salt grains were entirely absorbed into the black hole in the blink of an eye. Damn it. This isn't the anomaly with mental attacks, it's another one. Ji Fei cursed through gritted teeth. Captain Ji, this anomaly can nullify our attacks. We need to think of a way. Rong Jing bent down, struggling to endure the waves of severe pain in her head. This won't do. While there was still time to think, they needed to devise a countermeasure. At the entrance of the second-floor jet bridge, Bai Lu crushed the last eerie servant, and as if affected by something, he collapsed to the ground and vomited up the rice noodles he had eaten earlier. Bai Qiu glanced at Bai Lu beside him, continuing to remain vigilant. Bai Lu, in the presence of a mental erosion-type anomaly, you shouldn't use your abilities for a while. Leave the rest to me. All right. Bai Lu supported himself with his hands. He managed to say one word before vomiting a mouthful of bile. At the exit of the jet bridge, a large area of frost began to spread into the building. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the jet bridge. Bai Qiu's eyes flickered slightly, one hand resting on the edge of his pocket, while the other hand rhythmically tapped the surface of his pants. As he approached the exit of the corridor bridge, his footsteps came to a halt. The entire waiting hall was filled with the monotonous sound of announcements being repeated. In the next moment, multiple whirlwinds suddenly erupted in the air. An invisible force rushed towards Bai Qiu. Just 5 steps away from Bai Qiu, a blood net stretched out diagonally, the bloodlines taut forcefully, ensnaring that invisible power. The gust of wind lifted Bai Qiu's long hair, pulling it all back. Bai Qiu stood motionless, silently watching the gradually bulging human silhouette in the net, until the grotesque and sinister face slowly came into view right before him. Scraps, look into my eyes. Look. Bai Qiu's eyes bulged, each word roaring forth as if from the depths of his soul. Did you see anything? Did you see the hatred I have for you, Scraps? Bai Qiu's exposed hand slowly rose. As long as I am alive, you shall forever be stopped here. As the words fell, his raised hand suddenly clenched tight. The blood net instantly shrank, completely enveloping the eerie entity, which struggled violently, like a ferocious beast, yet remained bound in place. Black blood trickled from Bai Qiu's nose. He wiped it away and turned to help Bai Lu, even too lazy to glance at the eerie creature again. As the bloodlines tightened, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The eerie entity suddenly surged upward, as if making a desperate struggle, but was firmly pulled back by the blood net. As the struggle diminished a few seconds later, the eerie entity fell into a state of silence. At the terminal's first floor, the eerie entity in the corridor slowly approached, the flesh on its face rapidly swirling, its suction power continuously increasing, drawing in some fallen fragments of a loudspeaker from a distance. Captain Ji, have you noticed? The attack range of this eerie entity is only in front. Rong Jing knelt on one knee, frowning and breathing heavily. It seems so. What do you mean? Ji Fei pondered for a moment before asking. Perhaps the back of that eerie entity is its weakness. We should go around to its back. As Rong Jing spoke, he realized he was starting to feel unsteady. The blind man leaned closer to the two, saying, how about we try using my fairy stick to touch the back of the eerie entity for suppression? No, that's useless. That eerie entity's wide-range attack will still hit us, even with a fairy stick in hand. Ji Fei stared at the eerie entity for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Rong Jing, use your cold air to create a layer of ice on the ground. I need to slide behind the eerie entity at the fastest speed. Rong Jing nodded, gritting his teeth as he rose, and began to exhale cold air continuously. The black veins on both sides of his face becoming more pronounced, a strand of white hair from his ponytail slowly rising. In just a few seconds, a smooth ice surface appeared between the few people and the eerie entity. Ji Fei retreated a short distance, already covered in white salt grains. The salt grains tightly adhered to his clothes and skin. After jumping twice in place, Ji-Fei took a deep breath and then sprinted towards the eerie entity. Upon touching the ice surface, he lowered his center of gravity and charged towards the side of the eerie entity in a sliding motion. Bang, bang, bang. The white salt grains on him exploded one after another under the influence of the eerie. Ji-Fei slid to the side of the eerie entity, suddenly twisting his waist and abdomen, his knee scraping against the ground, while he used one hand to push himself up. His skilled tactical movements revealed the experience of a seasoned soldier. With his other hand, he slammed the red salt grains onto the top of the eerie entity. Bang, bang, bang. The top of the eerie entity erupted in a series of explosive sounds, the flashing red sparks illuminating the corridor. Immediately afterward, a wave of cold air surged in, freezing the legs of the turning eerie entity. The entity's form stiffened, and as it continued to twist its upper body, its spine emitted a series of dull cracking sounds. Taking advantage of the eerie entity's moment of pause, Ji-Fei quickly circled to its back, grabbing 2 red salt grains to cover the top of the eerie entity. A series of dense explosions erupted, accompanied by a scorching wave. Ji-Fei was pushed back several meters by the shockwave. As the thick smoke dissipated, the eerie entity knelt on both knees, its entire head drooping towards the ground, falling into a state of silence. It's not over yet. That mentally invasive eerie entity must be found. Ji-Fei mumbled to himself, glancing down at his leather glove, noticing that the leather on his left glove's index and ring fingers had turned inside out, exposing 2 blackened finger bones. In the distance, Rong Jing tilted and fell to the ground, while the blind man hurriedly supported him, saying, "Jing Jing, you have to hold on." Time rewound to when Li Zuoyou stepped onto the escalator to the 2nd floor. 2 dark eyes were hidden in the shadows, their pupils slowly moving as Li Zuoyou's figure shifted. Once the person moved away, the eyes withdrew their gaze. A pair of withered hands quietly extended from either side of the eyes, trying to cover them. Just as the owner of the eyes was about to leap up, one of its legs was firmly bitten by a creature. The surrounding scene changed, and ghostly bonfires flared up with green flames, illuminating a hairless monkey-like eerie entity. However, the nose and mouth of this eerie entity were replaced by a layer of evenly spaced metal mesh, with holes resembling a microphone embedded in its face, which looked somewhat comical. Ding. ID 00333, Eerie Monkey, Courtyard No. 7 fragment awarded 1,000 survival points. Current survival points 16,000. Li Zuoyou slowly emerged from the darkness, squinting his eyes. What exactly is the Courtyard No. 7 fragment? Could it be that a certain type of eerie entity can undergo a qualitative change when pieced together? Or is it a member of a special group of eerie entities? Just as the eerie monkey was about to break free, a regulator appeared before it, lifting a hand close to its face. The waves erupted, and the eerie monkey was blasted away for over 10 meters. As it hit the ground, a strange bell rang, causing the ground to sink and firmly sticking the eerie monkey's legs. ID 00333, Eerie Monkey Suppression Progress 68. The eerie monkey flailed its arms madly, broadcasting 3 voice messages to Li Zuoyou in succession. Li Zuoyou scratched his ear and asked, "So, is my fate strong?" The eerie monkey's arms drooped, its dark eyes slightly turning, forming a sentence with different tones. "The road is wide, let's go our separate ways." We can communicate, but there's no way I'm letting you go. Oh, I want to see what this courtyard fragment is all about. Li Zuoyou propped up his chin. The eerie monkey immediately began to wave its arms again, continuously reporting chaotic voice messages. Li Zuoyou grinned wickedly. Keep shouting. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will care about you. In an instant, a massive hand towering at least 2 meters gradually appeared behind the eerie monkey, the wrinkles on its fingers clearly visible. The large hand circled around, enclosing the eerie monkey in its palm. Ding. ID 00033, Courtyard Master, Courtyard No. 1 fragment awarded 1,000 survival points. Current survival points 17,000. All the eerie entities released by Li Zuoyou lowered their heads in unison, and after the eerie bonfire flickered twice, it was completely extinguished. Brother. The broadcast sound has vanished. Bai Lu gently rubbed her temples, the pain in her head gradually subsiding. It seems the spirit-invading anomaly has been found and suppressed by someone, who our crisis has been resolved. Let's go to the 1st floor and take a look, Bai Chiu said, supporting Bai Lu as they left the waiting hall. As the two walked slowly to the security check area, they saw Li Zuoyou, who had a gloomy expression and was smoking. "Did you manage to suppress that spirit-invading anomaly, Li Zuoyou?" Li Zuoyou flicked off the ash from his cigarette, saying no. "It escaped." Bai Chiu nodded. "It's normal. We have faced such anomalies before. They are exceptionally good at disguising themselves and are often slippery characters. To be precise, that spirit-invading anomaly was rescued by another anomaly with a large hand. It appeared and disappeared out of thin air." Li Zuoyou's voice was heavy, and he looked quite dejected. "What? Bai Qiu and Bai Lu both froze for a moment, immediately recognizing the severity of the issue. If the large hand that Li Zuoyou mentioned could take away other anomalies, it likely meant it could also take away any awakened ones. For non-suppressive awakened beings, this would be fatal. This piece of information was critical and also instilled fear. Li Zuoyou. Bai Qiu cleared his throat. I have suppressed the anomaly on the corridor bridge. According to our previous experiences against anomalies, a suppressed anomaly will enter a period of silence. This duration varies based on the strength of the anomaly, but currently it should last at least 24 hours, so we don't need to worry about that side for now. I was thinking of taking Bai Lu to the hall to see the situation there. Go ahead. Li Zuoyou's voice remained heavy. Bai Qiu and Bai Lu exchanged glances, sensing Li Zuoyou's mood, and hurriedly left without lingering. After the two left, Li Zuoyou walked towards the waiting hall lost in thought. Based on the previous situation, first there are at least 7 anomalies in the courtyard, and fragments numbered 27 or any fragments above 2 cannot be contained at the moment. Even if suppressed, they are likely to be rescued, so he must first deal with the fragment number 1 of the courtyard, the host of 00033. Second, assuming the host can also take anyone away with the large hand, and there is currently no intel to gauge the interval of this ability, it would be like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head at all times. Currently known anomalies include the host of 00033, the anomaly child of 00061, and the anomaly coffin of 00099. It seems each anomaly numbered under 100 is formidable. One must not be overly optimistic about their current situation, otherwise a moment's lapse could lead to being erased by those lurking sinister anomalies. Arriving in front of the suppressed anomaly by Bai Qiu Ding. Number 00747. Captain gained 1,000 survival points, current survival points 17,000 containment. Number 00747. Captain containment successful, gained 5,000 survival points, current survival points 22,000, current containment 77. Li Zuoyou sensed the captain's ability another anomaly with invisibility and high-speed movement. Back in the hall, after understanding the situation, Li Zuoyou asked Zhou Shirwang for the special body bag he had brought back from Jianghan City. Then he took the bag and found the anomaly in the corridor. Ding. Number 00857 of Vortex gained 1,000 survival points, current survival points 23,000. Li Zuoyou first kicked out the anomaly head of number 05519 from the containment team. Not because it wasn't diligent enough, but firstly the anomaly head was easier to suppress, and secondly Li Zuoyou wanted to conduct an experiment. Number 00857 of Vortex containment successful, gained 5,000 survival points, current survival points 28,000. Only 2,000 survival points are needed to upgrade to level 4. The ability of the anomaly Vortex, though slow-moving, can neutralize attacks from the front. It's uncertain how effective it is against anomalies, but it would certainly be a good match against awakened beings. Without spending any points, he managed to get 2 anomalies for free. Li Zuoyou immediately felt his mood lift somewhat. After all, free stuff is the best. Li Zuoyou placed the 100 suppressed anomaly head into the body bag. If the body bag has the function of containing anomalies, it would prove that when the Supernatural Bureau dispatched personnel to Jianghan City, they had already mastered the technology for containing suspected anomalies. As for why this technology was not shared with various assault teams, the reason remains unknown. However, it indirectly supports the governor's view that a full-scale assault might be a scam. Subsequently, Li Zuoyou placed the body bag into the trunk of the 3-wheeled vehicle, while ensuring that the invisibility-capable anomaly stayed in the trunk to ensure that if the body bag did not work, the anomaly head could be suppressed immediately. After finishing these tasks, Li Zuoyou leaned against the car and lit a cigarette. The rain had started to ease, and there was a slightly damp, fishy smell in the air. The terminal's main door was pushed open, and Rong Jing peeked in, scanning the area. Upon seeing Li Zuoyou, she walked over with unsteady steps, clearly still affected by the spirit monkey. Li Zuoyou, I just heard Bai Qiu say that you faced that spirit-invading anomaly alone. Are you okay? Li Zuoyou smiled in response, saying, do I look like something's wrong? But against such an anomaly, the closer you are, the heavier the invasion. Rong Jing spoke urgently, continuously checking Li Zuoyou's condition. Li Zuoyou raised his head and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. How should I put this? Even at close range, I wasn't affected much. His eyes suddenly widened behind the mask. Your Bazi strength is that high. Is there any saying regarding this? Li Zuoyou asked. Rong Jing raised a finger. Yes. Of course. You must be aware of information predetermined by your Bazi, but there is another benefit. Can you guess what it is? Li Zuoyou sighed. I've already strained my brain enough today, just tell me directly. Rong Jing, seeing this, no longer kept the suspense, and directly stated it's for the use of supernatural items, especially some powerful supernatural weapons. When using those items, there is usually a significant drain on the user's mental state. For example, if a supernatural weapon consumes 50 points of mental energy when used, but some people's mental energy limit is only 40 points, then they cannot use that weapon. Forcing its use not only doesn't help them, but it can also lead to direct mental chaos. And your Bazi strength limit might be 1,000 points, meaning you can wield the vast majority of supernatural items or weapons. Oh, so the strength of the 8 characters has this use. Zuoyou squinted slightly and said, doesn't that mean that some people with low 8 character strength are destined to be unable to use supernatural items for their entire lives? Rong Jing wanted to cover her mouth and chuckle, but when she raised her hand, she found herself touching a mask. Embarrassed, she adjusted the mask and said with a smile, hee hee. Like me, I am such a person. Zuoyou laughed along, saying, in that case you won't have to worry about how to use supernatural items. Just find something and put it here later. Rong Jing made an okay gesture and replied, okay. Li team. A white edge appeared on the horizon as the sky gradually brightened and the convoy slowly departed from Yangshan Airport. 2 days later, the convoy traveled along Taishan Road and arrived at the Hezhong Bridge at the junction of U and G at 1234 p.m. on the 3rd day. The surrounding scenery was splendid, even allowing one to temporarily forget the cruelty of the apocalypse. The river below, untouched by human interference, became exceptionally clear. The governor's order was to set up camp near the river. There was a village right across the bridge, but who would dare take the risk of going to the village to collect supplies? Wang Chuanda, carrying a homemade fishing rod and net, excitedly said, Zuoyou, you must try the mako fish here. A few years ago I was fortunate enough to taste it once, and wow, that flavor is definitely the best here. Mako fish. Zuoyou murmured, unable to help but grin. Then it's up to you, old Wang. Huang Mao, carrying several empty mineral water buckets, came over and asked, Brother Zuoyou, what are you preparing to do? Zuoyou shook the complete set of toiletries and change of clothes in his hand and said, I'm going to wash up downstream. It's been over 10 days and am already covered in grime. Aren't you too going to wash up? Huang Mao laughed. It's still daytime, a bit embarrassing. Let's wait until it gets dark before we wash up. Wang Chuanda nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same, Zuoyou. You'll still be seen like this. Hey. Zuoyou shrugged his shoulders, saying, so what if I'm seen? Can someone really attack me? The two on the opposite side. All right, the cooking is up to you two now. They'll bring you a good bottle of wine later. Zuoyou waved his hand and left alone. Downstream of the river, after finishing his bath, Zuoyou felt significantly lighter. With a towel wrapped around his lower body, he sat on a rock soaking up the sun and lit a cigarette. Ah, so comfortable. Rustle. Some rustling sounds came from a nearby bush. Zuoyou tilted his head slightly. Damn, could it be that someone really dares to come and attack me? Is my intimidation within the convoy not enough? Soon 2 figures emerged from the bushes. It was a burly man named Wu Gu leading his girlfriend Xiaotong. Both looked disheveled and somewhat embarrassed. Zuoyou, sorry to disturb you, really sorry. Wu Gu and Xiaotong bowed towards him. Is there something you need? Zuoyou asked with a frown. Xiaotong leaned slightly against Wu Gu, appearing somewhat fearful. Wu Gu swallowed hard and said, we came to apologize for what happened in Lishui town before. The two bowed again to Zuoyou, saying, we are sorry. Zuoyou looked at them without saying a word. Wu Gu straightened up, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Zuoyou, I want to know, with your abilities you could have easily killed us back then. Why didn't you take action? Zuoyou slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and said, since I was a child I've liked to observe the things around me, insects, animals, plants, and people. You made a different choice than I did at that time. Rather than killing you, I was more curious about what would happen next. Could you save that baby? And after saving that baby, how far could you go? I was also curious how far 2 lovers could go in the apocalypse. On the day the baby died, I stood at a distance watching you being attacked by other survivors. You chose to face it together without turning against each other. This world is inherently colorful, and I need to observe its essence bit by bit. You two happen to be one of those points, so go on, there's no need to be afraid. The two fell silent for a few seconds, bowed again, and turned to leave. Zuoyou took a puff of smoke, deeply furrowing his brow. Damn, I forgot. I should have made them wash my clothes before leaving. But now chasing after them to make them wash my clothes, wouldn't that seem a bit low? Zuoyou imagined the scene, and he would chase after them shouting at their backs, stop. You two go wash my clothes. TSK. It feels like the level has dropped to rock bottom. Just as Zuoyou picked up his clothes, the bushes shook again. Is this not over yet? This time, even if the King of Heaven comes, they must wash my clothes. After a rustling sound, Yu Meng emerged holding 2 bottles of beer. It was quite unexpected for Dr. Yu to come looking for him. Yu Meng walked over and sat down beside Zuoyou, expertly cracking open the caps of the 2 beer bottles against each other, which seemed somewhat incongruous with her usual scholarly aura. One of the beer bottles was handed to Zuoyou. Doctor, you came to find me. What did you want to ask? Or did you want to say something? You've seen the photos from the hospital, right? Why after so many days haven't you come to ask me anything? Yu Ming took a sip of beer and asked. Li Zuoyou smiled and said, I originally intended to ask, but then I thought if you don't want to speak either I won't be able to get it out, or it'll receive false information or it wouldn't mean much. Yu Ming nodded slightly. When I was 22, I obtained dual PhDs in biology and medicine. I was praised as a genius girl and a top elite. But what have I done in the last 8 years? I merely pushed one child after another toward the fire pit. Li Zuoyou. I'm 30 years old, and still dare not marry or have children. Why? Yu Ming tightened her grip on the beer bottle, her hand trembling. Because I'm afraid my child will suffer the sin. She gulped down a mouthful of beer and shouted towards the river. I can't bear that the children of this land cannot grow up. To hell with research. To hell with the greater good. Li Zuoyou kept his gaze fixed on the expression on Yu Ming's face. After she vented, he calmly said, Since you came to find me, Dr. Yu, it proves that you are willing to talk to me. So, I will ask straightforwardly. Yu Ming brushed her hair back. Go ahead, I'm willing to talk. Li Zuoyou leaned in closer and whispered, Why did the BO1A treatment agent skip directly to the BO1S treatment agent? Yu Ming's eyes widened, suddenly looking at Li Zuoyou in shock.